I was walking through the mountains, carrying a bamboo basket on my back. It was early spring, and the sunset was warm on my face. The trip to Yumping Mountain was far, but the rare medicinal herbs made it worthwhile. My name is Wei Ruo, and this is my story. As I left the trail and reached the main road, I heard a noisy group nearby. There was a large entourage with a grand carriage parked along the side of the road. I decided to keep walking, not wanting any trouble, but they noticed me. A man dressed in fine clothes stopped me and urgently asked where the nearest clinic was. I told him the closest one was far away in the county town. He asked about a midwife, and I told him there wasn't one nearby. Suddenly, I heard a woman scream coming from the carriage. The maids were panicking, and I realized the woman was giving birth. It sounded serious. I wanted to walk away, but how could I? A baby's life was at stake. So, I stopped and offered to help, letting them know I had some medical skills and herbs in my basket. The man hesitated but finally agreed, promising me prosperity if I could save his wife and child. I climbed into the carriage and found the woman in great pain. The baby was in a bad position. I quickly took out my acupuncture needles and some herbs, preparing to help. After calming the woman, I used acupuncture to relieve her pain and managed to reposition the baby inside her womb. The maids watched in disbelief, but I focused on my task. It was a long, intense process, but eventually, I heard the baby's first cry. The people outside the carriage erupted in cheers. I took care of the woman and baby before finally stepping out, exhausted. The man wanted to reward me, but by the time he came looking for me, I was gone. I didn't stick around because I didn't do it for the reward. As I walked home, though, I regretted not asking for some compensation. The ginseng and herbs I used were expensive. It took me 3 long hours to reach my small, isolated courtyard, where I'd been living for the past 10 years. The house was old and run down, but it was home. When I got home, my maid, Shiomei, was waiting for me at the door, worried as usual. She scolded me for going to the mountains alone again, but I reassured her that I stayed away from dangerous areas. She took the basket of herbs from me and carried it herself, still lecturing me about being more careful. I teased her, saying that if I took her with me, no one would be home to cook for me. She scolded me again but admitted that she had already made a meal, and despite her sharp words, I knew she cared deeply. Our home was simple, a small courtyard with plants and crops. It wasn't much, but I liked it here. I had been living in this village for 10 years with just Shiomei by my side. I was once taken by the He family, a family of merchants, but they sent me away after a fortune teller said I would bring disaster. Now, I lived a quiet life in this small house, and I didn't miss either the He family or my biological family. The next morning, Shiomei and I left the house and passed through the fields. The villagers greeted me kindly, offering me food and thanking me for the medicine I had given them. I felt at peace here, living among them. We went to my field, and I started planting rice, just like the villagers. Shiomei tried to stop me, saying she could do the work, but I insisted. I had a reason to plant the rice myself. When I transmigrated into this world, I gained a special space in my left hand. In that space, I could grow crops and earn experience points, just like a game I used to play. The more I planted, the more land I unlocked in the space. But to gain experience, I had to plant the rice myself. While I was busy planting, 2 maids appeared with a group of people. They looked at me with disgust, as if I didn't belong. They told me they were sent by the military prefecture to take me back to the mansion because I was supposedly swapped at birth. They claimed I was the daughter of the colonel and that my foster family had agreed to let them take me. Shiomei and I were shocked. We had no idea what to say. When I first saw the 2 maids, I just stared at them for a while. They seemed to think I was shocked by the news, but really, I was calm. I had expected this day to come eventually. They told me that I wasn't a child abandoned by a business family, but rather the daughter of the prestigious military prefecture. They seemed puzzled by how calm I was, but I had already prepared myself for this moment. The He family never really cared about me, and the military prefecture wasn't going to leave me here once they discovered the mistake. It wasn't like I had a choice in the matter. I calmly told the maids I understood and would go with them, though I wanted to pack my things first. The maids didn't think I needed anything from here, but I insisted. They didn't argue and let me take my belongings, though they clearly thought my old jars and herbs were useless. I packed everything important to me, said goodbye to the villagers, and left. After 3 days of travel, we arrived at the military prefecture. I was led to the courtyard where my biological mother, Lady Yoon, lived. The moment I stepped inside, she rushed over and hugged me tightly, crying. Her tears surprised me, and though I had prepared for this meeting, her genuine emotion caught me off guard. I wasn't sure how to react, feeling a mix of confusion and a strange sense of warmth. My brother, Wei Chin, tried to comfort her, reminding her that my return was a happy occasion. Slowly, she regained her composure but couldn't stop worrying about how much I had suffered over the years. She promised to make up for it, looking at me with sorrow. Then, Wei Qingwan, the girl who had been living my life all these years, knelt down in front of me. She started crying, apologizing for living in my place. It was a dramatic scene, and I could tell from her delicate appearance and emotional display that she was the kind of person who could easily win people's sympathy, just like in the story. In the original story, when the real daughter returned, she was furious and accused Wei Qingwan of taking everything from her. But I didn't feel angry. I simply watched her, knowing there wasn't much point in getting upset. Things were already set in motion, and I had to deal with whatever came next. When the two maids told me the news that I wasn't abandoned by the He family, but was actually the daughter of the prestigious military prefecture, I wasn't surprised. I had already prepared myself for this moment, so I stayed calm, even though they seemed puzzled by my reaction. I understood that being angry wouldn't help, and I wasn't interested in competing for affection or anything else. I just wanted to avoid unnecessary trouble. So I told Wei Qingwan, who was kneeling in front of me, to stand up. Her kneeling didn't benefit either of us. If she really felt she owed me, she could repay me in a meaningful way, not just kneel. When my brother Wei Yichin helped her up, she asked what she could do to make amends. I told her not to rush after all. I had just arrived and didn't even know her well enough yet. Madame Yun, my mother, then introduced me to the rest of the family. My eldest brother, Wei Yichin, was warm and kind, and my younger brother, Yilin, seemed a bit cold and reluctant to greet me. There was also Wei Qingwan, who had taken my place for all these years. My mother explained that we would both remain in the family from now on, which she said with a worried expression, probably unsure of how I'd react. I didn't feel strongly about it, so I just gave a simple response. Seeing that I might be tired after the long journey, Wei Yichin suggested that I rest, and my mother quickly agreed. She led me to a courtyard that used to belong to Wei Yichin, which he had generously offered for me. It was a peaceful place, named Tingsong Garden, and although it was set up quickly, the room was arranged with the girl's preferences in mind. After my mother left, Xiaomei helped me unpack my things. Looking around the room, she couldn't help but sigh about how different my life could have been if I hadn't been switched at birth. The military prefecture was luxurious compared to the life I had in the countryside, but I didn't dwell on it. I sprawled out on the bed and quickly fell asleep, not caring about appearances. In public, I kept up my manners, but when I was home, I preferred to relax. When Xiaomei brought me some water, she said I should consider staying in the military prefecture. She thought my life would be easier with the support of my mother and brother. I told her they were kind, but only as long as I didn't cause any problems, especially with the protagonist. Xiaomei was confused, but I brushed it off and asked her to help hide anything that might draw attention. Then I tried to rest. Just as I was about to sleep, Maidli, one of the maids who fetched me from Huaibei town, barged into my room. Xiaomei tried to stop her, but she ignored her. Maidli sternly told me that my mother had sent her to help me learn the rules of the house. I knew Maidli had her own motives. She didn't want me to excel, especially since she had ties to Wei Qingwan. But I played along. In the courtyard, Maidli started lecturing me on proper etiquette. I responded bluntly, saying I wasn't used to all these rules. I even questioned why I should care about what others thought of me since my family was powerful. Maidli's expression darkened, but she continued her lesson. However, I wasn't really paying attention, and it didn't take long for her to stop, realizing I wasn't interested. Afterward, Xiaomei asked why Maidli gave up so easily. I explained that her goal wasn't to teach me. In the original story, Maidli never really wanted me to improve. She just pretended to teach so that if I failed, it would seem like my own fault, not hers. She wanted Wei Qingwan to shine, not me. Later that evening, Madame Yun came to take me to dinner. She held my hand and kept asking if I was comfortable in my new room. When we got to the dining hall, I finally met my father, Wei Mingting. He was tall and serious, just like in the story. Though he seemed emotional when he saw me, he kept it under control and greeted me formally. As we sat down, something awkward happened. Wei Qingwan was standing off to the side, unsure whether she should join us. My younger brother, Yilin, ran over and pulled her to the table, insisting she was part of the family. It was an awkward moment, but Yilin's confidence broke the tension. Wei Qingwan cautiously looked up at Wei Mingting. Sit down, don't think about anything else. Your mother and I have made it clear that regardless of blood relation, you are our daughter of the Wei family, Wei Mingting explicitly expressed. That's right, what your father said is correct. Don't think too much. Nobody can undermine your status as Miss Wei, Madame Yun also stated. Persuaded by everyone, Wei Qingwan finally went to the dining table and sat down. Then Madame Yun glanced at Wei Ruo beside her. Seeing her face appear calm, she breathed a sigh of relief. The meal was very quiet. Several times, they looked at Wei Ruo, worrying that she, who has been raised in a merchant's house for 13 years, would be unruly. Unexpectedly, her dining manners were slow and deliberate, perfectly in line with the behavior of a well-bred young lady. After dinner, everyone sat down together to have tea once again and to discuss a somewhat urgent matter. Seeing the atmosphere was good, Wei Mingting spoke to Wei Ruo. You've worked hard these past years. The news about the mix-up with the children has already reached your grandfather in the capital city and your two uncles. Your name will be added to the family tree before long. Yesterday, Wei Mingting had already received a letter from the capital city. He needs to reply in the next 2 days, so he had no choice but to bring it up now. Wei Ruo replied, not showing any sign of expected joy and anticipation. Wei Mingting, looking at Wei Ruo's slightly furrowed eyebrows, pondered for a moment, then said, We've decided to place your name after Qingwan's, so from then on, you'll be the second miss of the Wei family. Is that all right? At these words, Wei Ruo lifted her head, meeting Wei Mingting's gaze. Her eyes were clear and bright, showing no sadness or joy. Being a military general, Wei Mingting was always imposing, even at home. His presence was stronger than ordinary people's. The children at home were somewhat afraid of him from a young age. Even Wei Qingwan, who was deeply favored by him, did not dare to stare into his eyes when he had a stern face. Before Wei Ruo could react, Wei Qingwan suddenly stood up and knelt down in front of Wei Mingting and Madame Yun. Father, mother, I implore you to let Sister Ruo be the oldest daughter in the family. Wan, what are you doing? Madame Yun looked on with eyes full of heartache. Father, mother, for these years being able to grow up in the Wei family, being your daughter, being blessed, and your willingness to keep me by your side, I am already very content. I dare not keep the identity of the eldest daughter any longer. Even if I have to become a servant, I'm willing to accept it. Wei Mingting and Madame Yun looked worried. Their eyes were filled with heartache and difficulty. Wei Qingwan made another deep bow. Father, mother, please fulfill my wish. The sound of her bow was very loud and crisp. Madame Yun rushed up, stopping Wei Qingwan from continuing to harm herself. Enough, dear. Your father and I understand your intentions. I feel so guilty for the love you have given me. Silly girl, don't say such foolish things. You should not say you're guilty or not. You're our daughter and we are a family. This will never change. Madame Yun hugged Wei Qingwan in her arms, her heart aching. Wei Yilin also jumped from his seat and ran up to hug Wei Qingwan and Madame Yun together. Sister, you will always be my sister. Don't ever speak that way again. Wei Yilin's lips were pursed and his eyes red with tears. Seeing this, Wei Mingting's face tightened, his face enveloped in a cloud of gloom. Wei Yiqin was also touched by this scene, but he didn't step forward to express his feelings, instead glancing at Wei Ruo a couple of times, worried about how she would react to the scene. After a while, Madame Yun released Wei Qingwan, asked the two children to return to their seats and sit properly. Wei Qingwan stood up with Wei Yilin's assistance. Whether it was because she had knelt for too long, or because of her frailty, her body swayed, almost falling back down, but Wei Yilin supported her. Madame Yun then returned to Wei Mingting's side. When everyone had sat down again, Wei Mingting and Madame Yun's gaze fell back onto Wei Ruo. Wei Ruo had a slight smile on her face, her crisp voice breaking the silence in the room. She asked Wei Mingting, "Father, Mother, did you make this decision because I was born a little later?" "No." As he replied, Wei Mingting's voice was rare wavering. According to the time of childbirth of the two women, Lady Wei should have given birth slightly earlier than Lady He. Therefore, Wei Ruo, as Lady Wei's biological daughter, should have been born slightly earlier than Wei Qingwan. Then why? Wei Ruo continued to ask, her clear and bright eyes fixed on Wei Mingting. Perhaps it was because those eyes were too clear, or for some other reason, Wei Mingting fell silent. Madame Yun quickly explained on behalf of her husband, "The thing is, Qingwan has already been added to the family tree. To avoid hassle, we plan to add your name directly after hers so that no other changes are needed." Wei Yilin interrupted, "My sister is the oldest sister, the oldest daughter in the family. You came later. Of course you can't steal my sister's position." Neither the main branch nor the second branch of the Wei family had any daughters. Before Wei Ruo arrived, Wei Qingwan was the only girl in the family, and hence the eldest daughter. Although not the eldest child, the designation of the firstborn girl was not without its weight, especially in the capital city where one's birth status is held in high esteem. "Yilin, what are you talking about?" Madame Yun scolded, stopping her young son from continuing his irreverent speech. Wei Yilin, who was scolded, pursed his lips, feeling aggrieved yet stubborn. Madame Yun turned to Wei Ruo and explained, "It's not about being the oldest or youngest daughter. It's just that everyone here and in the capital city are used to calling Wan as the eldest. We were afraid that a sudden change would be hard for everyone to adjust to." "Is that the only reason?" Wei Ruo asked again. With a stern expression, Wei Mingting said, "This decision was made after thorough discussion and consideration with your mother." Everyone looked at Wei Ruo, waiting for her response. Just as everyone thought Wei Ruo was going to say something to fight for her position as the oldest daughter, Wei Ruo gave everyone an unexpected answer. "All right then, I'll be the second Mississippi." At her words, everyone looked at Wei Ruo in astonishment. Wei Ruo's previous questions made people feel that she was very dissatisfied with being the junior, but now she unexpectedly agreed on the spot. "Are you sure you really don't mind, Ruo?" Madame Yun hastily asks. "Whatever is more convenient. It's quite troublesome to make all these changes. Father has also been very busy recently and should not be bothered with these trivial matters." Or, are you saying, if I did have objections, would father and mother reconsider? Wei Ruo's question had a faint smile at the corner of her mouth, her gaze bearing a cunning glint. This question flashed a trace of unease in the eyes of both Wei Mingting and Mrs. Yun. "Since it's useless to care, I might as well not. It can't be helped. The 13 years I've missed with my parents can't be undone. We can only blame fate for being capricious." Wei Ruo spoke lightly, as if she truly understood the difficulties the Wei family was facing. Everyone in the room fell silent, especially Wei Mingting and Mrs. Yun, who were already worried about Wei Qingwan. Now, they felt even more sympathy for Wei Ruo's unruffled manner. Moved, Mrs. Yun told Wei Ruo, "Ruo, you are our biological child, and we share the same blood. Now that you're back, whether you are the eldest daughter or the second daughter, you hold a very important place in our hearts. We will make up for the lost 13 years of affection." "All right." Wei Ruo agreed cheerfully, but she had her own plans in mind. Wei Mingting spoke in a deep voice, "Let's settle this matter. You siblings should get along well. Ichin, Wan, Ruo has just returned, and she's unfamiliar with many things, so you should guide her." "Father, rest assured," Wei Chen replied. "I understand." Wei Qingwan replied softly with her head lowered. As the matter was settled for the time being, Wei Mingting planned to reply to the letter from the capital city and explain the situation after returning to his study. After finishing her tea and ending the conversation, Wei Ruo was once again personally escorted back to Tingsong Garden by Mrs. Yun. Not knowing whether it was the guilt for making Wei Ruo take on the identity of the second daughter, Mrs. Yun kept talking about the things she wanted to prepare for Wei Ruo all the way back, ranging from clothes, head accessories, maids, to other essentials. Wei residents could not exactly be considered to be rich. The small family fortune left by their ancestors had long been depleted, and Wei Mingting as a colonel did not have a substantial salary. However, Wei Qingwan already had some of these items, and Mrs. Yun did not feel it was appropriate to offer more to one than the other. Wei Ruo accepted all the offers of money and items, unwilling to reject any, but subtly declined the offer of additional servants, expressing that for the time being, Xiaomei, her maid, was enough and that she didn't like other people entering her room. Mrs. Yun respected her decision and did not insist on this, only saying if Wei Ruo ever needs anything, to let her know so she can arrange it. Upon returning to Tingsong Garden, Wei Ruo closed the door to her room, and her composed demeanor gave way the moment she was alone. Drinking that tea was so laborious. In the same amount of time, a whole crop of wheat could have been reaped. For some reason, Wei Ruo found that working hard to earn money, while also tiring, was fulfilling. However, the kind of exhaustion that came from handling such situations felt suffocating, as if her chest was filled with stagnant air. Having known the plot, Wei Ruo was well aware of what Wei Mingting and Mrs. Yun were going to tell her today. The original host had caused a fuss with Wei Mingting over this matter. The original host felt that what was originally hers was taken by Wei Qingwan, who had enjoyed her identity, status, and familial love for 13 years. So why should Wei Qingwan continue to hold the identity of the eldest daughter? In the end, the original host succeeded in securing the identity of the eldest daughter, making everyone pity Wei Qingwan who had been wronged in this matter, and harboring resentment towards the original host in return. But what the original host fought for and wanted was not just the status of the eldest daughter. What she truly sought was the attention and care of her biological parents. It was just that her method of expressing it was a bit clumsy. From her past experience, Wei Ruo felt that it's better to earn the status and position by hard work rather than relying on others. Not placing your bets on someone else, not having high expectations of them, especially those who don't care much about you, makes life much more bearable. Even so, given the chance, Wei Ruo would like to leave the Wei family to start a life of her own. As for today's matter of the eldest and second daughter, it's not necessarily up to Wei Mingting and Mrs. Yun. The actual decision-maker is their grandfather in the capital city. The grandfather in the original story placed great emphasis on the bloodline. After learning that Wei Qingwan was not a direct descendant, he became very cold towards her and might not agree to have Wei Qingwan, who had no blood relation to him, as his eldest granddaughter. So, instead of arguing with Wei Mingting and Yun Shi here, it would be better to throw the problem to the old earl and let Wei Mingting and his wife contend with the old earl. Wei Ruo had a relatively peaceful time for the next 3 days, and she had a general understanding of the situation in the residence. The Wei family's financial situation was not very good, and the wealth of the loyal and righteous Duke residents had been squandered almost. Now they are just maintaining appearances. In Xingshan County, her father Wei Mingting was just a colonel of the 6th rank, with limited salary and had to support a big family. I heard that because the anti-Japanese matters are not progressing smoothly, the emperor is very dissatisfied with the officials of Taizhou Prefecture. Wei Mingting is lucky if he is not demoted, let alone promoted. Of course, a thin camel is bigger than a horse, which is much stronger than her foster parents, the He family. Yun Shi would visit Wei Ruo every day and bring her some supplies. Wei Mingting was very busy and hadn't returned home for several days. Not to mention Wei Ruo, even Yun Shi hadn't seen him. Her eldest brother, Wei Qin, was rather busy with his studies and didn't come often, but every time he came, he would bring back some local snacks from Xingshan County and tell Wei Ruo about the local customs of Xingshan County. Wei Yilin didn't come by. Once, he passed by Wei Ruo's door, glanced at Wei Ruo from a distance, turned his head in a haughty manner, and walked away quickly. Wei Qingwan came a few times, and every time she brought gifts, but she always came in a teary state, and Wei Ruo would urge her to return home. The rest of the time, the one Wei Ruo saw most was Nanny Li, who had been instructed to teach her manners. But she wasn't really teaching with sincerity. If Wei Ruo appeared lazy, she didn't care much, and allowed it to dismiss. On the 4th day, Wei Ruo was free for the day, and didn't have to learn manners with Nanny Lee. She aimed at a piece of empty land on the west side of the courtyard, intending to use it for growing vegetables. She had no choice, as her space required her to plant in order to gain experience, and if she only planted on the land inside her space, the experience gained from upgrading would be too slow. After leaving Emojiaja, she didn't know if the land she had planted there had matured and could be counted as hers, and if she could get the experience points. Either way, there is no such thing as too many experience points, so she needs to plant what she needs to plant. Tingsong Garden was rather large, so she didn't want to ruin everything, just plant a little in the corner on the west side, which shouldn't affect the overall aesthetics much. Wei Ruo turned over the soil bit by bit, her movements strong and rhythmic. In a short while, a 2-square-meter piece of land was reclaimed by Wei Ruo. Then she and Xiaomei chopped up a bunch of bamboos and set up a rack against the wall, ready to grow loofah, pumpkin, and gourd here. Wei Ruo stopped for a break and sat on a stone bench in the courtyard for a drink of water. A boy came running to knock on the door, and Xiaomei went to answer it. Wei Ruo paused as she overheard the boy and Xiaomei's conversation. The boy mentioned that the chopping noise from their side was disturbing the second young master next door who was reading and requested them to keep the noise down. Wei Jini, the second young master, the most unique person in the family apart from her. In the original work, this person was not described much. He was like an invisible person in the entire military prefecture. It was only known that, when Wei Mingting was alive, Wei Jini lived quite well in the Wei family. He has everything that a legitimate young master has. Wei Mingting even allowed him not to dine with the others in the family. He set up a small kitchen in his own yard. Although to some extent it was to prevent his wife Yun to be inconvenient, it also showed his extreme love for Wei Jini. After Wei Mingting was killed in battle, the Wei family fell to the bottom. Until the male protagonist appeared, it was utterly depressed. It is estimated that Wei Jini's life would not be good during that period either. In the original work, there are no scenes between Wei Ruo and Wei Jini. One of them is invisible in the family, and the other is a cannon fodder supporting female with ups and downs. The main task of the supporting female is to make the protagonist inconvenient. So naturally, there is no need to write about her interaction with other irrelevant supporting characters. Thinking of this, Wei Ruo had some thoughts in her heart. She got up and returned to the room. While Xiaomei was still chatting with the little servant, she went back to the room and brought out a jar that she had brought from Emojiaja. Then she came to the door and said to Wei Jini's little servant, "I'm so sorry. I just disturbed my second brother's rest. I'll go and apologize to him now." "Ah." The little servant looked at Wei Ruo in surprise, and then waved his hand. "No need. It's not that bad. The second young master just asked me to remind you, Mississippi. You just need to lower your voice. It's not just an apology. I just returned to the mansion and hadn't seen the second brother yet. It's natural for me, as a sister, to go and see him." Wei Ruo had made up her mind. She took the jar and walked out of the door, and the servant couldn't stop her. The Tingsong Garden where Wei Ruo lives now and the Ingju Garden where Wei Jini lives are next to each other, separated by a wall. Wei Ruo walked a few steps out of the gate and arrived at the entrance of the Ingju Garden. Tingsong Garden is fresh and elegant, while Ingju Garden is more plain and simple than Tingsong Garden. The place is less decorated and seems cold, even a little shabby. The only thing that looked good was the small bamboo grove in the yard, luxuriant and lovely. Next to the bamboo grove is an octagonal pavilion. Wei Ruo saw Wei Jini, who was sitting in the pavilion reading, at a glance. He was wearing plain clothes, made of ordinary material. Before Wei Ruo came in, he was quietly reading. He raised his head at the sound, and his gaze met Wei Ruo's. Those eyes were overbearingly cold, with a shade of fog between his brows, and his skin was a little too pale for a man. But his features were extremely handsome, each appearing like a carefully carved artwork. Wei Ruo couldn't help but marvel at the magnificent creation. A man could be made so good-looking. After recognizing the visitor, Wei Jini's eyebrows frowned and showed strong rejection. "Xiaobei," Wei Jini called over the servant. "Second young master, the miss said she wanted to apologize to you. I thought I couldn't stop her." Xiaobei looked sorry. Wei Ruo took the initiative and quickly stated her intent. "Don't be upset. I won't bother you too much. I am here to express my apologies. The noise from splitting bamboos today was indeed too loud. I didn't consider well. I'm here to apologize specially. She then offered the jar she was holding as an apology gift. This move by Wei Ruo left the master and servant in front of her somewhat dumbfounded. The second young master was a child of a concubine. His mother was unknown, and his mother disliked him. He practically had no presence in the mansion. Even the servants would take the opportunity to give him a hard time. Although Wei Ruo had just been taken back home, she was the legitimate young miss. Why would she be so polite and respectful to the second master? Could it be that she hadn't figured out the situation yet? I'm not mad at you, and I don't drink. You can go back. Wei Jini only glanced at Wei Ruo, then his cold gaze returned to the book in front of him. It's not wine. Take it back, whatever it is. I'm not upset. I just asked Xiaobei to give you a reminder. You don't need to prepare an apology gift specially. It's soy sauce, not anything valuable. If you don't need me to apologize, then consider it a meeting gift from me. What? Soy sauce? Wei Ruo saw the question in Wei Jini's eyebrows and explained. I learned to brew this soy sauce from an old woman in the countryside when I was there. The taste is not bad. The most important thing is that some tonics were added during the brewing process. It's good for the body. She learned to brew soy sauce from the old woman in the countryside? And it's good for the body? Why does that sound so mystical? Good brewing methods for soy sauce are family secrets, which will not be easily taught to others. And the ones with additional medicinal value are even rarer. Most people have never even heard of such things. Wei Jini didn't want to entangle with Wei Ruo anymore, so he didn't ask any further. All right, I got it. I'll take your apology gift. You can go back now. Wei Jini just wanted to send Wei Ruo away quickly, so he let Xiaobei take the dark jar from Wei Ruo's hand. Okay, good. Remember to use this soy sauce. It's also delicious with seafood. Taizhou Prefecture is by the sea. Before the Japanese pirates caused trouble, there were many fishermen fishing at sea, and a lot of fresh seafood was sold at the docks. Nearby residents could hardly be without seafood. After speaking, Wei Ruo didn't stay to bother any longer and turned and left. Xiaobei stood with the jar at a loss. Young master, what to do with this jar? Just put it anywhere. Wei Jini didn't want to waste time on such meaningless things. Xiaobei saw that his young master's attention was already on the book in his hand, and could do nothing but figure it out himself. He finally chose to put it in a corner of the small kitchen in the Yingzhu garden. As for the act of sending soy sauce, Xiaobei found it very novel. When other people give gifts, they usually send some elegant items, such as flowers or fragrances, or fine wines. But this young lady is quite unique. She gifted a jar of soy sauce, how rare. But considering the young miss had been farming in the countryside for the past few years, it was understandable that she was a bit different from the other ladies. Upon learning of Wei Ruo's alterations to the yard, Mrs. Yun felt a bit uneasy, but she refrained from commenting. After all, her daughter had grown up in the countryside, and her struggle to adjust was expected. She could always teach her slowly in the future. However, Wei Yilin was quite unhappy about this and went to his elder brother Wei Yichin to complain. Big brother, that Wei Ruo has turned your courtyard into a mess. You kindly lent her the yard and now she's ruined the elegance it originally had. What did she turn it into? Wei Yichin inquired. He had been preoccupied with his studies for the last few days and not very familiar with Wei Ruo's situation. She planted vegetables in your yard. No well-bred young lady would do such a thing. It's so embarrassing. Wei Yilin complained, growing increasingly agitated. Planting vegetables? That may not be particularly refined, but it's not a big deal and there's no need to feel embarrassed by it. Wei Yichin replied, smiling. How is that not embarrassing? I've heard the servants talking about it. They say that we've brought back a disgraceful country bumpkin. She doesn't behave like a well-bred lady at all. Wei Yichin's expression turned serious. Who's been gossiping behind the scenes? How dare these servants talk behind their master's back? Yilin, if you encounter such a situation again, you should stand up and reprimand them. I won't. I won't stand up for her. She is an embarrassment. Wei Yilin sulked, seeing that he was not in the wrong, brother. Aren't you angry that she made a mess of your yard? That place is now her dwelling, and how she wishes to change it is her business. I should not interfere. And as for you, Yilin, I understand your fondness and desire to protect Wanwan. I feel the same way. I hold Wanwan dear to my heart too. But Ruoruo is also your sister. She has done no wrong, and you must not treat her this way. Wei Yichen instructed. I don't want her as my sister. I just need Wanwan as my sister. Ever since she arrived, she made sister cry multiple times. Sister went to her voluntarily, brought her gifts, but she completely ignored sister. She let sister walk away after only a few words, which hurt sister's feelings. Yilin, this is the end of this conversation. Regardless of what you may think in your heart, you must never say these words again. Not in front of me, nor our parents, and especially not in front of your eldest sister. If you ignore this again, I will take you to father and have him punish you. With Wei Yichen being this stern, Wei Yilin, however unwilling, could only pout and give in. All right, I won't say it. Wei Yilin obediently sat beside Wei Yichen, skimming through the analects. Wei Yilin was generally restless, and he only made efforts to behave when he was with Wei Yichen. About the time it takes to brew a cup of tea later, Wei Qingwan's personal maid, Sueha, arrived, carrying a small plate of refreshments. Eldest young master, third young master, Miss has made some osmanthus cakes. She asked me to bring them to you, young masters, and give you a message. She asks you to rest well, and not tire yourself out only reading. On the white porcelain plate, milk-white osmanthus cakes were neatly arranged, adorned with golden osmanthus. This was made using the osmanthus honey that Wei Qingwan had prepared herself last year when the osmanthus flowers bloomed. A joyful expression spread on Wei Yilin's face. Eldest sister is really good to us. We've got delicious osmanthus cakes to eat. As he spoke, Wei Yilin took a piece and took a bite, a satisfied look on his face. So fragrant, so sweet. Wei Yichen did not move. Big brother, why aren't you eating? Don't you love the osmanthus cakes that big sister makes? Yilin, take these osmanthus cakes to Ruo at Tingsong Garden. Wei Yichen ordered. Why? These were handmade by big sister. Wei Yilin's face instantly fell. Ruo has been home for several days now, and you haven't spent quality time with her. Wei Yichen spoke solemnly. But why should I give her the food that big sister made? And why should he even interact well with that countrywoman? Wei Yilin did not dare say this in Wei Yichen's presence. Exactly because it is the food that Wanwan made. You should take it and share it with Ruo. Not only would this fulfill your intention, but it would also fulfill Wanwan's, said Wei Yichen. But, obey. The expression on Wei Yichen's face was particularly serious. Fine. Although Wei Yilin was extremely reluctant, he dared not disobey Wei Yichen. So, with full resentment, he brought the osmanthus cake to Tingsong Garden. As soon as he entered the garden gate, he noticed Wei Ruo climbing onto a ladder, which immediately sparked his resentment against her. Why are you up so high? You'll surely be ridiculed if anyone sees you like this. Wei Ruo glanced down on hearing the voice and saw Wei Yilin standing next to the ladder, glaring at her indignantly. What's so ungraceful about climbing a ladder? Of course, it's ungraceful. No other lady behaves like you, hopping up and down. If you can't stand it, look away. Turn right at the door. Bye. Not holding the door open for you. Wei Ruo responded straightforwardly. This brat had made it clear from the start that he disliked her. She saw no need to waste her time on him. You think I want to look at you? Wei Yilin exclaimed angrily. Why are you still here if you don't want to see me? If you don't want to watch, then don't. Why bother? Wei Ruo retorted. Wei Yilin had initially intended to leave right away. But once Wei Ruo insisted he leave, his rebellious streak surged, and he refused to budge. This is my house. I can come and go whenever I want. Not only did Wei Yilin stay put, but he even sat down on the rattan chair in Wei Ruo's courtyard. Seeing that she couldn't get rid of Wei Yilin for the time being, Wei Ruo climbed down from the ladder and walked over to him. Wei Yilin stared back at her defiantly. Suit yourself. Wei Ruo couldn't be bothered to argue with Wei Yilin. It seemed pointless for an adult to squabble with an 8-year-old child. Wait a moment. I came here to bring you something. Wei Yilin called out to Wei Ruo, who was about to retreat into her house. Pulling out the osmanthus cake from the food box he had brought, he held it out for her to see. This is osmanthus cake. It's made using glutinous rice flour, clear flour, sugar, and oil to create this soft cake, paired with delicious sweet osmanthus honey, which gives it a sweet and soft taste. Wei Yilin introduced the cake to Wei Ruo with a proud face. So, you think I've never tasted osmanthus cake before? Wei Ruo was somewhat amused. I don't know whether you've had it before. What I do know is you've never tasted the osmanthus cake made by my elder sister. Her homemade osmanthus honey is unique, and her cake is in a league of its own. Whenever she cooks, our father, mother, and elder brother all vie to eat it. What does her ability to make good osmanthus cake have to do with me? The ability to make osmanthus cake is just one aspect. My elder sister excels in playing the qin, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She is an undisputed, talented lady recognized by the local tutors. So what? What are you trying to tell me? I want to tell you that my elder sister excels in every aspect and outperforms you. Whether or not she's my blood sister, in the eyes of our parents, our elder brother, and me, she's the rightful first daughter of the Wei family. I hope that you will accept your status as the second daughter and not undertake any actions against her or make her angry. Can you promise not to compete with my elder sister? Wei Ruo laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? Wei Yilin frowned, puffing up his small face. I could call you annoying, but you're actually quite straightforward, always speaking your mind with me. I could also call you interesting, but what you say tends to be rather unreasonable, Wei Ruo remarked. Where was I unreasonable? Wei Yilin disagreed. Think about it yourself. Wei Ruo genuinely no longer wanted to argue with Wei Yilin at this point, and turned to walk towards her room after finishing her sentence. Wei Yilin rushed to block Wei Ruo. Explain what you meant. Don't you dislike seeing me? But now, you're stopping me from leaving. Could it be? You actually like your sister quite a bit? You just won't admit it? Silly boy. Your words do not match your actions. Wei Ruo's eyes crinkled as she chuckled charmingly. What are you saying? Don't make things up. Wei Yilin grew frantic. What did she mean by silly boy? He felt goosebumps just hearing it. No? Then why are you stopping me from leaving? Do you want to have a good chat and improve our relationship? No, no, no. Wei Yilin quickly shook his head to deny it. If there's nothing, then obediently go find your beloved sister to play with. Otherwise, I might really think you are deliberately trying to act affectionate towards me. Wei Yilin froze. Wei Ruo cheerfully turned and entered her room, leaving Wei Yilin to fume over her retreating figure. After quite a while, Wei Yilin ran to Wangmei Garden to complain about Wei Ruo to Wei Qingwan. Sister, isn't Wei Ruo just like a country bumpkin? Which lady of a wealthy family would plant vegetables in their own yard, then climb up a ladder onto the wall? Yilin, darling, she might be a bit lacking, but as family, we shouldn't speak ill of her, Wei Qingwan consoled. But she's so irritating. Wei Yilin was reminded of Wei Ruo's audacious claims that he liked her and wanted to improve their relationship, those words that made his skin crawl. The more he thought about it, the angrier and more frustrated he became. Yilin, don't be angry, you know her type of person. There's no need to get mad at her. If it makes you ill, your sister would be heartbroken. Wei Qingwan gently stroked Wei Yilin's head, her soft voice soothing his heart. Wei Yilin instantly felt less angry. Sister, you're so kind. Born around the same time. Yet the two of you are worlds apart. The difference is too great. You. Wei Qingwan lightly tapped Wei Yilin's forehead. From now on, don't be so rash and speak unsightly words. Your brother was right. Such words cannot be said in front of outsiders. Once people hear, they will find fault with you. Your sister wouldn't want you to get punished for wrongdoing. Understood, sister. I'll be more restrained next time. Not just restrained, but don't go causing trouble for her either. Her wrongdoings will be corrected by our parents and older brother. You're her brother. You shouldn't speak to her like that, understand? Wei Qingwan softly instructed. Wasn't it brother who sent me to deliver the osmanthus cake to her? She didn't show any appreciation, so I couldn't help it. I swear when I went, I really intended to have a good chat with her. I know Yilin is a good boy. I'm so glad Mom and Dad didn't let her be our family's eldest daughter. She's not nearly qualified enough to be our family's eldest daughter. Wei Yilin rejoiced secretly. Actually, this position as eldest daughter should have been hers. The amount of love Mom and Dad gives us, I truly feel ashamed. Not at all. I think Mom and Dad's decision is the most clear. Sister, you should be the eldest daughter. Our entire family acknowledges you. Wei Qingwan stroked Wei Yilan's head. Thank you, Yilan, for having such faith in me. Of course, ever since I can remember, the person who has spent the most time with me and taught me the most is you, sister. If I don't trust you, who would I trust? Not long after Wei Yilan was born, Wei Mingting was assigned to Xingshan County. With his public duties keeping him busy, and his wife also occupied with managing various household affairs, while Wei Yichen was busy with his studies, Wei Qingwan turned out to be the one who spent the most time with Wei Yilan, so their bond was the deepest. Wei Ruo's small courtyard renovation plan was going smoothly. Early this morning, she cut the sweet potato vine and planted it, along with the pumpkin, gourd, and loofah seedlings. The sweet potato seeds came from her space. Planting them would earn her experience points. The pumpkin, gourd, and loofah were merely planted because it was their growing season, and Wei Ruo liked the look of them growing all over the trellis with their fruits hanging down. After a busy period, Wei Ruo had just sat down to have a sip of water. Right at this moment, Suaping, the maid of Wei's mother, came over. She said that her mistress wished to speak with Wei Ruo about something in her room. Observing Suaping's expression, Wei Ruo sensed that something was up. Once she arrived in her mother's room, she saw that Wei Qingwan was already there. Seeing her mother's grave expression, Wei Ruo was certain something had happened. Upon Wei Ruo's arrival, her mother gestured for her to come closer. Wei Ruo approached, but still kept a slight distance. Ruo, we received a letter from the capital. Your grandfather has added your name to the family lineage. From now on, your formal name is Wei Qingruo. Her mother's furrowed brows and solemn expression suggested there was more than just this matter to discuss. Mother, are you all right? Is there something bothering you? Wei Qingwan softly inquired. Her mother glanced at Wei Ruo, then at Wei Qingwan, before finally starting to speak after a long pause. Wanwan, there's another thing I need to tell you. Please don't take it too hard. Mother, you can tell me. I'm okay. Your grandfather wishes for Ruoruo to be the elder daughter, so your name will be written after hers. Upon hearing this, Wei Ruo was a bit surprised. She thought her great-uncle might disagree with the arrangement, but did not expect him to make a decision so directly and without consulting her father and mother. Wei Qingwan froze, her face visibly paled, and tears began to well up in her eyes. Wanwan. Seeing her daughter like this, her mother's mood grew even heavier. Mother. Wei Qingwan buried her face into her mother's embrace, tears rolling down her face like beads on a broken necklace. Her mother's heart ached. She didn't know how to console her heartbroken daughter. Wei Ruo took the initiative to speak up. Actually, there's not much difference between being the eldest or the second daughter. Mom and Dad love us just the same. Her mother was taken aback for a moment before realizing that these were her own words to Wei Ruo a few days prior. Wei Ruo continued. Moreover, this is exactly what Qingwan herself asked for not too long ago. Now that it has come true, she should be happy. These were Wei Qingwan's own words. Wei Qingwan lifted her head from her mother's embrace, staring at Wei Ruo like a hurt little bunny. Is that not the case? Wei Ruo asked in return. The two of them were at a loss for a response. Wei Ruo continued to analyze the situation for them, her expression serious as she encouraged them to be open-minded. Always think on the bright side. Change your way of thinking. Mother once said that we are equally important to her, so whether it is who is older or who is younger, it's all the same. And Qingwan has also realized your wish from that day, so you do not need to be upset anymore. Yunshi and Wei Qingwan were both taken aback. These were their own words. Wei Ruo was just repeating them. Wei Ruo then said to Wei Qingwan, Actually, the first time you saw me, you called me sister. I think you must have accepted me as your sister in your heart. So, I believe you must be looking forward to me being your sister. Yes. Sister is correct. Wei Qingwan responded somewhat reluctantly. Once Wei Ruo had said all of these things, Wei Qingwan found herself with tears in her eyes, yet unable to let them fall. Then Wei Ruo handed a handkerchief to Wei Qingwan. Dry your tears. Wei Qingwan took the handkerchief that Wei Ruo handed over, held it in her hand, but dared not to use it. It was clean but somewhat coarse and had faded from washing, making it clear that it had been used many times. After Wei Ruo spoke as she did, both Yun Shi and Wei Qingwan stopped crying. Yun Shi then spoke with them for a while before bidding them go rest. After Wei Ruo and Wei Qingwan left, the head maid, Su Weiping, presented a gift list to Yun Shi. Along with the response letter from Wei Ruo's grandfather, there were also some gifts for Wei Ruo. The letter stated that they were to compensate Wei Ruo for her hardships over the years. Yun Shi, considering the gifts and thinking of the tearful Wei Qingwan, decided after a moment's thought to divide the gifts into two parts, one to be sent to Wei Ruo's Tingsong Garden and the other to Wei Qingwan's Wangmei Garden. She specifically instructed Su Weiping to only mention that the gifts were from their grandfather, without explaining the reason. Su Weiping did as instructed, and in no time, 2 large boxes full of gifts were received at both Wei Ruo's Tingsong Garden and Wei Qingwan's Wangmei Garden. Following Yun Shi's instructions, Su Weiping only mentioned that the gifts were from their grandfather, nothing more. Soon, Wei Ruo received several large wooden boxes delivered by Yun Shi's servants. The boxes were quite large and heavy, but when opened, they were mostly filled with bronze wares, taking up space and weight, but not very valuable. Xiaomei, following Wei Ruo's instructions, placed all the delivered items into Wei Ruo's room to show respect to their grandfather. While arranging the items, Xiaomei curiously asked, "Miss, didn't you say our family is very prestigious, a family of meritorious service, very influential? Then why do these items appear to be inferior to the ones you have? Because you can't just look at the surface. The Wei family is untouchable in the eyes of the He family, but only those who are actually in it know how rich they really are. The so-called family of merit cannot always be wealthy and prominent. No matter how substantial their assets are, they can eventually run out." Xiaomei nodded in agreement. "So we need to take a long-term view and not obsess over the limited resources and wealth in the house. There's a broader world outside with more wealth waiting for me," enthused Wei Ruo. "Yes, Mrs. Right." Xiaomei, who had been influenced by Wei Ruo's self-reliance over the years, readily accepted her ideas. At this point, Xiaomei muttered, "I wonder when Nurse Su will arrive." Nurse Su was Wei Ruo's wet nurse, who was very kind to Wei Ruo. In the original story, she was the only one who protected Wei Ruo until the end, ultimately sacrificing her life for her. In this life, Wei Ruo had released her from her employment with the He family early on and encouraged her and her husband to do business, with Wei Ruo providing advice and strategies behind the scenes. Wei Ruo's initial intention was to repay Nurse Su, to allow her and her husband to have a good life. But the couple insisted on leaving the properties to Wei Ruo, claiming that they were merely holding them on Wei Ruo's behalf. The couple handed all the money they earned to Wei Ruo and took only a small salary for themselves. When Wei Ruo decamped from Emojiaja, she left a letter at Old Li family's place in the village. Calculating the time, if Nurse Su had seen her letter, she should be on her way to Taizhou Prefecture. Just like Wei Ruo, Wei Qingwan also received several large wooden boxes. Upon opening them and seeing the not-so-valuable bronze wares, Wei Qingwan couldn't help feeling disappointed. After Old Lady Li, who was by Wei Qingwan's side, checked the items sent by Yun Shi, she frowned and said, "Miss, the items sent from the capital city seem to be inferior to those of previous year's celebrations. In the past, there were always fine silk and other good items. But this year we received not even a bolt of silk." Wei Qingwan hung her head, her expression desolate, and murmured, "After all, I am not the real granddaughter of the Wei family. That grandfather was willing to keep me in the genealogy already counts as a great favor. All those silk, pearls, and jade should be sent to the legitimate miss of the Wei family. There is no business of mine." "Miss, what are you talking about?" "The master, the madam, the elder young master, and the young master. Who in this house doesn't acknowledge you as their legitimate miss? You are not an outsider. What good does that do? Grandfather's intention is clear. I am not worthy of being the eldest daughter of the Wei family." Wei Qingwan's eyes turned red. The tears that she had held back in Yun Shi's room now flowed ceaselessly. Old Lady Li glanced around. Seeing no one else present, moved closer to Wei Qingwan and whispered in her ear, "Miss, you mustn't lose your spirit. Just look at the present situation. Among the 3 old masters, it is our old master who is thriving. And among the young masters, it is our elder young master who is the most promising. At the age of 12, he has become a scholar, and in a few years, if he becomes a higher-ranking scholar, his future will be limitless. As the miss adored by our master and elder young master, your future will surely be enviable. Approval from your elderly grandfather is not that important to you. Old Lady Li spoke eloquently, and Wei Qingwan took some of it in, but she couldn't shake off her unease. Hanging her head, she murmured about her feelings of bereftness and helplessness over the past few days. But the affection of my parents and brother, which I now have, will be shared with my sister. I am not unwilling for my sister to share in my parents' and brother's love for me. It's just that in the military prefecture, all I can rely on is my parents' and brother's love for me. In these days, I have continuously reminded myself not to resent the unfairness of fate, not to resent others for my fall from grace. After Wei Qingrua entered the house, I often went to see her, expressing my goodwill and hoping that we could get along in the future. But when I learned of grandfather's arrangement, thinking of how the grandfather who used to be kind and gentle to me abruptly changed, I couldn't help feeling scared. If this position as the eldest daughter had been the result of Wei Qingrua's clamor and request, I wouldn't have felt so bad. But in fact, this position was given to her without her having asked for it, indicating how much grandfather values her. I fear that one day, father, mother, and brother will all abandon me like my grandfather did. The mere thought of that day coming makes my heart feel as if it's being scorched by fire. Upon hearing this, Nurse Lee quickly comforted, "Miss, you don't have to worry about these things. Their affection for Miss Ruoruo is due to blood ties, but their affection towards you has been forged over the past decade or so, which is true and unerasable by anyone. Miss Ruoruo has been living in the countryside for over a decade with no formal education and upbringing. She's been able to hide it well these few days since entering the manor, but it will eventually reveal itself. Right now, they are just newly reunited and owe her a sense of guilt. Madam and young master naturally tolerate her, but as time passes, this tolerance will be worn away." Nurse Lee analyzed the pros and cons for Wei Qingwan. Wei Qingwan shook her head. "If she were rude and barbaric as you say, I wouldn't be as concerned. But I've seen Wei Qingrua's demeanor at the dinner table, and it doesn't resemble a typical countrywoman's crudeness. The situation you described may not happen." Nurse Lee showed a worried face. "Miss, you must not always think in the worst direction, rest assured. I've seen Miss Ruoruo's true colors when teaching her manners these few days. I'm sure her docile appearance in front of master and madam is all pretend." "Really?" Wei Qingwan's heart couldn't help but flourish with joy. "Absolutely. Nurse, I know I shouldn't wish ill on my sister, but I'm truly too frightened. Now I'm like duckweed in the pond, the slightest incautious move, and I don't know where I will drift to." "I understand, Mississippi. You have a kind heart, and wouldn't have such thoughts about others if you hadn't suffered so much recently." Reassured by Nurse Lee, Wei Qingwan felt somewhat better. She then went to sleep under the care of Nurse Lee and Tsueha. Early the next morning, Wei Ruo went to find Madame Yun to talk about her intention of going outside. Just planting some crops in the courtyard was far from enough for Wei Ruo. Firstly, more experience was needed for her spatial upgrade. Secondly, she needed to earn more capital for her own survival to ensure she could survive after leaving the Wei family. Therefore, Wei Ruo now needed to find ways to expand her own enterprises, and first, she had to go out. As a lady from a big family, she couldn't just go out casually. She must get permission from the person in charge of the family to go out. "Where do you want to go, Roro?" Madame Yun asked patiently instead of getting angry. "I want to go around the county town and look at the villages and farmlands there. Would that be convenient? Visiting mountain villages nearby is no problem, but you can only go to the northwest. You can't go to the southeast of the city, and certainly not the seaside. Here's an idea. Our family owns a terraced hill in the north of the city. You can go and check it out," Madame Yun explained. "All right, that suits me. Shall I accompany you after checking the account book?" "There is no need to bother. I can go there myself." "That is not appropriate, Ruoruo. You are a lady now, and you can no longer run around casually. Even though the inside of the city is not as dangerous as the outside, it is still not safe enough for a girl." "Then mother can find someone to accompany me. There is no need to trouble yourself to accompany me. Mother has a whole family to manage. I should not delay you further or make you tired." To have Madame Yun accompany her would inconvenient her plans. "Madame Yun, Ruoruo is really thoughtful. aware of what affects your mother. That's not what she meant. Mother, please let me go by myself. Wei Ruo said. All right then, I know you are still not used to life inside the manor. So you can go and have a look, but you must not run around, you understand? Yes. With Madame Yun's approval, Wei Ruo quickly prepared to go out. Madame Yun arranged a carriage for her, with a nurse and a guard accompanying Wei Ruo. The nurse was the other nurse who had been sent to pick up Wei Ruo, Nurse Zhang. Upon knowing that Wei Ruo was going to the countryside again, Nurse Zhang couldn't help but grumble. What's the matter with this miss? Isn't she fed up with the countryside life after so many years? Now that she's back in the manor as the lady of an official family, why does she still think about the countryside? Isn't she afraid of making a fool of herself in Xingshan County, let alone when she goes to the capital city later? Despite her reluctance, Nurse Zhang had to comply as it was Madame's order. When facing Wei Ruo, she still kept a smile on her face. Wei Ruo traveled by carriage out of the city. Out of the north gate, she could see rolling hills in the distance. Almost all of them were terrace-farmed. Xingshan County was located in the southeast near to the sea. The wasteland outside the city was mostly saline alkali soil, which was not suitable for farming. Therefore, residents who lived there mostly made a living by fishing. Now with the rampant Japanese pirates, fishermen fled to the city. The northwest was hilly, with many hillocks and slopes and scarce farmland. Therefore, hard-working people developed terraces on the hills to grow rice. However, terracing required much more manpower than farming in flat fields, and its cultivation was also more difficult. Even though a large number of terraces were developed, it still wasn't enough to meet the demand for food. The carriage stopped in front of a small hill. Xiaomei helped Wei Ruo off the carriage. Nurse Zhang pointed to the hill in front of her and said to Wei Ruo, Miss, this is Manta Mountain. It is part of the military prefecture's property. Does the whole mountain belong to us? Yes. Do we have any other properties? No. The military prefecture has spent only 5 years in Xingshan County, so our foundation here is a bit thin. But your grandfather is the Earl of Loyalty in the capital city, making his wealth far more considerable than ours. Nurse Zhang replied. Nurse Zhang was excited, but Wei Ruo clearly knew that the family's wealth in the capital had been nearly exhausted, and all that remained was an empty shell of Earl residence. Wei Mingting was still somewhat capable. At least he had become a 6th-rank colonel now. He was able to afford some property, unlike his 2 elder brothers, who only knew how to ruin the family belongings left by their ancestors. I'm going to walk around. After saying that, Wei Ruo started walking along the path at the foot of the hill. Nurse Zhang had no choice but to follow behind. After walking a distance, Nurse Zhang felt tired, and she couldn't help but complain internally. Just what is she up to? When does it end? Oh, her old bones. Noticing Nurse Zhang's struggle, Wei Ruo suggested letting her rest in the carriage first. But Nurse Zhang refused. She didn't trust Wei Ruo. She had no clue what this country girl would do, and didn't want to get herself into trouble later. After a while, Wei Ruo finally stopped in front of a hill that wasn't yet developed into farming land. Xiaomei, go find out to which village this mountain belongs, Wei Ruo instructed. All right. Xiaomei trotted off toward where there were people. Most of those working in the nearby fields were locals. Asking them should get the answer Wei Ruo was seeking. Soon, Xiaomei returned and informed Wei Ruo that the mountain was named Shaoyang Mountain and belongs to a nearby village called Yueying Village. Due to the severe terrain making the cost of terracing too high, the area had been left to go wild. The locals got their firewood from this mountain. Did you ask if they would be willing to sell? Wei Ruo queried. Of course I did. Having been by Wei Ruo's side for so many years, Xiaomei knew her intentions well. The one I asked isn't from Yueying Village, but he said as long as the price is right, the villagers would willingly sell. These years, due to the Japanese pirates issue, the common folks in Xingshan County are having a hard time. Yueying Village is particularly suffering, while other villages still have a few fields to cultivate. Yueying Village only has barren mountains. I see, Wei Ruo muttered, pondering. Madame Zhang, listening to the conversation between the master and the servant, could not help but chuckle. Miss, are you thinking about buying this Shaoyang Mountain? Just asking, getting acquainted with the situation, said Wei Ruo casually. You can ask, but keep the idea of buying the mountain to yourself. Our military prefecture only bought Mantu Mountain 3 years after we arrived in Xingshan County. Even now, even though the people of Xingshan County are having a hard time, the cost of a mountain is still not going to be low. A price of fewer than 1,000 taels of silver wouldn't be considered. 1,000 taels. That is indeed a lot of silver, Wei Ruo murmured thoughtfully. As long as you understand, Mississippi. If you miss the days in the countryside, you can visit Mantu Mountain and look at our fields. But don't physically work on them like before. The laborers will have a good laugh if they see it. It's all right to do some gardening at home. Only the people in their residence know about it. It's still embarrassing, but at least it's contained within the family. If she can't restrain herself from doing the same outside, then she would become the laughing stock of the entire Xingshan County. Okay. Wei Ruo didn't argue this time and decided to head back to Manta Mountain. After wandering around near the foot of the mountain for a few rounds, she returned. Within the colonel's residence, Wei Qingwan was supervising Wei Yilin copying Shui Er. Wei Yilin was playful and active since young, not suited for studying. Today, he was sent home by his tutor for causing trouble at school. Upon hearing about it, Yun was very angry and punished him by making him copy Shui Er. Wei Qingwan was tasked with supervising. Wei Yilin pouted, extremely unwilling, and his eyes darted around restlessly. Yilin, write quickly. If you don't finish before it gets dark, you won't get dinner and will have to go hungry, Wei Qingwan said with a heartache. 3 times is too much. Sister, dear sister, help me copy. You can imitate. You can imitate my handwriting. Mother won't notice. Wei Yilin pleaded with Wei Qingwan. That's not right. Wei Qingwan wore a troubled expression. Sister, my lovely sister, you're my only lovely sister. Hearing the word only, Wei Qingwan's heart stirred. In their house, only her little brother genuinely cared for her, and she did not want to lose his affection and trust. Well, all right then, Wei Qingwan said, but I'll only help you copy once. You have to do the other 2 copies yourself. No problem. Wei Yilin immediately brightened. I knew it. Sister loves me the most. She's nothing like the newcomer. I don't know what she does all day. Today she even coaxed Mother into letting her go out. She went out? Where did she go? Wei Qingwan asked in surprise. She went to the north of the city to look at farmland. Don't you think she's strange? If she likes to farm so much, then why didn't she stay in the countryside? There's no need for her to come here, Wei Yilin complained. Did Mother accompany her? Wei Qingwan followed up. She went by herself. Mother is busy. There are so many things in the house that need her attention. She doesn't have time to do such things. I see. Wei Qingwan mused thoughtfully, her expression slightly despondent. Seeing Wei Qingwan's sad expression, Wei Yilin quickly comforted her. Sister, don't worry. Even though Mother treats her very well, I am sure that in Mother's heart, like mine, she likes you much more than Wei Qingruo. Wei Qingwan shook her head. It doesn't matter. She has suffered in the countryside for so many years, so it's right for Father and Mother to be nicer to her. I owe her so much. How can I ask my parents to treat me better than her? Sister, you think too much and consider others too much. Wei Yilin pouted, feeling helpless. We're one family. It's right for me to think about everyone. Yilin, you're not young anymore. You should also think about Father and Mother more and stop causing trouble. All right, he mouthed the words without meaning them. On the way back from the north of the city, Wei Ruo watched the passing scenery through the carriage window. She saw many beggars begging along the streets, more than she had seen in any other place. The streets lacked the prosperity she imagined a county should have. It was not even as bustling as Huaibei town. After asking Madame Zhang, she learned that many of the beggars were local fishermen. Due to Japanese pirates' activities, they could not fish, lost their livelihood, and hence had to resort to begging. Besides, the recent years of unfavorable weather had greatly reduced rice production, leading to crop failure. Farmers with scarce resources had also been forced into begging. Having learned the reason, Wei Ruo looked again at the beggars in tattered clothes and skeletal figures. Her mood inevitably dropped, especially when her gaze met with theirs. A rich young lady in splendid clothes seated in a carriage with servants. It felt like a shiver went through her modern soul. Their eyes lacked light. When they looked at Wei Ruo, their eyes were empty, numb, devoid of jealousy or hatred. as if they had accepted their sufferings in life. A little further on, Wei Ruo saw a vendor selling seafood. She learned that the catch was brought back by fishermen who risked being killed by Japanese pirates by fishing at night. However, since everyone's living conditions were not good, business was slow, and a large basket of seafood was left unsold. Wei Ruo noticed the seafood was still very fresh, so she ordered Xiaomei to buy the entire lot. Upon hearing Wei Ruo's decision to buy everything, Madame Zhang's eyes widened in shock. She then tried to explain as tactfully as possible to Wei Ruo, "Miss, seafood is expensive. As the number of sellers has decreased, prices have increased. This basket requires at least 2 taels of silver. Where would Wei Ruo get the money to buy so much? Taking things without being able to pay is bad for the reputation of the military prefecture. Otherwise, it might result in a tab being set up, resulting in the military prefecture having to pay for her reckless actions." I know. I'll use my own private money," Wei Ruo said, recognizing Madame Zhang's concerns. Private money? Where would she get private money from? Nurse Zhang was skeptical, but she saw Xiaomei get off the carriage and surprisingly gave 2 taels of broken silver to the old man selling seafood. Then, without waiting for the accompanying guard to help, Xiaomei single-handedly moved the basket of seafood onto the carriage. After blanking out for a while, Nurse Zhang guessed in her heart that Wei Ruo probably got this money from the gift that the old man from the capital city had given Wei Ruo a few days ago. Thinking to herself, even if the money came from the old man, it should not be spent like this. Wei Ruo simply did not know how to be thrifty. Once back at Tingsong Garden, Xiaomei moved the basket of seafood into the garden. "Mimi, how about?" Wei Ruo's eyes were shining as she looked at the basket of seafood. "Miss, you want to eat hot pot, don't you?" Xiaomei at once saw through Wei Ruo's thoughts. Yes, Mimi, you really understand me." Wei Ruo hadn't even opened her mouth yet, but Mimi had guessed it all. "Miss, your thoughts on other matters are hard to guess, but on this matter, as soon as you look at me, I immediately know what you want to do." "Very well, some of it will be used for a seafood hot pot, the rest will be processed and dried. A spicy pot bottom and seafood as ingredients, just thinking about it." Wei Ruo's mouth was watering. "But miss, you seem to have forgotten, we don't have a kitchen or a pot. We can't cook a hot pot. Doesn't the neighboring Yinju court have a small kitchen? Perhaps we could use it," suggested Wei Ruo. "Yes, the neighbors have a small kitchen." Xiaomei suddenly realized something after saying this. "Miss, don't tell me you buttered up the second young master with soy sauce just to get to use this kitchen?" "Huh, did I? Do you see me like that?" Wei Ruo looked guilty. Xiaomei nodded wisely. "Yes, you definitely are like that, miss. Well, that doesn't matter. The important thing is that we have a place to cook our hot pot. Mimi, get ready and gather the ingredients. We'll go to the neighbors to cook. Then I'll go to the room to check and see how much of the spice mix you made earlier is left." Xiaomei turned and entered the storage room that Wei Ruo had been using. When she came back, she was holding a white cloth bag. During this era, there were no hot peppers, and many types of spices did not exist yet. Wei Ruo, whose taste buds had been nourished by various spices, occasionally missed those stimulating tastes. So she collected all types of aromatic spices that she could find in this era. Sichuan pepper, dogwood, peppervine, cinnamon, mustard seed. Blending these together after repeated trial and error, she found the perfect ratio to create a blend of spices that was to her satisfaction. After mixing them, Wei Ruo would package them separately into cloth bags, ready to be used anytime needed. "There's only one spice bag left. If you want to eat more in the future, we'll have to figure out how to gather those spices again," said Xiaomei, bringing back the spice bag as well as some not-so-good news. Those spices were not easy to come by, and Wei Ruo had had to put in quite a bit of effort to gather them in the first place. Wei Ruo nodded. "Once we're more settled, not only will I gather more spices, I'll also have to stock up on medicinal herbs." With that, Wei Ruo instructed Xiaomei to stay in the Tingsong garden to prepare the ingredients, while she went to knock on the door of the Yinju garden. The door opened, and Xiao Bei, the servant boy, asked in surprise, "Miss, what can I help you with? I'm wondering if I could borrow your small kitchen. As a thank you, I'll treat you to a seafood hot pot. My Mimi's cooking is superb. I guarantee you won't lose out." "Miss Sai, I can't make that decision. I'll have to ask the young master. Then go ask your young master. All right, miss, please wait a moment. I'll go ask right now. Xiaobei turned and went inside the courtyard. Wei Ruo peeked in. Just like last time she came, Wei Genie was still sitting in the octagonal pavilion reading. He seemed to really enjoy reading in the courtyard. From a distance, Wei Ruo couldn't hear his conversation with Xiaobei, but she could see his expression darkening after Xiaobei spoke a few words. He then looked towards the entrance where his eyes met Wei Ruo's. Wei Ruo responded with a grin and gave Wei Genie a wave. However, her smile seemed to darken Wei Genie's expression even further. What happened? Was her smile not warm and friendly enough? She thought her smile was pretty decent. Even Mimi had told her that her smile was beautiful. Wei Ruo couldn't hear what Wei Genie said to Xiaobei, but he looked uncomfortable when he walked over and said, Miss, the young master suggested that if you have something specific you want to eat, you should have the main kitchen prepare it. Our small kitchen doesn't have much space or any special ingredients. It's really not suitable. I've brought my own ingredients and seasonings, and I don't need anything from you. I just need a place to cook. The main kitchen is inconvenient, and I'll be cooking for a long time. Xiaobei looked troubled. But, Mississippi, please. But the young master. Xiaobei turned to look at Wei Genie. He was in such a difficult position. The young master had asked him to refuse, but he didn't dare to offend the Mississippi. I'll go talk to your young master myself. Realizing the problem, Wei Ruo skirted around Xiaobei and headed straight for the octagonal pavilion. Second brother. At the sound of the phrase second brother, Wei Genie quickly furrowed his brows. Second brother, I'm going to borrow your small kitchen for a bit. We're cooking seafood hot pot. You should have some too. I promise it'll taste great. Wei Genie looked at Wei Ruo. Her eyes were twinkling, full of expectation. After a moment, Wei Genie compromised. Do as you wish. Thanks a lot. Wei Ruo happily thanked him and then ran back to Tingsong Garden. Xiaobei returned to Wei Genie's side and said in a low voice, Master, Miss is truly different from the others in the manor. Others in the manor would avoid their young master at all costs. But the Miss, she came over the last time with soy sauce, and this time, she's here asking to use their small kitchen to cook hot pot. Let her be. With the way she's behaving, it's difficult for you to get through to her. Wei Genie didn't like wasting words, and since Wei Ruo was new to the Wei family and didn't understand many things, attempting to reason with her would be futile. Not long after, Wei Genie saw Wei Ruo enter his courtyard with a maid. The mistress and maid carried a plethora of things into the small kitchen, in varying sizes and dishes. In the small kitchen, Xiaomei was cooking, while Wei Ruo was helping stoke the fire. When the pot was ready, they put in lard. Once the milky white lard melted, they poured in the spice mix that Wei Ruo had prepared. The strong aroma of the spices was dominant. When stirred in hot oil, it filled the entire small kitchen and wafted out into the courtyard. Young master, what's this smell? It smells really nice. Xiaobei sniffed and sniffed, confirming that it was a smell he had never smelled before. Grinding ink. Wei Genie answered with a poker face. Xiaobei quickly came back to his senses and continued to grind ink for Wei Genie. Wei Ruo dashed out of the small kitchen and ran over to Wei Genie to ask, Second brother, the bamboo shoots in your yard look pretty good. Would you mind if I break off a few to chop them up and put them in the hot pot? The first time Wei Ruo set foot inside the bamboo garden, she had noticed the bamboo there, which had not yet sprouted shoots. Today, when she returned, the bamboo shoots had grown as long as her arm. If not consumed soon, they would age. Wei Genie was compelled to cease his writing again and looked up at Wei Ruo. Do as you please. His expression was one of indifference and coldness, his agreement stemming from a desire to avoid further conversation with Wei Ruo. All right, thank you, second brother. I will return to you shortly with a serving of aromatic bamboo shoots. Wei Ruo thanked him and ran to the bamboo shoots, plucking each one that had grown to the right size. She then rushed back into the kitchen. The small kitchen emitted a fragrant aroma, and Xiaobei, who lacked restraint, was grinding ink while swallowing his saliva. Alas, the young master's composure was indeed strong. The intoxicating aroma had no effect on him. His pen strokes remained steady. Unlike him, who wasn't even hungry to begin with, but the aroma made him feel as though his stomach, the Wuzong Temple, had surrendered first. After a while, Wei Ruo and Xiaomei emerged. Wei Ruo carried a tray with a few dishes of unknown seasonings, while Xiaomei carried a steaming pot from which the aroma wafted. Both of them entered the pavilion, and Xiaobei was perplexed. "Miss, what are you up to? I'm having hot pot with you. Clear the writing tools from the table." Wei Ruo aimed for the only stone table inside the pavilion. The table was currently littered with Wei Genie's 4 treasures of writing supplies. "You can keep it and enjoy it yourself. I don't need it." Wei Genie coldly declined. "No, I promise that there's a portion for you. Otherwise, wouldn't I be taking advantage of you? I don't like exploiting others. As the saying goes, borrowing and returning ensures future lending." She would need to use the bamboo garden's kitchen again in the future, so today's favor had to be returned to prevent difficulty later on. "Besides, I've made servings for 4. If you don't eat, the leftovers will be wasted." The seafood was caught by fishermen who risked their lives. "We need to do them justice by eating it all." "Servings for 4? Xiaobei was surprised. There was a portion for him too? But he was a servant. Wei Genie looked at Wei Ruo, contemplating something. It seemed as if he wanted to refute Wei Ruo but didn't speak out. After a while, he compromised, got up, and cleaned up the books, ink, paper, and inkstone from the table, making room on the stone table. Xiaomei immediately put the pot on the table. Seeing the layer of bright red oil on it, Wei Genie knitted his brows. Then Wei Ruo placed the bowls and plates. "This is my secret dipping sauce, second brother. You must try it." The main ingredient of the dipping sauce was her secret soy sauce, mixed with a bit of spring onion and mashed garlic. It tasted deliciously sweet, perfect for dipping seafood. Staring at the little plate with unknown contents in front of him, Wei Genie frowned even more. Seeing Wei Genie not moving, Wei Ruo used clean chopsticks to pick up a piece of fish and put it in the plate in front of Wei Genie, wrapped it with the sauce, and let Wei Genie taste it. "Try it, second brother. It's really good. I won't lie to you." Under Wei Ruo's persistent urging, and the expectation in her eyes, Wei Genie reached out for his chopsticks to appease Wei Ruo. He picked up a small piece, put it in his mouth, and cautiously, slowly chewed a couple of times. After a moment, Wei Genie suddenly started coughing violently. Wei Ruo hurriedly poured water for him. Slow down, drink some water." Wei Genie drank a cup of water, still coughing, and Wei Ruo helped him by patting his back. After a while, Wei Genie finally caught his breath. His face had turned red from coughing, 2 blushes settling on his fair skin, making him look more energetic. Wei Genie put down his chopsticks. "You guys go ahead and eat." "Well, this was awkward. Or, you can give it another try. It should be a coincidence that you choked. If you try it more times, you will discover its wonderful flavor." "No need." Wei Genie firmly refused. This time, his attitude was very firm with no room for negotiation. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward. Wei Genie didn't say much. He got up and returned to his room, leaving only Wei Ruo, Xiaomei, and Xiaobei. With a look of embarrassment, Xiaobei explained to Wei Ruo, "Miss, don't mind him. Our young master usually eats light food and can't eat a lot of dishes. That was my lack of consideration. Next time, I will make something else that he enjoys." Wei Ruo said. "Wait, there's a next time?" Xiaobei's eyes widened. In the end, Wei Ruo and Xiaomei were left to finish most of the pot, leaving some behind as they just couldn't eat anymore. Wei Ruo patted her stomach, leaving Xiaomei to clean up after the meal. She herself returned to the garden of Tingsong, brought a roll of paper, and placed it amongst Wei Genie's pile of writing materials. After Wei Ruo left, Wei Genie re-emerged from his room. He arranged the books, ink, paper, and inkstone back on the stone table and resumed his reading and writing. After everything was placed back on the stone table, Wei Genie noticed a roll of paper that did not belong to him. Unrolled, the paper was cool, white, smooth, and delicate, distinctly different from the other papers on Wei Genie's desk. "Where is this paper from?" "Oh, it seems that Miss brought it. She said it was an apology gift for you. This is paper from 4 Treasure House." Wei Genie's gaze became profound as he examined the paper. 4 Treasure House? Isn't that the paper given to you by the old master before? I remember the old master saying that a colleague had gifted him a total of 10 sheets of paper, and he gave you and the eldest young master 5 sheets each. I heard that after the eldest young master used it, he found the paper to be exceptionally good and wanted to have someone buy more. However, For Treasure House is located in Huzhou Prefecture, which is too far away, so he couldn't buy it. How did Miss get this paper? Xiaobei was astonished. Huaibei Town is in Huzhou Prefecture. Wei Jini stated. Yes, the young miss is from Huaibei Town. No wonder she has that paper. This paper is not cheap. Wei Jini said in a heavy tone. Ordinary paper costs 1 coin for 10 sheets, but paper from For Treasure House costs 5 coins for a single sheet, which is 50 times the price of ordinary paper. The key point is, it's not easy to purchase paper from For Treasure House. Even though it's expensive, because of its superior quality, it's highly sought after by many nobles. This leads to a daily sale limit, and when it's sold out, that's it. Wei Ruo casually handed him 20 sheets. Where did she get the money from? And why is she treating him so well? What was her actual intention? Back in Tingsong Garden, Wei Ruo lazily sprawled herself on the bed. After a full meal, her blood went straight to her stomach, leaving her brain blank and the perfect time to daydream. Miss, why do I feel like you treat the second young master better than the colonel, madam, and eldest young master? I feel that the eldest young master treats you better than the second. He is so cold and aloof, not even willing to converse with you. But the elder brother is much gentler and more considerate. He even gave up his courtyard for you. Xiaomei curiously asked. Because I don't feel any pressure when I'm with the second young master. You feel pressure from the eldest young master? Yes, if I am good to the eldest young master, others will suspect I am trying to fight for favor, but because the second young master himself is an invisible man, I don't feel any pressure to be nice or cold to him. I can behave as freely as I want to. I see. Even though I don't understand it all, I know whatever you decide will be the right decision. Wei Ruo gave a light smile. In fact, it wasn't just about not wanting to compete for favor. This was something she couldn't simply control or suppress with rational thinking. She was also aware that the original owner's ultimate demise was tied to her own self-destruction, but the yearning that the owner had for her family, as well as their abandoning her at the end, had left a deep scar in Wei Ruo's heart. Therefore, even though Madame Yun and Wei Yiqin were nice to her now, she couldn't face them with openness. On the other hand, Wei Jini didn't leave any marks in the original owner's memories and was irrelevant in the original story, so she had no grievances against him and didn't need to worry about anything excessive. It was the same when dealing with her neighbors at Imojiaja. As long as they were not malicious towards her, she could interact with them genuinely and help them out where possible. This kind of ease and comfort was something that Madame Yun and Wei Yiqin couldn't provide. Of course, it was also important that she liked his small kitchen. Being able to occasionally cook something delicious for herself was very important for someone with a craving for food, like her. The next day, Wei Ruo was busily picking out sweet potato vines for propagation. Xiaomei came back from outside, her face filled with anxiety. Miss, it's Brother Xiaodong. The person arguing with a guard from the military prefect's residence is Brother Zhengyong. Brother Zhengyong, as Xiaomei referred to him, was Su Zhengyong, the son of Wei Ruo's wet nurse, Su's mother. Why are they arguing? I heard from inside the gate. Su's mother was sending letters to the guards at the gate for the last 2 days, wanting to see Miss, but they kept stopping her and sending her away. Out of frustration, Brother Zhengyong came on her behalf today and ended up arguing with the guards, claiming that they were submitting letters according to the rules of the military prefecture, so why weren't they being delivered? Sweating profusely out of anxiety, Xiaomei exclaimed, I knew it. According to the timings, Su's mother should have arrived by now. It turns out her letters weren't even allowed in. Don't worry. Let's go to the gate and see. Wei Ruo put down the sweet potato vine in her hand, tidied herself a little, and led Xiaomei towards the gate. When they arrived, she saw Su Zhengyong, as expected, arguing with a guard from the military prefecture. A 14-year-old boy, his skin had been bronzed by the sun, and he was dressed like a farmhand. Because of the argument, his face was blushing, extending to his neck. Upon seeing Wei Ruo, the downcast young boy's eyes instantly lit up. He was about to call out to Wei Ruo, but remembered his mother's words. His mother had said that now, Miss Ruoro was a lady of the military prefecture and was increasingly different from before. She asked him to be more careful in his words and actions, and to not cause any trouble for the young lady. So Su Zhengyong held back and didn't say anything. By the time Wei Ruo arrived, Wei Yichen was already at the gate. Seeing Wei Ruo coming over, Wei Yichen said, "You stay here. When there's a commotion at home, caused by outsiders, you should not go out and watch. He is my wet nurse's son," Wei Ruo said. On hearing this, Wei Yichen furrowed his brows, and upon looking at the boy again at the gate, he understood. "You can't see him, but if you want to see your wet nurse, I will help you arrange that." "All right, then please try not to make it difficult for the guards," Wei Ruo replied. "All right, I will." With that, Wei Yichen turned and walked towards the gate. He exchanged a few words with the guards, and they let Su Zhengyong go. Wei Yichen returned to the house and told Wei Ruo, "I have spoken with him. His mother will come tomorrow. That boy is not young anymore, and he can't be frequenting the women's quarters of the backyard. Be careful when you meet him in the future." "All right, you should let mother know about this. She won't stop you from seeing your wet nurse, but she should be informed about such matters in advance." Wei Yichen spoke with heartfelt concern. "All right." Wei Yichen looked at Wei Ruo's radiant face and paused as if he wanted to say something more. "Is there anything else?" Wei Yichen thought for a moment and said, "When you have some free time, spend it with mother. Don't always stay in your own courtyard. She exempted you from the ritual greetings, but you can take the initiative to be closer with her. She would like it." "Well, it depends. You should keep it in mind." "Oh." Wei Ruo neither refuted nor agreed, and walked back to Tingsong Garden with Xiaomei. The next day, when Su's mother came to the military prefecture again, the guards didn't stop her. They led her straight to Tingsong Garden. "Miss." Upon seeing Wei Ruo, Su's mother was greatly moved. She carefully looked at Wei Ruo, and soon her eyes turned red. "Nurse, why are you crying? Isn't seeing me something to be happy about?" Wei Ruo approached her and used a handkerchief to wipe her tears. "I am happy, very happy. I knew those people of the He family were callous all along. It turns out they aren't your real parents. Now it's great. You found your actual parents. Not only is your father of noble status, but he also loves you. Miss, your hardships are finally over. I am happy. If you're happy, then smile. There's no need to cry." Wei Ruo replied. "All right, I won't cry. I won't cry." Wei Ruo wiped Su's mother's tears, helping her to calm down. "Look at me. I was so preoccupied with crying that I forgot the actual matter." Hurriedly, Su's mother opened the bundle, took out a small wooden box, and when opened, neatly arranged small silver ingots could be seen. 5 taels for a small silver ingot, arranged in a line, 5 to each line, 2 layers, a total of 100 taels, 16 taels to a pound, over 6 pounds. This is the profit from the past 6 months. As per the young lady's instructions, all the whole numbers have been made into silver ingots, and the change is kept in the account. Wei Ruo likes the hefty feel of silver, not the lightweight silver note. Hence, whenever the wet nurse brings in the shop's earnings, she always brings the weighty silver ingots. In addition to the silver, the wet nurse also brought the account book for the shop's recent half-year. There are also baskets of dried mushrooms that have been sun-dried. Brother Xiaoyong thought the young lady might not be used to the food here, so he specially brought some mushrooms that the young lady likes. They're all sun-dried. Some of them were cooked in the way the young lady used to teach, all fried in oil and sealed in jars. Wet nurse, thank you for your hard work, as well as Uncle Su and Brother Xiaoyong, for making you travel such a long way with me. Not at all, not at all, exclaimed Su's mother. I haven't had any hardship at all. I rode in a carriage all the way, not needing to travel on foot. I didn't even have to carry anything heavy. Dazhuang and Zhang Yong did all the work. A happy smile spread across Su's mother's face. Su's mother continued. Being able to help the young lady do things is the happiest thing. If it wasn't for helping the young lady, I don't know how Dazhuang, Zhang Yong and I would spend our days. I never even dared to dream that I could live such a life. Have you arranged everything in Huaibei town? Dear girl, don't worry. I handed over the estate there to old Qian. He's been on the farm for many years. You can trust him to manage things well. There's also someone looking after the house. Have you moved all the things I asked you to move here? Wei Ruo asked. Everything has been moved here. Exactly 3 carts of sweet potatoes. Good. Then I'll tell you the next arrangement. I've set my eyes on the Shaoyang Mountain in the north of the city. You and Uncle Su go negotiate. If the price is right, buy it and plant sweet potatoes on it. There are many fishermen in the city who have lost their livelihood due to the Japanese pirates, and some farmers who have been forced to beg due to poor harvests. You and Uncle Su should check it out, and the ones with good character who are willing to work hard, hire them as permanent workers. Good. I'll take my husband to the north of the city for a good inspection. Then settle yourselves, find a decent house in the city. When you've settled, come back to the military prefecture and give me the address so that I can keep in touch with you. Yes, I got it. I'll take care of it when I get back. Su's mother agreed repeatedly. Su's mother stayed in the Tingsong garden for over an hour before leaving. While leaving, she passed Wei Qingwan's Wangmei garden. Seeing the uncultured woman hurrying away, Li Granny happily said to Wei Qingwan, "Miss, the woman who just passed by is Miss Wei Ruo's wet nurse. I heard that her son made a fuss at the entrance of our military prefecture yesterday. Fortunately, the eldest son stopped it. Otherwise, it might have ended in a laughable situation." "Is that so?" "As long as nothing happened," Wei Qingwan murmured. After negotiating with the village chief and elders of Yueying village, Su's mother decided on a price of 1,000 taels of silver. Then the wet nurse reported this result to Wei Ruo to make the decision. 1,000 taels of silver was not a small sum for Wei Ruo. Several years ago, she was determined to start a business, but she was too young and had no way to do so she could only use her wits to earn some small amounts of money to improve her life in the countryside. It wasn't until she was 10 that she officially started a business, but it was extremely difficult to start in such a society. Without connections or support, it was very hard work to stand firm. So far, she has only amassed just over 2,000 taels of silver. 1,000 taels of silver is equivalent to staking half of Wei Ruo's assets. If she fails, Wei Ruo's financial situation would have to be set back by 2 years. Wei Ruo felt there was no problem. She could take it directly. So the wet nurse and Uncle Su took the initiative to buy Shaoyang Mountain for 1,000 taels of silver. This sum would be handed over to the village chief of Yueying village for distribution, according to the share of each family. Su Jingyong also wandered around the city for a few days, selecting a few unemployed fishermen that fit Wei Ruo's description, and hired them as permanent workers. The permanent workers hired were seeing sweet potatoes as a crop for the first time. After the explanation by the Su father and son, they realized that this crop has been widely planted in Huaibei town and has received a good harvest. About the origin of this crop, the father and son unanimously claim that it was brought back by a ship from Nanyang by chance, and its use was discovered after cultivation. Following this, the Su father and son, who have already had extensive experience in large-scale sweet potato cultivation in Huaibei town, led the permanent workers to start planting. You have to first bury the sweet potato in the ground, wait for it to grow vines, then cut down the vines for insertion. The 3 carts of sweet potatoes they brought from Huaibei town can produce enough vines for insertion. The permanent workers quickly grasped the key to planting and got busy. The cost to maintain sweet potatoes on the hillside is much lower than the cost to maintain rice in terraced fields. The permanent workers couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They originally thought that the employer hired just a few of them to manage a whole mountain of rice. Just thinking about it was exhausting. Meanwhile, Su's mother also found a suitable house for resettlement, not too far from the military prefecture, convenient for commuting. After settling these, Su's mother ran another trip to the military prefecture, handing over the contract signed with the permanent workers and the deed to the house she bought to Wei Ruo. No matter what Wei Ruo said, the wet nurse held that these properties all belonged to Wei Ruo. They were just helping Wei Ruo with her work and would be satisfied with some wages, not wanting a single penny more. Wei Ruo also gave a task to Su's mother. "Wet nurse, can you inquire about the wasteland south of the city for me? I heard that the Japanese pirates are mainly lurking around the eastern part of the city. The south should still be considered safe." "The wasteland to the south of the city? Isn't that a very poor piece of land? The land by the sea can't grow crops. Whatever you plant there dies." "Yes, it should be like that. If the land wasn't poor, it wouldn't become a wasteland." This was within Wei Ruo's expectations. Why is the young lady asking about that piece of wasteland? Sue's mother asked curiously. First, you help me inquire. I might have a way to turn waste into treasure. If we can plant crops on saline alkali land, we can save the cost of buying normal crops for me, hire more permanent workers, and the crops we grow can solve the problem of Xingshan County's lack of grain that needs to be purchased from other places in large quantities. That way, more people can have enough to eat. All right, I'll ask as soon as I get back. Although Sue's mother also felt that the idea of planting crops on saline alkali land was a bit far-fetched, she believed unconditionally in Wei Ruo. Over the years, the young lady has repeatedly broken their preconceptions, making many things they originally thought impossible become possible. Unsure if it was due to Wei Ruo's frequent interactions with her wet nurse, Mrs. Yun called her over and said, Ruo, it's good that you're close with your wet nurse, but you must pay attention to propriety. It is not good for your reputation to be seen interacting so often. I understand. I'll be careful. Wei Ruo didn't argue. She predicted that something like this would occur. As the daughter of an official family, it was inappropriate for her to maintain a close relationship with her former wet nurse. Fortunately, the messenger pigeons had already been arranged. From now on, most matters could be communicated via the pigeons, and the wet nurse wouldn't need to run errands to the military prefecture all the time. Mrs. Yun nodded with satisfaction and continued, Ruo, due to the current tension of the war, the magistrate's wife is organizing a group prayer at Huafa Temple for the soldiers on the battlefield tomorrow. You will accompany me there. Do I have to? Can I not go? Wei Ruo asked. Ruo, don't you like to travel? Why don't you want to go? I do like traveling, but I dislike social activities, and I'm not good at them, Wei Ruo confessed. The thought of mingling with a large group of madams and their daughters was draining. Mrs. Yun's voice grew heavier. Ruo, you're not the girl you used to be. These social activities are inevitable. More importantly, I have been talking with the magistrate's wife, hoping that you and Wan can go to study at the magistrate's office together with the other girls. This time, it's good for you to go with me, to let the magistrate's wife get to know you and dispel any doubts they have about you. Although Mrs. Yun didn't specify the doubts, Wei Ruo already assumed that it related to the fear of her being too crude to qualify to study together with the other young ladies. Mother, do you think I can dispel their doubts? Aren't you afraid that I might not project myself properly? Wei Ruo asked. Ruo, you've been doing very well lately. Although you still need some improvement, I'm already very satisfied. Just remember not to mention the switch with Wan to anyone. Simply say that you've been staying in the countryside due to your frail health and only recently returned to your parents. This would be for you and Wan's best interest. Mrs. Yun advised. Do I really have to go? Yes, you must. Mrs. Yun insisted. Ruo, listen to me. You have to adapt to these things sooner or later. Wei Ruo sighed, resigned herself to this arrangement. All right. In the original book, Mrs. Yun wasn't keen to take the original host initially, but the original host insisted, and finally Mrs. Yun gave in to her nagging. Now, however, the situation was reversed. Wei Ruo was reluctant to go, while Mrs. Yun was determined to bring her along. Wei Ruo found it amusing. What happened? Why did things still end up as they did in the original plot? Wei Ruo remembered that in the original book, this prayer event was a major incident. Firstly, as the supporting actress, her inappropriate behavior during the event became the laughing stock of all the madams and their daughters, causing much embarrassment to Mrs. Yun. Second, the female lead, Wei Qingwan, met the male lead for the first time at Huafa Temple where the prayer was conducted. With these thoughts in mind, Wei Ruo returned to Tingsong Garden. Xiaomei, check our belongings. See if we still have dried sweet potato and sweet potato chips. Xiaomei promptly found the dried sweet potato and the chips and brought a small bag of each. Are you craving for them, miss? No. I plan to bring some with me tomorrow when I accompany Mother to visit Huafa Temple. Find me 2 satin brocade bags, the ones that can be closed with a drawstring. Miss, are you afraid of getting hungry on the road? Xiaomei curiously asked. No, I have other plans, Wei Ruo said with a sly smile. Since she could not avoid going out, then so be it. However, she shouldn't make the trip for nothing and must benefit from it somehow. Wei Qingwan of Wangmei Garden quickly heard the news that Wei Ruo would also be accompanying Mrs. Yun to Huafa Temple. Did Mother voluntarily decide to take my sister? Wei Qingwan asked Madam Li. Yes, Madam suggested it first, saying that it's time for Miss Wei Ruo to come out, and tomorrow would be a great opportunity. So soon, Wei Qingwan murmured, lowering her head. Miss, don't be upset. It was bound to happen sooner or later. Madam Li consoled. I know it was bound to happen. I just didn't expect it to come so quickly. Wei Qingwan looked disheartened. If Mother initiated it, which means she has accepted Wei Ruo, it indicates that Wei Ruo has met the standards of a well-bred young lady. Don't worry, Mississippi. This may not necessarily be a good thing for Miss Wei Ruo, as she could become the laughing stock of the entire Xingshan County if she makes a mistake or an embarrassment in front of all the madams and their daughters. I don't wish for my sister to become a laughing stock either. It's just that. Wei Qingwan mumbled. I understand what you're thinking, miss, but whether Miss Wei Ruo would make a fool of herself is not for you to decide. It's up to her own upbringing. That's something she has no control over either. If possible, I hope that she will handle herself well tomorrow and not make a fool of us or the military prefecture. Wei Qingwan murmured. Miss, you are too kind. Madam Li said helplessly. As long as Mother doesn't dislike me, I don't mind whatever my sister does. No, Madam loves you the most. After being comforted by Madam Li, Wei Qingwan felt much better. After drinking her calming tea, she went to bed. The next day, as per Mrs. Yun's request, Wei Ruo dressed up. She wore a pale yellow bodice, a mint green overskirt, and a dark green underskirt. Her hair was done in the currently fashionable style. Her look was fresh and lively. Since her time at the Wei residence, this was Wei Ruo's first time dressing up properly. She felt more comfortable wearing her usual lightweight attire and doing up her hair in the practical style of a countrywoman to facilitate work. Several times, when Mrs. Yun wanted her to change into the clothes prepared for her, Wei Ruo politely declined on the grounds that her unrefined clothes were convenient for her activities. Looking at the dressed-up Wei Ruo, Mrs. Yun showed a satisfied smile. Ruo, you look really nice when you dress up. Mrs. Yun noticed the exquisite set of food boxes in Wei Ruo's hand and asked, What are you carrying? Ruo, pack some snacks, in case you get hungry, Wei Ruo replied. Upon hearing this, Lady Yun raised her eyebrows slightly and explained to Wei Ruo, Ruo, today we will have a vegetarian meal in the Huafa temple after our prayers, so you will not go hungry. It's just snacks, it won't affect the main meal. In case any other ladies get hungry along the way, I can share with them. Hearing Wei Ruo's explanation and seeing the delicately adorned food container that would not cause embarrassment if shown in public, Lady Yun refrained from saying anything else. She just requested the maid Suaping to take care of the food container during the mountain trip. To control the number of people traveling together, besides the accompanying coachmen and guards, only Lady Yun brought along maid Suaping. Neither Wei Ruo nor Wei Qingwan brought their maids. Wei Qingwan also arrived at the entrance, immediately spotting the well-dressed Wei Ruo. Astonishment flashed in her eyes for a moment, however, she quickly turned her face away. Wei Ruo paid no attention to Wei Qingwan as her mind was preoccupied with thoughts of farming and making money. Distractedly following Lady Yun into the carriage, Wei Ruo looked out the carriage window, her mind far away. Lady Yun, seeing her half-awake demeanor, didn't say anything. Turning to Wei Qingwan, she said, Wan, climbing up the Huafa Temple mountain to pray today requires trekking by foot. I'm worried your body might not be up to it. Mother, don't worry. Whether I can complete it or not, I will try my best. Every step I take, it's all for praying blessings for Father and the soldiers. I hope they can be victorious in every encounter with the Japanese pirates and return safely. I also hope that the Japanese pirates can be driven away soon, so that Xingshan County can return to peace. Your father would be very happy knowing that you care like this, Lady Yun said. Our father and soldiers are defending the country, fighting bravely, shedding blood and sweat. The least I can do is climb a hill to pray. It is not comparable to their sacrifices. Watching Wei Qingwan's well-behaved and understanding manner, Lady Yun inevitably revealed a warm smile, her gaze exceedingly gentle. Her daughter was full of wisdom, gentle yet pleasant, displaying filial piety, and was simply impeccable. Thinking about the upcoming meeting with the other noble ladies, her mood became especially good. Wan was always the one receiving the most compliments on such occasions. Everyone has a sense of vanity, and Lady Yun was no exception. Having her daughter being praised was undoubtedly a joyous occasion for her. However, today's situation might be a bit different. She looked at Wei Ruo, who was lost in thought by the window, and couldn't help feeling a little worried. She didn't expect Ruoruo to be as outstanding and praised as Wanwan. She just hoped she wouldn't cause any troubles. Although she had expressed her full confidence in Wei Ruo the day before when Wei Ruo asked her, she couldn't help worrying as soon as it was time to leave. The carriage set out from the military prefecture, heading north across the city. The first half of the journey followed the same path that Wei Ruo took during her previous inspection trip. After leaving the city, the carriage turned onto a country road, following the path to Fairy Mountain. By the time they reached the foot of the mountain, the carriage stopped. Lady Yun and Wei Qingwan disembarked from the carriage, followed by Wei Ruo leisurely stepping out. When they arrived, the wives of the magistrate, the county magistrate, the chief clerk, and the other young ladies of various families were already there. Everyone was waiting at the foot of the mountain. Upon their arrival, everyone's eyes turned to them, as rumors had spread that another daughter had joined the Wei household. Everyone was somewhat curious about Wei Ruo, who had just been brought back to the Wei family. As soon as Wei Ruo alighted from the carriage, she felt many eyes on her. Unfazed, Wei Ruo let them look at her without showing any signs of embarrassment or evasion, because she knew it was inevitable. These people were bound to satisfy their curiosity. The noble ladies and young girls found Wei Ruo different from what they had imagined. Her graceful figure and delicate skin were even more exquisite than those of the young noble girls who had been raised in relative seclusion. If the Wei family didn't mention it, they would never have thought that Wei Ruo had lived in the countryside before this. As Wei Ruo and Wei Qingwan stood there, one was beautiful and graceful, the other was charming and cute. Speaking in terms of appearances, they indeed outshone the other noble girls present. Some were astonishing, and some were disappointing. Those who were anticipating disgrace for the Wei family were disappointed. The wife of the magistrate approached Lady Yun with her daughter Qian Kaisang and greeted her. "Lady Wei, you are truly enviable. Your two daughters are both exceptional. Are you not giving the rest of us any chances?" Lady Yun laughed and replied, "Lady Qian, you're too flattering. How could my two daughters compare to yours? I remember Wanwan telling me that your daughter's poetry has been highly praised by Master Fu. Master Fu rarely compliments anyone's poetry. This is unique for Miss Qian." Master Fu was the most prestigious female scholar in Xingshan County, currently teaching a few noble ladies in the magistrate's office. Lady Qian's face was full of smiles. She just has a little bit of cleverness. Although she said that her daughter was just a little clever, the smile was genuinely heartfelt. It was apparent that Lady Yun's words had touched her. Following her was the wife of the county magistrate and the wife of the chief clerk, both greeting Lady Yun. Seeing that all the familiar ladies were present, Lady Yun asked Lady Qian, "Who was in charge of today's activities, Lady Qian? Who are we waiting for?" "We are waiting for the wife and daughter of the Xie family from the north of the city," answered Lady Qian. The Xie family was a reputable family in Taizhou Prefecture, known for their commitment to farming and studying. The family had produced 2 scholars in the last 20 years. The father-in-law of Lady Xie was one of them. He currently held an office in the capital with a rank of 5th class. Rumor had it that he was highly regarded by the emperor and was likely to be promoted to 4th class soon. Upon hearing that it was the Xie family they were waiting for, everyone refrained from voicing any objections. After a short while, the carriage from the Xie family arrived. 2 individuals disembarked. They were indeed Lady Xie and her daughter Xiering. Unlike the other young ladies who descended from the carriage with the help of their maids, Xiering jumped straight out. This bold action was exceptional among the young ladies present. "Be careful," said the indulgent and helpless Lady Xie. Her daughter was excessively spoiled by her grandfather and her husband. Meanwhile, Xiering had already run forward. Lady Xie stepped forward and greeted Lady Yun and Lady Qian. "I am sorry for making you all wait. My little Ying is somewhat frivolous. She was intrigued by a magician we encountered on the way and refused to continue." "It doesn't matter at all. Children are always curious. It's perfectly normal," Lady Qian answered with a smile. Lady Xie looked towards Wei Ruo. All the other faces were familiar to her as she had seen them many times before, but it was her first time meeting Wei Ruo. With a smile, Lady Xie said to her. Lady Wei's eldest daughter is so charming and beautiful, truly a worthy daughter of Lady Wei. She has indeed inherited the good attributes of both her parents. Madame Yun smilingly said, Thank you for your praise, Madame Xie. This child has suffered a lot over the years. I do not seek excellence for her. My hope is that she is able to live a stable and peaceful life in the future. After exchanging formalities, they noticed that everyone had assembled. The magistrate's wife announced they would start the journey. The order of the procession was considered carefully. At the very forefront was Madame Xie and Miss Xie, followed by Madame Yun, Wei Ruo, and Wei Qingwan. Next were Madame Qian and Miss Qian. Trailing behind were the county magistrate, the principal secretary, and other local, influential women of Xingshan County. Among the women, if reverence was based on the rank of their husbands, Madame Yun's would have been the highest. The magistrate held the 7th rank, Wei Mingting the 6th. As for Madame Xie's husband, he was only a scholar yet to receive a specific assignment. However, everyone knew about the present circumstances of Wei Mingting, and the Xie family happened to be enjoying a phase of prosperity. Thus, in an unusual twist, Madame Xie led the processional. Today's journey was for the purpose of prayer, valuing a sincere heart. Thus, at the proposal of the magistrate's wife, everyone climbed the mountain by foot, walking all 999 steps from the foot of the hill to the front of the temple. Wei Ruo followed behind Madame Yun at an unhurried pace. Whatever speed the others moved at, she matched. If they stopped to rest, she too would pause. She endeavored not to stand out or to provoke controversy. Leading the way was Xie Ying, striding ahead, creating a considerable distance of 20 or 30 steps between her and the others. Madame Xie was not able to recall her. The pace of the rest was not fast. They would walk a while and stop to rest. Stop and go. After more than half an hour, they finally arrived in front of the Huafa temple. The chief monk, accompanied by his disciples, was already waiting to receive them at the entrance. After exchanging pleasantries with the chief monk, they entered the temple. Since the magistrate's wife had already made arrangements with the temple master, Huafa Temple did not receive any other pilgrims today, only accepting this group of women relatives, so the interior was quite empty, undisturbed by others. Upon entering the main hall, they began to light incense and kneel in worship. Wei Ruo slipped between the crowd, lighting a set of incense sticks. Kneeling on mats, half the day passed while they listened to the scriptures. At noon, everyone planned to stay at the temple to partake in a vegetarian lunch. While waiting for the food, they sat in the dining hall, sipping tea provided by the temple. Having climbed the 999 steps and exerting a great deal of physical strength, added to the fact that it was now noon, they all felt their bellies rumble with hunger. However, Huafa Temple was strict about meal timings. They would only serve food at noon. As everyone naturally didn't want to break the rules, they waited restlessly in the dining hall. At this time, Wei Ruo brought out the dried sweet potatoes she had prepared and shared with everyone to taste. Observing the object Wei Ruo produced, a group of women relatives exhibited curious and puzzled expressions because they had not seen the likes of this before. Conversely, upon sighting what Wei Ruo pulled out, Madame Yun grew anxious. She assumed that Wei Ruo had brought common pastries, and since everyone was indeed hungry at this moment, her gesture of distributing the pastries would have been harmless. Discovering that Wei Ruo produced something unfamiliar, she grew worried. At this moment, it was too late for Madame Yun to hinder Wei Ruo as the items had already reached the hands of every madam and miss present. Wei Qingwan glanced at Wei Ruo, then at the food she had produced, sharing the same confusion as others. However, she refrained from speaking, sitting quietly beside Madame Yun, observing others' reactions. "What is this, Miss Wei?" Madame Qian asked first. "This is dried sweet potato, made from a plant called sweet potato," Wei Ruo patiently explained. "Sweet potato? What type of crop is it?" "It's a new crop, accidentally brought by a merchant ship from Nanyang. It has already been planted extensively in Huzhou Prefecture, with many farmers starting to cultivate it." "Really? Is that so?" Madame Qian looked at the reddish-brown, shiny dried sweet potato in her hand while expressing astonished confusion. The other women were equally curious. Wei Ruo then took a piece of dried sweet potato and ate it in front of everyone. With Wei Ruo taking the lead, Madame Chien hesitantly had a taste. The dried sweet potato was transparent and jelly-like, soft and sweet. Though simply prepared, it retained the unique flavor of sweet potatoes. Everyone else began to try the new pastry Wei Ruo brought. Upon observing this, "The taste is great," Madame Chien complimented. The other women started singing praises following suit. "I have another kind of snack made from sweet potatoes. Please try them as well." Wei Ruo took out another brocade bag from her food box and undid the drawstring, allowing everyone to see clearly what was inside. It was sweet potato chips. The sweet potatoes were peeled, steamed, mashed into a puree, mixed with cooked sesame seeds, spread out into a thin layer on a mold, and then left under the sun for several days. After drying, they were cut into small pieces to form sweet potato chips, similar to potato chips in shape and texture. The former was soft and sweet, while the latter was exceptionally crispy, broke easily upon a light bite, but with a stronger flavor. "Is this also made using the sweet potato you mentioned?" Madame Xia asked curiously. "Yes, it is made of sweet potato, but the processing method is different," Wei Ruo explained. After the introduction, Wei Ruo distributed the sweet potato chips for everyone to taste. Having experienced the dried sweet potato, everyone no longer hesitated and began to taste immediately upon receiving them. "This also tastes pretty good," Madame Chien commented. "I like this more. It's crispy and fragrant." The usually silent Xiang suddenly piped up, expressing her preference for the sweet potato chips. Madame Xia laughed. "My Ying rarely says she likes certain foods. Miss Wei's sweet potato chips seem to be exactly to my Ying's taste." With the words of Madame Chien and Madame Xia, other women of high birth also began to compliment Wei Ruo's sweet potato products in succession. Their approval was exactly the result Wei Ruo desired. Her sweet potatoes had already been planted, waiting to mature and for local sales to begin. To sell a type of food that hadn't been seen before in a place, it was essential to establish a foothold in the market and set a marketing strategy first. Today, Wei Ruo brought the dried sweet potato and sweet potato chips to share with everyone, for this very purpose. As long as these ladies representing the local upper class of Xingshan County accepted the food, she would not worry about her sweet potato sales in the future. Madame Yun's anxious heart fell with the praise of everyone. Wei Qingwan had a strange feeling she couldn't describe. She just felt a lump in her chest, which made her feel a bit suffocated. While chatting and laughing, the monks of the temple served up the vegetarian meals. After having lunch together, the wives were going to the hall with the chief monk to recite prayers for blessings. Due to the tedious process of reciting the sutras, only the madams were arranged to participate. The young girls had their time to wander and rest in the temple. After maintaining formality for half the day, they could finally relax and move around freely. Some of the familiar people formed groups to find places to play. Wei Ruo planned to find a corner by herself, but Wei Qingwan followed her. "Sister, where would you like to go? You don't have to bother about me. Go and play with the other girls. Do what you have to do." "But Mother asked me to spend more time with you." No need. I can just find a corner and sit by myself." "But." "No buts." After Wei Ruo finished speaking, she didn't wait for Wei Qingwan to respond and ran away. Wei Qingwan couldn't catch up with Wei Ruo, feeling dejected. She couldn't understand what Wei Ruo meant and vaguely sensed that Wei Ruo really doesn't like her, hence avoiding her. Wei Ruo was not in the mood to care about what Wei Qingwan was thinking, and after shaking her off, she started to find her way. Firstly, she absolutely must avoid the Zen chambers at the back. The male lead was currently residing in the Zen chambers behind Huafa Temple. To receive the female relatives today, the Huafa Temple did not receive any other pilgrims. However, the male lead, who was staying in the Zen chambers behind the hill, was an exception. He had already moved in a few days ago, and because of his special identity, the temple didn't inform Madame Chien and the others in advance to maintain his secrecy. Under normal circumstances, the Zen chamber was on the hill behind the temple, and it was some distance away from the main building of the temple. The female visitors to the temple would be unlikely to encounter it. But what if the author wants the female lead and the male lead to meet? Then she, this cannon fodder female supporting character, would play her role in stirring up trouble. The original character was not well received, and she was embarrassed in public. Hearing others praise, Wei Qingwan deepened her feelings of comparison and hurt. Moreover, The original character felt that what Wei Qingwan has now originally belonged to her, which intensified her anger. So the jealousy-filled and angry original character deliberately took Wei Qingwan to the back hill, intending to find a quiet place to seek revenge on her. But then the male lead, who was residing in the Zen dormitory of the back hill, rescued her. The hero saved the beauty, scholars, and beauties, and a wonderful story thus unfolded. This plot, how should I put it? It could only be said that it was very appropriate for the cannon fodder female supporting character. Her methods of revenge were both clumsy and pale. And now, Wei Ruo has two things to do. First, to avoid Wei Qingwan, not to be with her. Wei Ruo will not intentionally hurt Wei Qingwan, but in case the plot tries to stir up trouble, Wei Ruo has decided it would be better to not even see her. Second, to avoid the male lead. In the original novel, the original character died at the hands of the male lead in the end. Even though Wei Qingwan, as the innocent and pure-hearted female lead, always remained gracious and kind, the male lead is not the same. He would never be merciful towards a female supporting character who tried to hurt his beloved. After wandering around, Wei Ruo finally chose to sit under a ginkgo tree behind the Guanyin Hall. The trunk of the ginkgo tree was sturdy. Even a few Wei Ruos together couldn't wrap their arms around it. In spring, the ginkgo tree was filled with green fan-shaped leaves. The small fans hanging from the branches of the tree looked attractive. Wei Ruo sat down leaning against the ginkgo tree trunk, closed her eyes to rest. The sunshine was just right, and the shade under the tree was cool. A gentle breeze blew, making it an ideal place for a nap. "Why are you sitting here alone?" A voice suddenly appeared, interrupting Wei Ruo's daydreaming. Daydreaming? Wei Ruo looked at Xiang and then closed her eyes again. "Aren't you going to play with them?" Xiang asked. "I don't want to play. I'm not interested in what they're talking about." "Then what are you interested in?" Xiang asked again. One question after another forced Wei Ruo to open her eyes and face Xiang directly. The little girl was about the same age as her current body. Her face was delicate and plump, and there was a heroic spirit between her eyebrows. "Why is Miss Xie so curious about me?" Wei Ruo was puzzled. This Miss Xie should be quite popular. Why did she not go and play with the others and instead run to her to ask questions? "No, I'm not interested in you. I'm interested in the place where you're sitting now." "The place where I am sitting?" "This ginkgo tree is my chosen place for some peace and quiet, which you've occupied. If you are not particularly fond of this place, would you be able to give up this spot for me? I want to sit here alone for a while. Of course, if you promise not to disturb me, I can also allow you to stay here. Turns out they're birds of a feather." Wei Ruo smiled and said, "I quite like sitting here too. I won't disturb you. We can each lie on one side. Look how thick the trunk of this ginkgo tree is. One person on each side can't even see the other." "Sure then." Xiang accepted Wei Ruo's proposal, went to the other side of the ginkgo tree, and sat down. Separated by the trunk, on either side, neither disturbed the other. After an unknown period of time, a sudden noise drifted towards them, waking up the two lounging girls under the ginkgo tree. Wei Ruo and Xiang both lifted their heads and peeped out to look at each other. Their expressions were almost the same, containing a hint of grogginess from just waking up and a trace of hesitation. Hesitant about whether they should go check it out. "What do you think happened over there?" Xiang asked Wei Ruo. "Do you think we should go over?" Wei Ruo asked Xiang. "Why don't we just lie down? Even if anything has happened, it probably has nothing to do with us," Xiang said. "Yes, let's lie down," Wei Ruo agreed. The two were surprisingly in sync, both wanting to loiter. And so, they both lay down again. Wei Ruo and Xiang rested peacefully leaning against the ginkgo tree, oblivious to the chaos that had erupted up ahead. The two people who were involved in the incident were Wei Qingwan and Magistrate's daughter Qianjilan. After being ditched by Wei Ruo, Wei Qingwan found Qianjilan, who she got along with quite well. As the magistrate's daughter, Qianjilan usually looked down upon other girls from Xingshan County. The assistants and county magistrates were all subordinate to her father, and only Wei Qingwan's family held a position similar to her father's. She admired Xiang, but Xiang didn't like her in return and didn't play with her. Wei Qingwan and Qianjilan walked around the temple admiring the scenery. At first, they just strolled around the temple, but the Huafa Temple in Xingshan County was not that large. so it didn't take them long to finish their tour. That was when Qian Jilan spotted a quiet path through a small door on the west side of the temple and pulled Wei Qingwan along to check it out. After walking for a while, they discovered a Zen chamber ahead, with blooming flowers and lush trees in front of it, creating a pleasant scene. The scene perfectly matched the verse from the poem. A winding path leading to a secluded, quiet spot, with a Zen room immersed in deep foliage. Qian Jilan then pulled Wei Qingwan towards the Zen chamber. When they approached, a man dressed as a servant scolded them and told them they were not allowed near it. Qian Jilan revealed her identity and warned the man that they had exclusively booked the Huafa temple for the day, and that the man, an idle person, was not allowed in, ordering him to leave at once. But the man ignored her, prompting Qian Jilan to drag Wei Qingwan back to find her mother, and exaggeratedly described how they had found idlers near the Zen chamber in the back. On hearing from her daughter that there was a suspicious-looking man, Madame Qian swiftly sent people to search the area around the Zen chamber, causing a big stir. Upon hearing of Madame Qian's actions, the abbot of the temple rushed over to stop them and revealed a shocking piece of news to everyone. The abbot revealed that a VIP was staying in the Zen room and Qian Jilan and Wei Qingwan had run into his attendant. Although the man's identity was not directly stated, the abbot had mentioned the character Chu. Chu was the surname of the current imperial family. With the conversation going this far, could anyone still not understand? Upon learning that her daughter had offended a highly placed relative of the emperor, Madame Qian and Madame Yun were both very nervous. Especially Madame Yun, whose husband was already facing the risk of being dismissed for ineffective fighting against pirates. If, during this critical moment, they would to offend a VIP, his official country hat would not be saved. After some consideration, Madame Qian sternly reprimanded her daughter in front of everyone, blaming her for being reckless. Qian Jilan, usually spoiled at home, and who usually got whatever she wanted in front of others, felt both angry and aggrieved at being scolded by Madame Qian. In such a situation, she could only retract her neck and obediently take the rebuke. Now that Madame Qian had spoken, Madame Yun could not stay silent and followed in scolding Wei Qingwan. Wei Qingwan felt extremely wronged. All she did was walk with Qian Jilan. How did that offend a VIP? Moreover, the person intending to visit the Zen room was Qian Jilan, and the person who had a conflict with the VIP's attendant was also Qian Jilan. She clearly did nothing. Wei Ruo and Xiang did not return to the dining hall until things had settled down. After hearing about what had happened from others, Wei Ruo was surprised. Unexpectedly, even without her, the secondary female character, playing a trick, Wei Qingwan still ended up going to the back mountain Zen room. However, the person accompanying her was different, the incidents were different, and the results were different. In the original story, the person sent back by the male lead's attendant and chastised by Madame Yun was her. Wei Qingwan, on the other hand, was sent back by the male lead servants without alarming anyone, and nobody knew about their meeting. Did the master staying in the Zen room not have feelings after seeing Wei Qingwan's beautiful and refreshing face? Or was it that, without her being bullied and appearing helpless and weak, this would not arouse the protection desire of the main male lead? These were all speculations that Wei Ruo had in a few short seconds. As for what the male lead in the Zen room was thinking, Wei Ruo did not know for now. Wei Ruo felt neither joy nor sorrow about Wei Qingwan being reprimanded. As long as it had nothing to do with her, she was happy. She refused to take responsibility for things she did not do. As for how the male and female leads would develop their love story, it had nothing to do with her anymore. Wei Qingwan stood behind Madame Yun with her head down. When she heard Wei Ruo's voice, she looked up for a moment. After seeing Wei Ruo's clear, cheerful, and lively appearance, she felt even more suffocated and depressed. Then she lowered her head again. Because of this unexpected incident, no one was in the mood to pray anymore. They hurriedly ended today's outing. Everyone then descended the mountain and returned to their respective homes. On the way back, Madame Yun looked at her two daughters in front of her, feeling mixed emotions. She had initially thought that the one who might be embarrassed today was Ruo, but it turned out to be the other way around. Wei Qingwan seemed to sense Madame Yun's disappointment in her, and tears that she had restrained for a long time fell from her eyes drop by drop. Seeing this, Madame Yun quickly comforted her. "Don't cry. don't cry. When you cry, my heart hurts like it's being cut by a knife. Mother, I really didn't do anything or say anything. Wei Qingwan defended herself with grievance. Mother knows. Mother knows. It's just that under such circumstances, I couldn't blame everything on Miss Qian. I was originally going with sister today, but sister didn't want me to go with her. She ran away. I couldn't catch up. I met Jilan when I was looking for sister. Jilan said she wanted to go sightseeing around, so I went with her. Upon hearing this, Madame Yun looked at Wei Ruo sitting in the corner of the carriage. Ruo, why didn't you want to go with Qingwan? There was a hint of blame in her tone. After all, if Wei Ruo had gone with Wei Qingwan, there wouldn't have been subsequent events. Wei Qingwan wouldn't have suffered such an undeserved calamity. Wei Ruo, I am not familiar with these ladies. I can't read or write, and I can't participate in their games. I don't want to show my incompetence and disgrace the Wei family. But Wanwan is familiar with them. I can't be so selfish as to think only about myself and not let Wanwan play with them. As for why Wanwan encountered Miss Qian and why that incident happened, I had no idea. Wei Ruo sighed. If I had known this would happen, I would have been better off not going today. Perhaps if I didn't go, Wanwan's playmate today wouldn't have been Miss Qian, right? It could have been someone else. I wonder who among them Wanwan gets along with the best? Madame Yun was startled. If Wei Ruo did not go, the person who gets along best with Wanwan would still be Miss Qian. In this way, putting the blame on Ruo for Wanwan's going to the back mountain with Miss Qian seemed inappropriate. So, Madame Yun corrected herself. Mother is not blaming you. Mother is just afraid that for some reason you are unwilling to go with your sister. Yes, I know Mother cares for us. Wei Ruo agreed. Wei Qingwan cried all the way, and it was only when they were almost home that she stopped crying. Upon returning to Wangmei Garden and hearing that Wei Qingwan had been wronged, both Wei Yichen and Wei Yilin came to visit her. Upon seeing Wei Yichen and Wei Yilin, Wei Qingwan's newly retracted tears started falling again. Upon hearing the ins and outs of the incident, Wei Yichen also thought Wei Qingwan was wronged. The person who caused the incident was Miss Qian. Wei Qingwan didn't speak a word, yet was implicated for no reason. Wei Yilin irritably asked, "Why wasn't that Wei? That older sister with you? If she was with you, wouldn't this have not happened?" Wei Qingwan just cried without saying a word. Wei Yichen said, "Yilin, at this moment, Wanwan is innocent, but Ruo is also innocent. If she hadn't gone today, would the incident still not have happened? How can the incident be blamed on her? But older sister herself sought her out to play. How could she just abandon older sister?" Wei Yilin countered. Ruo might still not be used to it. Today was her first time accompanying mother out. You can't demand so much of her. Wei Yichen explained. Wei Yilin lowered his head and remained silent. Wei Yichen then spoke to Wei Qingwan. "Wanwan, don't be sad. Mother knows you are innocent. The things she said about you in front of outsiders was only due to the presence of the Qian family. Don't take this matter to heart." Wei Qingwan shook her head. "Big brother, it's not because I have been wrong that makes me sad. I am worried because this incident has annoyed those important people and may harm father. My parents have treated me so well. If I caused them harm, I would never forgive myself." Wei Yichen's heart ached. "Wanwan, don't worry. Nothing will happen. If something does happen, it's not your fault, but the trick of fate." Yes, big brother is right, sister. You must not blame yourself or feel sad over such things. Wei Yilin concurred. Wei Qingwan sobbed for a long time before she could restrain herself. Wei Yichen and Wei Yilin stayed with Wei Qingwan for a while. When they saw that her mood had eased, they left. The situation of the wasteland to the south of the city was explained in a letter by the wet nurse to Wei Ruo, indicating that land belonged to no one and was by law the property of the government office. If the common people wanted to cultivate it, they would require approval from the government. In the past, the magistrate of Xingshan County did not object to the reclamation of ordinary wastelands, and the wasteland to the south was even more unclaimed, given it was land that most people did not want. If someone had the guts to dare to till a barren piece of land where no crops would grow, they had no reason to disagree. However, the current situation is different due to the ravages of the Japanese pirates. Although the southward direction of the city is less likely to be affected by the pirates due to its strategic geographical advantage, making it 100 times safer than the east of the city, there are still risks involved. Hence, the government office is not very keen on allowing ordinary residents to exit the southern gate of the city. The common people can't get that land at all, as the government office won't permit it. If the military prefecture made a request, would this situation change? Although Wei Ruo did not want to have overt involvement with the military prefecture in such matters, the image of emaciated beggars she saw on the street plagued her mind from time to time. In addition, during these days, she was beginning to understand the plight of Xingshan County. While natural disasters and human suffering might not have affected the military prefecture significantly, it was the common people at the bottom of society who deeply felt the bitter effects. She knew that if the matter could be resolved, she would be able to help some people within her power. Although she could not assist everyone, every individual she could help meant a saved life. Moreover, she was indeed eager to experiment with improving saline alkali soil. After much reflection, Wei Ruo decided to visit Yun, who lived in Songyun Garden. Yun had just finished checking last month's account books with the shopkeeper. Just as the shopkeeper exited, Wei Ruo entered. "Ruo, how come you're here today?" "Wait a moment, let your mom finish dealing with these account books," Yun said without consciously avoiding Wei Ruo, not realizing that Wei Ruo might understand the content of the books. Wei Ruo was patient and stood by, scanning the contents of the account book Yun was handling. After browsing a few pages, she realized the shop was running at a loss. Unsurprisingly, the Wei family had been falling on hard times for the past 2 years. Crop failure in the rural properties had led to corresponding losses in the shops. After a while, Yun finished going through the remaining account books, put them all away, and invited Wei Ruo to sit down next to her. "Ruo, did you come to see me with a specific matter in mind?" Yun inquired. It had been over a month since Wei Ruo returned to the Wei family, and this was only the second time she had sought Yun out. The first time, it was because she wanted to visit the rural property north of the city. Therefore, Yun was convinced that Wei Ruo must have some request this time too. "Mother, I've heard that the yields from our family's rural properties have not been good these past 2 years. The crops produced aren't even sufficient for our own consumption," Wei Ruo said. Upon hearing this, Yun's visibly paused. Obviously, she had not expected Wei Ruo to say this. After a slight sigh, she responded, "This is not something you need to worry about. I wonder which servant has been speaking out of turn. I need to correct them. It's not the servants. When I went to the north of the city that time, I noticed it," Wei Ruo explained. "All right, you should understand these things," Yun agreed. After all, she had grown up in the countryside and had been exposed to farming from a young age. It was only natural that she knew more than the typical lady shielded in the boudoir. Yun explained, "The situation isn't unique to our family. The entire Xingshan County, even the whole Taizhou Prefecture, has had poor harvests this past 2 years. Naturally, our properties in Xingshan County were not exempt. However, Ruo, there is no need to worry too much. Our family situation isn't that dire. Thanks to your father's salary, we also have some savings. Life may be a little harder, but we won't be left destitute. The ones truly suffering are the common people. They already had a hard time dealing with the Japanese pirates. These poor harvests only add insult to injury. Their lives grow harder each passing day." Seeing that the conversation's atmosphere was suitable, Wei Ruo brought up the barren land to the south of the city. "Mother, the barren land to the south is still vacant. If it could be cultivated, it might solve the food problem for many people," she suggested. Yun shook her head with a smile. "Ruo, it's a good thing that you are concerned about the family. But that wasteland is so barren that even weeds can barely grow there. It's just not suitable for farming. Mother, when I was at Emojiaja, an old woman taught me a method to cultivate crops on barren land. Perhaps it could be applied to the barren lands south of the city. Different types of barren lands have different attributes. Xingshan County is near the sea, as everyone knows, and crops cannot grow on land near the sea. That's different from the land at Emojiaja. What if that method works in this case too? Mother, if we were able to grow crops on barren land, that could feed many people. Furthermore, it would be a respectable achievement and could be hugely beneficial to father's political career." Upon hearing Wei Ruo bring up Wei Mingting's political career, Yun's expression changed noticeably. However, after pondering over it a while, she still felt that the proposal was unrealistic. Ruo, your thought process is commendable, but the matter is really not as simple as you think. Indeed, it is not simple. But, mother, even if we fail, there is no loss. The public will know that we, the Wei family, tried our best to ensure they had food to eat. This perception could be beneficial too. Wei Ruo explained the pros and cons to Yun. Upon careful thought, Yun felt there was truth in Wei Ruo's argument. For the Wei family, reputation was of paramount importance. Gaining the respect and support of common people would potentially be very beneficial to her husband's promotion. Given the stagnant progress in resisting the Japanese pirates, the imperial court had already expressed its dissatisfaction with the soldiers of Xingshan County. Recently, there had even been rumors about removing all the soldiers from their posts in Xingshan County. This was also the reason why her husband had been absent of late, spending his days and nights trying to find a solution to the Japanese pirate situation. Yun felt slightly swayed. After deep thought, Yun said to Wei Ruo, "Your mother can't make a decision on this matter. Let's wait until your father returns. I'll discuss it with him, and he can make the final call." All right. Wei Ruo was aware that if she wanted to push matters forward, Wei Mingting would have to take the initiative. At dinner that night, Wei Mingting was still absent. It had been 10 days since he last dined with everyone. Counting the first day they met, Wei Ruo had only met him 4 times in total, and they barely spoke on each occasion. She initially thought she wouldn't have the chance to discuss the issue of the barren land south of the city with Wei Mingting that day. However, before Wei Ruo went to sleep, her maid Suaping was called by Yun and asked to pass a message that her father wished to see her in Tsangyun Garden. Wei Ruo got dressed again, went to Tsangyun Garden, and saw Wei Mingting, whom she hadn't seen for quite some time. His stern and frosty demeanor was the same as always, but he seemed more weary compared to the last time they met. His arm was wrapped in a white bandage. He must have been injured a few days ago. "I just heard from your mother that you have a method of farming on the barren land to the south of the city. Is that true?" asked Wei Mingting. "It's true. I wouldn't dare deceive about this matter. If you doubt me, father, I can experiment with a small plot of land first. If it succeeds, we can then move on to large-scale cultivation." After answering, Wei Ruo looked at Wei Mingting, unsure of his attitude. Wei Mingting's expression was severe, his tone stern. "Ruo, do you understand what it means being able to plant crops on salty land?" "I understand, father. I visited the north of the city a few days ago and saw many farmers and fishermen turn beggars. They were emaciated, starving. This is because Xingshan County has been facing a shortfall in grain production for years due to poor and limited arable land. Father, although the task is significant, if it is successful, it can benefit our family and the people. In addition to bringing profits to our family, it can also increase the farmland in Xingshan County, increase grain production, and sustain more people. I hope you will give me a chance. If I fail, I am willing to accept punishment." Wei Ruo's remarks left Wei Mingting looking surprised. He scrutinized Wei Ruo once more. Wei Ruo stood her ground, not blinking or backing down. She anticipated the situation unfolding like this when she first decided to ask Mrs. Yun about the abandoned land south of the city. "Good, very good." Wei Mingting, who was usually reserved, unexpectedly said good twice. As a strict father, he rarely offered praise to his children. Even for Wei Yichen, who was an outstanding scholar, he hardly ever received such clear approval. This surprised Mrs. Yun, who was standing by. Wei Mingting told Ruo, "The fact that you have this kind of vision is truly commendable. I will discuss this matter with the magistrate. Regardless of whether it succeeds or not, your willingness to try is commendable." Wei Ruo looked up in surprise. She never expected Wei Mingting to agree so readily. She had prepared herself for further discussions with him. "What's wrong? Don't you have confidence?" Wei Mingting asked. "No, I have confidence." "Then do your best. From what your mother tells me, you have been longing for the farming life. You've also planted many vegetables in the courtyard." "Yes. Although farming is not refined, it is by no means shameful. Our dynasty has always valued farming. Cultivating the land and cultivating it well, for the country and for the people, is indeed a good deed." Unexpectedly, Wei Mingting highly approved of Wei Ruo's actions. "I understand, father. It is getting late. You should go rest. When there's progress, I will send someone to inform you. Wei Mingting looked exhausted and did not keep Wei Ruo for long. Once they were finished discussing, he dismissed her. On her way back, Wei Ruo recalled the conversation she had with Wei Mingting. In the original story, Wei Mingting didn't appear much due to his busy public affairs, reserved nature, and early death. Therefore, Wei Ruo didn't know much about him. However, the conversation just now gave her a new understanding of Wei Mingting. After Wei Ruo left, Mrs. Yun helped Wei Mingting change his clothes and rebandaged his arm. My lord, Ruo is still a girl after all. If she spends all day in the fields, I'm afraid it might not be good for her future. Mrs. Yun expressed her concern to Wei Mingting. Ruo has grown up in the countryside. It would be too hard for her if you expect her to be like Wan Wan. I don't expect her to be as literate as Wan Wan, but she can't also be like a farm woman. Mrs. Yun voiced her concerns. Madam, over these years in Xingshan, you must have seen the suffering of the people. What does being refined or crude mean to the lower classes? People only care about being refined when they're well-fed. If they're struggling to survive, what's good or bad doesn't matter. Wei Mingting and Mrs. Yun had different views. After years in Xingshan, he had seen a lot of life and death and a lot of poverty. He felt that in the face of these realities, the games played by the nobles in the capital were meaningless. What my lord says is true. For the common people, food and clothing are indeed the most important things. Mrs. Yun hadn't expected Wei Ruo's thinking to coincide with her husband's. Although she had been married to him for many years, she often failed to understand his way of thinking. My lord, let's not think about these things right now. It's rare that you're home, so please get some rest. Look at your injury. Mrs. Yun didn't want her husband to concern himself with such minor matters. Knowing that he must not have rested well in the barracks, hence his exhaustion and injury. The wound might not be deep, but if not taken care of, it could leave a lasting ailment. Wei Mingting indeed needed some rest, as he had to return to the barracks the next morning. However, he was still concerned about the matter Wei Ruo had brought up. Before heading to the barracks the next day, he paid a visit to the magistrate's office to discuss the matter of the barren land south of the city. The magistrate was more than happy to grant the Wei family's request to attempt cultivation on the barren land. It wasn't that he was against others trying, but he was worried about security breaches, such as defectors, or the risk of the county's defense map being leaked out, especially with non-Wei families. There were no such concerns with the Wei family, hence he readily agreed. Once it was decided, Wei Mingting sent a message home. With her husband being so committed to this matter, Mrs. Yun had nothing more to say. Mrs. Yun called Ruo over and shared the good news. Ruo, your father has sent word. You can start cultivating the wastelands on a small scale. If there's success, it will indeed be a significant achievement. Even so, Mrs. Yun didn't hold much hope for Ruo's success. Good. Wei Ruo was delighted. She hadn't expected Wei Mingting to have handled the matter so promptly. Your father also said that you shouldn't feel too pressured. It doesn't matter if you are not successful, there will not be great losses. Wei Mingting's attitude left Wei Ruo a little moved. Mrs. Yun then added, but Ruo, you're not young anymore. This is the time when you should be studying. I was planning to let you study with Mrs. Li once your etiquette is reasonable. I wanted you to go to the magistrate's house to study with Wan Wan and others. The magistrate's wife has agreed too. Wei Ruo, I don't want to go to the magistrate's house to study. They and I are not the same kind of people. Forced studying will only make it harder. Let me do what I'm good at. Mrs. Yun, Ruo, you need to change your previous thinking. As a daughter of the Wei family, you should learn to be a lady who is knowledgeable, modest, and wise. I understand the hardship you went through in the past few years in the country and won't be overly harsh. I don't expect you to be as scholarly profound as Wan Wan. Wei Ruo, however, I may not be able to keep up with what Mr. Fu teaches at the magistrate's house. If you really want me to study, I don't want to go to the magistrate's house. Not being able to keep up was Wei Ruo's excuse. The main goal was not to be with Wei Qingwan and Qian Jilan. But if I send you to study with people younger than you, I worry that it will hurt your feelings, Mrs. Yun explained. Can I find a tutor of my own? Wei Ruo asked. This. Mrs. Yun revealed a troubled look. Ruo, inviting a female tutor is a complicated matter. Firstly, it's hard to invite one. An accomplished female tutor wouldn't easily agree to teach in an ordinary household. Secondly, paying a tutor is a considerable expense. The military prefecture's expenditure was already tight, and they now had to arrange for their eldest son to have a tutor. There was no extra money to hire a special female tutor for Wei Ruo. What if I can find a female tutor who won't require pay? Asked Wei Ruo. Ruo, don't be absurd, Mrs. Yun frowned. I'm not fooling around. I'm serious. If I really can find a tutor who is willing to teach me without pay, will mother allow me to study alone and not with others? Ruo, before discussing whether or not a tutor would be willing to teach you without pay, finding a female tutor is in itself a very difficult task. It's normal for you to not understand some things since you've just returned home, but you must trust me. I am doing my best to make the best arrangements for you. Mrs. Yun was clearly taken aback by the idea. Wei Ruo had to rely on her commitment to solve the food problem in Xingshan County as an excuse to stall going to study at the magistrate's office. At least I have that excuse, she said. Mrs. Yun said, you can focus on the issues in the South City for the next few days, after which you should try to arrange for others in the prefecture to do the work. You should prepare to study at the magistrate's office. Wei Ruo replied, understood. Mrs. Yun assigned a maidservant named Zhang and 2 laborers to assist Wei Ruo. Zhang was reluctant to go to the desolate and potentially dangerous South City. Who would want to go there without good reason? Moreover, the young miss is eager to farm, an activity her old bones simply couldn't bear. But this was Mrs. Yun's order, so she had to obey it. Initially, Zhang assumed Wei Ruo would immediately lead the others to the South City. Surprisingly, her first instruction was for them to buy husks and straw, as well as collect leftovers from the kitchen. Young miss, didn't you promise the master to plant crops in the wasteland of the South City? What's with the straw and leftovers? Are you planning to raise pigs? Zhang questioned. I do plan to farm. You just need to follow my instructions. I also need some well-sealed wooden barrels to store this stuff. Wei Ruo's plan left Zhang completely mystified. She had no idea what Wei Ruo intended to do. Seeing Zhang's confusion, Wei Ruo also noticed her lack of movement. Zhang, my mother sent you to assist me, not question me. If I can't complete this task, I will explain myself to my parents. Wei Ruo said with a firm attitude, brooking no interruption. I understand. Zhang suppressed her dissatisfaction and obediently agreed. What could she do? The master and madam had always been particularly tolerant of Wei Ruo. She didn't dare express her opinion. Inside the Wangmei garden, Wei Qingwan learned about what Wei Ruo had been busy with, and that their mother had postponed her arrangement to study at the magistrate's office. Mama, will it damage my sister's reputation if people find out she's spending so much time in the field? Wei Qingwan asked Li, who was standing beside her. Of course it's not good for her reputation. But you shouldn't worry too much, young miss. Wei Ruo has already adopted the habits of the countryside. It'll take time for her to learn proper manners, to not shame herself in front of others. She definitely can't be as well educated as you are. I wouldn't say that. She has her strengths too. Her dried sweet potatoes and potato chips got everyone's approval last time. Wei Qingwan muttered. That's nothing to be proud of. Those ladies complimented her only because they were hungry at the moment. She can't rely on sweet potatoes and potato chips for her reputation for the rest of her life. Li appeared dismissive towards Wei Ruo's previous achievement. After hearing Li's evaluation of Wei Ruo, Wei Qingwan's mood unsurprisingly improved greatly. For several days, Wei Ruo was very busy making preparations to improve the wasteland in the South City. She usually was so tired by the evening that she immediately fell asleep until the next morning. One night, just like the others, Wei Ruo went to bed early and fell deep asleep. But a hurried knock on the door woke her from her dreams. She sat up and peeked into the outer room. Hearing the door open, she realized that Xiaomei had gone out. After a while, Xiaomei returned to the room. Miss, are you awake? What's all that noise about? Xiaobei from Ingzhu Garden came knocking. He said his young master has fallen sick. If he's ill, he should see a doctor. What is he doing knocking on my door? Wei Ruo was confused. Xiaobei says he tried to ask the people in the house to help look for a doctor, but no one paid any attention to him. He had no other choice but to come to us for help. Ingzhu Garden was of low status within the colonel's house, and the servants dared to ignore them. Although Wei Ruo had only recently returned to the Wei family, her status within the house was clearly much higher than Wei Genie. No matter what the servants thought of her privately, they always treated her respectfully in person. Realizing this, Xiaobei thought that maybe Wei Ruo would be more successful in finding his young master help. Mimi, help me get dressed. Wei Ruo got out of bed, and as soon as she had dressed, she hurriedly headed towards the door. Xiaobei was still waiting at the entrance to Tingsong Garden. Seeing Wei Ruo come over, he immediately knelt down and pleaded, "Young miss, I beg you, please save our young master. He is burning up, and if this continues, things look grim. If you talk to the people in the house, they might agree to get a doctor for him." Xiaobei had no other option. Asking for a doctor required the approval of a housekeeper, but he hadn't been able to meet with one. Considering the master has been away from home for several days due to work, he could only think of Wei Ruo, the young miss who had helped them twice, as the only possible person in the house who could help. "All right, I know. You get up first. Take me to your young master." Good. "Young miss, please follow me." Xiaobei led Wei Ruo swiftly back to Yingzhu Garden. Upon entering the main room in the courtyard, Wei Ruo saw Wei Genie lying unconscious on the bed. Wei Genie, who was usually pale, now looked even paler, as if he were a sheet of paper. Wei Ruo reached out and touched Wei Genie's forehead. It was burning up. "How long has your young master been sick?" Wei Ruo asked. "Yes, it has been 3 days since the onset, but the symptoms weren't severe in the first 2 days. The young master said he was all right and would get better after some rest. However, his condition suddenly worsened last night, and he lost consciousness." Xiaobei looked both anxious and worried. If only he had known this would happen, he should have asked the manager to find a doctor for the young master right away. "Let's go. 1 foot 11 inches accompany you to find the manager." Wei Ruo stood up and began to head outside. She and Wei Genie weren't very familiar with each other. Given the situation in the Wei family, it would not be suitable for her to reveal too much about her medical skills. It is always better to delegate issues that can be addressed by familiar faces in the household themselves. The current manager of the Wei residence's backyard was Stewardess Li, who usually lived in a room adjacent to Wangmei Garden. Xiaobei knocked on the door, but the residents of Wangmei Garden ignored his plea. When Wei Ruo knocked, they reluctantly opened it after some hesitation. "Miss, what brings you here at this late hour?" Sueha cautiously inquired Wei Ruo. "Where are your parents?" Wei Ruo asked Sueha directly, seeking the whereabouts of Stewardess Li. She's in the room on the west," Sueha nervously replied. The fact that a servant likely was allowed to reside in such rooms shows her remarkable status within the Wei family. Wei Ruo didn't bother to argue with Sueha and instead headed straight for the west room. She knocked for quite some time before the door finally opened. A disgruntled Stewardess Li appeared. "Miss, if you have anything to discuss, it can wait till morning. What's the proper decorum for raising a racket at this late hour? This is a matter of life and death. You don't care if I am shouting or not. The second young master has slipped into unconsciousness. If he dies, would you be able to bear the consequences?" Wei Ruo questioned. "He was fine during the day. How did he become unconscious by night? The second young master always seemed healthy to me. Why would he faint all of a sudden? 7 Don't create unnecessary drama. It's not a serious illness, and it won't make any difference if the doctor was invited tomorrow morning. Where would I find a doctor in the dead of night? Of course, you'd go to the medical hall." Wei Ruo pulled Stewardess Li out of the house. At this, Li's anger flared. "How dare you? You have no respect for elders. I came from the Earl residence. Even the madam has to show me some respect. You dare to drag me like this? Even with seniority, you are but a stewardess. And regardless of how this second young master is disliked, he is still the master. I ask you to get a doctor for the master, and you throw tantrums. And you have the audacity to say you are a respected stewardess from the Earl residence. I demand to know where your manners have gone," Wei Ruo exclaimed. Normally, Wei Ruo would tolerate people putting up airs in front of her, but when it came to matters of life and death, her temper flared uncontrollably. "How dare you? I will not fetch a doctor today. See what you can do about it." Stewardess Li stood arrogantly with her chest puffed up. The noise was loud enough to wake Wei Qingwan. Seeing Wei Ruo draggingly, Wei Qingwan rushed over anxiously and protested. Sister, what are you doing? The old lady is frail. You should not drag her like this. It's dangerous. When nobody paid her any heed, she attempted to intervene and separate Wei Ruo and Li. At this moment, Li, who was extremely angry, felt someone tugging her and pushed without realizing that it was Wei Qingwan. Wei Qingwan was pushed onto the ground. Upon seeing Wei Qingwan fallen on the ground, Li quickly regained her senses and hurriedly helped her up. Miss, how are you feeling? Stewardess. My foot. My foot hurts a lot. Wei Qingwan grimaced and looked at her injured foot, her face as pale as a sheet. Stewardess Li was distraught and immediately instructed her daughter, Sueha, hurry. Find the madam. Inform her that Miss has injured her leg. And tell the gatekeeper Xiaobei to get a doctor from Baoa Hall immediately. Then with a hard glare at Wei Ruo, Stewardess Li hissed, See what trouble you've caused, miss. Wei Ruo, face cold, shrugged and turned away. She knew there would be no easy resolution to the trouble caused tonight. But the patient at the Ingzhu garden couldn't wait. If they waited until the morning to find a doctor, it would be too late. Wei Ruo returned to Ingzhu garden, ordering Xiaomei to bring her emergency medical kit. Xiaomei hesitated for a moment, gripped Wei Ruo's hand and asked, Miss, are you planning to help the second young master yourself? Yes. But miss, if the second young master recovers, it will be even more difficult for you to justify what happened in Wangmei Garden tonight. Stewardess Li insists that there's nothing wrong with the second young master and accuses you of creating a ruckus. How are you going to explain this to the madam? Xiaomei too was aware that the incident tonight would not end well. Her missy was in trouble. Even so, I cannot sit by and let a life be lost. If he dies or gets injured, can my innocence be proven? However, if my innocence is proven by endangering a life, it would mean nothing, Wei Ruo responded with determination. Seeing Wei Ruo's resolute attitude, Xiaomei knew what she had to do. One understand. I will follow your command. She turned and rushed towards Tingsong Garden to get the medical kit for Wei Ruo. She knew her missy well. Even though she always uttered that she valued money the most and would not make a deal with a loss, when it came to matters of life and death, she would discard all profits to do what was right. Wei Ruo then ordered Xiaobei to fetch cold water and a towel. Xiaobei promptly fetched the water. Go and remove your master's blanket and clothes, instructed Wei Ruo. Remove his clothes? Xiaobei was taken aback. He's already burning up. If you keep him insulated, are you not afraid of cooking him alive? Just do as I say, without any hesitation. Otherwise, your master's life is in danger. But, modesty between the sexes. Xiaobei hesitated. In matters of life and death, do you think it matters? Besides, he is my brother. Even if they share different mothers, siblings are siblings. Yes. Xiaobei rushed to do it. He exposed Wei Genie's chest by flipping open the blanket covering him and unbuttoning his upper clothes. Contrary to Wei Ruo's expectation, Wei Genie wasn't as frail as he appeared to be. Instead, his muscle blocks were firm without excessive bulkiness, forceful but not overly muscular. At this moment, Xiaomei came back with Wei Ruo's emergency medical kit. Take out a single tablet from the bottle with the red label, mix it with a bowl of water, stir well, and feed it to him. Wei Ruo continued to instruct. Having spent many years by Wei Ruo's side, Xiaomei was adept at assisting her. Quickly, she dissolved the pill and handed it over to Xiaobei. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and feed it to your young master. Xiaomei urged Xiaobei as she saw him stalling. Where did Miss get this medicine? Xiaobei asked. You don't need to worry about that. Merely knowing that it can save your young master is enough. Do you think our miss will harm your young master? Is it necessary to bother about harming him when his condition is already this bad? All right. Unable to think beyond this, Xiaobei moved to the bedside with the bowl of medicine. Carefully, he fed the medicine to Wei Genie using a spoon. Wei Ruo soaked a towel in cold water, wringed it dry, and then wiped Wei Genie's upper body with it. Subsequently, she opened the acupuncture kit, pulling out long and thin silver needles. Seeing the silver needles, Xiaobei turned pale and his hand trembled, causing the medicine to spill from the spoon. On the side, Xiaomei reproached him with concern. Be careful. Our miss put a lot of effort into making this medicine. Don't be distracted. Just do your task. At this point, you have no choice but to trust me, Wei Ruo stated sternly. Yes. With continual affirmations from Xiao Bei, he forced himself to concentrate on his task. Swiftly and accurately, Wei Ruo performed acupuncture on Wei Jini, striking him with a dozen needles in no time. Just then, there was a big commotion outside the door. Someone was coming. Mississippi Xiaomei looked at Wei Ruo with worry. You guard the door. I'll be done in a moment, Wei Ruo said. Yes. Upon receiving the command, Xiaomei went to the door. The visitors were Nurse Zhang and maid Suaping from Madame Yun's side. Is the young lady home? Nurse Zhang asked Xiaomei gravely. Yes, Xiaomei replied. Please fetch the young lady out. Madame is waiting for her in Wangmei Garden. Nurse Zhang requested. Please wait a moment, madam. Our young lady has something to deal with, and she will come out as soon as she's finished. Xiaomei didn't budge, using her body to block the door. What are we waiting for? Escaping doesn't solve anything. Had we known earlier, we should have been more restrained. Nurse Zhang naturally assumed that Wei Ruo was avoiding punishment. Our young lady is not escaping. Not escaping? Then what is she doing right now? Our young lady just needs a bit more time. So could madam please wait a while? Xiaomei repeated her sentence. Seeing this, Nurse Zhang sighed. It's good that you protect your young lady. But now that the madam wants to see her, your blocking will invite the madam's reproach. And I fear even the young lady can't save you then. You and I are both servants. It's better to do our duty and not to provoke the master. Nurse Zhang gave some extra advice, seeing Xiaomei was only about 13 or 14. If madam wants to punish me, I accept. But now, could madam and sister Suaping please wait a while? My young lady will be out in a moment. Xiaomei was stubborn and only took Wei Ruo's words seriously. You have yet to learn your lesson. If you are always this stubborn, you will be at a great disadvantage. Never mind, I will not talk to you anymore. Seeing that Xiaomei wasn't persuaded, Nurse Zhang and Suaping advanced together to forcefully break the door. Xiaomei pressed her back tightly against the door. Without resisting Zhang and Suaping's actions, she didn't budge an inch, blockading the door steadfastly. Inside, Wei Ruo heard the quarrel outside, but she was engrossed in completing the acupuncture for Wei Jini. After finishing, Wei Ruo quickly packed away the acupuncture kit to prevent anyone coming in from seeing it. He'll continue to be unconscious for a while, but if all goes well, he'll wake up by tomorrow morning. Really? Is it true? Xiao Bei looked at Wei Ruo in disbelief. Don't doubt, I don't joke around with people's lives. There are 2 more tablets in the bottle. Dilute one with a bowl of water as I instructed earlier. After your young master wakes up, feed him a bowl, and another bowl tomorrow night. Wei Ruo further instructed. All right. I got it. Xiao Bei promptly agreed. Wei Ruo addressed Xiao Bei, who wore a blank look. Do not disclose to anyone what I did for your young master today. Can you do it? Xiao Bei was stunned for a moment, then nodded blankly. Wei Ruo didn't know whether he understood or not. Regardless, she had no other option now. Saving a life was her own choice, and she was ready to bear any consequence that came with it. Wei Ruo looked towards the door and guessed roughly why Madame Yuan had sent for her. Look after your young master well. I have other troubles to deal with. After instructing Xiao Bei, Wei Ruo walked to the door and opened it. Nurse Zhang and maid Suaping outside the door looked embarrassed. Despite their struggles, they gained nothing from Xiaomei. The 2 of them were panting from exertion due to all their effort, but failed to pull away Xiaomei blocking the door. Wei Ruo first looked carefully at Xiaomei to ascertain that she wasn't hurt in the argument, then said to Nurse Zhang and maid Suaping, Don't make things difficult for my maid. I'll go with you now. Mississippi Xiaomei looked anxiously at Wei Ruo. I'm fine. You go back to Tingsong Garden first. Wei Ruo instructed. Xiaomei was still worried, but she chose to trust Wei Ruo. Adjusting her clothes, Nurse Zhang looked annoyed and helpless. If the young lady had come out earlier, nothing would have happened. Why make everyone go through so much trouble? Mind your demeanor when you meet the madam later. Let's go. It is urgent, isn't it? After saying this, she walked ahead of Nurse Zhang. Seeing this, Nurse Zhang and maid Suaping hurried behind her, as if they were afraid of Wei Ruo running off. Wei Ruo didn't have any intentions of running. Within the Wei residence, where could she possibly run to? Wei Ruo was taken to Wangmei Garden by Nurse Zhang and maid Suaping. It was brightly lit. The already asleep Madame Yun was now sitting solemnly in the main room, properly dressed. Nurse Li was kneeling before her. Wei Ruo stood next to Nurse Li, calmly facing Madame Yun. Madame Yun stared at Wei Ruo, questioning angrily, "What is the meaning of this, Ruo? Why did you create a scene in Wanwan's courtyard in the middle of the night? You even pushed Wanwan and caused her injury. Do you know, Wanwan bled a lot from her foot." Lady Yun was now doing her best to suppress her anger. "I didn't make a fuss. I simply asked Granny Li to find a doctor for Ichin. Moreover, I didn't cause anyone to get hurt." Wei Ruo replied, her voice steady and composed. Granny Li quickly explained, "Madam, it's not that I didn't want to find a doctor for the second young master, but one believed his illness was not serious and planned to arrange for one tomorrow. I had informed the second young master's attendant of this and made it clear to Miss when she came to ask. I don't know why she stirred up a scene over it and even caused the second Miss to fall and get hurt. You said Ichin's illness isn't serious? And that I pushed Wei Qingwan?" Wei Ruo's gaze swept coldly over Granny Li. Everyone saw the second young master today when he was perfectly fine. The servants can bear witness to that. Granny Li knelt on the ground, defending herself. How ridiculous. Who told you that someone who is fine during the day won't be seriously ill at night? Haven't you heard of the saying illness strikes like a landslide? If you can so easily determine whether or not a person is severely ill, why haven't you become a doctor? If Miss insists that this old servant deliberately neglected the second young master's condition, could she clarify what I could possibly gain from doing so? Granny Li asked Wei Ruo. All you think is that since the second young master is not favored, you can bully your master with impunity. Let's see if she still dares to act like this if Wei Yiqin and Wei Yilin were watching. What nonsense is Miss speaking? When has the second young master ever been unfavored? Madam is kind and generous, treating all the children in the house equally, regardless of whether they are legitimate or illegitimate, young or old. They are all loved. Where would we servants dare to be neglectful? Granny Li hurriedly said. Granny Li's words made Lady Yun's already grim face look even more displeased. Indeed, she didn't care much for Wei Jini, but she had never skimped on his expenses. Wei Ruo's words not favored were like a slap in her face. Seeing Lady Yun's face becoming even darker, Granny Li knew her words were having an effect. Then, with a grieving expression on her face, Granny Li continued, "Indeed, I made the decision to call the doctor tomorrow based on the fact that the second young master didn't seem seriously ill. If Miss is dissatisfied with my judgment and handling of the matter, she should confront this old servant and not vent her anger on the second Miss. She didn't do anything, yet inexplicably was pushed to the ground by you and bled a lot." Granny Li started wiping away her tears. "My poor second Miss, even if Miss kills me today, I will not resent it. But what about the beautiful, young second Miss who has suffered such hardship? If this accident results in any lingering ailments, what are we to do?" Granny Li started shifting the conversation, hinting in her words that Wei Ruo had intentionally harmed Wei Qingwan. Hearing this, Lady Yun was fuming and hit the tea table with force. "Ruo, you have gone too far. You caused trouble in Wangmei Garden without understanding the full context and pushed Wanwan to the ground, causing her to get hurt. What has Wanwan done to displease you for you to treat her like this?" Seeing Lady Yun's fury, Wei Ruo had to silently praise Granny Li's cunning. Wei Ruo responded, "Firstly, I was seeking out Granny Li for Ichin's illness. Secondly, I did not push Wei Qingwan. These are the two facts. If you choose to believe me, you can. If not, there is nothing I can do." Wei Ruo's voice was loud and confident, her gaze steady and unflinching. "You say it wasn't you who pushed Wanwan?" Lady Yun asked again. "Correct, it wasn't me," Wei Ruo affirmed confidently. "Fine. I will take you to confront Wanwan now, and we'll see who is lying." Lady Yun stood up in anger. She led the way, with Zhou Granny and Wei Ruo following behind. Upon entering the bedroom, Wei Ruo saw Wei Qingwan lying on the bed, looking pale. Her foot was bound in white cloth, obscuring the severity of the injury. "Mother." Wei Qingwan's eyes welled up with tears again when she saw Lady Yun. Right away, Lady Yun rushed to Wei Qingwan, holding her tightly in her arms. Wan, you've suffered. After comforting Wei Qingwan for a while, she finally stopped crying. Then, Lady Yun asked Wei Qingwan, Wan, can you tell me how you felt tonight? Upon hearing this, Wei Qingwan hesitated, looking anxiously at Wei Ruo. Wei Ruo was also watching Wei Qingwan, taking in every expression and movement. There was no bad blood between her and Wei Qingwan, not even in the original novel, where there was no instance of Wei Qingwan consciously harming her. Wei Ruo was curious about how the kind and gentle heroine of the original text would respond at this moment. Wei Qingwan felt intimidated under Wei Ruo's gaze, unsure if she should repeat what Granny Li had told her to say. Off to the side, she noticed Granny Li watching her. When Wei Qingwan didn't respond, Lady Yun told her, Wan, don't hesitate. Whoever pushed you, just say it. I will ensure justice is served. Itw was. Sister. Wei Qingwan stuttered as she said the word sister. Immediately, every gaze in the room returned to Wei Ruo, stern, accusing, and angry. Yet, Wei Ruo found herself wanting to laugh. Who could have thought that the gentle and virtuous protagonist of the novel would lie and defame her? Lady Yun turned to Wei Ruo. What else do you have to say now? Wei Ruo replied, Indeed. I want to say that Wei Qingwan is framing me. I didn't push her, yet she accuses me of doing so. Lady Yun laughed in exasperation. You're becoming more and more outrageous. I really misjudged you. I thought that although you grew up in the countryside, you wouldn't have taken on any bad habits. As it turns out, I couldn't have been more wrong. I didn't pick up any bad habits. There are no bad habits in the countryside for me to pick up. Farming isn't a bad habit. The simple villagers don't have any either. The ones with bad habits are those who tell lies with their eyes wide open and slander others. Wei Ruo said all this while staring fiercely at Wei Qingwan, who was lying on the bed. Whether it was from being startled by Wei Ruo's glare or guilt, Wei Qingwan lowered her head and began to wipe away her tears. Anger surged in Lady Yun's heart. You still won't admit your mistake? What are you looking at Wan for? What else do you want to do to her? I will not admit to a mistake I did not make. Wei Ruo insisted. Lady Yun was livid. Suaping, Zhang Mama, take her to the firewood shed. Don't allow her any food. She's only allowed out once she admits her mistake. Madam. Zhang Mama and Suaping were both shocked. This was the first time the madam had been angered enough to order someone be confined to the firewood shed. Well, what are you waiting for? Lady Yun ordered. Yes. Suaping and Zhang Mama approached Wei Ruo. Mississippi. I can walk on my own. Wei Ruo didn't waste any words. She turned around and started to walk. Upon arriving at the firewood shed, Zhang Mama whispered to Wei Ruo, Miss, you should just apologize to the madam. Admit your mistake, promise to correct yourself, and she will forgive you. I did nothing wrong. Why should I apologize? Zhang Mama sighed helplessly and could only lock the shed doors. The moment the firewood shed was locked, Wei Ruo was enveloped in total darkness. The air was filled with the mixed scent of dry firewood and dust. Wei Ruo found a heap of straw and sat down on it. The only source of light coming into the shed was from a small window near the top, divided by a few wooden sticks, splitting the moonlight into fragments. The grain rain had already passed, but maybe because these years had been particularly cold, the night was still slightly chilly. Wei Ruo involuntarily drew herself into a ball to minimize the loss of body heat. She barely can remember the time when she had just been sent from the He family to the Imojiaja's detached house. It was very cold at night then. Her nanny and Xiaomei slept next to her, the three of them huddled together at night. Although the temperature on that day was even colder, her heart was warm. She didn't want to go back to the Wei family, but she did. She didn't want to fight with Wei Qingwan, but she inexplicably ended up doing. Even though she tried extremely hard to avoid any strife with her family, she somehow got pulled into it. Leaning against the mud wall of the firewood shed, Wei Ruo couldn't help but recall her past life. In her past life, she had a drunken, abusive father and a compliant, submissive mother. Even though she got into a top university and learned much from her mentor through her own talent and hard work, she ultimately couldn't escape the rotting family she was born into. Her drunkard father came demanding living expenses from her just after she graduated. When she refused, her father started to beat her. Her mother tried to shield her, protecting her in her arms, but was beaten to death by her father who had lost all sense of reason. Then she picked up a pair of scissors from the table and stabbed her father to death. In this life, she worked hard to earn money. She was determined to build a life for herself through her own efforts, not relying on the pity of others. But she still couldn't change anything. As soon as she made the others in the house unhappy, she was punished. In her past life, she couldn't take control of her own fate through education. And in this life, she was also helpless. This feeling of helplessness enveloped her, leaving her breathless. The doctor that rushed to the military prefecture had diagnosed Wei Qingwan. After finishing, he went to write prescriptions and prepare her medicine. He left Li Mama and Tsueha to look after Wei Qingwan. Wei Qingwan wore an anxious expression, tentatively asking Granny Li, "Granny, will my lies be discovered?" "No, miss, rest assured, the heavens and the earth know. You and I know no one else will. As long as you don't show any signs of cowardice, no one will know." Granny Li comforted. "But Granny, my heart is uneasy. I know lying is wrong, but I can't bear to see you punished. You're my most cherished Granny. This old servant knows, Mrs. Kind-Hearted, you chose to lie this time for my sake. I am grateful for this favor." Granny Li replied graciously, "But seeing sister being punished by mother, I feel very guilty. I didn't intend for things to become so serious. I thought with mother's love for sister, she wouldn't punish her so harshly by locking her in the woodshed." Wei Qingwan sobbed. "The miss being locked in the woodshed has her own part to play. Miss, you also saw, she was making a fuss in front of madam, disregarding respect for elders and younger ones. Mother has always been kind-hearted. Brother has made errors multiple times, but mother only ever made him copy books as punishment. Never has she done anything as severe as locking him in the woodshed. I thought sister would at most be made to copy books. Obviously, madam is truly furious this time. This also shows madam's concern for you, Mississippi. If it were someone else, madam definitely wouldn't have gotten so angry, but you are the apple of madam's eye. She can't tolerate any mishap, even if it is Wei Qingrua." Granny Li explained to Wei Qingwan. Wei Qingwan was genuinely touched by her words. Does her mother really regard her so highly? Is her place in mother's heart really that much higher than Wei Qingrua's? "Granny, when it is dawn, take me to see mother to plead in sister's favor. Tell her my injuries are not serious, so that she wouldn't punish sister anymore," Wei Qingwan said. "Of course, waiting for dawn, then we'll go." "Miss, stop thinking about this for now. You should rest a while," Granny Li said. Granny Li warned again, "Miss, don't speak of today's events from now on. Let it rot in your belly. Don't bring it up in the future." Wei Qingwan bit her lip and nodded in agreement. Wei Jini opened his eyes. His head still throbbed, but his body felt significantly better. "Young master, you're finally awake." Xiaobei was extremely excited. Wei Jini replied. His throat hurt a bit when he spoke. "Miss did not lie to me. She indeed could cure you." "Miss? She was here?" Xiaobei hurriedly recounted the events to Wei Jini. "You mean, I'm awake because she saved me?" Xiaobei's words left Wei Jini greatly surprised. Wei Ruo had caused a commotion at Wangmei Garden for him, even defying the madam. "Yes. Where is she now?" "She was taken away by the people sent by the madam. Those people were fierce. They probably wanted to punish her." Wei Jini propped himself up with a weak hand, attempting to get up. "What are you doing, young master? You haven't recovered. Miss said you needed more rest. Help me up." Wei Jini was pale, but his words were final. Left with no choice, Xiaobei assisted Wei Jini off the bed. "Get dressed. We're heading to Tsangyun Garden." "Young master." Xiaobei was helpless. He got Wei Jini dressed as instructed. After a few steps, Wei Jini suddenly stopped. "Young master, what's wrong?" Xiaobei was shocked. Wei Jini appeared to have thought of something, and he revised his instructions. "Help me back to bed." Xiaobei didn't know what caused his young master to change his mind. He only knew it was a good thing that the young master was willing to go back and rest, so he quickly helped Wei Jini back. After Wei Jini settled back on his bed, he told Xiaobei, "Go and find Garjing who immediately, tell him that my illness worsened and I'm unconscious, with my life hanging by a thread." Huh. Xiaobei was confused, somewhat unable to grasp the meaning of his young master's words. No matter who comes later, Don't let them know that I've awakened, and continue pretending that I am unconscious, Wei Jini added. China was somewhat baffled as to why Wei Jini would arrange things in such a way, but as a servant who had been with Wei Jini for over 10 years, he had complete trust in his young master's judgment. Thus, he immediately carried out the order and relayed the young master's instructions to guard Jing Hu. Shortly thereafter, Jing Hu quickly sprang into action, mounted his horse, and galloped out the gate. As the Dragon Boat Festival drew near, the dawn light broke exceptionally early, and while the moon had not yet disappeared, the eastern horizon was already gleaming white. A man clad in armor was riding a galloping horse. The horse came to a halt at the entrance of the Wei residence, and as soon as it stopped, Wei Mingting jumped off. Not waiting for the servant at the gate to approach him, he swiftly entered the residence. The Wei family had just returned to calm at that moment. As Wei Mingting walked briskly into the Tsangyun garden, everyone in the garden was taken aback. My lord? Lady Yun was surprised to see her husband return home so early. With a grim face, Wei Mingting asked, "How is Jeannie now?" Jeannie? Lady Yun was taken aback. I'm asking about Jeannie's current condition. Wei Mingting spoke sharply. Lady Yun didn't know how to respond and was at a loss for a moment. Just then, the doctor who had previously treated Wei Qingwan arrived. After examining Wei Qingwan last night, he confirmed that her condition was not serious and had merely applied some medicine. The remaining medicine was to be delivered this morning. Wei Mingting directly asked the doctor, "What is my son's condition now?" Even the doctor was taken aback. Lord Wei, has your son also fallen ill? The color on Wei Mingting's face became even colder upon hearing this. With that, he immediately turned and left for Yingzhu Garden. Lady Yun was stunned. Over the years of their marriage, there were very few occasions when she had ever seen her husband looking so grim. She hurriedly followed after him, bringing along the doctor. They entered Yingzhu Garden. The courtyard was desolate and quiet, and there was not a single person at the entrance of the bedroom. Pushing open the bedroom door, Wei Mingting saw only Xiaobei standing guard in the room with Wei Jini lying down on the bed. Rushing over to the bedside, Wei Mingting, upon seeing Wei Jini pale and unconscious on the bed, was outraged. What happened? Xiaobei dropped to his knees. Young master felt a chill a few days ago and was feeling a bit unwell. Who would have thought that late last night his condition worsened, and he has been unconscious since then? Why didn't you find a doctor? I went to the manager's room to seek help to get a doctor, but the servants at Wangmei Garden wouldn't let me in. I was out of options and pleaded with the young mistress. She stormed into Wangmei Garden with me, and we found Manager Li. But Manager Li said the young master's illness wasn't serious and refused to call a doctor. Kneeling on the ground, Xiaobei nervously recounted the events of the previous night. Aside from the fact that Wei Jini had remained unconscious, everything else he said was true. With a swift turn of his head, Wei Mingting focused his gaze on the doorway. Upon seeing Wei Jini lying unconscious on the bed, Lady Yun had already turned pale. Given the state he's in, why didn't you call a doctor? Wei Mingting interrogated Lady Yun. Yesterday Wanwan hurt her foot, and I was worried about her. I didn't manage to. I thought Jeannie was okay. Lady Yun hurriedly explained. Wei Mingting turned to question the doctor. How serious is my daughter's injury? The doctor, unaware of what had happened, replied honestly, the young lady's injuries are not serious. It's just some skin abrasions that have not injured the muscles and bones. There will be no lasting issues. Please rest assured, my lord. After listening to the doctor, Wei Mingting was even angrier. Wanwan just has bruises, but Jeannie is on the verge of dying. You had the doctor come over, but only cared to have him look at Wanwan's foot. Are you trying to kill Jeannie? Lady Yun was flustered. She truly did not know that Wei Jini was so seriously ill. She had taken the words of Manager Li at face value, assuming that Wei Jini's severity was just an excuse made by Wei Ruo to gain access to Wangmei Garden. Now, seeing the critically ill Wei Jini and the furious Wei Mingting, Lady Yun had no rebuttal in her defense. Wei Mingting ordered the doctor, "You must examine my son quickly." Yes. The doctor was intimidated by Wei Mingting's aura and, trembling, made his way to the bedside to examine Wei Jini. He started sweating profusely. This. What is it? Hurry up and spit it out. The young lord's pulse is extremely faint. This is a terrible sign. Upon hearing the doctor's words, even the always composed Wei Mingting panicked. Is there a remedy? I'll write a prescription now, and you must send people to gather the herbs immediately. Once they arrive, make a decoction for the young lord to consume. Whether he can be saved will depend on his luck. I have never treated such a severe case before. Perhaps if it was found earlier, the condition wouldn't be as severe. The doctor explained, trembling. Jinghu, follow the doctor. After he writes the prescription, hurry and get the herbs returned. You must oversee the whole process from obtaining the herbs to preparing the decoction, without wasting a single moment. Wei Mingting immediately commanded the guard standing outside the door to handle this task. Yes, sir. Jinghu obeyed and quickly sprung into action. Usually, Wei Mingting would have entrusted these matters to Lady Yun, but today he directly ordered the guards, clear evidence of how disappointed he was with Lady Yun over this incident. Wei Mingting then told Xiaobei to get up. You stay here and look after your young master. If anything like this happens again, contact me immediately. Yes, I understand, Xiaobei consented. Wei Mingting then stood by the bedside, looking down at Wei Jini with a grave expression, causing everyone in the room to feel very uneasy. After a while, Wei Mingting turned and left. Lady Yun, cautiously, followed him. Back at Songyun Garden, seeing Wei Mingting who radiated anger, Lady Yun knelt down. With anger filling his heart, Wei Mingting questioned the kneeling Lady Yun. I know you have always nursed resentments towards Genie. If you're angry, vent it on me. You should not act this way towards him. When I told you to look after him, is this how you do it? Had I arrived any later, he would be dead now. I truly did not know that Genie was this sick. If I had known, I would never have jeopardized his life. Lady Yun's eyes welled up with tears. Why wouldn't you know? You knew about Wanwan's injury at her foot. You did call for a doctor in the middle of the night. But when Genie falls ill, so much so that he's unconscious, why did you not know? Genie's servant tried to look for a doctor without success. Even Ruo tried to help, but still couldn't get a doctor. Can you tell me what actually happened? After 20 years of marriage, it was Wei Mingting's first time to speak such harsh words to Mrs. Yun. Mrs. Yun's body trembled, her eyes full of tears. My lord, after so many years of marriage, don't you know what kind of person I am? How could I plot to harm a concubine's son? I admit I can't treat him as my own. I can be magnanimous in other ways, but I just couldn't bring myself to be so with you. Mrs. Yun continued. But so many years have passed since then. Even if I held a grudge, it should have almost been resolved by now. How could I harbor any intention of harming him? My lord, I was not planning to harm him. I was misled by my deceitful servants. You are really confused. Your concubine knows. I know I was wrong. Mrs. Yun trembled as she responded. Wei Mingting's anger subsided at the sound of Mrs. Yun sobbing. Looking at his wife, Wei Mingting sighed. I have considerable military affairs to deal with, and I still need your help with household management. You must take more care of Genie. Nothing can happen to him. Thinking of his busy military schedule and how the burdens of household chores fell onto his fragile wife, he knew that although his wife hadn't been the most affectionate to the concubine's son over the years, she had given Genie what he deserved. Wei Mingting thus refrained from reprimanding his wife any further. Mrs. Yun sobbed and nodded. Let us leave today's matters at this. You tend to Genie for me. I have more matters to attend to in the military. Wei Mingting rose to leave without waiting for Mrs. Yun to regain her composure. He was indeed very busy. After receiving the letter from Jinghu, he had asked a subordinate to stand in for him, so he could rush home before the dawn. Even then, he had to return immediately. After Wei Mingting left, Mrs. Yun regained her composure, and when she managed to calm herself, she called for Granny Li once again. At the same time, she sent Suaping to bring Wei Ruo from the firewood house. Granny Li, not knowing what had happened, was alarmed when she saw Mrs. Yun's angry face upon arriving at Songyun Garden. Shortly after, Wei Ruo arrived. Seeing Granny Li being brought in, Mrs. Yun spoke in a cold voice. Granny Li, you were an old servant from the loyal and righteous Duke residence. Whether in terms of experience or seniority, you are the highest ranked in the military prefecture. Madam, I dare not. Granny Lee hastily replied. You dare not? Where do you not dare? You have repeatedly told me that the young lord's illness was not severe, and that Ruorua was making a fuss. But what was the result? The young lord is now barely alive. Upon hearing this, Granny Lee froze. What? Was the young lord really that ill? After being shocked, Granny Lee knelt down and apologized. Madam, pardon me, I really didn't know that the young lord was so ill. I made a misjudgment. I should die. You didn't know? Do you still have the nerve to say you didn't know? If you didn't know, how could you not call a doctor? If you did not know, why did you insist he was not ill? Who gave you the audacity to make decisions on your own? Granny Lee stammered, unable to find a good excuse for herself. Wei Ruo was also a bit surprised. Was Wei Jinyi's life in danger? It would be plausible if she did not treat him last night. But after last night's treatment, as long as he rested properly, he should have recovered this morning, and it should not have been a critical situation. Mrs. Yun's gaze shifted to Wei Ruo, becoming complex. Ruoruo, you were wrong about the incident last night. No matter how anxious you were, you shouldn't have pushed Wanwan. So, you've only eliminated one accusation, and you still think the other one is my fault? Wei Ruo looked at Mrs. Yun and laughed instead of getting angry. Mrs. Yun frowned. What are you trying to say? Wei Ruo snorted. I've already said what I wanted to say. I'm not guilty. The 2 crimes you accuse me of, I deny them all. Since you've learned that my second brother's serious illness was true and that you were wronged by the deceitful servants, why don't you think about whether you've also been misled and wronged me in another matter? Is this the way you're supposed to talk to your mother? If you did nothing wrong, after Granny Lee failed to help, you should have come to me, rather than causing a commotion in Wangmei Garden. If it wasn't for your rash actions, no one would have been injured, and your father wouldn't have been interrupted from his busy schedule to come here. Mrs. Yun felt very wrong today. This matter had angered her husband. She had been scolded by him, and he thought she had mistreated the concubine's son. I didn't do anything wrong. The commotion at Wangmei Garden was not my fault. It was Granny Lee's fault for not doing what she should have done. It was not my fault that my father had to rush here. It was Granny Lee who delayed my second brother's illness. It was my mother who did not want to believe me. Wei Ruo insisted she did nothing wrong, showing no intention of admitting defeat. Wei Ruo's attitude stoked the flames of Mrs. Yun's anger again. As Mrs. Yun, fuming with anger, stared at Wei Ruo, the words of punishment were about to leave her mouth. Mother! Wei Yichen rushed over. He lived in the most remote corner of Wei residence, a quiet place for his studies, but also left him oblivious to the commotion that happened last night. Upon hearing of the incident this morning, he hurriedly rushed over. After entering the door, Wei Yichen first glanced at Wei Ruo, who was standing stubbornly to the side, then quickly turned to Mrs. Yun. Mother, there is nothing wrong with Ruoruo trying to find Granny Lee to call a doctor for our second brother. If Granny Lee had handled it well, there would have been no need to disturb Mother. This has always been the rule in our house. If you want to blame someone, blame Granny Lee for her negligence. She failed to handle her responsibilities and caused discord in our family. Mother, Ruoruo has been home for just 1 month. It is highly commendable that she knows how to handle this situation this way. As for her accidentally hurting Wanwan, that happened in a moment of urgency, and it wasn't intentional. It is common for people to become anxious when it concerns someone's life, isn't it? The person deserving punishment is really Granny Lee. As a servant, not timely reporting to the mistress when the master is seriously ill is a crime. Slandering the master and distorting facts is the second crime. Failing to protect the master and causing him to fall and get injured is the third crime. Wei Yichen's words turned Granny Lee pale and also helped Mrs. Yun, who was fuming with anger, to calm down significantly. Mrs. Yun took it all in. She softened her expression and looked again at Wei Ruo, suddenly reminded of the sweet days she spent with her husband when she was pregnant with their daughter. At that time, her husband wasn't as busy. He had time to accompany her every day. The couple was very excited about their second child. Having had a son in the first pregnancy, her husband wished for a daughter this time, saying daughters were more caring and accompany their parents for a longer time. Mrs. Yun turned to Granny Lee. Did you admit to all the crimes the eldest master mentioned? Granny Lee knelt on the ground, trying to defend herself, but found no words to refute. Your silence means you admit it. As a family servant, you have committed several crimes. According to the rules, you should be beaten to death, but in consideration of your years of service as a faithful old servant from the Duke's residence and your many years of hard work for the Wei family, I will deduct 3 months of your pay and make you work as a laborer at the farmstead for 3 months. Upon hearing this, Granny Lee quickly pleaded, Madam, I'm old. I can't take 3 months of hard labor in the farmstead. Mother has already let you off lightly. You have no right to feel wronged. Wei Yichen's cold voice interrupted Nurse Lee's plea for mercy. Then he ordered the outside guards in to drag away Nurse Lee forcefully. Madam, young master. Nurse Lee was dragged away, crying out continuously. Even after Nurse Lee was taken away, the atmosphere in the room remained tense. Wei Ruo said nothing, her gaze coolly fixed on Yun's family. Wei Yichen said, Mother, you've been busy all night and must be tired. Rest first. I'll take my sister back to Tingsong Garden. Yun waved her hand, signaling that the two could leave. Wei Yichen went in front of Wei Ruo, took her hand, and said gently, Go home with Big Brother. Wei Ruo glanced at Wei Yichen and offered no resistance. Following Wei Yichen out of the Tsangyun Garden gate, they walked together into the gate of Tingsong Garden. Xiaomei had stayed awake all night. Seeing Wei Ruo return, she was so touched that she was on the verge of tears. You're finally back, miss. Xiaomei lunged towards Wei Ruo and held her tightly. I'm fine, Wei Ruo said. Ruo patted Xiaomei's cheeks. Seeing her swollen eyes, she knew that this maid had been crying secretly all night. Wei Ruo turned to Wei Yichen, who had walked her back, and said, Thank you for speaking up for me, Big Brother. It's nothing. I genuinely believe you did nothing wrong. In such a life and death situation, anyone would panic. You just accidentally pushed Wanwan in your haste. You didn't do it deliberately, Wei Yichen said. So Big Brother also thinks I was the one who pushed Wei Qingwan? Wei Ruo looked at Wei Yichen, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. I know it was accidental. I don't think you'd be so reckless. The hope in Wei Ruo's eyes faded. She smiled calmly, understood. Still, thank you, Big Brother. You should go back to your room and rest now. Get a good sleep. After giving Wei Ruo a few pieces of advice, Wei Yichen left Tingsong Garden. After Wei Yichen left, instead of resting in her room as he had suggested, Wei Ruo went to the neighboring garden, Yingzhu, wanting to check on Wei Jini's condition. She had applied acupuncture and given him medicine last night. It wasn't logical for his condition to worsen by morning. When she arrived at Yingzhu Garden, she was met with guards at the gate and the scent of herbs emanating from the courtyard, where 2 maids were busily brewing medication. Wei Ruo headed straight to Wei Jini's bedroom. Upon seeing Wei Ruo enter, Xiaobei, who was standing by the bed, stood up with an excited look on her face. Young mistress, you're back? Are you okay? Wei Ruo walked over to the bed, finding the person on it with his eyes tightly shut, and reached out to take his pulse. She placed her slender fingers on Wei Jini's wrist and quickly furrowed her brow. What's going on? Why is his pulse so dangerous? She had already administered acupuncture and medicine to him yesterday. By rights, even if Wei Jini wasn't completely recovered, his pulse should at least have stabilized by now. As Wei Ruo was wondering, Wei Jini opened his eyes. At the same time, he pulled back his wrist. I'm fine now. His voice was still somewhat weak. His face was pale, but his eyes were clear. Clearly, he had recovered quite a bit. You were pretending? Wei Ruo asked, surprised for a moment before realizing something. Wei Jini met her gaze. He didn't answer, but Wei Ruo knew the answer. Thank you, Wei Ruo said. No need, Wei Jini replied. How did you alter your pulse to make the person taking your pulse think it was dangerous? Wei Ruo asked mockingly. In her years of practice, she had never encountered someone who could manipulate their pulse to deceive others. I learned it from medical books. The pulse can be influenced by pressure applied to certain points on the arm. Wei Jini answered. His deep-set eyes gazed at Wei Ruo. After a pause, he asked, When did you learn medical skills? I learned from an old man in the countryside, Wei Ruo replied. Rest up now. Your body still needs a few more days to recover. Don't exert yourself too much. Stay in bed to avoid any complications. Wei Ruo didn't stay for long since Wei Jini was already okay. As she was about to leave, she heard Wei Genie's calm, steady, and convincing voice. I will keep your secret. Wei Ruo mumbled in agreement, then left the room. Back in Tingsong Garden, Wei Ruo washed up and went straight to sleep. When she woke up, it was already evening. After a brief freshening up, she went to the dining hall. As soon as she walked in, she felt a strange atmosphere. Wei Qingwan wasn't there because of her injured foot. Only Yunshi, Wei Yiqin, Wei Yilin, and Wei Ruo remained. Except for Wei Yiqin, the others didn't look so good, especially Wei Yilin. As soon as he saw Wei Ruo, he glared at her with a look that could kill. Wei Ruo ignored him and calmly took her seat. Humph! Wei Yilin made a scornful sound in a deliberate attempt to express his displeasure. Yilin, don't talk while eating or on the bed. Wei Yiqin reminded him sternly. Wei Yilin pouted, puffed up his cheeks, and started eating his food in silence. After dinner, Yunshi didn't hold the usual tea and chat session. She didn't even show any concern for Wei Ruo like before, but sent them all to rest. Wei Ruo left the dining room and had only walked a few steps when she heard hurried footsteps behind her. Wei Yilin rushed up to her, blocked her path, and demanded, Why did you bully sister? Sister is so good. She always thinks of you and gives you the best things. She even told me to be nice to you, but you pushed her and caused her injury. You're so mean. Wei Ruo didn't want to deal with Wei Yilin and continued walking after sidestepping him. Wei Yilin stubbornly followed her and once again blocked her path. You must clarify this today, Wei Yilin said, mustering up an intimidating aura. What do you want me to say? That I bullied Wei Qingwan? That I ruthlessly pushed Wei Qingwan to the ground and caused her injury? So you admit you're mindless? It's not about what I admit, but what you want me to admit. You've already labeled me as a villain. What else is there to say? Wei Ruo replied with a scornful laugh. Wei Yiqin, who had caught up with them, pulled Wei Yilin away. Yilin, I have already explained to you that Suoruo pushing Wanwan was an accident, but sister was bleeding. What if she gets a scar? Suoruo was anxious because your second brother fell sick. It's understandable that she was impatient because it's a matter of life and death. Do you understand? Wei Yiqin instructed. But he's not my brother. He's not raised by my mother. Wei Yilin didn't recognize Wei Genie. In his eyes, Wei Genie was an anomaly. I didn't see you accepting me as a sister born from the same mother either. Wei Ruo hit back. You. Wei Yilin wanted to retort, but he couldn't find the words to respond to Wei Ruo's rebuttal. In plain terms, you're acting on your own preferences. Don't put on this grand show of excuses. It sounds absurd. Wei Ruo assessed. Wei Yilin's face turned red under Wei Ruo's rebuke. Wei Yiqin held Wei Yilin back, apologized to Ruo. Wei Yilin, with a stern expression, huffed. One won't. Big brother, you're siding with her too now and not protecting Sister Wanwan. If I don't protect Sister Wanwan, she'll be bullied by others. She's my sister, the one who cares about me the most. I won't allow anyone to bully her. Having said that, Wei Yilin broke free from Wei Yiqin and quickly ran away with tears in his eyes. Wei Yiqin slightly furrowed his eyebrows, helplessly explaining to Wei Ruo. Not long after Yilin was born, our father took a position in Xingshan County and became busy with official duties. Our mother also became particularly busy due to the relocation. Between my studies and neglect of Yilin, his personality developed as it did. Please don't take him to heart. I will properly guide him in the future. What good would it do for me to hold it against him? What does Big Brother think I can do to him? If I were to do anything, who do you think would be punished in the end? Him or me? Wei Ruo retorted, a sarcastic look in her eyes. Wei Yiqin looked serious. Ruo, I know that being locked in the firewood room by mother yesterday hurt you. Big Brother is sorry for not finding out sooner and letting you suffer. I truly apologize. Big Brother says this now, but if a livelier conflict occurred in the future, it's not guaranteed that you would be on my side like you are now. Ruo. Wei Ruo interrupted Wei Yiqin's words. Let's not talk about this anymore. I have something for you. Wait for me at Tingsong Garden. A gift? Wei Yiqin looked at Wei Ruo in surprise. Wei Ruo didn't say much, and when they reached the entrance to Tingsong Garden, she ran into the house and came out with a roll of something. This is for you. Wei Ruo handed a roll of paper to Wei Yichen. Paper? From the Four Treasure House? Wei Yichen recognized the paper from the Four Treasure House after a few glances. Looking at the paper, Wei Yichen's face involuntarily showed delight. Wei Ruo, Mimhum. I brought some back from Huzhou Prefecture. Wei Yichen. This kind of paper is not cheap. How much did it cost? Let me pay you. Wei Ruo. That's not necessary. Consider it a thank you gift for helping me out. Wei Yichen. The words I spoke yesterday were something I should have said. You don't need to thank me. Wei Ruo. To me, that is something that requires gratitude. Regardless, big brother, please accept it. Some things are better settled plainly. She did not like owing Wei Yichen any favors, not even a little bit. Wei Yichen looked at the paper in his hands, thought for a moment. Okay, then I will accept it, and I will bring you some delicious food next time. Wei Yichen didn't want to calculate so precisely with Wei Ruo, and he also really liked this paper. The couple of sheets his father gave him last time were quickly used up, and he wanted to buy more, but it was only available in Huzhou Prefecture, which was too far away and too expensive, so he had to give up. Seeing that his younger sister had presented him with such a valuable gift, he definitely had to return the favor next time. The next day, Wei Ruo went to Yingzhu Garden to see Wei Jini again and to check his recovery. In the Wei residence, Wei Jini continued his act of being sick. He somehow managed to convince the doctors who were called in by the Wei family that his condition was critical. After Wei Ruo entered the room, he had Xiaobei stand guard at the door. If someone else entered, he would alert the people inside. Wei Jini got up from the bed and seeing Wei Ruo, his usual cold and aloof demeanor seemed to soften a bit. This is for you. Wei Ruo took out a white porcelain bottle and placed it on the cabinet next to Wei Jini's bed. The medicine you made? Wei Jini asked. You have a physical deficiency, probably congenital. Taking this medicine regularly can help you build up strength. If you were in better health, you wouldn't have deteriorated so much after catching a cold. Wei Ruo wasn't holding back now, since Wei Jini already knew about her medical skills. Wei Ruo didn't notice. When she said probably congenital, Wei Jini's expression changed slightly. There was a brief chill in his detached eyes, but it quickly faded. After Wei Ruo finished speaking, Wei Jini picked up the medicine bottle, examined it carefully, opened the lid, and sniffed it closely. Wei Ruo pursed her lips. You better eat it properly, and don't waste it. This medicine took me a lot of effort, and many of the ingredients in it are hard to find. If he dared to waste the medicinal pills she painstakingly prepared, she would kill him. Humph. Wei Jini stared at Wei Ruo, taking in all her little expressions and gestures. After a long while, he said, Thank you. This was the first time he thanked Wei Ruo in all their time knowing each other. Didn't you say yesterday that we shouldn't say thank you? How come you're saying it today? It's nothing. Wei Jini avoided her gaze and hid the medicine bottle under his pillow. Someone would be coming to his room later, and he couldn't let others see the medication. Then he picked up a book from the bedside cabinet and started reading. So, he was back to his old self, head down and either reading or writing, apparently his two favorite activities in life. After Wei Ruo left, Wei Jini called Xiaobei over again and gave him an envelope. You take this letter to the Schur's bakery in the East City. Upon hearing this, Xiaobei was shocked. That was not just an ordinary bakery. On the surface, it sold pastries, but in fact, it was a secret contact point. Young master, are you? Wei Jini didn't say much. He just needed Xiaobei to follow his orders. Okay, young master, you rest well in the meantime. I'll go now. Xiaobei vividly remembered that the young master had severed contact with those people a long time ago. He didn't understand why Wei Jini had suddenly decided to get in touch with them again today. Perhaps it was due to his recent illness. Xiaobei carried out his task, holding Wei Jini's letter as he left. Wei Jini was a man, so it was much easier for him and his valet to go in and out of the residence than the women of the family. More than an hour later, Xiaobei arrived back successfully, bringing back quite a few items. After looking over the items, Wei Jini took out a wooden box from among them and told Xiaobei to take it to Wei Ruo at Tingsong Garden next door. Upon seeing Xiaobei bringing some things over, saying that his young master had sent a thank you gift, Wei Ruo, not one for formalities with Wei Jini, accepted it immediately. She opened it and was stunned. It was a piece of ginseng from the old mountain. It looked to be at least 100 years old. Wei Ruo quickly closed the box and double-checked there were no onlookers around before reopening it to take a closer look. After confirming it was a ginseng from the old mountain, Wei Ruo asked the messenger Xiaobei, "Did your young master really send this to me?" "Yes, the young master gave it to the young lady," Xiaobei replied. "Where did your young master get this from?" Wei Ruo asked. "Well, I don't know." Xiaobei was evasive. "Is your young master in the courtyard?" Wei Ruo asked. "Yes. I'll go find him." Since Wei Genie's answer couldn't be obtained from Xiaobei, she might as well ask Wei Genie herself. In the bedroom, the lower half of Wei Genie's body was covered by the quilt, and the upper half was propped up against the cushion, holding a book in his hand. He was wearing a white gown, and his face was still a bit pale, and he looked like an emaciated man who has just been drenched in the rain. Wei Ruo walked over, and Wei Genie looked up at her. "Are you giving me this valuable ginseng?" Wei Ruo asked, pointing at the box in her hand. "Yes. Where did you get such a valuable thing?" Wei Ruo was curious. "I saved an old man some years ago. It's a gift from him," Wei Genie replied. Xiaobei, who was listening on the side, was grumbling in his heart. The young master was lying without blushing. It was not from saving someone. The ginseng was clearly from, "Are you sure you want to give me this valuable ginseng? If sold, it can worth a lot of silver. There should be at least 200 taels." Wei Ruo reminded him. "You saved my life. It's worth more than the ginseng can offer," Wei Genie replied. The medicine that Wei Ruo had given him was a rare item that could not be bought or found elsewhere. Although what he said was right nevertheless, from Wei Ruo's perspective, Wei Genie's appearance suggested that the value of the ginseng probably exceeded all his possessions. He was so poor, yet he could give her such a valuable item. Clearly, he was someone who knew how to be grateful. Her decision to risk exposing herself to save him that day wasn't wrong. "All right then, I'll accept the ginseng. Next time, I'll use it to make some great replenishing pills and gift a few of them back to you," said Wei Ruo. "Okay." Wei Genie agreed, but he didn't really expect Wei Ruo to give him any great replenishing pills. 2 days later, Wei Genie finally recovered from his illness. He could eat, drink, get out of bed, and walk. Everyone in the Wei residence breathed a sigh of relief, no longer having to fear of being punished by Wei Mingting. Wei Ruo came to visit Wei Genie again, and also to take some bamboo shoots from his courtyard. If she didn't eat these bamboo shoots soon, they would become old and unusable. Rather than wasting them, she decided to offer them to her Wuzong temple tummy. Just as Xiaobei was serving food to Wei Genie, Wei Ruo entered the room. Looking at the dishes, Wei Ruo appeared surprised. The porridge was fine. Recovering from a serious illness requires a bit of liquid to help with absorption in the stomach. The problem lay with the 2 plates of dishes, one plate of somewhat yellowish-green vegetables and another with similarly unappetizing, seriously suspected of being burnt, radishes. Even though it's true that a person who had just recovered from a severe illness should eat light. But what's with the yellowing and burnt dishes? Did the main kitchen send you wilted vegetables? Wei Ruo asked. No, the vegetables that the main kitchen sent are quite fresh, Xiaobei explained. In the past, they might have been given unsavory vegetables, but now the servants at the residence wouldn't dare withhold their provision. So, did your own kitchen ruin the dishes? Wei Ruo asked. Hearing this, Xiaobei scratched his head in embarrassment. Well, miss, the cook here is me, and I'm not very good at cooking. Xiaobei quickly added, but I usually do a bit better than this. I rarely burn food anymore. Today was an exception because I was cooking while worrying about young master's medication. There were only 2 people in the Zhu Bamboo residence, and although there was a small kitchen that could cook small meals, it didn't have a proper cook. Wei Ruo turned to Xiaomei and gave her a look. Without needing Wei Ruo to say anything, Xiaomei already understood her intent. Miss, shall I use these bamboo shoots to cook a dish of braised spring bamboo shoots? Xiaomei suggested. Go ahead, you peel the shoots first, and I'll go get some sweet potato starch for you. Wei Ruo said. The mistress and maid began to act separately. Their enthusiasm made Xiaobei anxious. Thinking about the spicy dish that Wei Ruo made last time, Xiaobei didn't dare to hold any hopes for the upcoming meal. Young master, do you want me to stop them? Let them be. Unlike the previous rejection and impatience, Wei Genie didn't refuse this time. It wasn't long before Wei Ruo returned with Xiaomei. Xiaomei was holding a bowl of braised spring bamboo shoots steaming hot. Xiaomei put the bowl on the bedside table of Wei Jini and said, "Second young master, try these spring shoots. They're not going to be spicy this time. They won't make you choke." Wei Jini looked at the tender yellow bamboo shoots covered with a thick brown sauce, shining with oily glitter, and topped with fresh green onions. Compared with the yellowish and burnt vegetables and radishes cooked by Xiaobei, these bamboo shoots were much more enticing. With an attitude of giving it a try, Wei Jini picked up a piece and put it in his mouth, savoring it carefully. He did not choke or cough this time. His expressions were usually limited and would not show any extreme emotions, so it was hard to gauge his opinion on the braised spring bamboo shoots by his expression alone. The flavor is rich, fresh, and tasty. It has the sweetness of the shoots and a complex taste of the sauce. "What's that?" Wei Jini looked up at Wei Ruo. "It's soy sauce. Didn't I give you a jar?" Indeed, she did give him one, but Wei Jini had never tasted it. He had asked Xiaobei to dispose of it and didn't know where Xiaobei had put it. Xiaobei guiltily lowered his head and looked at the floor, fearing that Wei Ruo would discover he had carelessly stored her gift. Little did he know that his mistress was indeed serious about her soy sauce. It was her secret recipe, and as it turned out, was indeed a valuable medicinal ingredient as she claimed. "How is it? Better than those vegetables and radishes, right?" Wei Ruo asked, smiling. "Mm." Wei Jini replied in his low voice, his emotions hardly discernible. Wei Ruo watched as Wei Jini finished an entire bowl of porridge and a plate full of braised spring bamboo shoots, before leaving the residence with Xiaomei a satisfied smile on her face. Once Wei Ruo left, Wei Jini asked Xiaobei where the jar of soy sauce had gone. "I'll go find it." Xiaobei hurriedly ran into the kitchen to search. He found the jar collecting dust in a corner. Even though the surface was dusty, the jar was well sealed, so the contents should be okay. Xiaobei returned to Wei Jini's bedroom, holding the jar of soy sauce excitedly. "Young master, look. The jar is still here and it's been stored well." Store it well." "Yes, my master. I'll keep it in the safest place." No matter how tasty this soy sauce is, being a gift from Wei Ruo, they had to treat it with respect. The relationship between their young master and Wei Ruo had changed. They had become friends through adversity. In the following days, the military prefecture returned to its usual tranquility. Wei Ruo's relationship with her family had become even colder than when she had just arrived. This was particularly true with Yun, who used to be warm towards Wei Ruo. However, Wei Ruo's response was never enthusiastic, and now that Yun was cold towards her, Wei Ruo became even more indifferent. Wei Qin was somewhat worried about this, but Wei Ruo didn't care. She didn't care about the attitudes of the others in her family towards her because she had several important matters at hand. Firstly, the sweet potatoes on Shaoyang Mountain had already grown lush leaves. Sweet potato leaves are also a fine type of food, which can be picked for consumption as a green vegetable and provide additional benefits before the sweet potatoes ripen. What's more, the benefit of sweet potato leaves is that the more that can be sold, the more that can be harvested, and what can't be sold can be left in the ground to provide nutrients for the sweet potatoes. For the first harvest of sweet potato leaves, the wet nurse was a little uncertain, so Wei Ruo sent Xiaomei there because she had mobility issues. After Xiaomei and the wet nurse met, they directed the laborers to harvest a portion of the sweet potatoes. The harvested sweet potato leaves were strung together in bundles with rice straw and then loaded onto a readily transportable ox cart after being placed in baskets. For the first harvest, aware that people might not be familiar with sweet potato leaves, Xiaomei and the wet nurse picked only 2 baskets worth according to Wei Ruo's instruction. Then, they transported the ox cart to the market for sale, priced at 2 coins per bunch. This price was set by Wei Ruo. It's not expensive, aiming for a high volume of sales with a small profit. Wei Ruo generally would not price agricultural products too high, aiming for quantity rather than high profits, but on luxury items that only the rich and powerful could afford. Wei Ruo set the price as high as possible. Selling sweet potato leaves was also for the purpose of better promoting sweet potatoes as a crop, to prepare for the market for an even larger amount of sweet potatoes. On their way to the market, the wet nurse even went home and stir-fried a large plate of them to bring to the market. At the market, they made funneled shapes with small dumpling leaves to hold the cooked sweet potato leaves. each only containing enough for one bite. Then they had the laborers who were helping with the transportation cry out, 2 coins per bunch, free samples. Due to the scarcity of arable land in Xingshan County, vegetables were generally more expensive than in other regions. Plus, poor weather in recent years had lowered crop yields and combined with Japanese pirates causing disruptions led to fewer merchant convoys, thus fewer vegetables being transported from other places. This resulted in the price of vegetables in Xingshan County being several times higher than other places. Fresh green vegetables sold for 2 coins a bunch were indeed quite appealing, attracting many onlookers. Although they hadn't seen this before, there were ready-to-eat samples available. The wet nurse very enthusiastically handed the dumpling leaves, filled with stir-fried sweet potato leaves, to the onlookers. Once they learned that this was a vegetable that could be eaten, tasted refreshing and delicious, and was also affordable, some began buying it to give it a try. In no time at all of the sweet potato leaves in the 2 baskets were sold out. After leaving the market, Shomei followed the wet nurse back to their current residence. There is a shop in the front and a small house in the back, not a big place, but the wet nurse and her family were very satisfied with the place, especially considering its location, which was rather good. It was close to the military prefecture, and the shop at the front was in a busy area. Once they opened for business, it should attract lots of customers. After having lunch with the 3 members of the Su family in the small house, Shomei returned to the military prefecture. When she came back, she brought Wei Ruo sweet potato leaves and some other vegetable mushrooms. All of these were prepared by the wet nurse's family for Wei Ruo, as they were worried she might not be used to the food at the military prefecture. After that, Wei Ruo told Shomei to stand guard outside her door and prevent anyone from entering. She then visited her dimensional space and harvested the sweet potatoes that she had planted on 2 pieces of land within the space. The speed at which plants grow in the dimensional space is not the same as outside. Whereas the sweet potatoes on Shaoyang Mountain had just started to grow leaves, those in her dimensional space were ready to be harvested. She harvested a total of 2 basketfuls of sweet potatoes and gained a significant increase in experience points, leaving her less than 100 points away from the 1,000 points needed to level up. Seeing level up on the horizon, Wei Ruo was increasingly looking forward to the new seeds that would be unlocked. Wei Ruo decided to keep the sweet potatoes she had harvested in her dimensional space, as having 2 baskets of sweet potatoes appeared out of nowhere might arouse suspicion. After Wei Ruo stored the sweet potatoes, as long as the environment in the space remained dry, they would not spoil in the short term. Since it was currently inconvenient to remove the sweet potatoes from her space for sale, she decided to keep them there as a reserve for food. Just in case she ever ran into trouble and ran out of food or water, the provisions stored in her dimensional space would at least ensure that she didn't starve to death. The next day, Wei Ruo went personally to the southern part of the city and used the document given to her by Wei Mingting to successfully persuade the guards at the south gate to let her through. In the southern city, Wei Ruo has selected a flat piece of land that was convenient for transportation and near a water source as her experimental field. She ordered the 2 laborers sent by Yun to weeding and tilling the land. After that, she asked them to transport water from a nearby river to irrigate the field every day. Even though nothing had been planted in the field yet, having to water it every day. This was perplexing to many. Furthermore, Wei Ruo wanted the laborers to shape the field into something suitable for rice seeding. Even though it was nearing the Dragon Boat Festival and elsewhere, the rice stalks had already grown taller than people's knees. Wei Ruo's insistence on carving out a seedling field to grow rice now left some wondering whether she truly understood farming or not. Wet Nurse Zhang and the 2 laborers were skeptical and found Wei Ruo's actions peculiar. After 2 days of work, Wet Nurse Zhang couldn't help but express her concerns to Wei Ruo. "Miss, why don't you switch to other crops to plant? Although I haven't tilled the fields for many years, I remember back in our hometown people used to say that there is a time and season for everything. Whether it's planting crops, gourds, vegetables, there's a specific time to do so. Once you miss that window, it won't grow very well. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I guarantee you that once you've prepared the land, there will still be plenty of time to plant rice." Wei Ruo, of course, understood the importance of timing. It was almost June, and normally it would be too late to plant rice. However, the rice seeds in her space were a variety that could be planted as either early season or late season rice. The early season rice would be flowering by next month, while the late season rice wouldn't be planted until the 6th or 7th lunar month. She could still make it in time. By doing this, she could simultaneously conduct experiments on improving saline alkali land and planting late-season rice. If successful, not only could the arable land of Xingshan County be significantly expanded, but they could also plant rice twice a year and increase grain production both horizontally and vertically. What about all those fruits, vegetables, straw, and rice bran you asked us to collect before? Wet Nurse Zhang asked. Keep storing those. In a little while, when the time is right, I'll tell you how to use them. Wei Ruo replied. Wet Nurse Zhang looked at Wei Ruo's confident face, wanted to say something, but swallowed her words. Let it be, saying anything wouldn't make a difference. The Miss didn't seem like someone who would take advice easily. Moreover, the Miss had also said that if the project failed, it would be her issue, and she would be the one who would be punished. It had nothing to do with her. Meanwhile, in the Wangmei Gardens, Wei Qingwan, after a few days of rest, finally got out of bed. However, her complexion was not good, her face paler than Wei Zhernyi's at this time. These past few days, she had been confined to Wangmei Garden, listening to Cuiping telling her about Wei Ruo's activities. She knew that Wei Ruo had been busy all the time, running around every opportunity she got. Despite her maid's persuasion, Wei Qingwan went to the kitchen herself, made some osmanthus cakes, and personally delivered them to Wei Yichen. Wei Yichen had been engrossed in studying for days and rarely bothered with the world outside. Only when Wei Qingwan came to check on him would he relax a little. Wanwan, why are you here yourself today? Seeing his sister, a tender and indulgent smile naturally appeared on his face. I came to check on you, my brother. I worry that you are working too hard and forgetting to eat because you're always reading. Whether you pass the scholar examination or not does not matter to me. All I want is a strong and healthy brother. Don't worry, I take good care of myself. I always eat well and would never starve myself. My dear sister, don't worry. So you won't eat the osmanthus cakes I made? Of course I will. Wei Yichen quickly reached for the osmanthus cakes Wei Qingwan brought. My sister's cooking is much better than everyday food. Brother, I heard sister has been frequently going out these days and even went to the wastelands in the south of the city. Is it true? It is. Isn't it difficult to cultivate crops on that land? Wei Qingwan asked curiously. While it is indeed hard, it doesn't matter. Ruo has her methods. If she succeeds, it would be a great achievement. If not, we wouldn't lose much. Wei Yichen's view was the same as Wei Mingting's. Sister is so lucky, free to go out and do what she wants. Wei Qingwan couldn't help sighing, a deep longing in her expression. Wei Yichen chuckled. So, my dear Wanwan, you want to go out as well? Do you want to learn from Ruo and farm? That won't do. You can't withstand the harsh weather. You're making fun of me again, brother. I'm not making fun of you, but caring for you. Only because she likes and is used to doing these things. Can I bear to see Ruo running around and working so hard? Said Wei Yichen with a smile. Yes, farming is indeed very hard work. I wonder how old Lady Li is doing now. Wei Qingwan's expression became sorrowful. Seeing her like this, Wei Yichen reassured her. Wanwan, old Lady Li did wrong and she needs to be punished. I understand your affection for her, but if we are not strict with this, it would encourage disobedience. I know, but given her age and the months she has been at the farm, I fear she may not be able to withstand it. Wei Qingwan looked worried. When she mentioned that old Lady Li might not resist, her eyes reddened involuntarily. Wei Yichen frowned. Wanwan, I understand your concern for old Lady Li. I'll talk to the manager at the farm and ask him to help look after her and to give her less strenuous work. Wei Qingwan pressed her lips together. Thank you, brother. Silly girl, don't say that. I understand your feelings. You're the kindest soul, but we must punish when we must. Excessive kindness may harm you, said Wei Yichen. Okay. Wei Qingwan agreed softly. Very soon, the Dragon Boat Festival arrived. The customs were simple in Xingshan County. Families would insert peach leaves and iris into their doors and eat dumplings. The colonel's residence was no exception. The most pleasing part was that Wei Mingting took a day off. Pairing his rare presence at home with children and Wei Ruo's first Dragon Boat Festival spent with the Wei family, Wei Mingting decided to take them to the streets. Although there weren't any grand events in Xingshan County for the Dragon Boat Festival, it was livelier than usual. Wei Ruo was unusually excited, having got up early and asked Xiaomei to help her dress up. "Miss, you weren't this happy last time when you went to pray with Madam. That's different. Today we're going to the streets." Helpless, she was now in a deep palace, and going out was not as easy as before. Even though she had been put in charge of the wastelands in the south of the city, Mrs. Yun instructed her to have subordinates to do things for her whenever possible. She should stay inside if possible and avoid manual labor. In short, there weren't many opportunities to go out. When she passed Genie's pavilion, Wei Ruo stopped, peered into the yard, and saw Wei Genie still sitting in the pavilion reading and writing. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to go out today. Didn't they say that Wei Mingting was kind to Wei Genie? Why did he end up leaving Wei Genie alone on this family holiday? Did Wei Mingting only pretend to care about his illegitimate son, as described in the original novel? Did he arrange the small kitchen and monthly allowance for Wei Genie just to save face but not really care about him? Wei Ruo didn't think much of it. It was useless anyway for her to mull it over. Just as she was about to leave, Wei Genie noticed her. "If you want to come in, come on in," Wei Genie said to Wei Ruo. "No, I'm leaving." She waved her hand. "Don't feel bad. Father probably thinks you are just out of sickness and wants you to rest." Having said this much, Wei Ruo comforted him. Otherwise, she would seem mean, announcing that she was going out when she clearly knew that Wei Genie couldn't go. "You don't have to be so concerned about me. I'm fine. It's me who doesn't want to go out," Wei Genie answered. "Oh, as long as you're okay. Yeah, have fun," Wei Genie advised. "Then I'll go." Wei Ruo waved goodbye and left. Wei Genie kept his gaze on the direction where Wei Ruo went. The 13-year-old girl was charming, lively, like a free bird, and also like a blossoming spring flower. He didn't shift his gaze until he completely lost sight of her. When Wei Ruo came to the entrance of their home, except for Wei Genie, the family had gathered. Wei Ruo was the last to arrive. For this outing, the household prepared a carriage and 2 horses. Wei Mingting and Wei Yichen rode horses, while women and young Wei Yun rode in the carriage. Comparatively speaking, the streets of Xingshan County were indeed much busier today. After a while, a large crowd appeared ahead and blocked the road. The Wei family carriage had to stop. Looking ahead, it was at the entrance of a shop with several tables placed outside and a group of people gathered around them. There were also a few bamboo frames with calligraphy works hanging on them. Mrs. Yun lifted the curtain of the carriage and asked, "What's happening up front?" "Mother, wait a moment. Let me go and ask around," Wei Yichen replied, swiftly dismounting from his horse and merging with the crowd. After a short while, Wei Yichen returned, visibly more excited than when he left. "Mother, it's a newly opened shop holding a competition," he said. "What shop? What competition?" Madame Yun asked, intrigued by her son's enthusiasm. It was rare to see him this excited about anything. "It's the 4 Treasure House. They've opened a branch in Xingshan County. They're holding a contest for calligraphy and essays, and the winner will receive a prized piece of calligraphy from the Tibetan layman." "The 4 Treasure House? Didn't your father bring back some paper made by them last time?" "Yes, it's the same 4 Treasure House indeed," Wei Yichen said, his expression filled with eagerness. "Ah, is the Tibetan layman that renowned scholar from Huzhou Prefecture? Your father had mentioned him before. He writes excellent compositions. Once served as an esteemed scholar at the Hanlin Academy, but he retired and settled down in Huzhou Prefecture. He planted a bamboo forest in front of his house, hence known as the Tibetan layman. It's him." Therefore, Wei Yichen's excitement became more evident. No matter whether it's the paper from the 4 Treasure House or the artwork from the Tibetan layman, Wei Yichen was profoundly interested in both. Reading her son's thoughts, Madame Yun promptly said, "Well, what are you waiting for? When it comes to calligraphy and essays, my son is one of the very best in Xingshan County." Hearing this, Wei Yichen consulted his father with a look. Wei Mingting agreed, saying, "Go ahead, I too would like to see the caliber of my son's writings." "Very well, I will participate." Excited, Wei Yichen blended back into the crowd. Wei Mingting then addressed the family members in the carriage, "You should also get off and stretch your legs." Madame Yun let the 3 children step out of the carriage. She told Wei Qingwan and Wei Ruo to put on their veils, reminding their maids to stay by their side. As for Wei Yilin, she watched him herself, afraid lest he wander off too far. Once out of the carriage, Wei Ruo, along with Xiaomei, plunged into the crowd to look at the people competing for the Tibetan layman's calligraphy. Both girls were excited. Although their enthusiasm was less pronounced than Wei Yichen's, they seemed to care much more about this than about anything else, especially Wei Ruo. The competition rules were simple. The participants had to write a short composition on the assigned topic on the spot, and the work would be judged on both content and penmanship. The shopkeeper of the Four Treasure House, a middle-aged man with a beard and a hearty smile, was overseeing the competition. He enthusiastically welcomed each student who had been drawn to the competition, explaining the rules and inviting them to participate. The materials, including ink, brush, paper, and inkstone, were provided by Four Treasure House. When Wei Yichen thronged into the crowd, the shopkeeper cheerfully shared the competition details with him. You just need to write your thoughts on the given topic. We do not consider the content of the work, but the quality of the calligraphy. All right, let me give it a shot. Could you please lend me a brush and paper? In a hurry, the shopkeeper instructed a shopkeeper's assistant to prepare a new set of brush and paper for Wei Yichen. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Wei Yichen started to write. His bold and powerful strokes immediately attracted a round of applause from the crowd. After he finished, the shopkeeper did not comment on his work, but had another assistant carefully hang up Wei Yichen's piece. By now, many pieces were hung up on the shelf nearby. All were screenshots of today's competitions. They were displayed side by side for passer-by to appreciate and judge. A lavishly decorated carriage had been parked at distance for a while, now with its occupants watching the activities here. Interested, Brother Yuhong? Chu Lan asked Lu Yuhong, who was engrossed in the spectacle. Lu Yuhong quickly shook his head. Your Highness, don't make fun of me. I can excel in martial competition, horse riding, archery, strategic warfare, but I am utterly incompetent at calligraphy or composition. I just find the shop interesting with its unique method of presenting a venue for a competition on its opening day. Furthermore, they offered the Tibetan layman's artwork as a prize, which I'm curious to know whether it is genuine or not. Certainly, they are somewhat more astute than most shops, Chu Lan commented, his tone rather detached, show no keenness like Lu Yuhong's. By the way, aren't those people on horses from the noble and principal duke's residence in capital city? They seem familiar, asked Lu Yuhong. Following Lu Yuhong's line of sight, Chu Lan spotted Wei Mingting. Indeed, that is the third son of noble and principal duke, Wei Mingting, who's currently serving as 6th rank colonel. Your Highness, remember everyone clearly. I am not good at keeping track of these people, not even those residing in the capital city, let alone those outside the capital. The entire noble and principal duke's residence, including the noble and principal duke himself, are spineless. Wei Mingting is the only exception. It's a pity that he is only bold without flexibility. Otherwise, he would have left this place long ago. Chu Lan remarked. No wonder the noble and principal duke residence is deteriorating in recent years. It seems like they lack competent successors. It's a pity. I once heard my father mentioning that their ancestors were meritorious generals at the founding of the kingdom, said Lu Yuhong. Despite his scholarly background, he admired martial artists, especially those illustrious generals of the past. Let's go, Chu Lan suddenly said, lifting the curtain of the carriage and standing up. Where to? To the competition. Have you taken an interest, Your Highness? Lu Yuhong said in surprise, running after him. Chu Lan didn't reply, and made his way directly into the crowd. The competition was still on. Nearly everybody had participated, and their works were on display for everyone to see. Among all the works, Wei Yichen's piece was prominent and garnered the most attention. No doubt, Madame Yun was correct. When it comes to penmanship and composition, Wei Yichen is amongst the top-notch in Xingshan County. His performance was superior to others and pushed others aside. Wei Qingwan couldn't have been more pleased for Wei Yichen. Suddenly, a man in brocade robes approached. I would like to try as well. The crowd naturally parted to let the man through, knowing intuitively from the outfit and the entourage that he was no ordinary man. Wei Mingting took notice of the newcomer and was slightly taken aback. He wasn't sure of the man's identity, but he inferred something from the personal accessories the man's attendants were bearing. Wei Ruo recognized the man at a glance. It's the seventh Prince Chulan, the male protagonist of the original story, and also the one who sentenced her to death in the original plot. Remembering this, Wei Ruo instinctively moved away from the crowd, creating a distance between herself and this perceived threat. Although she didn't know how much of a difference it would make, her instinct just drove her to stay away from the perceived danger. Wei Ruo glanced at Wei Qingwan, only to find her looking at Chu Lan. Chu Lan was meant to meet Wei Qingwan at the Huafa Temple in the original plot, but that encounter was missed because of her, a secondary character, not showing up. Could it be that this delayed encounter was happening now? Wei Qingwan's gaze fell on Chu Lan through her veil, lingering upon him for a long time. The towering stature, the air of nobility, his striking appearance and commanding presence, making it difficult not to notice him. Wei Qingwan was certain that this man was not from Xingshan County. His attire was far from ordinary. If he were a local noble, they, the Wei family, would have surely known about him. "Young master, please." The shopkeeper smiled and asked the shop assistant to lay out a fresh sheet of paper for him. Chu Lan stepped forward, and upon seeing the paper placed before him, a trace of surprise passed over his austere face. Running his fingers lightly over the surface of the paper, the surprise on his face intensified. This paper, unlike the kind he normally used, why would such good paper, not even found in the capital city, be available in such a remote location? Where does this paper come from? Chu Lan asked the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper chuckled and answered, "This is exclusively sold by our treasure house. If you like it, sir, you can buy some when our shop officially opens after today's contest. We're going to have our grand opening right after today's calligraphy competition." Chu Lan lifted his gaze to see the shop behind the shopkeeper with a signboard that bore the 3 large characters, "For Treasure House." Chu Lan responded with a "How interesting," then picked up the paper and brush and began to write. The topic given by the shopkeeper was "The people regard food as their heaven." Chu Lan also wrote around 100 characters. His writing was vigorous and powerful with authoritative brush strokes, bridging large and small characters with ease. Onlookers immediately cheered, repeatedly praising his work. The shop assistant also hung up Chu Lan's writing, right next to Wei Yichen's. When the two works were placed side by side, the contrast was clear. Wei Yichen's script was far more temperate. The shopkeeper then asked the crowd if anyone else wanted to participate in the competition, and after asking 3 times to ensure there were no others, he handed out a wooden tablet to each person present. Each wooden tablet was simply carved with the 3 large characters "For Treasure House," suspended by a red cord at the top. The judges for today's competition are all present here. Whomever you believe has the best writing, just hang your wooden tablet on the hook above that person's work. The person with the most number of votes at the end wins today's contest. Lu Yuhong looked at the wooden tablet in his hand and laughed, whispering to Chu Lan, "This is amusing. They're actually letting the spectators vote to determine the winner." "It's a smart choice," Chu Lan said. "This method of judging allows the host of the competition to avoid offending anyone. And as a new shop, the last thing they would want is to offend anyone." Lu Yuhong used a teasing tone when he asked Chu Lan, "If I don't vote for you, will I be able to return safely tonight?" Chu Lan, "You should think it over carefully." Lu Yuhong, "Are you serious? I thought you were just playing around. Have you really developed a competitive spirit?" Chu Lan, "It's definitely more interesting than I initially thought." Lu Yuhong, "I told you this shop was interesting." The voting began. The spectators who received wooden tablets voted one by one. Unsurprisingly, the works by Wei Yichen and Chu Lan received the most votes by a large margin, far surpassing the other works. Wei Qingwan also received a wooden tablet. She knew that she must vote for her older brother, but before placing the tablet, she couldn't help but look at the distinguished young man in the brocade robe. She couldn't tell who would win between this young gentleman and her older brother. Wei Ruo also received a tablet. She quickly hung her vote on the hook above Wei Yichen's work and eloped at lightning speed. When the voting concluded, the shopkeeper publicly counted all the wooden tablets. The other participants only received a meager count of 3 to 5 votes, attracting little attention in comparison to the highly anticipated outcome of Wei Yichen and Chu Lan's works. Tallying the votes, Chu Lan's work received 20 wooden tablets. Wei Yichen's work received 21 wooden tablets. By a narrow margin of 1 vote, Wei Yichen edged out a victory. The shopkeeper said to Chu Lan with a smile, "Sir, I apologize. You fell short by 1 vote. I must declare you the loser. Do you have any objections?" "None." Chu Lan responded. "Since I decided to participate in your competition, I should respect your rules. Your method has no faults." "Very well, then I declare that today's victor is the young master in white." The shopkeeper fixed his gaze on Wei Yichen with a smile. Wei Yichen stepped forward, extending a bow towards Chu Lan. "Thank you, sir. I managed a narrow victory today mainly because my 2 sisters also received a vote. If not for that, I believe victory would have been yours. A loss is a loss. I have a good friend here, just as you have sisters here. There's nothing more to say." Chu Lan was not upset. In fact, he seemed to be in high spirits, with a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. There was something more interesting to him than the treasured calligraphy scroll from the Tibetan layman. Wei Yichen nodded, but said nothing more. The shopkeeper placed the scroll with the Tibetan layman's drawing into a wooden box and handed it to Wei Yichen. He then announced, "The paper you all used just now is available for sale in our shop. Those who need it can come in to buy it. Each person is limited to 50 sheets per day, and quantities are limited until sold out." All the scholars who had just participated in the competition had already used the paper and brushes from the 4 treasure house. While the pens and ink were common, they did not differ much from those in other places. However, it was definitely not the case for the paper. Although the price was higher than other places, the quality was vastly superior, and the price was still acceptable for wealthy households. Upon hearing of the purchase limit and limited quantity, the crowds immediately rushed into the shop in fear of missing out. In no time, a long queue had formed outside the 4 treasure house, making for a bustling scene. This was a rare sight in Xingshan County where the economy was not particularly thriving. It seemed that those living challenging lives were mainly the lower-class citizens, while those families that could afford to finance a scholar could still afford good quality stationery. Wei Yichen also had a servant join the queue to buy more for him. In no time at all, the shopkeeper announced that the day's stock of paper was sold out, and those in need would have to wait until the next day to purchase. Upon hearing that the paper was sold out, those who were unable to secure any showed looks of disappointment. As the crowd dispersed, Wei Qingwan remained among the people, scanning her surroundings and subconsciously searching for the figure of the noble young gentleman. Wei Yichen pulled her. "Wanwan, what are you looking at?" I am looking for my sister." Wei Yichen looked around, indeed failing to locate Wei Ruo. Wei Ruo had long slipped away shortly after the competition ended, wandering off to shop in nearby stores. Wei Yichen found Wei Ruo in a candied fruit stall on the street. Wei Ruo had just bought several large packs of candied fruit and was ready to return home. Looking at the amount of candied fruit Wei Ruo purchased, Wei Yichen felt it was a bit excessive, but he refrained from criticizing her. Instead, he said, "So, my sister likes candied fruit. Next time, I'll bring some for you. You don't need to stock up so much at once. It will not be fresh if left for too long." Wei Yichen thought that since Wei Ruo seldom ventured out, and given today's rare opportunity, she bought so much possibly out of fear that she wouldn't have another chance in the future. Wei Ruo just smiled without either agreeing or rebutting, and she followed Wei Yichen back to her family's side. Upon returning, Wei Yichen asked Wei Mingting, "Father, that young master seems to be of extraordinary status. Do you know who he is?" Xingshan County is so small that it would be impossible for them not to know if such a person of status was present. It mustn't be someone from Xingshan County, but I can't think of who it might be. Wei Mingting also observed the unfamiliar gentleman earlier, yet he can't recall who he was. Madame Yun speculated, could it be the nobleman who is residing in Huafa Temple? Very few influential people come to Xingshan County. It's unlikely that 2 would arrive at once. That's a possibility. Wei Mingting agreed. "My lord, could it be possible for the nobleman to vent his anger on our family because of the previous incident and the fact that Yichen won the competition today?" Madame Yun's concern deepened. "Don't think about it too much. If he is enraged by such trivial matters, nothing can be said. Moreover, from his behavior earlier, he doesn't seem to be narrow-minded," Wei Mingting advised. He is upright and just. He admitted to his crime of failing to manage anti-Japanese samurai. However, if he was punished for such trivial matters, it would be a gross injustice. After failing to determine the identity of the gentleman clothed in brocade, Wei Yichin handed over the ink treasure of the Tibetan layman that he had won back to Wei Mingting. Wei Mingting refused it. "You keep it. I know how much you admire the Tibetan layman, even considering him a potential mentor." Wei Ruo, who was about to get in the carriage, overheard this conversation and glanced at Wei Yichin. She quickly turned back, climbed into the carriage, and started munching on candied fruit. Gazing through the window slit on the opposite side sat Wei Qingwan, who was lost in thought. The face of the nobleman kept surfacing in her mind. She also remembered what her parents had said, that the nobleman was likely from Huafa Temple, worrying about the impression she had left on him that day. If it was indeed the nobleman from the Huafa Temple, he must be a member of the royal family. What would induce a royal family member to visit a small place like Xingshan County? After the competition, Chu Lan did not leave immediately. He let an attendant queue up and buy more paper. With the paper in hand, Chu Lan is certain that it's much better than what is sold in the capital city. Lu Yuhong also noticed that the paper Chu Lan bought was different from what they usually used, thicker, cleaner, and smoother. It's surprising. This store truly is renowned. Not only do they come up with unique ways to attract customers, but the products they sell are superior to those in other places. This store should be located in the capital city. The business will surely be 100 times better. Lu Yuhong commented. "Brother Yuhong, setting up shop in the capital isn't that easy," Chu Lan said. "Oh, you're right. Life in the capital is not like in these small places." Lu Yuhong nodded. Lu Yuhong jokingly said to Chu Lan, "Your Highness, since their paper is so good and beloved by scholars, what if I talk to their boss about it? See if he can supply me, and I can open a store for him in the capital city. This way I could also make some profit. No one would mind having more money, not even someone like Lu Yuhong, who is a gentleman from a well-established family." "You can try, just don't act like a bully," Chu Lang replied. "Of course, do I look like a scoundrel? If I ever oppress the common people, my grandfather will be the first one to whip me to death." With the competition ended and the day's stock of paper sold out, the shopkeeper Mr. Jia closed the store and went into the small courtyard at the back of the shop. A strong and honest-looking farmer stood in the courtyard. When Mr. Jia arrived, the farmer was chopping wood. Mr. Jia stood by the farmer and reported the day's competition and sales situation. Generally speaking, it was a huge success. Just with a piece of ink treasure from the Tibetan layman cubicle and a small competition, 4 Treasure House was promoted in Xingshan County and successfully sold 7,200 pieces of paper. Good. You've worked hard." Su Zhushan had a simple-minded smile on his face. Looking at Su Zhushan, Mr. Jia, for the umpteenth time, couldn't believe that an unsophisticated man like him could have so many bright ideas. Like the promotional method executed today was taught by Su Zhushan. Mr. Jia, the shopkeeper, simply followed his instructions. Mr. Jia still couldn't determine if the boss was pretending or if he was an idiot savant. After a brief moment of reflection, Mr. Jia continued to tell Su Zhushan, "Moreover, a gentleman came to the store asking about the boss's, affairs. I responded as you instructed, saying that our boss doesn't see guests." "Ah, okay. The gentleman also said he came to cooperate with you. He wanted to get goods from you and open a store in the capital city. I remember that you once said that due to limited daily stocks, you would never cooperate with others or supply paper to other people. So I conveyed your thoughts to him." "Correct, just like that." Su Zhushan nodded. "Boss, forgive my curiosity. We only sell so many sheets of paper every day. Is it because of a shortage of goods?" Mr. Jia couldn't help but ask. "Yes," answered Su Zhushan. Then Su Zhushan thought of an important matter. "Oh yes, starting tomorrow, we can't sell paper alone. We have to. He broke off halfway and took a moment to think before he could continue. "We should sell it along with the stationery in the store. I have a detailed plan for you." Su Zhushan ran back into the room and returned with a paper. It was filled with words. The handwriting wasn't good. It looked like the scribblings of a 7- or 8-year-old. Mr. Jia took the paper and was amazed. It was ingenious. Among the 4 treasures of the study that their store sells, only their paper is unique. The other three are regular items that can be found in other places. This resulted in the paper being the best-selling product in the store while the other items rarely sold. Today, they sold out of paper, yet only 4 items among brushes, ink, and inkstones were sold. However, Su Zhushan's paper detailed the purchasing rules for the shop in the future. There will be a bundling system. You can only buy up to 20 sheets of paper directly, but if you purchase it with other items in the store, you can buy up to 50, even 80 sheets of paper. After reading it, Mr. Jia still had doubts. Boss, if we sell this way, will people refuse to buy? It's okay. Sell it this way. We don't force anyone. Those who don't want it can still buy 20 sheets. Su Zhushan responded. Mr. Jia nodded. Then I'll sell it this way starting tomorrow. I will take my leave for today and come back tomorrow. Mr. Jia bid Su Zhushan goodbye. All right, you've worked hard. Su Zhushan nodded. After Su Zhushan finished accounting, he prepared to go pick up his wife. She had been busy with mountain affairs during the past few days and had lost weight. He planned to kill a chicken for her tonight as a replenish. Su Zhushan chuckled to himself as he picked up the basket in the yard. He can use the basket to carry things for his wife, and if there was pig grass by the road, he would also cut some to take home. After wandering in the streets, Wei Mingting led the Wei family to the military training ground. The training ground was where the soldiers trained. Usually, outsiders were not allowed in. Even members of the military prefecture's family were not an exception. But recently, all the soldiers had been holding the front line. Their usual training spots had been moved to a place closer to the East City Gate. So now the training ground was empty and only defended by a few guards at the entrance. Wei Mingting brought his children here, intending to take advantage of this rare day off to teach them horse riding. Among the children, only the eldest son knew how to ride a horse, while the others hadn't been taught yet due to Wei Mingting's tight schedule. Wei Mingting planned to let his 2 daughters try riding. Conveniently, he and his eldest son could each teach one. Wei Mingting chose to instruct Wei Ruo, leaving Wei Qingwan's training to his eldest son. As for the younger son, Wei Yilin, he was supervised by their mother in learning to ride a small pony. Normally, Wei Yilin was as mischievous as a monkey at home, but with Wei Mingting present today, he became much more well-behaved, not daring to show any signs of his usual temper or stubbornness. Wei Mingting led his own mount, Scythe, to Wei Ruo and asked, Ruo, do you dare to try? Wei Ruo nodded, expressing her excitement. She had been here for such a long time and hadn't ridden a horse yet. I'll teach you then. This is the stirrup where you place your feet, this is the saddle, and this is the reins. Wei Mingting meticulously explained the essentials of horse riding to Wei Ruo. Wei Ruo listened attentively. When Wei Mingting was finished and told her to try, she didn't hesitate. She quickly stepped on the stirrup and seated herself on the saddle in one swift motion. Her actions were neat and effortless, carrying out the entire process smoothly, without any hesitation or fear. Wei Mingting was still thinking whether to fetch a stool for his daughter to step on, but Wei Ruo was already on the horse. Reacting to the speed of her action, Wei Mingting laughed. Ruo, you are more decisive than your elder brother. I recall that your elder brother hesitated for quite a while when he first learned to ride a horse. Wei Chen, who was instructing Wei Qingwan on the side, laughed back in protest, hearing his father making fun of him. Father, how could you tell Ruo about such things? What about my dignity as the elder brother? Wei Mingting replied, dignity must be earned by oneself. It's not something I cover up for you. Wei Chen quickly responded, all right, it's my negligence. Ruo is better. Our Ruo is a dashing heroine, extraordinary in comparison to men. Listening to Wei Chen's flattering words, the praised Wei Ruo didn't feel anything. On the other hand, Wei Qingwan, who was by Wei Chen's side, lowered her head in disappointment. Wei Chen turned and saw the saddened look on Wei Qingwan. Wan, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? He promptly asked her. Nothing. I just feel a little too clumsy compared to sister, who was able to quickly grasp the essence of horse riding. She muttered. Wan, don't think that way. You have your own strengths and abilities. There are many aspects in which you excel that Ruo doesn't. For instance, the pastries you make are remarkably delicious. Your embroidery, calligraphy, and poetry are excellent. All of these are things that Ruo can't compete with. You don't need to be the best in everything. It's too tiring, Wei Yichen comforted her. Wei Qingwan softly replied. All right, let Big Brother continue to teach you, Wei Yichen said, patiently going back to explaining the intricacies of horse riding to Wei Qingwan. Just as Wei Yichen had said a few sentences to Wei Qingwan, he saw Wei Ruo God galloping on the horse, running around in circles on the grass training ground. Wei Ruo laughed freely and boldly on horseback, displaying no signs of fear even though it was her first time riding. Watching his daughter's carefree behavior, Wei Mingting felt somewhat relieved and remarked, I didn't expect Ruoruo to be the most like me. If she were a boy, she might even have joined me in the battlefield. Wei Yilin's mother also noticed the relieved expression on her husband's face when he looked at their daughter and couldn't help but feel happy. Ruoruo was indeed their biological daughter and had traces of her father in her. At this thought, her expression toward Wei Ruo softened considerably. Since the last incident, her attitude towards Wei Ruo had cooled a lot. However, today's event brought about a subtle change in her feelings. After a while of horse riding, Wei Mingting fetched a bow and arrow for Wei Ruo to try out. Archery is different from horse riding. It's a bit harder. You can try, and if you can't do it, there's no need to force yourself, Wei Mingting offered up front. Initially, Wei Mingting only planned to teach his daughters horse riding today, not intending for them to try archery as it might be too challenging for girls. But Wei Ruo's impressive horse riding performance prompted Wei Mingting to change his mind. Wei Mingting demonstrated to Wei Ruo how to nock an arrow, draw the bow, and shoot. Wei Mingting seemed to be a born warrior, a natural soldier. The moment he held a bow and arrow in his hands, his aura changed, emitting an indescribable gravitas rooted in power. His taut muscles seemed capable of exerting limitless strength. The arrows he shot confirmed this. Each one hit the bullseye. He handed the bow to Wei Ruo, saying, Roro, you should also try. All right. Wei Ruo took the bow and, imitating Wei Mingting's earlier actions, she took an arrow from the quiver and knocked it onto the bowstring. Wei Ruo caught on quickly, grasping the basics of archery and successfully shooting the arrow. But her precision and strength were limited. Strength-wise, while Wei Mingting could draw the bow into a full moon shape, Wei Ruo could only achieve a crescent. As for precision, let alone hitting the bullseye, she was unable to hit the target at all. Of her 10 arrows, only 2 landed on the target. Watching Wei Mingting shoot with great accuracy had made it seem easy, but only when she tried it herself did she realize that knocking an arrow and hitting a target accurately was not something anyone could easily achieve. Wei Ruo frowned at the bow and arrow in her hand, wondering why the blasted arrow wouldn't obey her. Wei Mingting saw his daughter's reaction and laughed. Ruo, don't worry. Take your time. Considering this is your first try, you have done extremely well. Wei Mingting wasn't comforting Wei Ruo. He genuinely thought she did well. Not to mention girls, even boys on their first attempt wouldn't necessarily have Wei Ruo's learning speed. Not far from them, Wei Qingwan, who was still learning to ride with Wei Yichen, saw the tender expression on Wei Mingting's face when he looked at Wei Ruo. After thinking for a moment, Wei Qingwan turned to Wei Yichen and said, Big brother, I also want to try archery. Sure, let's go, replied Wei Yichen, taking her there without understanding her thoughts. The purpose of today was just to bring their siblings to play at the training ground after all. Whether they learned something new or not wasn't important, as long as they had fun. Wei Yichen and Wei Qingwan arrived at Wei Mingting's side. After explaining the situation, Wei Mingting ordered his subordinates to bring another bow. After receiving the bow, Wei Qingwan, emulating what she had seen Wei Mingting demonstrating earlier, prepared to draw the bow. Wei Qingwan strained for a long time, but was only able to open the bow a small amount. The arrow she had placed on the bow fell to the ground due to her trembling hands. Wei Yichen picked up the fallen arrow for Wei Qingwan as he comforted her. Don't rush, Wanwan. Archery is difficult, and father's bows are all quite hard, so it's normal that you can't open them. Your first time trying looks very similar to eldest brother's first time. I'll try again. Wei Qingwan once again drew the bow. This time, she used even more strength, and then let out a light gasp. The bow and arrow in her hand fell to the ground again. Wanwan, what's wrong? Wei Yichen hurriedly checked Wei Qingwan's hands. Wei Mingting, who was initially instructing Ruoruo, came to Wei Qingwan's side after he heard noise. He examined her condition, and his eyes also revealed deep concern. I'm all right. It's me who is useless. I couldn't draw the bow, and my hand got scratched by the bowstring. Wei Qingwan reproached herself. Wei Yiqin opened Wei Qingwan's hand and saw a deep red mark left by the bowstring on the fingers she used to pull the string. Although the skin wasn't broken, the red mark stood out vividly against Wei Qingwan's fair, delicate skin. Wei Mingting's brows furrowed. Then he said to Wei Yiqin, Yiqin, go get some medicine to apply on Wanwan's hand. All right, I'll go now. Wei Yiqin hurriedly left to find the ointment. Mrs. Yun and Wei Yilin also rushed over. Seeing Wei Qingwan's injury made them both very concerned and anxious. Wanwan, let me see. How did you get yourself into this condition? Stop practicing archery. Your hands aren't made for this, Mrs. Yun quickly said. Yes, sister. Can we do something else? Wei Yilin suggested. I'm sorry. It's my fault. Wei Qingwan lowered her head, feeling ashamed. What are you talking about? What does this have to do with competency? Archery simply isn't something a girl should do, Mrs. Yun said. Don't worry, sister. When I master horse riding and archery, I'll protect you. Wei Yilin pounded his chest and declared. Wei Qingwan's eyes reddened. Thank you, Yilin. She immediately turned to Wei Mingting and Mrs. Yun and said, I'm sorry, father and mother. I'm all right, please don't worry. I've been undutiful. It's normal for parents to worry about their children. Where does the notion of being undutiful even come from? Mrs. Yun said. Wei Mingting nodded in agreement with his wife's words. All right, stop crying. Come and rest in the carriage with me, Mrs. Yun said as she took Wei Qingwan away. Wei Yilin followed behind them, like a little bodyguard. When Wei Qingwan left, Wei Mingting returned to Ruoruo's side. Suddenly, he had a thought and looked at Ruoruo's right hand. He noticed that the fingers she used to draw the bow also had fresh red marks on them. What's more, because Ruoruo shot many more arrows than Qingwan did, her hand had more noticeable red marks. Ruoruo, stop practicing for now. Wei Mingting immediately halted her. After Ruoruo put down her bow, Wei Mingting asked, You've got many red marks on your hand. Why didn't you tell me? Ruoruo glanced at her own hand and calmly answered, It hasn't broken the skin. It's not a real injury. From her perspective, such minor injuries were nothing at all. Her words made Wei Mingting frown, deep in thought. To him, injuries of this level weren't much, but it was different for a girl. His daughters were gently cared for and raised, so they naturally couldn't compare to him. He had always thought that frail girls like Wanwan were how girls should normally be. Wei Mingting silently pondered for a while, then said, Ruoruo, I've made you suffer. Ruoruo looked at Wei Mingting, then quickly averted her eyes and focused on a distant target. For a fleeting moment, she wanted to tell Wei Mingting that she didn't find life in the countryside difficult at all. Over there, she had family, friends, and her own life. But she held her tongue, because those words were ones that the Wei family didn't like to hear. In their eyes, taking her back, making her a young lady of the official family, and treating her with care was the best option for her. To change the topic, Ruoruo asked Wei Mingting, Are all bows so hard to draw? Isn't there a lighter one that can be used by one hand, like a crossbow? There are indeed some that don't require much strength to use, like the crossbow. It won't hurt the hand. Do you want to try, Ruoruo? Wei Mingting asked. Ruoruo shook her head. No need. I was just curious why soldiers these days use bows more than crossbows. Because the speed of using a crossbow is slow. In the same amount of time, a proficient archer could shoot 3 arrows, while a crossbowman can only shoot 1. During a war, the intensity of firepower is very important, Wei Mingting answered. I see, Ruoruo murmured thoughtfully. Seeing that Ruoruo was interested in archery, in order to explain it more effectively, Wei Mingting had a servant fetch a crossbow. Wei Mingting handed the crossbow to Ruoruo. Look, Ruoruo, this crossbow can load 1 arrow at a time. After it's fired, loading the second one can be time-consuming. Ruoruo accepted it, shot an arrow towards the target, then loaded the second one under Wei Mingting's guidance. It was indeed slower. For a novice like her, the time it took to load a crossbow was similar to the time spent shooting an arrow with a bow. However, for someone as experienced in battle as Wei Mingting, retrieving and shooting arrows with a bow was much faster compared to loading a crossbow. Ruoruo held the crossbow in her hand, deep in thought. What are you thinking about, Ruoruo? Wei Mingting was curious about his daughter's thoughts. I was thinking, it would be amazing if this crossbow could load many arrows at once, Ruoruo casually said as she played with and observed the crossbow in her hands. Your thoughts are quite interesting, Wei Mingting commented, then looked up at the sky. It's getting late. We should prepare to return home. Seeing that it was getting late, Wei Mingting ended the day's activities and led his wife and child back home. Their journey back was peaceful, and the group safely returned to the Wei residence. Upon entering the gate, Wei Mingting specifically told Ruoruo before they parted, "Today was your first time riding and shooting arrows. You will inevitably feel discomfort tomorrow. Rest early after you return." All right. Not long after Ruoruo returned to Tingsong Garden, she received a medicinal bath packet delivered by Cuiping. Wei Mingting had told Mrs. Yun, who then instructed Cuiping to bring it. Wei Mingting had kept a variety of medicines at home due to his experiences in battle. This medicine bath packet was usually used by him. Ruoruo opened the medicinal bath packet and examined it carefully. She sniffed it and concluded that it was a formula for relaxing the muscles and promoting blood circulation. Although the formula had some shortcomings, it was useful. Originally, Ruoruo planned to prepare her own medicinal bath, but as Wei Mingting had it sent over, she didn't bother and used the one provided. That night, Ruoruo had a hot bath with the medicinal packet to relieve and relax herself. Ruoruo anticipated that she would feel sore and tired when she woke up the next day. However, when the next day actually arrived, not only did she feel sore and tired, but she also felt pain in some unexpected places. Places like my buttocks and inner thighs that get rubbed when horse riding are aching. Compared to this, the slight ache in my arm, shoulder, and fingers from archery feels fine because Wei Ruo usually exercises her arms and shoulders by collecting herbs and doing farm work. But areas like the inner thighs can't be exercised while doing other things. Wei Ruo regretted a little at this moment. She shouldn't have been negligent last night. If she knew, she would have prepared her own medicinal bath pack. That would have relieved at least half of the soreness today. She wouldn't look so pitiful then. Mississippi, wouldn't it be better if you didn't get out of bed? Xiaomei looked at Wei Ruo leaning against the wall and found it both pitiful and funny. Mimi, are you laughing at me? Are you? You don't love me anymore, do you? No, really, miss, I'm not laughing. I promise I pity you more than I mock you. You just let it slip. You did laugh at me. Miss, I didn't want to laugh, but it's the first time I've seen you walk this way. I couldn't help it. But believe me, I'm not mocking you. I think the way you walk is cute. Humph, bad Mimi. Wei Ruo mumbled. Laugh if you want. I'll let you get away with it. But I can't let others in this house see me like this, especially that stinky kid. Wei Ruo could already imagine how Wei Yilin would tease her seeing her like this. It's fine to be a laughingstock for her own people, but she couldn't entertain those who wished her ill with her misfortune. Wei Ruo thought for a moment and said to Xiaomei, I won't be eating in the dining hall this afternoon or evening. Can you go and tell mother for me? Just say that I got hurt from horse riding yesterday, and it's not convenient for me to move. Whether Lady Yun believes it or not didn't matter, because going over to the dining hall is not possible anyway. Then, miss, where will you eat? Should we go to the small kitchen next door and cook something ourselves? Miss, you haven't tasted the dried mushrooms that Madame Sue sent over, and also the sweet potato leaves we brought back last time are still fresh, Xiaomei suggested. As Xiaomei said this, Wei Ruo's cravings started to stir. She's not particularly picky, but compared to the food she and Xiaomei usually eat, the food made in the Wei family's main kitchen tastes rather bland. It's not that the cooks in the main kitchen have poor skills, but rather, they use far fewer condiments than they do. Let's go next door. Wei Ruo decided. Even if she had to limp, she would go to the neighboring kitchen for food. So Xiaomei left for Cangyun Garden, informing Lady Yun about Wei Ruo's condition. Luckily, Wei Mingting had mentioned to her the night before that Wei Ruo, having tried horse riding and archery for the first time, had exerted herself a lot and would most likely be sore the next day, so she should take care of her more. So, Lady Yun not only agreed to Wei Ruo not eating in the dining hall, but also instructed the main kitchen to prepare an extra meal to be sent to Tingsong Garden for Wei Ruo. After Xiaomei returned to Tingsong Garden, she helped Wei Ruo get out of bed. When they were about to leave Tingsong Garden, Wei Ruo had Xiaomei check to confirm that nobody was around before they went out. And then, suffering the pain, Wei Ruo hopped her way to the doorway of the neighboring pavilion, called Ingzhu Pavilion. As soon as Xiaobei opened the door, Xiaomei and Wei Ruo went in. Xiaobei didn't even have time to ask a question. "Young miss, what happened to you?" Xiaobei asked. "I'm wrecked," Wei Ruo said and looked toward the octagonal pavilion in the courtyard. And sure enough, Wei Jini was sitting there, having fully recovered from his illness. Except for particularly windy days, he would sit inside the pavilion reading and writing. Wei Jini was also looking at Wei Ruo at that moment. Watching her hopping towards him, her posture was weird but somewhat cute. When she got up close, Wei Jini asked, "What happened? Are you injured?" The slight furrowing of his brow and the solemnity in his eyes hinted at a touch of concern. "I wasn't injured. I just rode a horse yesterday," Wei Ruo responded, then exhaled with resentment, paused, and added somberly, "For the first time." Upon hearing this, it seemed as though Wei Jini came to comprehend something. Watching Wei Ruo huff and puff, a trace of a smile spread across his usually serious face. Perhaps because he seldom laughs in front of others, Wei Jini used his hand to conceal half of his face. "Wei Jini, I'm your lifesaver. Your sister with whom you've shared life and faced adversities together. How could you mock me at a time like this?" Wei Ruo vocalized her resentment, being upset enough to call out Wei Jini's full name. "I'm not mocking you," Wei Jini replied. "No mockery, just a slight upward curve of his lips." But he indeed had no intention of ridiculing her, and found himself smiling at her huffy, yet somewhat melancholy expression, not knowing why. Perhaps he hasn't interacted with people like her for quite a long time. Wei Ruo, watching Wei Jini, his lips bearing a shallow smile, couldn't help but sigh. He looks so good when he smiles. Indeed, those with good looks become even more beautiful when they smile. This was the first time Wei Ruo saw Wei Jini smile. But why was his first smile because of her unfortunate circumstance? Wei Ruo sighed helplessly. "You can laugh if you want, as long as you lend me your kitchen. Mimi wants to cook something delicious for me." Wei Jini uttered. Though he still spoke little, she could feel that he wasn't as resistant as before. Wei Jini instructed Xiaobei, "Go and help." "Okay." Xiaobei gloomily followed Xiaomei into the small kitchen. Xiaomei stir-fried young sweet potato leaves, fried some mushrooms, and used an old hen from the small kitchen to make a nutritious chicken soup with astragalus and wolfberries from Wei Ruo's medicinal herb cabinet. This old hen had been assigned to Wei Jini by the big kitchen after he had fallen ill, to help replenish his strength. Xiaomei asked Xiaobei, and Xiaobei sought Wei Jini's permission. Only after they were sure it was okay did Xiaomei start cutting up the chicken. The chicken offal and blood that was taken out was not wasted by Xiaomei, who went back to Tingsong Garden to get some herbs to go with. She had run out of hot pot condiments from her prepared mix, but she still had some bits of herbs remaining that were perfect for cooking with the chicken offal and blood. While Xiaomei and Xiaobei were busy in the kitchen, Wei Ruo sat in the pavilion watching Wei Jini write. Normally, she certainly wouldn't have the leisure to do so, but that day, once she sat down, she didn't easily plan on changing her location. She had seen Wei Jini sitting in the pavilion reading and writing many times before, but she had never seen his work up close. She didn't know if it was a coincidence or if she just hadn't paid enough attention, but all she had ever seen of his work was the books he read. She had never seen any of his calligraphy or paintings. "You have such beautiful handwriting." Although Wei Ruo didn't know much about calligraphy, the most she could say about her own brushwork was that it was barely passable. Having been honed out of necessity for dealing with shop matters, she knew what kind of writing looked nice and had artistic beauty. Wei Jini's script was exactly that. The saying "the style is the man" wasn't the least bit wrong. His writing was filled with vigor and grace, possessing both a gentle side and a strong side. In short, it was very attractive. Wei Jini didn't respond, not because he didn't want to interact, but because he didn't know how to respond to such a comment. "With all the books you've read and your beautiful handwriting, why don't you try to pass the exam for civil service like Big Brother?" Wei Ruo asked curiously. Wei Jini is not even a student, let alone having taken the exams necessary to become a scholar, let alone a degree holder. He has not taken any exams. Though he is an unloved, illegitimate son, If he wanted to take the exams, surely Wei Mingting and Mrs. Yun would agree. After all, it would be an honor for the family if he were to succeed. In the past, I had no interest in it. Wei Jini replies. In the past? Yes. And now? There has been a slight change. Are you thinking of taking the exams then? Wei Ruo asked. Wei Jini is just 16 now. It might be a bit later than his half-brother Yi Qin, but in an era where scholars took exams for life, it wasn't considered too late. Wei Jini didn't respond to that. Instead, he asks about Wei Ruo's situation. I heard mother is arranging for you to take classes at the magistrate's office. Yes, I hope she does it slowly. Wei Ruo replies. You don't want to go? Wei Jini asked. I don't want to go. Wei Ruo frowned and sighed helplessly. Is it that you don't want to go to school? Don't want to go to the magistrate's office? Wei Jini asked again. While I don't particularly want to go to school, I despise the idea of studying with Wei Qingwan even more. Wei Ruo responded. Possibly due to owing their lives to each other, Wei Ruo was not as guarded with Wei Jini. She shared things that she couldn't say to others in the Wei family with him. Wei Jini knew about the situation last time as well. Wei Ruo says, in fact, I wanted to find a female tutor, but it was vetoed. I don't know how long I can delay with the excuse of the wasteland in the south of the city. Wei Ruo could absolutely afford to hire a tutor. She could even find a decent one, but it would be troublesome to get the military prefecture's approval without exposing herself. As of now, Wei Ruo couldn't figure out a suitable solution. Wei Jini stared at the frowning Wei Ruo and said, I can help you find a reputable female tutor. You can find a reputable female tutor? Wei Ruo looked at Wei Jini skeptically. Renowned female tutors aren't easy to hire. It's not just about money. My biological mother hailed from a scholarly family and has some connections in this field. I maintain contact with my mother's side. I believe it's not too difficult to help you find a female tutor. Wei Jini explained. Wei Ruo didn't know much about Wei Jini's biological mother's situation, but looking at his serious expression, she realized he earnestly wanted to help her and felt confident about doing so. So, Wei Ruo didn't hesitate. If you can find a good female teacher, maybe I can make it work and convince them to let me avoid studying with Wei Qingwan. Suddenly, Wei Ruo had a plan. Wei Jini watched her curled perfect smile and the lively eyes sparkling with cunningness, somewhat expecting her arrangement in this matter. Wei Ruo, after chatting with Wei Jini for a while, Xiaomei and Xiaobei carried the prepared dishes back. 3 dishes and 1 soup, steaming hot with tantalizing aroma. Wei Ruo asked Xiaomei to sit down and eat with them, and Wei Jini called for Xiaobei as well. They were not stiff people. As there was no one else around that day, they didn't need to keep the clear distinction between master and servant. The stone table in the octagonal pavilion was occupied by 4 people. Of the 4 served dishes, 3 were not spicy. Wei Ruo had warned Wei Jini beforehand that the stir-fried chicken giblets would be as spicy as the earlier seafood hot pot. She advised him not to touch it and to drink more chicken soup. Initially, Wei Jini didn't touch the chicken giblets, but after tasting the other 3 dishes, he decided to try them. With the experience of the last choking episode, he took very small bites this time, chewing slowly. It seemed he wanted to figure out why such a spicy taste could attract Wei Ruo so much. When Wei Ruo saw that he tried again, she watched him curiously. Seeing that he didn't choke like last time, she asked, How is it? I don't think it's delicious, but it's not hard to swallow. Wei Jini evaluated. If you have the chance to eat it a few more times, maybe you'll fall in love with this taste. As it was inconvenient for her to move around, Wei Ruo stayed in the pavilion of the bamboo grove the entire afternoon. Xiaomei brought her some account books. She and Wei Jini each engrossed in their books. They read their own books without disturbing each other, keeping the silence. At some point, Wei Jini glanced at the words Wei Ruo had written. Her handwriting was very immature, like that of a newly learned child. Probably in the whole household, the only one with similar handwriting was the 7-year-old Wei Yilin. After having dinner together in the evening, Wei Ruo was again helped by Xiaomei to limpingly return to Tingsong Garden. After Wei Ruo left, Wei Jini wrote a letter and gave it to Xiaobei to deliver it outside the residence. When Xiaobei came back, he brought back a reply saying that they would certainly handle the matter entrusted by the young master. After the grain and ear period, the temperature began to rise again. However, compared to previous years, it was still a bit cooler. Many old farmers were already worrying about this year's harvest. If this continued, this year's harvest would not be good, and it might even be worse than the past 2 years. After a few days of rest, Wei Ruo's body fully recovered. So, she once again went to the wasteland in the south of the city. The test field she had chosen had been cleared of weeds and had already received the first batch of sealed, fermented straw and humus fermentation residues. This material was acidic and could neutralize the alkalinity of saline alkali land, making the soil suitable for growing common crops. Wei Ruo arranged for the long-term workers to bury the second batch of humus today. Both of the long-term workers and Mrs. Zhang didn't quite understand Wei Ruo's arrangement, but they completed their tasks very well. Today, Wei Ruo wanted to go down to the field and work for a while, but Mrs. Zhang persuaded her to stay in the carriage. If she needed anything done, she could just instruct them. So, Wei Ruo leaned against the carriage, directing the 2 workers and Mrs. Zhang. By noon, Wei Ruo sat down to rest under the camphor tree next to the experimental field. Xiaomei was on her left, Mrs. Zhang on her right, and the 2 workers were by the small river further away. Xiaomei took out the lunch that had been prepared before they left, braised pork over rice paired with boiled choy sum. Wei Ruo had also prepared the same lunch for Mrs. Zhang and the 2 workers. Each portion was packed in its own food box. After giving one box to Mrs. Zhang, Xiaomei walks to the riverbank to give the rest to Ague and Xiaoba. Both Mrs. Zhang and the 2 workers were stunned when they received the food boxes. The young lady had actually prepared a portion for all of them. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and eat. It's already lunchtime. How can you work without eating first? Wei Ruo said to the 3 of them. The 3 snapped back to their senses, quickly setting down their cornbread and opening the boxes Wei Ruo had given them. Meat. Big chunks of meat. Excitement twinkled in the eyes of Mrs. Zhang and the 2 workers. The 3 of them moved in unison, each eagerly taking a bite. Madame Zhang's demeanor was relatively more graceful. As one of the more respectable maids in the household, she often had the chance to eat meat. The 2 laborers, however, were not as fortunate. In previous years when the harvest was abundant, they had meat more often. However, in the last 2 years, they only got to taste meat during special occasions and holidays. They assumed that being able to eat meat was already a luxury. But when they tasted it, they were all astounded. Even Madame Zhang was no exception. It didn't taste like what they had eaten elsewhere. How could the meat be so delicious? The 3 of them dug into the rice that was mixed with fragrant meat broth. It was beyond delicious. They ate quickly at first, but towards the end, they slowed down considerably. The fast pace was because the food was too tempting, making them want to take one bite after another, whereas the slower pace was their attempt to truly savor the taste instead of finishing it off in a few bites. Having finished their meal, the 2 laborers didn't say anything. However, Madame Zhang couldn't help but ask Wei Ruo, Miss, was this meat cooked by the kitchen staff? How did they manage to make it so delicious? It was cooked by Xiaomei, replied Wei Ruo. Lady Xiaomei is such an excellent cook. Madame Zhang couldn't help but praise her. At the same time, her gaze towards Xiaomei contained something different from before. Ever since the day she first met Xiaomei, she looked down on her because she was a maid brought into the Wei family by the He family to attend to Wei Ruo. She always stayed at the countryside with Wei Ruo and lacked proper manners when compared to those who came from the military prefecture. But to her surprise, this girl had such remarkable skills. Not all those from the countryside were unruly and narrow-minded. Some of them did have their own amazing aspects. Feeling the astonishment in Madame Zhang's gaze, Xiaomei couldn't help but smile. This was the first time she had seen the usually snobbish Madame Zhang look at her with such an expression. Wei Ruo addressed Madame Zhang and the 2 laborers. Providing you with a good meal is just one aspect. As long as you work hard for me and complete the tasks I assign to you, I promise I won't treat you unfairly. At this point, one of the laborers, Ague, finally couldn't help asking, Miss, does this mean you would continue providing us with such delicious meals in the future? Not only meals, but you can also expect other benefits, promised Wei Ruo. Miss, rest assured, we will work hard for you. Ague quickly reassured her. Count me in too, chimed in the other laborer, Xiaoba. Though it was just a single meal, it was indeed very rare for them. Although they didn't know what other benefits Wei Ruo was referring to, it was already enough to motivate them to work even harder for her. Madame Zhang remained silent. Despite finding the meal are prepared by Wei Ruo delicious, she was not that gullible to easily change her opinion about Wei Ruo over a mere meal. While she was thinking about it, Xiaomei came over and handed a small cloth bag to her. Xiaomei also gave a similar bag to both Ague and Xiaoba. Each bag was of equal weight and felt bulky to hold. Curious, Madame Zhang opened the bag, saw the food inside, and asked, "Are these the same sweet potato chips that Miss Wei had brought for the other ladies before?" Madame Zhang had heard about this incident. Reportedly, they were unanimously appreciated by everyone, but she had never seen them in person. "Yes, these are very easy to preserve and are also quite filling. You can snack on these when you are hungry or take them home for your family to try," replied Wei Ruo. Out of curiosity, both Ague and Xiaoba tasted a piece at once. Neither of them said anything, but their expressions indicated that they enjoyed eating the dried sweet potato. For them, sweets were a luxury, so their reactions were more pronounced than any ordinary person. Madame Zhang watched them for some time. The chips weren't particularly attractive, especially compared to the delicate cakes that she had seen before. Yet under the influence of her curiosity, she also took a bite. Although her reaction was not as extreme as the two laborers, she did actually like it. The very same Madame Zhang who had just decided not to change her opinion about Wei Ruo over a mere meal was now wavering once again, all thanks to a bag of dried sweet potatoes. It seems this Miss Wei really is quite generous towards those who work for her. Each of them only ate a piece and didn't eat more. Firstly, they were full from the hearty lunch Wei Ruo had given them, and secondly, they wanted to take the rest back home for their families to try. After they finished lunch, everyone went back to work. This time, the two laborers worked even harder than before. They hadn't slacked off before, but now they had extra motivation to work wholeheartedly for Wei Ruo, and their spirits were obviously improved. Not too far away, another group of people, like Wei Ruo, had just left through the south gate of the city. Chu Lan's gaze swept over the south district of the city, which was desolate and barren. He did not expect to see several figures working in the stark field. "What's going on?" Chu Lan asked his attendant. "Your Highness, these people belong to the Wei family. They said they were trying to plant crops in barren lands. If successful, they could guide the city's citizens to farm here once the war situation improves." This was permitted by Qian Magistrate, reported an attendant following behind Chu Lan. As Chu Lan's attendant, it was his duty to research the basic conditions of the places that Chu Lan planned to visit in advance. "People from the Wei family?" Chu Lan asked, visibly surprised. When did the Wei family start doing such things? It doesn't sound like something they'd typically do. Lu Yuhong chuckled and said, "Your Highness, it seems that the Wei family is full of surprises. First, they impressed everyone with their calligraphy, and now they're trying their hand at farming." Chu Lan didn't argue with Lu Yuhong's comment. His gaze remained fixed on the people from the Wei family who were busy farming and asked, "Who is the person who is directing them over there?" The subordinate took a careful look and made a guess. "It may be the young lady of the Wei family who just returned home." "The young lady who just returned home?" Chu Lan asked with a trace of curiosity. "The Wei family claims that due to her poor health, she was raised in the countryside and had just been brought back," the subordinate explained. "Raised in the countryside? So she is proficient in farming, is it?" Chu Lan asked. "It appears so," was the reply. Lu Yuhong laughed and said, "A county-raised, farming-skilled lady from an earl's family. That's quite novel. Whether she is proficient or not remains to be seen. We have to wait and see what she can cultivate. Just because she can work in the fields doesn't mean that she's an expert," Chu Lan said, appearing skeptical. "That's true. It only counts if there are results. In comparison, that 4 treasure house shop is more interesting," Lu Yuhong added. Despite being politely declined by the shopkeeper during their last visit, Lu Yuhong was still thinking about the 4 treasure house. He felt that it was a great opportunity to make money. After a brief pause, Chu Lan led the group towards Wangyue Mountain, without being too distracted by this small deviation. After completing soil improvement, Wei Ruo instructed Zhang Mama, Ague, and Xiaoba to level the land, then hold water. Once the land was prepared, Wei Ruo came to the southern wasteland again, this time bringing a large bag of rice seeds. When Wei Ruo handed over the bag of rice seeds to Zhang Mama, instructing her, Ague, and Xiaoba to sow them, Zhang Mama showed a hesitant expression, deliberating a while before trying to persuade Wei Ruo again. Miss, allow an old servant to speak out of turn. Is it really possible to plant rice at this time? Shouldn't we switch to other crops? As long as they can survive, other crops will suffice too. We will plant this. Rest assured, these are late rice seeds that I brought back from Huzhou Prefecture. People over there have already planted them. Planting at this time is just right, they will grow, Wei Ruo replied with conviction and confidence. Really? There's such a variety of grain? Zhang Mama asked in surprise. It's true. However, for now, don't spread the news, just plant the seeds. Once the seedlings are well grown, reporting it then will be more persuasive. Had this happened in the past, Zhang Mama would certainly not have believed it. But the situation was different now. She had gained some amount of trust in Wei Ruo, although she still felt that their young Mrs. ideas were too fanciful. Even old farmers who'd been planting for a lifetime wouldn't agree to her ideas. Ague and Xiaoba, on the other hand, didn't think too much about it. Ague said, if the young miss says it'll work, then it'll work. We listened to the young miss. Xiaoba also chimed in, yes, whatever the young miss tells us to plant, we'll plant. Nothing else mattered as long as their young miss treated them well, provided them with delicious food, and ensured they and their families were well fed. They thought it right to follow their young miss's orders. Wei Ruo instructed the two. You both should learn and remember well. After this piece of land becomes productive, there will be more wasteland to be developed. Many more laborers will need your guidance since you two will have had hands-on experience by then. Additionally, you will have to manage and lead them in their work. Didn't that mean they would become foremen in the future? Ague and Xiaoba excitedly agreed. Young miss, rest assured, we will work hard. Both of them took the rice seeds and began working earnestly. The sowing process wasn't troublesome, but the task would be more demanding when the seeds grew into seedlings and needed transplanting. If the seeds could successfully grow into seedlings, it would mean that Wei Ruo's soil improvement project was more than half successful. So now, they just had to wait about half a month to see if Wei Ruo's soil improvement had worked. After Wei Ruo had been busy in the field for a few days, she had just gotten a day's rest when Lady Yuan summoned her for a talk. The topic of discussion was still the same old stuff. Lady Yuan urged Wei Ruo to delegate the wasteland project to her subordinates and focus on studying at the magistrate's office instead. Since Lady Yuan had already prompted her once before, Wei Ruo found it harder to delay this time, especially after Lady Yuan gave her no opportunity to do so. Lady Yuan instructed her to prepare herself as she would be making arrangements in the next couple of days. Knowing it was impossible to procrastinate any further, Wei Ruo didn't say much and agreed to Lady Yuan's arrangement. By nightfall, Wei Ruo joined everyone in the dining hall for dinner. After dinner, everyone sat together as usual, enjoying tea and casual conversation. Wei Yichen, as per his custom, reported his daily progress in studies to his mother. Wei Yilin also shared with Lady Yuan what had occurred at his school. Although Wei Qingwan didn't talk much usually, today she hesitantly brought up a topic. Mother, the Xie family has hired a female scholar, the widely known Mr. Wang Kaiwei. Lady Yun's eyes widened. Is that true? Both Wei Yichen and Wei Yilin displayed surprised expressions. Wang Kaiwei was a famous talented woman from Jiangxi region, born into a family of scholars and very well educated. But unfortunately, her family had fallen into hard times. Even after losing her family's support, many well-born young men pursued Wang Kaiwei, although they all aimed to make her their concubine instead of their official wife. Being proud, Wang Kaiwei, of course, was unwilling to be a concubine, and eventually chose to marry a poor scholar. Due to their humble living conditions, Wang Kaiwei began to teach wealthy families. Even though she had fallen on hard times, Wang Kaiwei was famous and incredibly talented. There were numerous families who wished to hire her as a private tutor. Rumor had it that Ruan family from Qiantang, whose late patriarch used to be a chief minister, had been Wang Kaiwei's previous employer, and now, the Xie family in the north of the city had managed to hire her. It seemed the rumors about the Xie family's rise weren't baseless, and different signs had started to emerge. Yes, it's true. Zhelan told me, Wei Qingwan answered firmly. Jilan also said. What else did she say? Jilan said, her mother now wants to send her to the Xie family to study with Miss Xie. Wei Qingwan replied, lowering her head. If Lady Qian really has such an idea, and the Xie family has indeed hired Wang Kaiwei, I should consider sending you there too. Lady Yun said. The female scholar at Magistrate Qian's house now also had some talent, but only relative to ordinary people. She was incomparable to the widely renowned Wang Kaiwei. Being a student of Wang Kaiwei, when they would return to the capital city, it would certainly make others envious. Upon hearing this, Wei Yilin hurriedly said, Mother, you should go talk to Lady Xie. Let Qingwan go there. Qingwan is very talented and has great potential. Her teacher will definitely love teaching her. Wei Qingwan also looked at Lady Yun expectantly, hoping that Lady Yun would help her negotiate with the Xie family so that she could attend Mr. Wang's lessons. I'm just worried. The Xie family will not agree. Lady Yun muttered. Their relationship with the Xie family wasn't particularly deep. They had only met a few times during events like blessing ceremonies and boat trips. Mother, why don't you help sister ask, or we can send more gifts to the Xie family? Wei Yilin suggested innocently. Of course, I'll ask. As for sending gifts, it's not that simple. The presents need to please them. They might not care for common items, Lady Yun pondered. For out of the 5 people in the room were racking their brains about how to persuade the Xie family to allow Wei Qingwan to attend classes at their house. Only Wei Ruo was sitting on the side, calmly sipping her tea. When she put down her teacup, Wei Yichen suddenly turned his head to look at her. Meeting her gaze, Wei Ruo detected an apology in Wei Yichen's eyes. An apology? What was he apologizing for? After tea, Wei Ruo left the dining hall and headed towards Tingsong Garden. Wei Yichen followed and apologized for the earlier matter. Ruo, I'm sorry. Sorry for what? We only brought up the matter of Qingwan attending classes under Mr. Wang. Oh, Ruo, it's not that we didn't consider you. It's just that Mr. Wang's requirements for her students would definitely be higher than other scholars. So, I'm not qualified, right? Wei Ruo finished his sentence for him. It's not that you're not qualified, it's just that, over the years, you indeed have not been studying, and your knowledge is thinner compared to Wan and the others. Wei Chen explained. Wei Ruo calmly replied. Ruo, your mother will still do her utmost to arrange for you to have lessons at the magistrate's office. Yi Chen added. Although Madame Qian and Madame Yun were both trying hard to send their daughters to the Xie residence, the lady tutor at the magistrate's office should not resign so soon, especially since the daughters of the chief clerks and county magistrates' families were still her students. Even if the Qian family no longer invites her in the future, the Wei residents could logically invite the lady tutor to the house. In that way, Wei Ruo's studying would not be affected. Oh, Wei Ruo remained calm and composed. There was not much else to say. Ruo. Yi Chen felt uneasy seeing Wei Ruo's calm demeanor. If there's nothing else, then I shall return first. Wei Ruo didn't want to continue this topic with Yi Chen and left after speaking. After Wei Ruo left, Wei Yi Chen thought for a while, then went back to Tsongyun Garden and shared his idea with Madame Yun. Mother, when you go to the Xie residence again, could you ask Madame Xie if Ruo could also be arranged to go there? Madame Yun hesitated. Yi Chen, if it were possible, I would desperately want my 2 daughters to become Mr. Wang Caiwei's students. But given Ruo's situation, with her lacking proficient skills in musical instruments, chess, calligraphy, and painting, how am I to bring this up with Madame Xie? Hearing these words, Wei Yichen didn't know what to say. He was aware of his younger sister Ruo's situation. She was not as skilled as Wan in musical instruments, chess, calligraphy, or painting. The magistrate's office agreed to let Ruo study there because their father was the loyal and illustrious Wei Mingting, and because they were from the Duke's residence. The Xie family and Mr. Wang Kaiwei were unlikely to favor them for these reasons. As a brother, he wished the best for both his sisters and didn't want either of them to be wronged. Mother, you could still give it a try. If the Xie family refuses, it's their choice. We should at least ask on Ruo's behalf. Wei Yichen suggested. Yi Chen, we were already somewhat taking liberties when we asked Madame Xie to let Wan study there too. If we included Ruo, especially considering her situation, we may offend the Xie family, and then even Wan may not be allowed to go. What then? Madame Yun was deeply worried. It's better to have one accepted than both being rejected, right? I understand, mother. Hearing Madame Yun's explanation, Wei Yichin reluctantly agreed to drop the idea. After mulling over her plan for 3 days, Madame Yun visited the Xie residence bearing gifts. She didn't return until late in the evening. Upon arriving home, Madame Yun looked exhilarated. Wei Qingwan had been waiting at home for the whole day. She had her maid Sueha keep watch at the door, and as soon as Madame Yun returned, she rushed to Tsangyan Garden. Mother, Wanwan, you're here. Perfect timing. I have some good news to tell you. Mother, what good news? Silly girl. What else could it be? The good news is that the Xie family has agreed to let you and Miss Xie attend Mr. Wang Caiwei's lessons together. Really? The Xie family has truly agreed? Wei Qingwan's face lit up with joy. She could hardly believe her own ears. Of course it's true. Mother. Wei Qingwan, overwhelmed with excitement, hugged Madame Yun. Madame Yun gently patted Qingwan's back. All right. Things went smoothly. I can finally put my mind at ease. Thank you, Mother, for all your efforts on my behalf. You've worked hard. Silly girl, it's a parent's duty to make efforts for their child. If you have a promising future, your mother will naturally feel happy. That evening, Wei Mingting returned home. Madame Yun excitedly shared the news with him. Husband, the Xie family has agreed to let our daughter attend classes at their house. Really? Absolutely. Madame Xie personally agreed, and Mr. Wang Caiwei was also present at the time. Madame Yun was gleeful. That's wonderful. Wei Mingting was pleased. His daughter having Mr. Wang Caiwei as her tutor was naturally a good thing. After a pause, Wei Mingting added, don't forget about Ruoruo. You need to arrange a school for her quickly. If Ruoruo doesn't want to leave, that's her decision, but you still need to handle the necessary arrangements. Rest assured, husband, the magistrate's wife has already agreed. The only uncertainty is whether the Xie family will also let Miss Qian attend lessons. If they do, the magistrate's wife might not invite a tutor anymore. If the magistrate's wife doesn't, then invite the tutor to our house. Not only for Ruoruo, but also for the daughters of other families. They all need to study, Wei Mingting instructed. I understand. Madame Yun had the same idea. While inviting a tutor to their house would incur extra expenses, Wanwan was already settled at the Xie residence, and it wouldn't do for Ruoruo to miss out too much. Additionally, by inviting the current Qian family's tutor to their house, they would get closer to the chief clerk and the county magistrate's residences. Even though Wei Mingting was a martial officer and didn't have many public interactions with these two families, maintaining a good relationship always helped, especially in Xingshan County. After 2 days, word from the magistrate's office came that the Xie family had not allowed Qian Jilan to study at their house. Madame Xie declined gracefully, since the Qian family had their own tutor. Madame Qian was frustrated, but there was nothing she could do. That evening, Madame Yun convened a meeting with Wei Ruoruo. I've given you plenty of time for the vacant land on the south side of the city. Leave the rest for Granny Zhang to deal with. You should go study at the magistrate's office now. Understood. Unexpectedly, this time, Wei Ruo didn't negotiate with Madame Yun and accepted her instructions calmly. So Madame Yun continued, and then there is the issue of the carriage at home. Madame Yun looked somewhat troubled. Previously, when Wei Qingwan was the only one studying at the magistrate's office, the carriage only needed to transport her once in the morning and once in the evening. According to the original plan, Wei Qingwan and Wei Ruo were both supposed to go to the magistrate's office, which would only require the carriage to take one additional person, posing no problem at all. But now, the situation has grown complicated. Wei Qingwan is supposed to go to the Xie residence in the north, and Wei Ruo is supposed to go to the magistrate's house. The two are not traveling the same route. Wei Ruo gave a scoffing sound. Mother, are you trying to tell me that because the Xie residence in the north is farther from the military prefecture, you plan on giving the carriage to Wei Qingwan, who's going there, and since the magistrate's house is closer, please have me walk there? Of course, we can't let you walk there. I'll buy another carriage. It will be a bit smaller than the one we currently have. The family's resources aren't extensive at the moment, so when things get better, I'll get you a bigger one. Okay? That's not bad at all. At least it's not a bullock cart, Wei Ruo chuckled. Not being reduced to a bullock cart doesn't necessarily mean she is being overly adored by Yunshi. It could be because Yunshi can't afford to lose face. Ruoruo, this is a necessary evil. The Xie family is no ordinary family. Moreover, Qingwan is going to see the famous female scholar Wang Kaiwei, Yunshi said to Wei Ruo, furrowing her brow in thought. You make a strong point. I totally agree. Wei Ruo nodded in agreement. You agree? Yunshi looked at Wei Ruo in surprise, thinking she was being sarcastic, but her breezy demeanor didn't seem like she was. Absolutely. Whoever has to travel farther to the high-ranking Xie family to learn from the more talented Mr. Wang gets to ride in the old, good carriage. The one who stays behind gets the new, but more shabby one. Makes perfect sense, Wei Ruo said. Yunshi furrowed her brow, not sure how to respond to Wei Ruo's words. Wei Ruo quickly added, your decision isn't based on the fact that Wei Qingwan is going to the Xie family and I'm going to the magistrate's office, right? It's purely because the Xie family is located farther away and their status is higher than ours, right? Of course, that's the case, Yunshi immediately replied. Well then, I have no objections. My mother is considering the objective factors and treating us fairly. Naturally, I won't object, Wei Ruo replied. Wei Ruo's words were reasonable and polite, though it made Mrs. Yun feel vague unease. Sister, I prepared a gift for you. Yilin excitedly ran into Wangmei Garden. A gift? Yes, to celebrate you going to the Xie family for classes and to study under the famous female scholar, Yilin said with a full-face smile. Yilin proudly introduced his gift. I bought you a set of brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone, all from the newly opened Four Treasure House. Isn't their paper very expensive and hard to buy? Qingwan looked surprised. Yes, but it's okay. Your little brother has some money stored away. Yilin answered with a cheeky grin. Yilin, you are so good to me. Qingwan murmured tenderly, overwhelmed with emotion. You're my sister. If I don't treat you well, who will I treat well? Qingwan hesitated. But we also have elder sister who's going to study at the magistrate's office. I'm not sure how well equipped she is. I really don't care about her. Her business has nothing to do with me. I should check on her. If she lacks anything, I can share with her some of mine. After all, she is our elder sister. She may not care about us, but we, as younger siblings, should care about her. Saying this, Qingwan walked towards her room and came back with a handful of stationery. Sis, I'll accompany you. I'm afraid she might bully you, Yilin followed. Thank you, Yilin. I will be fine. Even in the residence, elder sister wouldn't dare to bully me. Just because you're kind to her doesn't mean she will be the same to you. We must not be too optimistic. Yilin was firm. Anyway, today, if his sister wanted to visit Wei Qingruo, he would accompany her. All right, in that case, you can come along. But once you see elder sister, don't say those things to her again. Big brother will be mad at you. I know, as long as she doesn't harm you in any way. I definitely won't take the initiative to provoke her today, Yilin promised Qingwan. Upon arriving at Tingsong Garden, Wei Ruo was busy fertilizing the seedlings of sweet potato, loofah, pumpkin, and gourd that she had planted in the courtyard. The seedlings had already grown lush and green, climbing halfway up the wall. Sister, Qingwan intruded, walking up to Wei Ruo. Sister, you'll be attending classes at the magistrate's office in a few days. I've prepared some stationery for you, and I hope they'll come in useful. Wei Ruo glanced at the items in Qingwan's hand. I don't need these things you've prepared. Take them back and use them yourself. Qingwan was taken aback and said, Sister, you can rest assured. These are all new items, never used. I don't need them. Wei Ruo turned her down again. Qingwan, feeling rejected, hung her head sadly. Seeing this, Yilin promptly said, My sister is offering you these things out of kindness. Why are you being so difficult? Wei Ruo laughed. What's the matter? Is it wrong of me to ask her to take them back because I won't use them? How could you not need what my sister offers you? It's clear you're just trying to embarrass my sister. Yilin accused. Really? I don't know if I need them or not, but you do? You're going to study soon. Stationery is a must-have, Yilin said heatedly. So, what's your point then? What necessary connection does this have to what I said about not needing the items Qingwan intended to give me? Wei Ruo retorted. You're deliberately pretending to be confused. You're so annoying. Yilin snapped. Qingwan intervened. Yilin, don't be angry. It's my fault. I didn't choose the right gift. Don't be mad at sister. What are you talking about? Where did you go wrong? Clearly, it's her. Seeing that Qingwan took all the blame on herself made Yilin angrier. His sister was always considerate towards Wei Qingrua. Yet this bane of Wei Qingrua was continually dissing her and making things difficult for his sister. Whether it was because the commotion was too loud and a servant overheard and reported to Yun Shi, or Yun Shi by chance wanted to visit Wei Ruo, was unknown. The moment Yun Shi stepped into Tingsong Garden, she happened to hear the quarrel between Yilin and Wei Ruo, and Qingwan was trying to mediate. What a commotion you're making. This is a disgrace. Yun Shi reprimanded sternly. At Yun Shi's appearance, the noise immediately stopped. Yun Shi looked at them and said, "What happened? Why all this ruckus?" "Mother." Yilin looked at Yun Shi with a pout, clearly wronged. Wei Ruo looked on calmly. "Wanwan, you explain what happened." Yun Shi directed Qingwan to explain. "Mother, please calm down. It's my fault. I prepared some gifts for sister, thinking she could use them when she goes to the magistrate's office to study. But I didn't prepare carefully, and sister didn't like them." Yilin acted impulsively and started arguing with sister, Qingwan explained. After listening to Qingwan, Yun Shi glanced at the stationery in Qingwan's hands. Then she asked Wei Ruo with a furrowed brow, "You're going to study at the magistrate's office. What's the problem with Wanwan giving you stationery? Why aren't you satisfied with the gifts she prepared for you?" "I didn't say I was unsatisfied. What I did say was that I can't use the items, and asked my sister to keep them for her own use." Wei Ruo slowly answered Yun Shi's question, looking at Qingwan. "Isn't that right, Sister Qingwan?" "Yes." Qingwan nodded. "So you're saying you're not happy with the gifts she prepared for you when you told her to take them back?" Yilin quickly jumped in. Wei Ruo laughed lightly. "It has two meanings. It would be a waste if I kept it since I wouldn't use it." Wei Yilin retorted, "That's just arguing for the sake of arguing. You're going to school. How could it be a waste? How could you not use them?" Wei Ruo smiled, then turned to call Xiaomei. "Xiaomei, get some of my stationery." "Yes, miss." Xiaomei's voice came from inside the room. After a short while, Xiaomei walked out with a big bamboo basket in her hands. Xiaomei huffed and puffed as she carried the bamboo basket to everyone. Upon seeing the contents of the basket, Mrs. Yun, Wei Qingwan, and Wei Yilin all changed expressions. A basket full of stationery. The most eye-catching were the sheets of paper, the color and texture immediately revealing their origin from 4 Treasure House. It was not 1 or 2 sheets, nor 10 or 20, but a thick stack. The rest of the items included several inkstones, over a dozen brushes of various sizes, and more than 10 sticks of ink. All these items seemed to be of higher quality than what Wei Qingwan had brought. "Ruoruo, where did you get so much stationery from?" Mrs. Yun asked with surprise on her face. Even her eldest son didn't have this much. While at Imojiaja, I unintentionally helped an old woman who got lost in the mountains. Her son was in the stationery business, so she gave me a basket of these items as a token of gratitude. Although I haven't read many books, I know these items are not cheap, so I moved them all over when I came from Imojiaja. When Wei Ruo moved to the Wei family, it was well known that she brought 2 carloads of belongings. However, everyone thought it was just cheap stuff, and no one had inquired about what Wei Ruo had brought back. Who would have thought that in her unsightly belongings from the countryside, she had hidden such treasures? Wei Ruo said, "So, mother, is it all right for me to say I won't be needing Qingwan's gifts? I can't even use up what I have in this basket full of stationery." Accepting Qingwan's gifts would only have left them collecting dust in the house. I didn't want to squander Qingwan's kindness. Who would have thought that my words would be misconstrued by Qingwan and Yilin? I gave them the benefit of the doubt, but perhaps they initially believed I was the bad guy. At her words, Wei Qingwan and Wei Yilin's faces took on an unpleasant look. Mrs. Yun then said, "As long as it's cleared up, it's only a misunderstanding." Wei Ruo nodded. "Yes, it's good to clear it up. I initially thought since I had so much stationery, I should give some to Qingwan, but seeing that she had an extra set ready to give to me, she probably won't need it for quite some time, so I'll just not give her any for now. As for Yilm, he just contradicted me and accused me of quibbling and having a poor attitude. Although as his elder sister, I shouldn't be petty with him considering his young age. But as his elder sister, I can't spoil him excessively either. If I were to ignore his brash and disrespectful behavior, I would be failing in my duty as his elder sister. Wei Ruo's words left the three before her at a loss for words. Mrs. Yun also realized that Wei Yilan's attitude towards Wei Ruo was problematic. Yilan, apologize to your elder sister. As the younger sibling, how can you talk to your elder sister like that? But mother. No buts. Mrs. Yun said sternly. Wei Yilan was on the verge of exploding, but under Mrs. Yun's intent gaze, he had no choice but to bow his head. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Wei Yilan apologized, but his face clearly showed his reluctance. Wei Ruo responded slowly. Little brother, when you apologize, sincerity is key. Today at home, your apology to me lacks sincerity. If I don't correct you on this, in the future when you are out in the world, you will find yourself at a disadvantage. As the legitimate young master of the Wei family, your words and actions represent the Wei family and the loyal and righteous Duke residents. With those words, Wei Ruo elevated her brother's apology to the level of the loyal and righteous Duke residents. Mrs. Yun agreed with Wei Ruo's points, thus further admonishing Wei Yilan, give a sincere apology. Your sister is right. If you're going to apologize, you need to show sincerity. Do you refuse to apologize to your mother and elder sister properly? Mrs. Yun's stern expression unnerved Wei Yilan. His eyes turned a bit red as he bit his lip. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I was reckless. That's all right. As I previously mentioned, you are still young, and as your elder sister, I wouldn't hold it against you. As long as you learn from your mistakes, think more, weigh your actions carefully in the future. It would make me very happy, Wei Ruo said with a smile. Wei Yilan felt even more gloomy, but he was powerless. All he could do was stare at Wei Ruo with his round, disgruntled eyes. With the matter resolved, Mrs. Yun left Tingsong Garden with Wei Qingwan and Wei Yilan. At the gate, they ran into Wei Genie. Their eyes met, and Wei Genie greeted Mother. Mrs. Yun nodded in acknowledgement and then left. Speaking politely, distanced appropriately. Wei Genie had come over on hearing the argument and watched the scene from the doorway. He could have left before Mrs. Yun exited, but today he purposely lingered, exchanging just the barest of pleasantries with Mrs. Yun. After Mrs. Yun left, Wei Genie also planned to leave, but was stopped by Wei Ruo. Second brother, just in time. These are for you. Wei Ruo picked a number of stationery items from the basket and handed them directly to Xiaobei, who was following Wei Genie. With scrolls of paper, inkstones, a pile of brushes and ink sticks, Xiaobei looked flustered as he tried to hold everything, almost dropping some. Wei Genie glanced at the items handed over by Wei Ruo, but did not refuse. He simply said, "This is a bit too much." "Not at all. You'll need them sooner or later. As the saying goes, wealth should not be flaunted, and now that these items have been on display, they should be used up soon. Rather give them to someone who might deceive me later. I prefer to give them to someone I like," Wei Ruo replied. At her words, Wei Jinal's face turned red. He quickly turned around and left with Xiaobei in a hurry. Wei Ruo didn't know why Wei Genie left so hurriedly but attributed it to his always elusive nature, so she didn't think much of it. The next day, the Xie family sent a calling card to the military prefecture. Mrs. Xie wanted to bring her daughter Xie into the prefecture, saying that the two kids were going to attend school together in the future, so it was a good idea to let them get to know each other in advance. Upon receiving the card, Mrs. Yun started to get busy. Even though it was only the women of the Xie family who were coming, Mrs. Yun did not dare to be negligent. After 2 days of preparations, Mrs. Xie arrived with her daughter Xiaoying. "Mrs. Wei, I hope we're not too much of a bother," Mrs. Xie greeted with a smile. "Not at all. Both my daughter and I are delighted to have you, Mrs." Yun replied with a face full of joy. Mrs. Xie glanced at Wei Qingwan standing at Mrs. Yun's side, then looked around the room. Noticing no one else, she asked, "Mrs. Wei, where is the other daughter of the house?" "Ruo is preparing for her lessons in her room." In reality, Wei Ruo was probably busy tending to the fruits and vegetables in her garden, but Yun was too embarrassed to tell others that her daughter was gardening. So, she falsely claimed that Ruo was preparing for her lessons. "Mother, I'm going to see what she's preparing, Xie Ying said. Madame Xie turned to Yun and asked, Madame Wei, may I? Yun gave an awkward smile. But since Madame Xie had asked, she could hardly refuse and could only agree. Then I will have my maid Suaping lead Miss Xie there. Let's go now. Xie Ying left without paying any attention to Wei Qingwan, who was smiling and watching her. Yun was right. At this moment, Wei Ruo was picking the tender tips of the zucchini vines in her courtyard. Her zucchini vines were growing very well. They climbed up half of the courtyard wall and had borne several fruits. It was the perfect time to pick these two things. Wei Ruo loved to eat tender zucchinis and zucchini tips. These two could be stir-fried together, offering a crisp and refreshing taste. When Xie Ying entered, she saw Wei Ruo standing on a ladder with a bamboo basket in her hand, intently picking something. Xie Ying walked over without saying a word and just watched. Hearing the footsteps, Wei Ruo knew someone had entered. She didn't bother about it at first, but when the other party remained silent for quite a while, she finally turned her head to look over. Miss Xie? Wei Ruo was not too surprised at Xie Ying's arrival. She had heard about Madame Xie's plan to visit the Wei family. However, she was curious why Xie Ying was watching her so intently. What are you doing? Xie Ying asked. Picking zucchini tips and baby zucchinis. Wei Ruo replied. Oh, I know about that. I've eaten it. It has no taste. Xie Ying said. Well, that probably means the chef who made it wasn't very good. I'll let you try Mimi's cooking next time, Wei Ruo said. Xie Ying did not counter, but her look told Wei Ruo that she didn't quite believe what Wei Ruo said. How good could zucchini tips taste? Xie Ying glanced around and asked, Is there anywhere here where one can hide and nap for a while? I've been dragged around by my mother since early morning, and I haven't fully woken up yet. Xie Ying didn't care why Wei Ruo planted vegetables in her courtyard, or why she was not preparing for her lessons. All she wanted was to find a place to daydream and sleep. Wei Ruo pointed at her wicker chair in the courtyard and said, You can move it under my gourd trellis, where the sun can't reach. The sun would become quite hot later in the day, and if one wanted to nap, a cooler spot was much better. Xie Ying nodded, then picked up Wei Ruo's chair and moved it over. The wicker chair was comfortable, and the gourd vine was lushly grown, making the area beneath the trellis shady and quiet, just the ideal space Xie Ying wanted for daydreaming and napping. Swinging on the chair for a while, Xie Ying turned to Wei Ruo and asked, Can you give me some seeds of this plant? I want to plant one at home. Also, where did you buy this wicker chair? I want one too. Had she fallen for Wei Ruo's setup? I can give you the seeds, but it might be too late to plant them now. For the wicker chair, you should be able to find it outside. Have your servants inquire around for you. Wei Ruo replied. What kind of vine can I plant this season that will grow like yours? It has to be the type that survives without much care. I don't know how to take care of plants. Everything I plant dies. Xie Ying asked again. There might not be an ideal one. Most vines grown in courtyards need some care like watering, fertilization, and pest prevention. That's troublesome. After murmuring to herself, Xie Ying stopped talking and closed her eyes for a nap. So, she didn't come to see Wei Ruo because she liked her. She simply found this place convenient for napping. Wei Ruo prided herself on being a person who liked to avoid social situations and enjoy peace. But compared with Xie Ying, she was clearly surpassed. Wei Ruo and Xie Ying mutually left each other alone for half an hour, until Yun and Madame Xie came looking for them, followed by Wei Qingwan. With Madame Xie's visit today, Wei Qingwan was there throughout. Her gentle and well-behaved demeanor earned her multiple praises from Madame Xie, and plenty of wishes that her own daughter could be as obedient and understanding as Wei Qingwan. This made Yun extremely proud. Her daughter was indeed very sensible. She guessed that it was because of this that Madame Xie readily agreed when she proposed that her daughter should study with the young miss from the Xie family. Madame Xie, who just entered Tingsong Garden, saw her daughter Xie Ying sleeping in the shade and didn't find it surprising at all. Her daughter had always been like this, dragged out to play, and she could run wild all day long. But when asked to act like a young lady at home, she'd be as lazy as possible. If any other family had a child with this temperament, she would definitely be scolded. But her precious daughter was spoiled by everyone in the family, which resulted in this personality. No one could control her, and no one could do a good job of educating her. Madame Xie gave an apologetic smile. then turned to Wei Ruo and asked, Miss Wei, did Xiaoying disturb you? No, she didn't. We got along very well. Actually, Wei Ruo quite liked Xiaoying's personality. It was stress-free and unburdening for her. Glad to hear that. Then, you two can also get along well when you study together in the future, Madame Xie said with a smile. At her words, both Yun and Wei Qingwan were stunned. Yun questioned, Madame Xie, did you just say that Ruo will be studying with Miss Xie in the future? Madame Xie looked a bit confused and asked, What's wrong? Is there a problem? No, I'm just surprised. I didn't expect Madame Xie to agree to have Ruo join the lessons at the Xie family's home. Yun cautiously replied, Join? Madame Xie looked increasingly puzzled. Madame Wei, hold on a moment. I'm finding it harder and harder to understand what you're saying. Yun was also baffled. Madame Xie, wasn't your previous remark implied that Ruo should also go to the Xie family for lessons? Madame Xie looked at Madame Wei and said with a warm smile, Madame Wei, did we not agree in the beginning that Miss Wei would come to our home to study with my daughter? Madame Xie, do you mean, when you said Ruo, you weren't referring to Wan? Yun looked shocked. How can it be the second miss? Isn't she always studying at the magistrate's office? I had heard that the elder miss was recently recovered and hadn't arranged her schooling yet. I thought Madame Wei was referring to the elder miss undoubtedly, Madame Xie answered. When Madame Yun went to the Xie family, she only mentioned her daughter without specifying which one. Madame Xie naturally assumed it was Wei Ruo, who had not yet been arranged for her education, so she readily agreed. She even told Madame Yun that she believed her daughter was very good and would get along well with her daughter. She also mentioned that Mr. Wang had already mentioned to her about finding Miss Wei for simultaneous tutoring. Madame Yun was ecstatic and automatically assumed that it was Wei Qingwan. She had never thought of Wei Ruo at all. She didn't believe that Wei Ruo could catch the eye of the Xie family, let alone Mr. Wang. Wei Qingwan was so shocked that she was at a loss for words. Her face visibly turned paler. Wei Ruo felt the accusing gaze of Wei Qingwan, looking surprised and even baffled, and even directed her anger towards her. But how was this her fault? She didn't actively cause Wei Qingwan to lose face. This was a misunderstanding they created themselves. Seeing the astonished Madame Yun and Wei Qingwan in front of her, Madame Xie understood the situation. Knowing that her presence was no longer appropriate, Madame Xie called Xiang over and took leave from Madame Yun. Before leaving, Madame Xie said to Wei Ruo, Wei Missy, we shall see each other in 2 days. If you have any needs regarding your studies, feel free to tell me so I can prepare in advance. Thank you, Madame. Wei Ruo thanked her. Collecting herself from the shock, Madame Yun forced a smile to bid Madame Xie and Xiang farewell. When she returned, she looked exhausted. After glancing at Wei Ruo and Wei Qingwan and opening her mouth to speak but finding no words, she told them to rest, and then retired to Cangyan Garden herself. Looking at the departing figure of Madame Yun, Wei Qingwan couldn't hold back her tears. She raised her head to look at Wei Ruo, her eyes filled with anger and disbelief. Wei Ruo ignored her and turned back to work on her pumpkin vines. After a while, she heard footsteps and knew that Wei Qingwan had left in a hurry. Returning to the Cangyan Garden, Madame Yun was lost in thought. The agreement from the Xie family to have Wei's daughter study there and become a student of Mr. Wang Kaiwei should be a good thing. She should be happy regardless of which daughter it was. But with this mix-up, Madame Yun's mood became complicated. There was happiness because at least there was a daughter going to the Xie family to study with Mr. Wang. There were also concerns, worries, and a certain sense of unease. She was worried that Ruoruo might not perform well. She pitted Wan for the harm she suffered in this miscommunication. As for the unease, she couldn't exactly pinpoint its source. Nearing dinner, Wei Ruo sent Xiaomei to inform the people in Cangyan Garden that she was feeling unwell and would not be dining in the hall that evening. Wei Ruo knew that should she choose to dine in the hall tonight, she would inevitably face a room full of icy glares. It was better to not go. She assumed that the others in the family wouldn't care if she was absent during dinner or not. Then Wei Ruo ran to Yinzuyuan, searching for Wei Jinyi's leftover food. In the name of gratitude for finding her a tutor, she invited her brother to enjoy a meal that they had prepared themselves. Wei Jinyi chose to accommodate Wei Ruo's request, understanding why she chose to dine with him instead. While Xiaomei and Xiaobei were busy in the kitchen, Wei Ruo and Wei Jini sat in the pavilion. In a good mood? Seeing the playful smile on Wei Ruo's face, Wei Jini's face was also filled with joy. After this period of observation, Wei Jini discovered that Wei Ruo behaved differently in front of him than she does in front of others at home. With him, she was more lively, animated, and loved to smile. Of course, I'm in a good mood. Despite the mix-up not being intentional, the outcome wasn't bad. So naturally, I'm happy. Wei Ruo didn't hide her initial intention of enjoying the show. You handled it well. Can you tell me why you chose the Xie family? Asked Wei Jini. At first, he was unsure what Wei Ruo was planning. But when she asked him to recommend Mr. Wang to the Xie family, he started to understand. Since the tutor was a prestigious female teacher, the Xie family would be pleased, even eager, and able to help Wei Ruo cover her tuition. As long as Mr. Wang hints at including another Miss Wei among his students, Wei Ruo could naturally study at the Xie family. Wei Ruo replied, there are two main reasons. Firstly, the Xie family has the highest status in Xinghan County after the military prefecture and Qian magistrate's house. They have the power to disregard the Wei family's face. Secondly, I've interacted with Xieying before. Although we don't have a bond, I like her personality. We can live without interfering with each other's lives. There's no need for extra complications, saving me the hassle. If later on, your mother requests the Xie family to let Wei Qingwan study with you, would you agree? Of course not. All these efforts were made to avoid her in the first place. If she goes too, wouldn't all my efforts go to waste? Besides, you pushed to find this tutor on my behalf. How could I let someone else take advantage of my benefits? If she had no grudge against me, that would be a different matter. But I still remember how she falsely accused me of pushing people the last time. Although I don't have any immediate opportunities for revenge, I can't let someone who has a grudge against me take advantage of me, right? That would be a loss for me. I don't want to make a losing deal. What about me? Asked Wei Jini. You? In your dealings with me, have you made a losing deal? Humph. Seeing Wei Jini's serious face, Wei Ruo couldn't suppress her laughter. Wei Jini continued to look at her seriously. Cough, cough. Wei Ruo cleared her throat and earnestly analyzed the situation to Wei Jini. After careful calculation, that day when I saved you, I was locked in the firewood room, and it cost me a lot of herbs. However, you're a good person who returned my favor with ginseng and helped me find a tutor. Thus, I believe that I haven't lost anything in this deal. Wei Jini smiled. His smiles were always gentle and restrained, soothing and warm, like water and jade. Speaking of which, I have a question, said Wei Ruo suddenly. What is it? You seem weak and feeble, spending most of the time at home either studying or writing. But why is it that when I took off your clothes that day, your body was quite sturdy? Your muscles and lines were quite good. Cough, 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 cough. Wei Jini started coughing violently, his cheeks quickly flushing crimson. The crimson hue spread all the way to the roots of his ears. What's wrong? Wei Ruo asked. Don't mention this anymore, not in front of me, and especially not in front of outsiders. Wei Jini said sternly. Don't worry, I do know better than to say such things outside. Wei Ruo giggled. She leaned closer and whispered, I won't tell anyone about my second brother's impressive physique. Boom. Wei Jini's face turned completely red, like a boiled crab. Seeing his blush, Wei Ruo laughed heartily within. Ah, indeed my second brother is an interesting fellow. He is so shy. What would he do after getting married if he is so uncomfortable with her sister seeing his body? After laughing, Wei Ruo continued her previous question. You haven't told me yet. How do you maintain your muscles while spending all day reading and writing? She hadn't forgotten to ask Wei Jini this question yet. I practice physical training techniques, Wei Jini answered. You're really disciplined. Even in this small courtyard, you never forget to stay in shape, praised Wei Ruo. I'm a little different from the rest of you. I can't afford to be lax, Wei Jini mumbled. These words seemed as if he was speaking to Wei Ruo, but also like he was talking to himself. Within her room, Wei Qingwan had been crying for a long time. Wei Yichen and Wei Yilin both came to comfort her in turn. Unlike previous times, this time Wei Qingwan could not stop crying for a long time. Then Wei Ruo came. When Wei Yichen and Wei Yilin came out of the room, Their expressions turned peculiar at the sight of Wei Ruo. Unable to hide his emotions, Wei Yilin rushed forward and accused Wei Ruo. You devil! You took away my sister's opportunity to study at the Xie family. You made her cry so miserably. Wei Ruo calmly retorted to Wei Yiqin. First, the Xie family initially chose me to accompany Miss Xie's studies. You misinterpreted it. So how did it turn into me being the culprit? Your logic seems flawed. You accused me unjustly. Secondly, how did my coming to visit Qingwan turn into watching a spectacle? Did she suffer a great injustice? Can't she continue to study at the magistrate's office? That has been her routine for the past few years. Why is it all of a sudden an issue when earlier it wasn't seen as a problem? Before your misunderstanding regarding who was to study with the Xie family, didn't you arrange for me to study at the magistrate's office saying that the female tutor there is very talented? Why has it turned into an ordeal when it comes to Qingwan? Wei Ruo refuted Wei Yilin's accusations leisurely, her smile radiant as she watched Wei Yilin. It's not the same. My sister is better than you. She should have gone to the Xie families. Wei Yilin retorted. Oh, so you were all trying to fool me, right? Your promises of fair treatment to me and Qingwan, they were all deceit maneuvers, right? In reality, you never saw us as equals, did you? Things that are seen as normal when they happen to me appear as grievances when they happen to Qingwan, right? Wei Ruo spoke these heartbreaking words, but there was a slight smile on her lips. Wei Yiqin and Wei Yilin were momentarily stunned, especially Wei Yiqin, who was feeling somewhat guilty and didn't dare to look into Wei Ruo's eyes. Wei Ruo smiled again. Don't feel embarrassed. I never asked you to treat us equally. Just don't say one thing while doing another. Do whatever you want. Speaking of which, Wei Ruo looked down at Wei Yilin, and you? Don't be such a hypocrite, setting one standard for Wei Qingwan and another for me. If you don't recognize me, then just don't. Why do you still want to apply your standards on me? I don't owe you anything, Wei Yilin argued. Even if you are not to blame, why are you here now, coming to make fun of your sister? To purposely upset her? What's so funny? She's merely continuing to study at the magistrate's office. Are you saying that studying in the magistrate's office is funny? Were you secretly laughing at me all along? When you and Wei Qingwan came to find me with ink and paper, were you actually making fun of me? Wei Ruo counterattacked. You. Wei Yilin was left speechless by Wei Ruo's retort, his face instantly turning red. After some contemplation, Wei Yiqin said in a serious tone to Wei Ruo, Ruo, you're right. On this matter, we have indeed been partial. There is also a problem with what Yilin said. I will educate him properly. I believe Big Brother is a fair and consistent man, Wei Ruo remarked with a smile. Fair and consistent. These words were like two sharp blades stabbing into Wei Yiqin's heart. Wei Yiqin realized that, although they always claimed to treat both sisters equally, they seemed to naturally lean towards Wanwan, always subconsciously affirming that Wanwan is better than Ruo. I'm sorry. It's my fault for not doing well enough, apologized Wei Yiqin. Wei Ruo did not engage Wei Yiqin further, glancing instead at Wei Qingwan's room. I came over today to ask Qingwan what to bring and what to pay attention to when going to classes. It seems I'm not very welcome here. Never mind then. I'll ask second brother. Wei Yiqin quickly stopped Wei Ruo. Ruo, Big Brother can also teach you these things. No need. Big Brother seems busy. I won't bother you, Wei Ruo replied. Big Brother is free now. Why don't you come back with Big Brother and let him explain to you? Wei Yiqin looked at Wei Ruo expectantly. Still no need. I think second brother has more free time than Big Brother. Wei Ruo declined again. All right then, Wei Yiqin, feeling a bit despondent, found it inappropriate to insist any further. Wei Ruo was not concerned about what Wei Yiqin was thinking and turned to leave Wangmei Garden. As she was leaving, she shot a quick glance at the room behind her, knowing that Wei Qingwan was listening inside. She had come today to return the favor from the day Wei Qingwan brought her a gift. Wei Qingwan had repeatedly stated that her visit and her gift were for Wei Ruo's own good. But why was it that the moment the tables turned, they immediately thought Wei Ruo came to show off and ridicule them? Although Wei Ruo had no interest in competing with Wei Qingwan for favor or a love interest, that didn't mean Wei Qingwan could bully her on her own terms, both openly and covertly. What needs to be returned must still be returned. 2 days later, A large and a small carriage were parked at the entrance of the military prefecture. Wei Qingwan and Wei Ruo almost came out of the house at the same time. Mrs. Yun came to see the two daughters off. Looking at Wei Ruo and Wei Qingwan, Mrs. Yun had mixed feelings. Just as Wei Qingwan was about to get onto the larger carriage, Wei Ruo called out to her. "I'm sorry, Qingwan. Mom has said that since the Xie family is farther from the military prefecture, the larger carriage will be used for those going to Xie family." Upon hearing this, Wei Qingwan's steps faltered. She turned her head with a puzzled look towards Wei Ruo. Wei Ruo had a faint smile on her face. "Actually, it doesn't matter to me which carriage I ride in. As the eldest sister, I shouldn't quibble over such small matters with my siblings. But what Mother said makes a lot of sense, and I don't want to go against her wishes." Wei Qingwan looked at Madame Yun again. Madame Yun didn't know what to say at this point. She indeed had said those words. However, they all thought that Wanwan was the one going to study at the Xie family, and they didn't know that Wanwan would be wronged in this matter. If she had known that Wanwan would be wronged, she would not have suggested changing the carriages to ease Wanwan's feelings and to make up for the hurt she experienced. "Mother, is this your idea?" Wei Qingwan asked Madame Yun. "Yes, it's my idea," Madame Yun said. Despite some misgivings, she couldn't deny what she had said. She then comforted Wei Qingwan. "Wanwan, the Xie family is prestigious. We should not let them think less of us. Let your elder sister ride the bigger carriage. Although the other one is slightly smaller, it is brand new. I deliberately had it prepared for you." Wei Qingwan's eyes were red and she slightly nodded her head. "I understand. Mother, you needn't worry. I understand everything." Her voice was shaking, and it was clear that she was trying her best to hold back her feelings of hurt and sadness. Seeing her trying to stay strong in the face of this sorrow made Madame Yun's heart ache. Wei Ruo stepped forward. "Mother, don't worry. Qingwan is understanding. She wouldn't cry or be upset over a change in carriages. When I came back home, she even said she would give me everything she had. Although I never thought about taking Qingwan's things, if Qingwan said so, it means that she had this intention. Now, the matter of giving me her carriage should not make her sad." Wei Qingwan's tears were close to falling. After hearing Wei Ruo's words, she managed to hold them back. Wei Ruo continued. "Actually, if Mother hadn't analyzed the reasons objectively, I wouldn't mind sitting in the smaller carriage. After all, when I was in the countryside before, I didn't even have an ox cart, let alone a carriage. Whether it's big or small, it doesn't matter to me." Upon hearing this, Madame Yun felt a twinge in her heart. Looking into Wei Ruo's clear and tranquil eyes, she suddenly felt an uncomfortable sense of guilt. Madame Yun quickly realized that her thoughts over the past few days were somewhat faulty. While Wanwan might have been wronged a bit, it wasn't that bad. After all these years, Wanwan had lived according to the standards of the Wei family's young miss. Even if she was now riding in a smaller carriage, it was still better than Ruo's life in the past. Thinking like this, if she kept putting Wanwan's grievances in the open, that would be unnecessarily unfair. Having sorted out these thoughts, Madame Yun said to both Wei Ruo and Wei Qingwan, "All right, it's getting late. You need to get on your respective carriages and leave. Especially you, Ruo. Since this is your first time going to the Xie family, be careful about everything." "I got it," Wei Ruo answered before turning around gracefully and getting on the larger carriage. Wei Qingwan hesitated for a bit. After confirming that Madame Yun wouldn't change her mind, she got onto the noticeably smaller and less luxurious carriage with the help of maid Sueha. Once she was inside the carriage, Wei Qingwan began to sob. "Miss, stop crying. Be careful not to hurt your eyes." Sueha quickly tried to comfort her. "I don't want to cry either, but the tears won't stop flowing. My heart feels terrible," Wei Qingwan said sadly, then looked around at the dilapidated carriage. "Now it seems I am not even qualified to ride the family's carriage. I guess it won't be long before I'm driven out of the house." Sueha hastily comforted her. "Miss, don't think too much. Apart from not getting the chance to study, the master, madam, and the young masters still love you just like before." As the daughter of Li, the matron, Sueha shared the same opinions as her mother. They firmly believed that the second miss, being the favorite of the family, would certainly live a better life than the eldest miss in the future. "Who knows? My elder brother treats my sister just as well now. My sister is more capable than I am. She has caught the attention of Mr. Wang and the Xie family while I am nothing. But Madam is already annoyed with the eldest miss. The eldest miss has repeatedly defied her. Now Madam's compensatory guilt towards her is almost exhausted. Sueha continued. You don't have to comfort me anymore. I know the situation I'm in now. Unlike before, after experiencing this farcical incident, Wei Qingwan was much more pessimistic. She was no longer easily comforted by the words of Matron Li and Sueha. At this moment, Wei Ruo was in the large carriage. When she left home, she took many packages with her, claiming to be stationery. Then she had snuck a few account books into those packages. She could read the account books during the commute, a good way to kill time. Upon arriving at the Xie family, Wei Ruo was led to the schoolroom set up in their house. The Xie family's mansion was much more spacious and magnificent than the military prefectures. After being led around by the house matrons, Wei Ruo was almost dizzy. When they arrived, there were 2 tables set up, very spacious. Wang Kaiwei and Xiering were both already present. The empty table on the left was reserved for Wei Ruo. On it, a brand new set of calligraphy tools had been arranged, likely prepared by the Xie family in case she had forgotten or overlooked something. Wei Ruo took a glance at the items on the table. They were all from the 4 treasure house and were the same as the ones in front of Xiering. After Wei Ruo was seated, Wang Kaiwei introduced herself to both of them. As a well-known talented woman, Wang Kaiwei wasn't particularly good-looking, but her appearance was quite pleasant. She had a scholarly aura yet a feeling of tranquility. Following this, Wang Kaiwei asked Xiering and Wei Ruo to introduce themselves. After the introductions, she didn't immediately start the lessons, but brought several books for the 2 to choose from. Among them were books like Women's Precepts, Women's Instructions, Confucian Analects for Women, as well as Book of Poetry, Book of Changes, Spring and Autumn Annals, and The Art of War by Sun Tzu. Wei Ruo and Xiang scrutinized them for a moment and picked one each. Wei Ruo chose the Book of Changes. It was rumored that if you understood it well, you could predict the future. Even though she was skeptical, it seemed more interesting compared to the other books. Xiering, on the other hand, chose The Art of War by Sun Tzu. Well, Miss Xie was even tougher than her. Seeing their choices, Wang Kaiwei smiled and nodded. I now have an idea of how to teach you. Please have a seat. Unexpectedly, Wang Kaiwei did not criticize the choices of Wei Ruo and Xiering, but instead invited them to sit down and began to lecture them. Wei Ruo originally held no hope for the lectures, but the teaching delivered by Wang Kaiwei was far from the dullness she had imagined. Wang Kaiwei would engage them with vivid discussions of the stories behind the written words and appropriately extend and connect the material. Xiang, who was typically reserved, seemed energized, staring intently and listening with great interest. Especially when Wang Kaiwei spoke about large-scale wars in history, Wei Ruo felt as if Xiering was ready to jump up and join the fight. In the morning, they lectured together, and in the afternoon, Wang Kaiwei arranged separate arts for the 2 of them to learn. The current trend was to master one of the 4 arts, which included burning incense and serving tea, and flower arrangement and hanging paintings. Wang Kaiwei had Wei Ruo learn incense burning, while Xiang took up painting. Wei Ruo didn't know whether Xiering was satisfied with Wang Kaiwei's arrangements, but she herself was quite pleased with the course content chosen for her. By the end of the day, Wei Ruo felt pretty good and found it more interesting than she had expected. During the lessons, Mr. Wang also talked about certain etiquette. Compared to the rigid explanations of Madame Li, Mr. Wang's instruction was like a refreshing spring rain, easier for them to absorb. After a few days like this, there was a new development in South City, so Wei Ruo had to excuse herself from Mr. Wang's lessons to look after the matters there. After 15 days of seedling cultivation, the paddies in the experimental fields of South City were a rich green. During this time, Madame Zhang would report the condition of the seedlings to Wei Ruo every other day. Seeing the vigorous growth of the seedlings, Madame Zhang, who was initially reluctant, had become much more enthusiastic. At first, she was reluctant because she thought Wei Ruo was fooling around. But when she saw the lush seedlings, Madame Zhang was enlightened and realized that this young lady from the countryside really knew her stuff. Young miss, I reckon it's about time to start transplanting the seedlings. But you'll have to take a look and decide, Madame Zhang said. now not daring to make her own decisions without consulting Wei Ruo. You go and report this situation to mother, Wei Ruo replied. Despite the rice grains not being harvested yet, the success of the seedlings was sufficient proof that Wei Ruo's method of treating chemically treated soil and growing crops could be effectively used. Wei Ruo needed to report this achievement to Wei Mingting, but she didn't feel the need to meet him directly right now, so she decided to report to Madame Yun first. Madame Zhang immediately complied, heading to Tsangyun Garden to relay the good news. As Madame Zhang was reporting to Madame Yun, Wei Qingwan was also present in Tsangyun Garden, casually chatting with Madame Yun. After listening to Madame Zhang's words, Madame Yun was visibly delighted. Really? It actually worked? Absolutely. I have been watching over it for a month now. The seedlings, have grown so well. They're flourishing and green. I'm not exaggerating when I say the seedlings here are even better than the ones we grew on Mantu Mountain in North City. That's great. I'm going to send someone to inform your father right away. Madame Yun promptly replied. She immediately summoned Guard Jinghu and gave him the instructions. Noticing Madame Yun's excitement, the expression of Wei Qingwan nearby subtly changed. I didn't expect sister to succeed. That's really fantastic. Wei Qingwan said. Yes, indeed. If it really works out, it would be a great help to your father and the entire military prefecture. Madame Yun didn't notice her daughter's crestfallen face. She was too absorbed in her own excitement. She then addressed Madame Zhang. Madame Zhang, please call Ruar over. Madame Zhang quickly responded, Madam, besides informing you of the matter, the young miss also wished to seek your approval for her planned trip to South City. If the condition of the seedlings is suitable, she will start the transplanting process. All right, the timing of rice transplanting is very critical. It should not be delayed. I shouldn't hold her up from her work then. Exactly, madam. But before we proceed, we should let her father see the condition of the rice seedlings. Once the seedlings have been transplanted, we will not be able to prove if they were really grown on the treated wasteland, or simply transferred from elsewhere. Then what does madam suggest we do? Ask Ruar to wait a bit. Once we receive a reply from her father, and if he has the time, he should come to have a look as soon as possible. It would be best if he could also bring Magistrate Qian along. If he doesn't have the time, then Ruar can proceed to transplant the seedlings according to the plan. All right, I will inform the young miss first. Yes, please go ahead. On this issue, Madame Yun greatly respected Wei Ruo's decisions. In a short while, Madame Zhang returned, bearing Wei Ruo's response. The young miss says she will first go to South City to assess the condition of the seedlings. If there is news from the master, he can directly go to South City. Let's proceed according to Ruar's plan. Madame Yun instructed. Having received approval from Madame Yun, Madame Zhang returned to deliver the response to Wei Ruo. Accompanied by Madame Zhang, Wei Ruo took a carriage out of the city. Upon seeing the excellent condition of the seedlings, Wei Ruo was quite satisfied. Ague and Xiaoba, who were responsible for plowing, were also incredibly pleased. The healthy growth of the seedlings indicated the potential for a good harvest, which was undeniably good news for Xingshan County, which had suffered from poor harvests for several years. Young miss, what should we do now? Should we start transplanting? Ague asked. Let's wait a bit and see whether my father's going to come have a look. You guys can start tilling the other wastelands nearby. Now that this place has been successful, the cultivation of the other wastelands will soon follow, Wei Ruo instructed. All right. Filled with enthusiasm, Ague and Xiaoba immediately got to work. Wei Ruo then went to inspect the surrounding area. About an hour later, Wei Ruo saw a large group of people approaching. From a distance, Wei Ruo could see Wei Mingting at the front, riding a horse. He was still in his armor, implying he had come directly after receiving the news without having the time to change. Following Wei Mingting, she caught sight of Magistrate Qian and Chu Lan. Wei Ruo had anticipated Magistrate Qian's appearance. After all, the successful cultivation of barren land was also an achievement for him. He was bound to be interested. Chu Lan's appearance, however, was unexpected. Upon seeing him, Wei Ruo's brows furrowed instinctively. She was averse to much contact with him. Soon, the entourage reached where Wei Ruo and company were waiting. Accompanied by Madame Zhang, Ague, and Xiaoba, Wei Ruo stepped forward to greet them. With a slight bow, she addressed them, Greetings, "Father, greetings, Magistrate Qian." With respect to Chu Lan, since he hadn't disclosed his identity, Wei Ruo did not feel the need to acknowledge him. "You don't need to be so formal." Wei Mingting's voice held a hint of excitement. He had noticed Wei Ruo's vibrant field of seedlings, even from a distance, while on his way here. The lush green patch stood out against the desolate surroundings, making a stark contrast. Those accompanying Wei Mingting also observed Wei Ruo's seedling field from up close. Everyone's face lit up with joy after their observations, including the typically cold Chu Lan. The Qin magistrate excitedly praised, "Mr. Wei indeed has a wonderful daughter. She's actually able to grow crops on this barren land. In this way, the farmable land of Xingshan County will greatly increase. This really alleviates a pressing problem for the people of Xingshan County." Lu Yuhong, who had come with Chu Lan, was even more effusive in his praise. "This is incredible. While the surrounding area barely has any weeds, crops are growing here. And these seedlings look even healthier than those in other parts of Xingshan County." Listening to the praise, Wei Mingting looked at his neatly dressed daughter with joy and pride in his heart. "It's rather shameful to admit that these skills were attained by my daughter's own efforts. As a father, I didn't fulfill any responsibilities and didn't really teach her anything." Wei Mingting didn't feel the need to be modest when complimenting his daughter, but when it came to teaching her well, he genuinely felt inadequate. Qin Magistrate replied, "Mr. Wei, there's no need to be modest. You are simply busy with the safety of Xingshan County's people. Your daughter is now risking danger and enduring hardship to cultivate this land for the same reason. Your father-daughter pair clearly share the same love for the people." Just then, Chu Lan took the opportunity to question Wei Ruo. "Miss Wei, I have a question." "Please go ahead, sir." Wei Ruo did not shy away. Chu Lan asked, looking at this field, "What's growing here are still seedlings, as opposed to regular rice which should be about to head out. Isn't it a bit late in the hybrid's life cycle for it to still be a seedling?" Everyone had been so caught up in the joy of successfully growing seedlings from the wasteland that they had momentarily forgotten this key point. Upon hearing Chu Lan's question, both Wei Mingting and the Qin magistrate turned to Wei Ruo, their eyes filled with curiosity about this issue as well. Wei Ruo answered, "Don't worry, sir. It's a bit different from regular rice, and it's sown in the 6th or 7th lunar month. The growing period is about 160 days, so it will not be ready for harvest until November." Upon hearing this, the faces of the three people in front of Wei Ruo again filled with surprise and joy. Whether it was the Qin magistrate, who was officially responsible for the people's livelihood, Chu Lan from the royal family, or Wei Mingting the military official, they all knew clearly that being able to plant rice at different times was equivalent to artificially expanding the area of arable land. However, at this moment, they hadn't seen the mature rice yet and dare not easily believe Wei Ruo's words. Chu Lan said, "Once the rice you are testing here matures, Miss Wei, and you can prove that you can help increase the cultivable area and increase grain production in Xingshan County, I will report this to the court." Hearing these words, the Qin magistrate was somewhat excited, because if it were to be reported, the majority of the credit would belong to the Wei family, but he would also get a share as the magistrate. The reaction of Wei Mingting was more lukewarm, without much joy, but it was nonetheless noticeable that he was looking forward to this. Wei Ruo was not very excited. If it was someone else telling her these things, she might have been in a better mood, but with Chu Lan, she really didn't want to have anything to do with him. Qin magistrate then proceeded to ask Chu Lan, "Sir, do you think this wasteland in the south of the city can be handed over to the government office and the military prefecture for large-scale development?" Chu Lan had ordered that only they should know of his presence during this trip. His family must not know, so the Qin magistrate immediately changed his form of address. With the successful trial planting by Miss Wei, Qin magistrate wanted to expand the scope, whether for personal political gain or for the survival of the people. Chu Lan replied, "Xingshan County is under the jurisdiction of Qin magistrate. How to develop the wasteland is up to him to decide. There's no need to ask my opinion." Qin magistrate, "Yes, I understand." After that, Qin magistrate asked Wei Mingting and his daughter, "Mr. Wei, Miss Wei, are you willing to be responsible for all these wastelands in the south of the city?" Wei Mingting didn't answer immediately, but looked at Wei Ruo. The matter of opening up the wasteland in the south of the city was proposed by his daughter, and she had invested her time and energy in it. If the area of land reclamation was to be expanded, the hard work would inevitably fall on his daughter, so the decision should be left to her. Wei Ruo answered, "Father, I think that the wasteland in the south of the city covers a large area. If all of it is handed over to our military prefecture for reclamation, I am afraid we may not be able to cope. It would be better to give the wasteland to the people to reclaim. There are many people in the city who lack a means of livelihood, especially the fishermen who are unable to go out to sea because of the Japanese pirates. If we give some wasteland to them and teach them improved farming methods, I believe they will do their best." The words of Wei Ruo struck a chord with Wei Mingting, who turned to the Qin magistrate and said, "Mr. Qin, my daughter is right. This vast wasteland cannot be reclaimed by just the county government and the military prefecture. We should give it to the people and let them cultivate the land for their livelihood." The Qin magistrate reluctantly admitted, "It's not that I'm unwilling to allocate it to the people, but we now have the threat of Japanese pirates. The south of the city is not safe. Though Wangyue Mountain separates the south and east of Xingshan County, we can never be sure if the Japanese will cross over. Allowing too many people to freely move in and out of this area may bring many hidden dangers." This was indeed a problem, and it was also why Wei Ruo's request for the nanny to apply to the government office to open up the wasteland to the south of the city was refused initially. "That won't be an issue." Chu Lan suddenly spoke up. Everyone turned to look at Chu Lan, and so did Wei Ruo. Chu Lan, his eyes deep, said, "The court will soon send additional troops to Xingshan County. If we set up defenses at key points between Wangyue Mountain and the southern city, it will ensure the safety of the area and allow peasants to work their farms with peace of mind." After listening to Chu Lan, both the Qin magistrate and Wei Mingting had different looks on their faces. The fact that the court was willing to send more troops was obviously a good thing, but they didn't know whether the Wei family, who had not performed well in the fight against the Japanese pirates, or the Qin magistrate, who had failed to feed the people of Xingshan County, would be punished. Chu Lan then looked at Wei Ruo. "Miss Wei, as you'll be expanding, you'll need more resources and manpower. I will send some people to assist Miss Wei. Please feel free to use them." Wei Ruo quickly declined his offer. "Thank you for your kindness, sir. However, as it is improper for a woman to interact too closely with a man, I must respectfully reject. Miss Wei need not worry about this. If I were to assign someone to assist you, I would naturally send a maid to handle matters with you, so you would not have to deal directly with me or any other men," Chu Lan explained. Seeing that her excuse of the distinct roles of men and women did not dissuade Chu Lan, Wei Ruo looked up towards Wei Mingting, hoping he would support her refusal. Wei Mingting seemed to understand Wei Ruo's need for help and turned to look at Chu Lan. "Your kindness towards the people is indeed a blessing. However, my daughter does not have much experience in managing large-scale personnel adjustments. Perhaps it's better to let her learn it step by step." Chu Lan interjected. "There is no need for more words, Mr. Wei. Miss Wei is the most qualified for the task of improving the southern wasteland of Xingshan County City. If she claims that it can't be done, then I dare to say no one else could do it." Wei Mingting had no choice but to concede. "Since this is the young master's goodwill, Ruoruo, you should accept it. He is kind-hearted and hopes that the people of Xingshan County can have enough to eat. Then I will humbly comply." Wei Ruo reluctantly accepted. After conversing with Wei Mingting, Qin magistrate, Chu Lan, and others, Wei Ruo ordered Agawei and Xiaoba to start gathering rice seedlings, preparing for transplantation. During the seedling stage, sowing is relatively dense. When it's time to transplant, they are spaced out to ensure that each rice plant can fully receive sunlight and nourishment from the soil, so the spacing between the plants increases. Wei Ruo asked Wei Mingting. The Wei family, like other families in Xingshan County, planted early rice which had passed the transplanting period and grew higher than a child. However, Wei Ruo heard that, due to the weather, many families in Xingshan County had poor rice growth, with some even losing a large portion. "Your mother indeed mentioned it to me." During the brief periods when Wei Mingting was at home, Madame Yun rarely bothered him with mundane household affairs. But the issue of the rice plants dying concerned the family's autumn harvest. She couldn't hide it from him and informed him early to prepare. "When we have extra seedlings from here, Please arrange for someone to take them to Mantu Mountain in the north of the city to replace the ones that died, Wei Ruo instructed. Wei Mingting was momentarily stunned, then joyously praised. Ruo is very thoughtful. He felt a touch of admiration for his daughter's meticulousness and thoughtfulness towards their household matters. Wei Ruo thought to head to Shaoyang Mountain when she set off to deliver the seedlings to the north of the city. As for the seedlings, if they weren't used in the Wei family fields, they would just be given to others. Other wastelands weren't cultivated in time for planting, and she wasn't familiar with the situation in other households. If the seedlings weren't planted on Mantu Mountain, it would be a waste. After all, these seedlings were carefully grown through their hard work. It would be a pity to discard them. Once all the seedlings were gathered, Wei Ruo instructed Ague and Xiaoba to plow the fields and prepare for transplantation. Meanwhile, Wei Ruo headed back first, along with a portion of the seedlings destined for planting at Mantu Mountain in the northern city. On the return journey, Wei Ruo leaned on the window of the carriage, observing the scenery along the way. Xiaomei massaged Wei Ruo's shoulders and legs. Miss, should we select some trustworthy people and teach them the method of improving the soil, without letting others know? Xiaomei asked. No need for that. I will make the method public, which is much more efficient, Wei Ruo replied. But what if the disciples starve the master once they learn it? Xiaomei asked. Here was different from Emojiaja. There, they had a good relationship with the villagers, and there were no reservations in teaching them. However, they were not familiar with the locals here and feared there might be some bad apples among them. Rest assured, even if they learned it, they only learn the surface part, not the underlying logic, so they won't quite grasp it. Besides, I have many talents, so sharing this one won't matter that much. Some of Wei Ruo's skills were reserved for her own use, to earn money and make a living, but some technologies could be shared to help innocent people who were suffering. Take this method of improving land, for example. Retaining it didn't have any significant advantages. Not everywhere had poor soil in need of her improvement, and she wasn't likely to earn much silver from this method either. Moreover, she didn't entirely teach others how to improve wasteland. The method varied according to different conditions of barren land. Even in the case of saline alkali land, the methods to render it fertile varied, with different mix ratios and usages, so only sharing the method for this specific piece of land might not work elsewhere. Soon, the developments in the southern city reached Madame Yun's ears, and she was immensely excited. From successfully cultivating crops on the improved land to acquiring a late-season rice variety, not only did these achievements earn praise from others, but also showed attention to the production issues on their terraced mountain. All the things Wei Ruo did profoundly touched Madame Yun's heart. With repeated praises for Wei Ruo, each compliment weakened Wei Qingwan's spirits. Madame Yun didn't notice Wei Qingwan's mood change. Instead, she busied herself arranging manpower to go to Mantu Mountain, preparing to transplant the seedlings gathered by Wei Ruo. When Wei Ruo arrived at the Wei residence, Madame Yun unusually went to the entrance to greet her. Ruo, you've worked hard these days. Madame Yun was full of joy. I won't be going back to the mansion for now. I'll take these seedlings straight to Mantu Mountain. Have workers been arranged for planting the seedlings? Wei Ruo inquired, her expression unchanged, maintaining her professionalism. It's all arranged. They left for Mantu Mountain a quarter of an hour ago, just waiting for the seedlings to arrive so they can start transplanting, Madame Yun answered. That's good. I'll go there too, taking the chance to look at the growth of the crops on Mantu Mountain, said Wei Ruo. That's a good idea, but Ruo, do pay attention to your own health. Don't work yourself too hard, Madame Yun said with concern. Wei Ruo didn't continue to discuss family matters with Madame Yun. Having gained her approval, she immediately ordered Lu Bo to head to Mantu Mountain in the northern city. When facing Madame Yun, Wei Ruo said she was going to examine the growth on Mantu Mountain, but in reality, she intended to head to Shaoyang Mountain under the pretense of this visit. Madame Yun was oblivious to Wei Ruo's true intentions. She simply thought her daughter was very sensible and considerate towards their family matters. Using the surplus seedlings to replenish the family's rice fields and personally inspecting the condition of their terraced mountain, Madame Yun was deeply moved. Even though there were some minor disagreements in their family, in relation to the family's overall welfare, her daughter was certainly very aware of the bigger picture. Wei Ruo's carriage headed north and, When it reached near Manton Mountain north of the city, the manager there had already received instruction from Madame Yun and was waiting. After arranging for full-time workers to replant seedlings in the vacant areas, Wei Ruo excused herself to take a neighborhood walk and consequently left in the company of Xiaomei. This was not a good sign. If this trend continued, the autumn harvest would be troubling. Her nurse had mentioned to her earlier about Xingshan County's grain conditions this year, but she only understood how severe the situation was after witnessing it herself. Wei Ruo then accompanied Xiaomei to Shaoyang Mountain. The majority of the previously uncultivated land had been planted with sweet potatoes. The lush green leaves were thriving. Even now, they would pick a batch of vine leaves to sell at the market every day. At the price of 2 coins per bundle, it's quite affordable for everyone, from well-off families to common folks. Consequently, a cartload a day is not sufficient. Although the price of 2 coins is not high, there is still some profit to be made. For ordinary fruits and vegetables, Wei Ruo preferred small profits and quick returns, while only leaning towards high prices for luxury goods intended for the upper-class society. Wei Ruo randomly picked a plot of land, opened a corner, and checked how the sweet potatoes were growing inside. At this time, the sweet potatoes had not yet reached the ideal size and were still small, each being just a little bit larger than the size of a pinky, far from the standard harvest size. However, it was obvious that the current growth situation was good and there were no pests or diseases. The seeds in Wei Ruo's own fields were of excellent quality, showing superior performance in terms of disease resistance, drought tolerance, and flooding tolerance. They also grew relatively faster than others. She guessed that in about a month, this batch of sweet potatoes could be fully grown. By then, she can start selling them gradually. Part of them will be stored in the warehouse. She plans to turn the rest into dried sweet potatoes for storage, with some of the dried sweet potatoes to be sold in the fruit preserve shop. During her trip out on the Dragon Boat Festival, Wei Ruo had taken the opportunity to inspect several fruit preserve shops, finally selecting one for cooperation intending to sell dried sweet potatoes and sweet potato chips in their shop. For Wei Ruo, this could save her the risk of setting up a separate shop, and at the same time, it could increase her own sales volume by leveraging the existing customer traffic of the fruit preserve shop. Wei Ruo stayed on Shaoyang Mountain until the evening before returning to the Wei family's Mantu Mountain. The work of transplanting rice seedlings was nearly over. After briefly checking the situation, Wei Ruo returned home in her carriage. By the time Wei Ruo returned to the Wei residence, it was already past the usual dinner time. The Wei family didn't have dinner without her. They waited until Wei Ruo came back, and then Madame Yun informed the kitchen to serve the dinner. After dinner, while they were sitting together drinking tea, Madame Yun asked Wei Ruo about the details of her day. The work you've been doing to transform the barren land in the south of the city is truly impressive, Ruo. I never expected that you could successfully cultivate crops there. I underestimated you before, Madame Yun said with emotion. Wei Ruo made a low sound in response. Your decision to transplant seedlings onto Mantu Mountain has indeed greatly aided the family, Ruo. This year, rice seedlings in everyone's fields have been dying off to varying degrees. Ours are actually better than most. The worst cases have lost nearly half their crops. Even though it's still not autumn, we can already foresee the grain outlook this year. The city's residents are filled with anxiety. The madams from a few familiar families, inclusive, can't help but worry about this issue. Even for some well-off families in Xingshan County, several consecutive years of poor crop yields could be unbearable. With so many mouths to feed, if they were to buy grain every day, who knows how much silver they would have to spend. Besides, if everyone is short of grain prices will inevitably rise. By then, even if they want to buy their own grain, it will become very difficult. Wei Ruo sipped her tea without responding. What she was thinking now was that if she had known earlier that everyone's seedlings were dying, she should have secretly sold the extra seedlings. She should have been able to make a lot of money. Tell me more about the incident at the south of the city today. Madame Yun was keen on knowing more details from Wei Ruo. The seedlings are growing well. Both father and Magistrate Qian approved. Also, a young master from the capital city said he wanted to help and will send someone over tomorrow. Wei Ruo answered lightly, glossing over all the situations. She didn't have much choice in mentioning Chulan's offer to help, since the messenger he's sending will report to the residents tomorrow, and given his status, Wei Mingting would certainly inform the family in advance. A distinguished person wants to help? Madame Yun asked in surprise. Wei Qingwan also looked inquisitively at Wei Ruo. In Xingshan County nowadays, the only person whom the Wei family could potentially address as a distinguished person was that gentleman of the Han, who had been seen fleetingly on the street. Although the distinguished person's identity has never been fully disclosed, the Wei family had mostly figured it out based on the information they have received from the capital city. Yes, he seemed particularly concerned about the hardships experienced by the commoners. Wei Ruo, somewhat irritated by this man, Chu Lan, didn't elaborate. Wei Ruo spoke casually, but to those who listened, it was a momentous revelation. That indeed should be the case. Since the distinguished person wants to help, Ruo, you need to be extra cautious. Madame Yun immediately instructed Wei Ruo. In regards to farming, I'm already doing the best I can. Wei Ruo replied. This wasn't something she was doing to impress Chu Lan. Madame Yun commented somewhat nostalgically. I originally thought that after Wan Wan and Miss Qian offended the distinguished person at Huafa Temple, it would annoy him. However, it seems that he didn't take it to heart. In contrast, Ruo, your work in the south of the city has attracted his attention. As Madame Yun spoke, Wei Qingwan, who was sitting beside her with her head slightly bowed, quivered. Her words felt like a slap across the face. Moreover, the subsequent comparison with Wei Ruo made Wei Qingwan feel like she was being crushed into the ground. However, Wei Ruo barely listened to Madame Yun's words. To her, this distinguished person was hardly distinguished at all. She preferred to steer clear from him. Wei Yilin pouted and glanced at Wei Ruo several times. However much he looked, he simply couldn't believe that Wei Ruo could pull off such a feat. How was it possible that Wei Ruo could accomplish something that even Sister Wan Wan couldn't? Especially when Sister Wan Wan was so much more capable than her. Throughout the whole meal, Wei Qingwan had been lost in her thoughts. With a heavy heart, she left Songyun Garden. Upon seeing her, Wei Yichen caught up to her and asked, Wan Wan, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? Big brother, am I really useless? Wei Qingwan asked softly. Why would you ask that, Wan Wan? I can't make a difference or achieve anything like my sister could. I can't bring honor to the Wei family and be favored by the people of high status. I'm really useless. Wei Qingwan bit her lip, her eyes filling with tears. Wei Yichen furrowed his brow. Wan Wan, why would you think like that? I just feel that I'm inferior to my sister in everything, and I'm sure everyone will not like me. After Wei Qingwan said this, she thought Wei Yichen would comfort her instead. He stopped in his tracks, furrowed his eyebrows, and looked at her solemnly. Big brother? Wei Qingwan looked at Wei Yichen in confusion. Wan Wan, we should be happy for Ruoruo's success, not fearing that her excellence will make us lose favor. As family members, we embrace each other's virtues and shortcomings. As family members, why do we need to compare ourselves to each other? Wei Yichen said with a serious tone. Wei Qingwan was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized she had misspoken. Big brother, I didn't mean it that way. I'm naturally happy for my sister's excellence, but after seeing how capable she is, I suddenly realized I need to work even harder. Otherwise, with both my brother and sister being so outstanding, 111 be left behind. I also want to contribute to our family. Wei Qingwan explained. If that's what you think, then it's fine. We should simply be happy for her accomplishment and pay no mind to other thoughts. I understand. Wei Qingwan replied in a soft voice. Seeing this, Wei Yichen did not say anything else. He thought that Wan Wan just had a slip of the tongue. She had always been very kind and gentle, that she wouldn't truly harbor ill thoughts about Ruoruo. The two chatted for a while and then parted ways. Once she returned to Wangmei Garden, Wei Qingwan collapsed onto the bed and cried her heart out, ignoring Tsueha's attempts at soothing her. She was offered to study with the Xie family and won favor from the teacher, and she's the one who improved the barren land and grew crops. Compared to her, I'm inferior in every way. Sooner or later my parents will abandon me. Miss, you mustn't think like that. If you harm your health by crying, the one who'd be happy is your older sister. You absolutely can't give up on yourself. Tsueha was also worried. She feared that Wei Qingwan would give up. Once Wei Qingwan fell out of favor, Her life as Wei Qingwan's personal maid would surely become difficult as well. Even if I don't give up, what can I do? I can't blame others. I am not my parents' biological child. There is no blood relation between us. Being neglected is only a matter of time. The more Wei Qingwan thought about it, the more upset she became, and the more hopeless she felt for the future. Mississippi. For a moment, Sueha didn't know how to comfort Wei Qingwan. She muttered, "If only my mother was here, she might be able to suggest something for you, Mississippi. But she can't come back now," Wei Qingwan murmured. If the elderly maid was here, she would certainly help her. Unfortunately, due to last time's incident, the elderly maid was punished and sent to the countryside. "Miss, why don't you find an opportunity to plead with Madam? If you speak out, Madam will surely listen," Sueha suggested. "I 111 try next time," Wei Qingwan replied softly. Qian Magistrate's work efficiency was very high. After returning, he promptly posted the announcement and dispatched subordinates to spread the word. Whether they were farmers or fishermen, anyone who didn't own land could register at the government office. The office would orderly allocate the barren land in the south of the city to them and teach them how to cultivate and improve the barren land. Upon receiving the news, long lines formed outside the county government office. Before long, the people who officially received the government document granting them the right to cultivate the land let out cheers. For a time, the entire county was filled with the sounds of joy from the impoverished populace. Watching the lively scene from a tea house in the distance, Lu Yuhong couldn't help but sigh. The idea proposed by Miss Wei from the Wei family is really good. Look at those impoverished refugees who couldn't afford to eat without working in the fields. They are full of vigor. Letting them work on the land they own will certainly yield better results than hiring laborers. Chu Lan looked at the street without commenting, but from his expression Lu Yuhong could tell Chu Lan agreed. "Chu brother, who are you more interested in now, the boss of the Four Treasure House or Miss Wei from the Wei family?" Lu Yuhong's inexplicable curiosity acted up again. "Yuhong, your curiosity is too strong. I've been like this since I was a kid, and you've known me for a day or two," Lu Yuhong mumbled. Though the goods sold at the Four Treasure House are good, and their techniques are astute, they do everything for money. Miss Wei improved the barren land and grew crops for the people. Between the two, it's clear who is superior. However, neither of them piques my curiosity. My purpose here is the matter of defending against the Japanese pirates, Chu Lan replied. Lu Yuhong said, "The people of Xingshan County are really suffering, with the Japanese pirates invading from outside and disasters occurring year after year from within. I hope Miss Wei's method works and really produces food, and I also hope the reinforcements from the court arrive soon. Even if reinforcements arrive, it still depends on the capability of the military general who commands them. If Wei Mingting can't achieve anything meaningful this time, he won't be able to keep his 6th-rank colonel position, even if he has a daughter who can benefit the people. Indeed, military generals must be able to win battles. However, from what I see, Wei Mingting seems capable, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to hold out for so long with such a small number of soldiers. It was only after I carefully observed in Xingshan County that I realized the soldier count of Xingshan County is really pitifully small," Lu Yuhong sighed. After 2 busy days, Wei Ruo went to the Xie family to study with Xiering again. After arriving at the Xie family school, Wei Ruo sat down at her seat. Master Wang hadn't arrived yet, and Xie Ying was organizing her drawings of war horses on the side. Upon seeing Wei Ruo, Xie Ying, who usually didn't show much interest in her, suddenly looked at her with a curious gaze. "You really grew crops on the barren land south of the city?" The improvement of the barren land south of the city and the successful cultivation of crops had been the most discussed and most concerned topic in Xingshan County in the past 2 days. It was hard for Xie Ying not to know about it. "Yes." Wei Ruo nodded. "Then you are really amazing. Thank you for the compliment. I rarely praise people, and you are the first one of the same age I have complimented," Xie Ying emphasized. "Then I am very honored. It's not about you being honored, but about you being truly amazing. You are much better than those women I've met who only know how to be jealous and compete for beauty. When I see those women, they are always chirping and chattering, and I find it annoying to listen to them. I look down on those people and think they are uninteresting, but now I find you are quite different from them." Wei Ruo couldn't help but laugh. She and Xiang had been studying together for a while, and Xiang had always been indifferent to her, rarely speaking so much to her. Unexpectedly, Xiang had developed a sense of admiration for her because of her accomplishments on the barren lands south of the city. Could this be considered an unexpected gain? I've always admired those who can serve their country and people. I've always dreamt of becoming a hero on the battlefield. When I was a little girl, my grandfather used to tell me about these heroic stories. At that time, I wished that I could go to war myself someday. One Xiang began to share her dreams with Wei Ruo. Then Xiang pursed her lips and spoke with regret and helplessness. Unfortunately, I am a girl. I learned as I grew older that there are many things a girl cannot do, let alone going to war. There are a bunch of rules we have to follow even for something as simple as stepping out of the house. Wei Ruo couldn't help but laugh. This young miss from the Xie family was really interesting, genuinely different from ordinary boudoir ladies. What are you laughing at? Xiang asked. I'm not mocking you. I'm pleasantly surprised. I agree with you. For instance, I want to cultivate the land south of the city, but I can only do so with the approval of my parents. Even when they agree, I need to be chaperoned by my nanny every outing. But you have achieved something. My mother told me that your success can benefit the city's people, and more people can have food. Your merit is as great as those soldiers defending our borders and safeguarding the nation. Xiang admired such people the most. If you're interested, you could join it too, Wei Ruo suggested. Could I? Asked Xiang skeptically. Of course, there are still lots of vacant lands in the south of the city. But aren't the wastelands of the city's south mainly given to landless farmers to cultivate? Xiang asked. Most of the wastelands have been allocated to displaced farmers and jobless fishermen. But due to their limited farming costs, we have given them areas that are relatively good, close to official roads or water sources, or relatively flat. Places with complex terrains have not been assigned. Can we also grow crops in places with complex terrain? Xiang asked. Yes, but it's not suitable to grow crops such as rice due to high human and maintenance costs. We can grow bamboo or mushrooms, various fruits and vegetables, or even medicinal herbs. Wei Ruo, looking at Xiang who was listening attentively, already had an idea in mind. Wei Ruo continued to say to Xiang, if you're really interested, we can collaborate. Collaborate? Xiang asked curiously. You may not be good at farming. I can handle that. Although I'm good at it, I have a limited freedom and time back in Wei family and also lack manpower. If we work together, we can complement each other. We can share the silver we earn according to the effort we put in. What do you think? Although I am not fond of farming, I find it fascinating what you are proposing. Xiang showed great interest. Xiang, who was pampered by her grandparents and parents since childhood, had never been short of money, but she was intrigued by the idea of earning silver on her own. Now, she has a different perspective on farming. So what should we grow? Asked Xiang. We could grow some medicinal herbs. Due to the war, the consumption of medicinal herbs is huge and the prices in the city remain high. After growing the herbs, we can sell them for a profit. If the army needs them, we can provide them at cost, ensuring that they are not without life-saving medicines. Wei Ruo suggested. That's great. We can earn money while helping the soldiers. Xiang became more interested and eager to give it a try. If you agree, you need to negotiate with the county government and arrange workers for the field work. There will be a lot of busy work. Wei Ruo reminded. Don't you think that's obvious? I'm not playing games with you. Xiang, will do things in a big way. Just wait, I will talk to my mother about this. If she disagrees, I'll write a letter to my grandfather. Xiang replied confidently. Xiang was serious. I have another condition. If we collaborate, you must keep it a secret. You must not tell anyone outside, nor anyone in my family. Wei Ruo said. Why? Let's not tell outsiders, but why can't we tell people from your family? Xiang asked confusedly. What should I do if my sister wants to join after my family knows about it? Wei Ruo asked. No way. I don't like her. She's too troublesome, as if she'll fall with the slightest breeze. She always looks at me with such a weak gaze. I've simply ignored her before, but she behaves as though I've bullied her. Xiang flatly refused. But once people know about it, if I am ordered to do so from my family, I will find it hard to refuse. Wei Ruo continued to explain. then it's better to keep it a secret. After all, it's kind of intriguing. I'll remind my mother to keep it a secret for us when I talk to her later, Xie declared. Okay, you should first get consent from your family, then we can discuss how to proceed, Wei Ruo said. For Wei Ruo, there were many benefits to collaborating with Xie. Firstly, she enjoyed Xie personality. Secondly, Xie was influential and capable, meeting her criteria for a partner. And thirdly, the most critical point, she could bypass the Wei family. Previously, she had to contact the government through the Wei family to develop the wastelands south of the city because of the need for official backing. Now she can bypass the Wei family through Xie and cultivate a piece of land for herself, which could also bring her additional income. Xie might be lazy generally, but once she decided to do something she was interested in, she wouldn't procrastinate. She went to find her mother during the midday break to talk about her idea. Madame Xie thought it was a good idea. Everyone had seen what the young mistress of the Wei family had achieved. It would be beneficial and harmless for her daughter to do something meaningful with Wei Ruo. Moreover, this was not a big deal for the Xie family. She didn't even need to take silver from the family treasure. She could just use some from her dowry for her daughter to start off. Seeing that Madame Xie agreed, Xie was delighted. Thanks, Mom. Xie hugged Madame Xie and kissed her cheek. You little monkey, just remember. If you want to do this, you have to do it as earnestly as Wei Ruo. You need to achieve something. You can't quit halfway, Madame Xie urged. Madame Xie didn't mind about silver. She just hoped that her daughter would develop good habits. Mother, rest assured. When have I ever quit halfway? I hate quitting the most. So you say you've never quit halfway. Last year in Capital City, I took you out to tour the flower boats, and just before we stepped out, you made an excuse and lied about stomach aches and refused to go. Madame Xie pointed out. That's different. All right, this time I choose to trust you. Also, your brother will come to Xingshan County in a few days. You can also ask him to help you with this, Madame Xie said with a smile. What is my brother doing here? Isn't he preparing for the imperial examination? Shouldn't he be busy attending classes in the college in the capital city? Xiang asked. Your mother is not very clear about this, but as your grandfather and father have agreed to it, there must be some serious business for him to come here. Oh, okay. No matter. I'll go and tell Wei Qingruo that my mother has agreed to our idea of setting up the medicinal fields. I'll get started right away. Xie dashed back to the college to find Wei Ruo, delivering the news to her. Wei Qingruo, my mother has agreed. When can we start working? Xie was eager to start. We can start immediately. Wei Ruo appreciated this efficient and straightforward work style. Then please tell me, how do we arrange our work now? What items do we need to purchase and how many people do we need? Xiering sat down next to Wei Ruo. Wei Ruo took out pen and paper, explaining to Xiering whilst noting down the key points on the paper. Xiering listened attentively, asked about what she didn't understand, showing the semblance of a diligent learner. After completing the discussion, Xiering brought the paper Wei Ruo had written on to ask for help from Madame Xie, officially starting the work with a high efficiency. Another one with high working efficiency was Chu Lan, who dispatched a nursemaid to the military prefecture to discuss the matters regarding the South City with Wei Ruo, only 2 days after the agreement. As a result, Wei Ruo specially asked Mr. Wang for leave and stayed at home to handle various matters. Mr. Wang had no objections to this, even telling Wei Ruo that what she was doing was part of the learning process. Upon seeing Chu Lan's nursemaid, Madame Yun was taken aback, intuitively sensing that the nursemaid was different from their usual nursemaids in terms of background. Moreover, her husband had reminded her the night before about the special identity of the distinguished person, urging her to mind her manners. Upon hearing that the person's surname was Chu, Madame Yun already had some idea. Anyone from the royal family, even if it's from the household of an unpopular prince, is not someone they could afford to offend. Madame Yun respectfully led Chu Lan's nursemaid to Tingsong Garden, then left after giving Wei Ruo a few words of caution, so as not to interfere with Wei Ruo and the nursemaid's discussion. Old servant pays respect to Miss Wei. Qin, the nursemaid, greeted Wei Ruo. She was respectful in attitude, but maintained her imposing demeanor. Wei Ruo knew that Chu Lan's nursemaids were from the palace and were different from ordinary nursemaids. Although Duke residence was an earl's mansion, It could not be compared to the rules of the palace even at its peak, let alone now when it is in decline. No need for formalities. Wei Ruo said, "You are here to assist me under your master's orders. Please do not be too concerned with etiquette. Just convey my instructions to those below and have them complete the tasks effectively. Rest assured, Miss Wei. The master has already told me to devote all my efforts to assisting Miss Wei. If Miss Wei has any matter that requires my services, as long as it's related to the development of the wasteland in the southern city, you can instruct me and I'll arrange for it to be completed." Although Qin, the nursemaid, had strict etiquette, she didn't place herself above Wei Ruo or nitpick her. She was well aware of her role. If her master highly regarded this person, then she definitely wouldn't pick faults with her. As Qin, the nursemaid, was discussing matters with Wei Ruo, Wei Qingwan suddenly arrived at Tingsong Garden. "Sister." Wei Qingwan arrived in front of Wei Ruo and called out sweetly. Wei Ruo's eyes narrowed as she looked at Wei Qingwan. The saying that no one visits a temple without a cause came to mind. After the incident of Xie family's studying blunder, Wei Qingwan hadn't visited Tingsong Garden. So what kind of wind brought her here today? "Sister, I brought some osmanthus cakes for you." Wei Qingwan was holding a delicate food box. Inside were the osmanthus cakes she was skilled at making. "Wait for a while. I'll talk to you after I finish discussing with Qin." Wei Ruo didn't know what tune Wei Qingwan was humming. She didn't want to interact with her too much, for fear that Wei Qingwan would say something displeasing and she would not be able to handle it in front of others. Wei Qingwan nodded slightly, but she didn't leave and just waited on the side. At this moment Qin, the nursemaid, spoke up, scrutinizing Wei Qingwan. "Is this the second miss of the house?" Upon being examined by Qin, Wei Qingwan blushed and responded in a soft voice, "Yes." Who would have thought that Qin would follow up with, "May I ask the second miss to excuse us? I have important matters to discuss with the first Mississippi. It is not appropriate to have outsiders overhearing." Wei Qingwan was stunned, but quickly corrected herself, saying, "I see. It seems I have come at an inconvenient time. I'll wait over there first." Indeed, the second miss has come at an inconvenient time. I think it should be known to the house why I came here today. I wonder why the second miss has chosen to come now rather than earlier or later. Qin's words were anything but subtle. What Qin had said was exactly what Wei Ruo was thinking. Wei Qingwan's behavior today was indeed strange. Because of Chu Lan's special status, his sending a nursemaid here had made everyone at the military prefecture treat it as a serious matter. Madame Yun had earlier instructed everyone in the house to be careful. Even those in the bamboo garden received the news, and Wei Qingwan definitely would have known about it. Wei Qingwan was clearly aware, but still chose this moment to see Wei Ruo. To say that she had no other intentions would be hard for Wei Ruo to believe. If Wei Qingwan had other thoughts, wouldn't she be too naive? Although Qin, the nursemaid, was indeed from Chu Lan's side, no matter what, she was just a nursemaid. Was Wei Qingwan thinking that by behaving well in front of her, Qin would speak highly of her to Chu Lan when she went back? Did she treat Qin as a matchmaker? If it were about women gossiping in a village, it would be understandable. But Qin was a nursemaid from the palace. The nursemaids of the royal family were very disciplined and would not do such strange things. Wei Ruo remembered that in the original story, although Wei Qingwan was beautifully weak, she was not so foolish. Could it be that without her, the supporting characters off-scene, or not being able to fall in love with Chu Lan at the predetermined time, had made her head stop functioning properly? She had only heard that love is blind, not that not being in love can also blind people. After listening to Qin's words, Wei Qingwan turned pale and hurried to explain, "Nursemaid, please don't be angry. I didn't mean to eavesdrop on my sister's conversation. I didn't know that the conversation between the nursemaid and my sister wasn't meant to be heard by others. I was merely worried that my sister may not be hospitable enough, so I specially brought some cakes that I made. Forgive my bluntness, but when the second miss expresses her concern about the first miss's hospitality in front of an outsider like me, what exactly is she trying to convey to others?" Qin, as someone who had come out from the palace, had an astute mind. She could hear the hidden meanings in Wei Qingwan's words. Wei Qingwan's face turned red due to humiliation, and she hurriedly explained, "Nursemaid Qin, you have misunderstood me. I had no other motives. It's that I used my words imprudently and caused misunderstanding." Nanny Chin said, as a young lady of a prestigious family, you should always watch your words and tread cautiously in front of others. If Miss Second often makes such mistakes, then I think Miss Second needs to read more books and learn more etiquette. Wei Qingwan's face turned pale and green at Nanny Chin's words, but she couldn't refute them. She could only bow her head and bid Wei Ruo an awkward farewell. Then, I will not disturb sister and Nanny any longer. She left the osmanthus cake on the table and hurriedly left. After Wei Qingwan left, Wei Ruo started discussing work related to the southern city with Nanny Chin. The workload was big and involved many people. In order not to leave out any of Wei Ruo's instructions, Nanny Chin requested a pen and paper to take notes. That's all for now. Agriculture can't be generalized. You have to make adjustments based on the local conditions and current situation. Future arrangements will constantly be changed according to the weather and the fields, said Wei Ruo. I understand that. I was also raised in a farming family. In the future, whenever Miss has any orders, you can contact me at any time. If there are any problems or difficulties in the development of the southern city, I will report to Miss as soon as possible, replied Nanny Chin. Good, thank you, Nanny. Although Wei Ruo didn't like Chu Lan's involvement in this matter, she appreciated the attitude Nanny Chin brought to their work. After Nanny Chin left, Wei Ruo paid a visit to Zhangyun Garden. Upon entering, she saw Wei Qingwan with her head bowed, talking to Madame Yun. When Wei Qingwan saw Wei Ruo enter, she looked up at her, resentment in her eyes. Madame Yun, on the other hand, faced her with a smile. Ruo is here. How was your talk with Nanny? Wei Ruo answered, pretty decent. Madame Yun was pleased. That's good, that's good. Keep in mind to never forget your manners. Wei Ruo added, speaking of manners, there's a matter I'd like to discuss with Mother. Madame Yun was puzzled. What is it? Wei Ruo said, today, while Nanny Chin and I were in a meeting, for some reason, Qingwan came to find me, disrupting our conversation. Hearing this, Madame Yun looked inquisitively at Wei Qingwan. Wei Qingwan quickly explained, it was my mistake. I made some osmanthus cakes and wanted to bring some for sister to try. Wei Ruo laughed softly. If Qingwan wanted to bring me some osmanthus cakes, any time would be fine. Why did she specifically choose the time when Nanny Chin was present? Wei Qingwan explained, sister, don't be angry. I was so engrossed in making the osmanthus cakes. After I finished, I just wanted sister to taste them as soon as possible. I accidentally forgot that you were meeting with Nanny Chin. If you had forgotten, you should have seen Nanny Chin when you walked into Tingsong Garden. Why didn't you choose to leave and come back later, rather than rudely interrupting our conversation? Wei Ruo questioned. I didn't think about it that much. I just wanted Nanny Chin to taste it too. Wei Qingwan said resentfully. Qingwan, we may choose to believe your words, but if you were to say them in public, outsiders might think our Wei family doesn't observe the proper etiquette. Today, Nanny Chin was here to discuss formal business. Everyone in the mansion is aware of it. Mother specifically instructed about it, but you still popped up at such a time. Those who don't know might even think our Miss Wei lacks manners. Wei Qingwan looked crestfallen as she heavily teared up. She looked at Madame Yun pleadingly, Mother, I really didn't do it on purpose. Ruo, isn't it too serious? Since Wanwan knows her mistake, you shouldn't keep blaming her. Madame Yun interceded on behalf of Wei Qingwan. Mother doesn't know that today, due to Qingwan's reckless behavior, Nanny Chin was greatly upset. Wei Ruo spoke. Hearing that Nanny Chin was upset, Madame Yun's expression changed. She looked at Wei Qingwan and said gravely, Wanwan, you're really thoughtless. At this, Wei Qingwan could no longer hold back her tears, which dropped one by one. Wei Ruo went on, as Mother knows, the last time at Huafa Temple, Qingwan bumped into a noble person and had a clash with Miss Qian. Finally, after much difficulty, that noble person started viewing our family differently due to the matters of the southern city. If that person gets a bad impression because of today's incident, I'm worried. Wei Ruo purposefully made it sound serious. Actually, Wei Ruo knew that Nanny Chin wouldn't likely report such a trivial matter to Chu Lan. But that didn't prevent her from using Chu Lan to scare Madame Yun and Wei Qingwan. Madame Yun, who originally intended to overstep the issue, felt serious after hearing Wei Ruo's words. She straightened her face and spoke to Wei Qingwan solemnly. Wanwan, you were indeed wrong in this matter. I'll punish you to copy the house rules 10 times as a precaution. Hearing these words, Wei Qingwan was completely stunned. From childhood, she had always been the most docile and sensible child in the eyes of her father and mother. She had never been punished before. It had always been her younger brother who was punished to copy texts. However, today it was suddenly her turn. Daughter understands. Wei Qingwan bowed her head, her hands clenched into fists inside her sleeves. In Iju Garden, Xiaobei told Wei Jini, young master, the person sent by the 7th prince has left. What did they discuss with Ruo? Asked Wei Jini. Just about the wasteland in the southern city, they didn't discuss anything else, Xiaobei reported. Wei Jini paused for a moment before asking, is Ruo very busy these days? It had been some days since Wei Ruo last visited Iju Garden. Yes, Miss goes out early and returns late every day. There are a lot of things that need her to make decisions, Xiaobei replied. Go next door and call Lady Xiaomei. The kitchen has received some game, but you don't know how to cook it. Ask her for some help, Wei Jini instructed. Yes, young master, I'll go now. Xiaobei joyfully headed towards Tingsong Garden. On his way, Xiaobei realized that the pheasant and wild rabbit were sent to the young master from outside, and not provided by the mansion's main kitchen. The young master didn't used to be fond of game, but a couple of days ago he unexpectedly asked someone to bring some for him. And it's been 2 days since the game was delivered, and the young master didn't let him touch it. Initially, he was puzzled, but now he understood. The young master was waiting for Lady Xiaomei to have some time to cook it. Of course, Lady Xiaomei does cook better than him and wouldn't waste the ingredients. When he reached the courtyard gate, Xiaobei relayed Wei Jini's request to Lady Xiaomei. Then I must ask my Mississippi Lady Xiaomei. You go and ask. I'll wait here at the gate. Okay. Lady Xiaomei turned around and went back inside. After a short while, she returned. My miss has agreed. However, she did say that she had planned for me to prepare some snacks for her this afternoon. Now that young master has called me over, she won't have her snack. You should ask your young master what he plans to compensate my miss with for her snack. Then I'll go ask our young master right now. Xiaobei hurriedly turned around to go back, heading back to Garden of Welcoming Bamboo to find Wei Jini. After hearing Xiaobei's special request, Wei Jini said, you can invite her to eat the prepared mountain chicken and wild rabbit as a compensation for her snack. So, Xiaobei ran back to Tingsong Garden to report. Then it's settled. I'll go with you. Xiaomei agreed readily. She grabbed a bag of items and started walking towards the Garden of Welcoming Bamboo. Xiaobei wondered, Lady Xiaomei, don't you need to ask your mistress again? What if your mistress doesn't like wild food? Xiaomei glanced at the clueless Xiaobei and smiled. Don't worry, my mistress absolutely loves it. Xiaomei went to the small kitchen in the Garden of Welcoming Bamboo and began to get busy. The rabbit meat was braised, and to cater to Wei Jini's taste, no spicy ingredients were added. Otherwise, according to her mistress's taste, it would have to be made with a spicy flavor. The mountain chicken was made into a soup, with some nourishing astragalus and goji berries added. Also, she quickly stir-fried a dish of sweet potato leaves and pumpkin tips. The sweet potato leaves were brought by the wet nurse, while the pumpkin tips were freshly picked from Wei Ruo's yard. 4 dishes, 2 with meat and 2 vegetarian, and 1 soup were prepared. Xiaobei served the dishes on the table, while Xiaomei went next door to invite Wei Ruo. After Xiaobei placed the 4 dishes on the table, he remarked to Wei Jini, the mistress is so kind. We asked for their help in cooking the wild food, and they provided us with vegetables and ingredients, creating 4 well-rounded dishes. Yes, Wei Jini responded. It would be great if the mistress could eat with us more often in the future. Xiaobei muttered to himself. He knew this was impossible. The master and madam would certainly require the mistress to eat with everyone in the dining hall. As they were talking, Wei Ruo entered the pavilion, beaming with joy. Wei Jini had already prepared a seat for her. Wei Ruo sat down and glanced at the 3 dishes and 1 soup on the table, a smile creeping up the corners of her mouth. Her beloved rabbit meat. It had been so long since she last had it. Wei Jini noticed Wei Ruo's excited expressions and couldn't help but smile. He took the initiative to pick up a piece of rabbit leg and put it in Wei Ruo's bowl. It's my fault that you didn't get to enjoy your snack. Consider this rabbit a way of making amends, Wei Jini said. Then I won't be polite. Wei Rua laughed at Wei Genie with her head tilted back, then proceeded to use her chopsticks without standing on ceremony. In reality, both of them were well aware. One wanted to invite the other for mountain chicken and wild rabbit, and took special care to make the food. The other wanted to use the excuse of missed tea cake as compensation. Only Xiaobei wasn't aware of it. After having a hearty meal, Wei Ruo rested on the rattan chair by the side. Brother, since when has there been a rattan chair here? I didn't notice it before. Wei Ruo asked. I got it recently. I found it pretty good, so I bought it. Wei Genie answered. It's great. You can lie down and rest when you're tired from reading. Yes. Wei Genie agreed. Seeing Wei Ruo swaying idly on the rattan chair, he knew it was a good purchase. How's it going with your studies at Xie's house? Wei Genie asked. It's going well. The female teacher you found is truly remarkable. I originally thought I wouldn't be able to bear studying, but her teaching style is quite interesting. She taught me some basics about incense making, which is similar to my medicinal crafting. That's good. Wei Genie responded, his face expressionless as always. How about you? Has your health improved a bit over recent days? Wei Ruo asked casually. Yes, your medicine has been very helpful. I feel much better. Wei Genie replied. That's good. Wei Ruo repeated Wei Genie's words in a mimicking tone. Then she lounged on the rattan chair, enjoying herself. Most of the time, the two of them spent their time together in silence. Wei Genie wasn't a big talker. Sometimes Wei Ruo would chat with him, sometimes she wouldn't. She would just sit there peacefully and relax. After a few days of hard work, Wei Ruo successfully delegated most of the current stage work on the wasteland in the south of the city. Being free today, Wei Ruo planned to organize the loofah, pumpkin, and gourd in her courtyard. Otherwise, she wouldn't have much time once she resumed her classes at Xie's house. While she was busy in the courtyard, Xiaomei rushed in a hurry. Miss, Mississippi. What's wrong? Mimi? That. Once Xiaomei confirmed there was no one else in Tingsong Garden, she told Wei Ruo, Miss, Brother Xiaoyong had a fight with Uncle Su and Grandma. It was fierce. What happened? It seems that Xiaodong wants to become a soldier. Didn't the county post many conscription notices recently? And due to special circumstances, the conscription age has been lowered from 15 to 14. Xiaoyong meets the requirements, so he said he also wants to go fight the Japanese pirates. Where is he now? Wei Ruo asked eagerly. Uncle Su tied him up at home. Uncle Su doesn't mind, but Grandma disagreed. When she cried, Uncle Su tied Xiaoyong up. Let's go. Go call Grandma Zhang. Wei Ruo decided to go out immediately. Now that she has an excuse in the form of the South City, she can leave almost any time she wants, but she needs to bring Grandma Zhang with her. Once she acknowledged Wei Ruo's ability, she truly obeyed Wei Ruo's commands. Wei Ruo suddenly came looking for her. Without saying a word, Grandma Zhang prepared the carriage and took Wei Ruo out. Not long after the carriage left home, Wei Ruo asked the coachman to drive it to the street, and after parking at the intersection, Wei Ruo told Grandma Zhang she was going to Ford Treasure House to buy some stationery. Now that Wei Ruo had started studying, buying stationery was a normal thing to do. Neither Grandma Zhang nor the coachman found anything strange. Wei Ruo put her veil on and got off the carriage. She bypassed the items in the store and directly headed to the backyard from a door in the store. In the yard, Zheng Yong was sitting on the ground, completely bound with his hands behind his back. He said defiantly, Dad, a good man should be ambitious. Now that we are invaded by foreign enemies and people are suffering, I, as a male, should fight on the front lines. Su Zhushan retorted, I don't care about all that. You upset your mother. That's unacceptable. Su Zhushan didn't necessarily object to his son joining the army, but he couldn't accept his wife's sadness. Dad, my mother is a woman, and that's her way of thinking. You are a man, and you should understand me. Zhang Yong hit back. No use. If you want to go, first figure out a way to keep your mother from worrying about you. Su Zhushan was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. The father and son were debating when Wei Ruo walked in. Seeing Wei Ruo, Zheng Yong's eyes lit up, like he saw a lifesaver. Ruo. Upon hearing his son call out to Wei Ruo, Su Zhushan turned around. Seeing Wei Ruo, he immediately put away his stern expression. Miss, how come you're here? I heard you and brother Xiaoyong were having an argument, so I came over to see. Ah, it's this rascal disobeying. A few lashes will straighten him out. It's not worth you making the trip, Mississippi ridden with injustice. Su Zhengyong could only protest with his eyes. Hearing the voices, Mother Su came out from the house. Seeing Wei Ruo, her mood brightened. She walked over and embraced Wei Ruo, Mississippi. Although they lived close by, Mother Su hadn't seen Wei Ruo for quite a few days. She heard from Xiaomei that Wei Ruo had even been locked in a firewood room at the military prefecture. Then she realized Wei Ruo's life there wasn't as good as she initially thought. So, she worried Wei Ruo was not eating or sleeping well in the military prefecture and often managed to send some things to her. However, she never got to see Wei Ruo in person and it always left her worried. Mother Su carefully looked at Wei Ruo for a while before she finally heaved a sigh of relief, confirming that Wei Ruo had neither lost weight nor fallen ill. Mother, stop crying. Let's talk about Xiaoyong's matters slowly, Wei Ruo said. Ruoruo, you've got to help me speak to my mother. She listens to you the most. Su Zhengyong quickly said. Impudent. How many times have I told you, you mustn't address Miss in such a way? Mother Su corrected her son's way of addressing Wei Ruo for the umpteenth time. I don't care if she's the Miss of the He family or the Miss of the Wei family. Anyway, she is my sister. Ruoruo said it herself. Su Zhengyong didn't care about the formalities. Yes, brother Xiaoyong is right. This address was requested by Wei Ruo. Xiaoyong was a year older than her. After his birth, Mother Su had to take up work as a wet nurse in the He family to supplement the family income. During the time they lived in Imojiaja, Mother Su spent a majority of her time taking care of Wei Ruo, while her own son Xiaozhong was often left at home. Later, as Wei Ruo grew older, she intentionally asked Mother Su to spend more time at home and also requested her to bring Su Zhengyong to live with them more often, saying she was in need of playmates at the same age. At that time, both she and Xiaoyong were just infants. There was no distinction of gender. They played together in the house. Over time, Wei Ruo and Su Zhengyong became familiar with each other. They kept calling each other brother and sister. No matter how many times Su Zhushan and Mother Su corrected them, they never altered the habit. Xiaomei, please untie the rope on brother Xiaozhong. We'll sit down and talk. Wei Ruo swiftly motioned to Xiaomei. Taking advantage of Su Zhushan and Mother Su's distraction, Xiaomei quickly untied the rope on Zhang. Xiaomei, thank you. Su Zhengyong thanked her while grinning sheepishly. Don't thank me just yet. Xiaomei glared at Su Zhengyong and said in annoyance. Once free, Su Zhengyong sprang over to Wei Ruo, pleading, Ruoruo, you tell me, isn't a good guy supposed to be fearless, willing to fight on the battlefield and make achievements? What you mentioned indeed describes a good guy, but being a good guy can be achieved in other ways too. Didn't I ask you to study before? Wei Ruo asked. I can't. Ruoruo, I'm just not cut out for studying. Just recognizing a few characters is already a huge feat for me. You want me to write all that eloquent stuff? I simply can't do it, Su Zhengyong lamented bitterly. Actually, Wei Ruo was aware of his lively nature, and he indeed wasn't suited for studying. But education indeed constitutes the best approach for a commoner to move up in society during this era. You good-for-nothing brat. You want to be a soldier and fight? Those Japanese pirates are so fearsome. Your mother would be worrying every day at home. Su Zhushan scolded. Mother, you're against Xiaoyong's idea because you're afraid he might get injured, is that so? Wei Ruo asked Mother Su. Mother Su shook her head. I'm not worried about him getting injured in battle. Our peace and prosperity are largely due to the soldiers guarding the city gate. If my son doesn't go, someone else's son will have to. If everyone's sons don't go, we all would be dead. Mother Su then sighed. If he really wants to fight and bleed for his people, I would accept it, but I'm afraid of his temper. Once he joins the military and breaks the rules, they might punish him even before having to fight. Su Zhengyong's temper is hard. That day, when he went to the military prefecture looking for Wei Ruo, he started arguing with the guards over a single comment. With his temperament, joining the military would indeed leave Mother Su worried. So that's it. Wei Ruo feels that it's not a completely unsolvable problem. Wei Ruo turned to Su Zhengyong, brother Xiaoyong, as you heard. Mother is not completely against you joining the military. However, she has a condition. You need to control your temper and avoid conflicts. As long as others don't provoke me, I won't easily start conflicts either. Mother, you're just overthinking, Su Zhengyong dismissed nonchalantly. Brother Xiaoyong, even though I'm not a very disciplined person myself, the military isn't like other places. It has the strictest rules which one must obey. You can't just say you won't, you must, definitely, and absolutely obey orders and management. Wei Ruo said with a stern expression. Su Zhengyong scratched his head, looking unsure. He was aware of his temper and knew it was rather easy for him to get into conflicts with others. Brother Xiaozhong, if you want to go, you must swear to me. Once you join the army, under the premise of ensuring your own safety, you should control your temper, avoid conflicts, and obey the military orders and personnel management. If not, may I be struck by lightning. No way. How can I make you swear such a dangerous oath? I could swear such an oath on my life, but I won't let you swear on yours. Su Zhengyong flatly refused. Then Su Zhengyong said, if it's like this, I'd rather not go. I'll live the rest of my life as a worthless man. As he spoke, Su Zhengyong's expression became more distressed. I want to join the military, not only for the sake of protecting the country, but also to make a name for myself. I want to remove you from the military prefecture and let you live with us. I know we're just ordinary folks now. No matter how much money we make from our business, we can't compete with the officials and we can't bring you home. But if I make military achievements, become a higher-ranking official than the Wei family, then I can bring you away from there and go on living with us. Su Zhengyong wiped tears from his eyes and looked reluctantly at a corner of the wall. You are my sister. I should be taking care of and protecting you, not helplessly staying in this small house. You told me to study. I did. But it's no use, I can't make it. But I have strength, and you even asked a master to teach me martial arts. I think I'll be fine on the battlefield. Upon hearing this, Su Zhushan and Mother Su fell silent. Wei Ruo's heart was struck hard as well. She didn't realize that Brother Xiaoyong's desire to be a soldier had something to do with her too. He wanted to protect her, just as he did when they were children. He helped her chase off the bully in the village, telling him that no one could pick on his sister. He helped her pick sour jujubes from the tree and told her that as her brother, he should be the one doing dangerous things. He quarreled with the village children for teasing her as an unwanted wild child, stating that she had a family and she was his sister. Mrs. Su snapped out of her thoughts and suddenly told her son, all right, I won't stop you anymore. You can join the army. As long as you remember that you must bring the young mistress back home in the future, I believe you won't behave recklessly and will follow the rules. Mother? Su Zhengyong spun around, staring at Mrs. Su in surprise. Remember, you're not just joining the army to protect our country and seek fame and fortune. It's also for our family. You have a mother worrying about you and a sister waiting for you to bring her home after you've accomplished something, Mrs. Su advised. Mother, don't worry, I'll remember. I'll keep it all in mind, Su Zhengyong promised firmly. Then Su Zhengyong turned to his father. Su Zhushan didn't really mind. He'd go along with whatever his wife decided. Besides, he thought his son's idea was a good one, and he supported it. Wei Ruo quietly looked away, not wanting her wet nurse and others to see her reddened eyes. Really, wasn't she the sort who hardly ever cried? And why were her eyes red now? She should be smiling happily at such a time, not teary-eyed. It was annoying, but she just couldn't help it. After returning from Four Treasure House, Wei Ruo dragged Xiaomei into her storeroom. Miss, what are you looking for? Xiaomei wanted to help, but didn't know where to start. I'm not sure what specific materials I need. I can only look for things that might be useful. Brother Xiaoyong is joining the army, so I need to prepare some defensive items for him, Wei Ruo said. Although she openly supported Brother Xiaoyong's ambition, she was privately worried about his safety. Therefore, she wanted to prepare some useful things for Brother Xiaoyong before he joined the army. That's right. Let me help you look for some hard materials. Xiaomei understood Wei Ruo's intention and immediately joined the search. Suddenly, Wei Ruo stopped. Xiaomei asked, "What's wrong, miss?" Wei Ruo replied, "I thought of the crossbow." Crossbow? Brother Xiaoyong is joining the city guard against the Japanese pirates. If I could upgrade some of the weapons in the army, wouldn't that be indirectly protecting Brother Xiaoyong? Xiaomei said, "Definitely. You continue to search for any hard materials in the items I brought. I need to go back to my room, Wei Ruo said. Back in her room, Wei Ruo brought out paper and a pen and started attempting to draw blueprints. If she could design a detachable arrow container, similar to a bullet clip, to be mounted directly on a crossbow, then in theory, it would increase the crossbow's firing rate. Xiaomei failed to find anything useful in the storeroom. When she returned to the room, she saw the blueprints that Wei Ruo was drawing. Miss, what is this? Is it a crossbow? Yes, it is a crossbow. I held and tried it while visiting the training field last time. It wasn't that effective. I felt that if it could be improved, it would have greater power. But I wasn't interested in managing Wei family's matters, so I took no action. Now that Brother Xiaoyong is joining the army, I thought of this. If I can't make effective armor for the time being, then I'll make some even more powerful weapons. Offense is the best defense. That would be great. As long as we're strong enough, the enemy can't harm Brother Xiaoyong. Xiaomei said happily. Yes, and I plan to let Brother Xiaoyong take the final blueprint to earn merit. Just joining the army, Brother Xiaoyong could only be an ordinary soldier. If he has some small credits, even if he can't be promoted, he would at least leave an impression on his superiors. Miss, it's a good idea, but at first glance, Brother Xiaoyong is not the sort of person who would be able to design such a sophisticated thing. If anyone asks, his cover will be blown. Silly Mimi, I didn't ask him to say he designed it himself. He could just say that it was designed by a wise man and he obtained it from him. As for who the wise man is and where he comes from, there are tons of remote mountains and forests. If not, he can say it's a traveling old man without a fixed residence who disappeared after leaving behind the blueprint. Miss is really clever. Mimi, I need to find a skilled carpenter to help me put this into practice. I can't do everything just by drawing. It needs to be done alongside physical testing. Uncle Su may be able to help. I remember he used to be a carpenter, Xiaomei reminded. Okay, once I finish this draft, I'll ask Uncle Su about it. Wei Ruo was very serious about this. She shut herself in the room until Mrs. Yun sent someone to urge her to eat. Only then did she come out. After she came out, she handed the blueprint to Xiaomei and asked her to send it to 4 Treasure House for Uncle Su immediately. The situation was urgent. Once Brother Xiaoyong registered to enlist, he could be drafted into the army at any time. She had no time to delay. When Xiaomei returned, she brought back Su Zhushan's response. Su Zhushan had never attempted to make something similar before, so he couldn't guarantee success, but he would try to follow Wei Ruo's blueprint overnight. Regardless of success or failure, he would respond to Wei Ruo via a carrier pigeon the next morning. The next morning, the carrier pigeon arrived as promised. Su Zhushan had made a prototype according to Wei Ruo's instructions, but he also proposed some improvements based on his carpentry experience. Wei Ruo, taking the improvements into account, began drawing the second version of the blueprint. After 3 days of back-and-forth adjustments, on the 4th day when she received Uncle Su's reply, she finally got the perfect answer. The crossbow Wei Ruo wanted was made. Wei Ruo was satisfied with it. But she didn't stop there. She needed to quickly prepare medicine for Su Zhengyong, who would be joining the army soon. Everyone around Wei Ruo could feel her busyness, including those in the bamboo courtyard. Wei Jini said to Wei Ruo, who came to eat and drink at the bamboo courtyard today, "You seem to be especially busy lately." "Right. I'm busy making medicine," Wei Ruo half answered, half concealed. She had no choice. She still didn't want too many people to know about her wet nurse's affairs, not even Wei Jini. For now, it needed to remain a secret. By the way, Wei Jini, do you know any way to get me the herb Angelica dihurica in a short time? Wei Ruo asked. Angelica dihurica is one of the ingredients for the golden sore medicine. Because of the ongoing warfare, Angelica dihurica has become extremely scarce in Ximshan County. All the pharmacies in the city were short of this herb. Wei Jini asked, "Is it urgent?" Wei Ruo said, "I'm making a backup medicine for a friend who's leaving soon." "It's pretty urgent." Wei Jini asked, "A friend?" For some reason, Wei Jini had the feeling that Wei Ruo's friend was a man. A very good friend," Wei Ruo answered. The smile on Wei Ruo's face hinted at an unusual relationship between her and that person. "I can ask around for you. If I find it, I'll have Xiaobei bring it to you," said Wei Jini. "Great. Thanks, brother." Second Wei Ruo could not hide her delight. Asking Wei Genie was a shot in the dark. She hadn't expected that he might have resources. Facing Wei Ruo, Wei Genie spoke slowly. Don't work too hard. I know, brother. I do care about my health. I'll be careful. Wei Ruo reached out to hold Wei Genie's hand. The moment she touched it, Wei Genie withdrew his hand quickly. What are you doing? Pulsing you. I have been giving you energizing pills for some time, haven't I? I want to see how they are working, seeing how I can refine the formula. I am making medicine now, so I made yours in the process, Wei Ruo replied. After hearing her explanation, Wei Genie realized he had overreacted. Then he extended his hand again to Wei Ruo. With her fingers on Wei Genie's wrist, Wei Ruo evaluated after a short while. It's improving. I'll make you another 20 pills this time. Continue as before. Capital City, loyal and righteous Duke residence. After waiting for several days, news from Xingshan County finally arrived in the capital. Upon receiving the letter, the old earl excitedly exclaimed that it was good news. The old earl was 68 this year, lean, with gray hair and a gray beard. Standing in front of him were his eldest son Wei Minghong and his younger son Wei Mingyong. Wei Minghong was plump and jovial with a distinct resemblance to his father. Wei Mingyong was a bit leaner and looked more shrewd. You both should read the letter that your younger brother has sent. The old earl handed the letter to his two sons. Wei Minghong, the eldest son, took the letter, and Wei Mingyong moved closer to read along with him. Upon finishing, a smile of delight spread across both of their faces. Father, does this mean that our third brother's efforts in reforming the land have been recognized by the seventh prince? Wei Minghong asked eagerly. It's not certain whether he'll be recognized by the seventh prince, but at the very least, he's caught his attention. That's always a good thing, the old earl commented. That's really wonderful, Wei Minghong exclaimed. Rumor has it that the seventh prince is the most likely heir to the throne. If he grants his favor to us, we will stand a chance to preserve our nobleman's rank. At this moment, Wei Mingyong had a question. Father, in the letter, our third brother mentioned that this task was carried out by our niece Wei Qingrua, who we've never met. She spent her entire childhood in the countryside, which might have given her a countryside complexion and make her not suitable for the higher echelons. How could she be this capable? Humph! Why couldn't she be capable? She is my legitimate granddaughter, the rightful heir of our Wei family. Those brought up in the countryside will naturally learn farming skills. You two are too shallow. Now, you must see, those who grow up in the countryside do have their own virtues. Back when they were deciding the rankings among granddaughters, he'd asked for his son's opinions. Both of them didn't have much to say, but they felt that the newly adopted girl might not have the refined manners, and were concerned she would embarrass the family if chosen as the first granddaughter. They suggested letting the fake granddaughter continue her role as it's less likely to cause embarrassment. He, however, overruled them, deciding that his own granddaughter would be the eldest, even though it was socially unacceptable to do so. But the thought of letting someone else's child hold the position of eldest granddaughter sat uneasily with him. Yes, father, you are indeed wise, Wei Minghong quickly flattered. Father, you're right, Wei Mingyong also immediately affirmed. The old earl said with a solemn look. As it turns out, indeed, the descendants of our Wei family are more promising than those from a family of merchants. They can never reach the top. Father, you're absolutely right. The merchant class is indeed low. They are petty and can't be compared to us from the earl residence, Wei Minghong hastily agreed. Father, since my elder brother and I are quite free recently, why not let us go to Xingshan County and help our third brother? Third brother is busy dealing with war matters and may not have time to manage the fields. Our niece, after all, is just a woman and may face many inconveniences, proposed Wei Mingyong. Second brother, I was just thinking the same thing. This was also my intention, Wei Minghong said. Since you have official duties here, elder brother, you can't leave the capital as freely as I can. Please allow me to go instead, Wei Mingyong suggested. Stop arguing. Neither of you is going. The old earl stopped the argument and rejected their suggestions. Father, Wei Minghong and Wei Mingyong looked guiltily at the old earl. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. You want to help, but really, you're looking to build a relationship with the seventh prince. You fools. If it were that easy to win the favor of the seventh prince, why would it be your turn? You should just stay at home, and none of you should get involved in your third brother's business. Yes. Wei Minghong and Wei Mingyong could only coolly obey. The old earl looked at his two disappointing sons. Both of you should buck up a bit. Now that your younger brother has shown some achievement, you can't be left behind. Wei Minghong and Wei Mingyong lowered their heads and said nothing, feeling guilty. Leaving the old earl's room, the two of them walked together, each lost in their own thoughts. Big brother, even though you are the eldest, we might have to be submissive to our third brother in the future. He has a highly educated son and now a daughter who could earn achievements for the family. Certainly, he will rise above us, Wei Mingyong said, his voice filled with irony. Second brother, you shouldn't concern yourself with me. Worry about your own problems. I heard that your wife has been arguing with you non-stop over the issue of concubinage. Oh, big brother, your own house isn't so peaceful right now, is it? I heard that your eldest son seems to have been causing quite a lot of trouble lately. Huh. What use is your sarcasm here, second brother? If you're capable, then you should go and compete with third brother's family. Wei Minghong was a bit annoyed. He abruptly turned around and left without looking back. His weakness got hit. Wei Mingyong sneered, then walked back to his own yard with his hands behind his back. In no time, it was the 15th day of the 6th lunar month. It was also the day when Su Zhengyong officially started his new job. Using the excuse of needing to go to the southern city to check on progress, Wei Ruo went out with Xiaomei to Four Treasure House for a meal with the wet nurse family there. They all had dishes piled high on the table, all of which were what Wei Ruo loved to eat. At the dinner table, everyone was chatting and laughing merrily. In the Wei residence, there was a rule that one should not speak while eating or resting. But there were not so many restrictions in the Su family. After dinner, Xiaomei pulled Su Zhengyong aside and handed him a small purse. What is this? Asked Su Zhengyong. A protective amulet, Xiaomei replied. Did you have it made especially for me? Su Zhengyong asked, chuckling. Yes, this is just a little show of sisterly concern for my junior apprentice brother, Xiaomei replied with a touch of pride. Since the person who taught Xiaomei martial arts is the same one who taught Su Zhengyong, indeed, they both hail from the same mentor. I am your senior apprentice brother, and you are my junior sister, Su Zhengyong rebutted. Their argument over seniority had persisted for years. Each one refuses to admit being junior to the other, and each always striving to be perceived as the elder one. Xiaomei, I pledged to our master first, while you did afterward, so naturally, I am your senior whilst you are my junior. Su Zhengyong, I was the first one to start learning from master, and you are the later one. So obviously, I am your senior, and you are my junior. Xiaomei, what good is it to be the first to follow if the succession can only be determined by the pledging ceremony? Following the master around doesn't count. Su Zhengyong, I am older than you. You are of the same age as Ruoruo, and since Ruoruo calls me brother Xiaoyong, I am certainly your senior apprentice brother. Wei Ruo and the Su family couple were already used to their bickering over seniority. In the past, they used to quarrel almost monthly. Recently, due to fewer occasions for them to meet, they took a break from their lack of consideration. Everyone laughed it off. After a while, amazingly, Xiaomei admitted defeat. All right, you are going to the army. If you manage to come back alive, I will admit you entered the mentorship before me, and I will address you as my senior. Upon hearing these words, Su Zhengyong, who would have normally jumped for joy, fell silent. He shed his playful smile and turned unusually serious. Are you afraid? I won't make it back? If you don't return, you will forever be my junior brother. Huffed Xiaomei as she turned her head away before returning to Wei Ruo's side. Su Zhengyong came back as well, a smile on his face, and the purse Xiaomei had given him tucked in his clothes. Xiaomei's gift has been given. Now it's my turn. Wei Ruo had also prepared a parting gift for Su Zhengyong. Wei Ruo placed a small wooden box on the table. Inside were several small porcelain bottles. These all contain common medicines. Each is labeled, so take the corresponding one when needed, Wei Ruo said. Su Zhengyong glanced at the bottles and said, Ruo, your handwriting is still horrible, isn't it? You've got nerve to say that about me, Wei Ruo retorted. Su Zhengyong rubbed his nose. No, I didn't. I dare not criticize you. Your handwriting, Ruoruo, has its charm. It's uniquely adorable in its ugliness. One more word and you won't get them, threatened Wei Ruo as she closed the box, as if to take it away. Su Zhengyong quickly stepped forward, grabbing the box. I'll take them. I'll take them. How could I not want a gift from Ruoruo? Even if I never use them, I'll carry them with me, hee. Xiaomei rolled her eyes at Su Zhengyong. You disgrace. Su Zhengyong responded by sticking out his tongue at Xiaomei. Then, Wei Ruo personally went to the kitchen to make everyone some yak milk tea. Wei Ruo rarely cooks, it is usually Xiaomei, except during get-togethers with their wet nurse's family. Using this opportunity, the wet nurse handed Wei Ruo the revenue and account books from 4 Treasure House for the past 2 months. The income used to be reported every 3 months or 6 months, but since Wei Ruo has stationed herself at the military prefecture, the wet nurse feels it better to supply Wei Ruo with more money in these tough times. Most of the savings Wei Ruo had were used up recently in buying Shaoyang Mountain. Miss, these are 300 taels of silver, representing the past 3 months' revenue from the 4 Treasure House in Huzhou Prefecture and the earnings of the newly opened 4 Treasure House here in Xingshan during its 2-month operation. It also includes the revenue from selling sweet potato vines and leaves and last year's stock of dried sweet potatoes. The wet nurse handed Wei Ruo the silver. Income from 2 branches of 4 Treasure House came in faster than from a single one. The revenue from the 4 Treasure House in Xingshan County was slightly less than the one in Huzhou Prefecture since Xingshan is the poorer area. The income from the sale of sweet potato leaves and last year's dried sweet potato stock was much less in comparison to the first 2 sources. However, Wei Ruo didn't mind the small margin. She believes any earnings should be welcomed regardless of how minimal the profit. Besides, it also serves as preparation for the high yield of sweet potatoes later on. After that day, Su Zhengyong reported to the army. For a time, he lost contact with both the Su family and Wei Ruo. Throughout these days, aside from attending lessons at the Xie family, Wei Ruo was busily planning her next money-making scheme. The work in the south of the city was going smoothly, and with the wet nurse in charge, developments on Shaoyang Mountain also progressed as Wei Ruo had anticipated with no issues arising. Wei Ruo's medicinal herb field, which she operates with Xiering, was thriving with the help of Lady Xie. They successfully acquired an inexpensive and slightly inferior piece of land in the south of the city from the government office. Magistrate Qian, in order to uphold his fairness, gave away better pieces of land free to impoverished families that don't own land. On the other hand, land with worse conditions was available for purchase at low prices, far cheaper than cultivable lands to the north of the city. The plot which Xie Ying and Wei Ruo jointly purchased only costed them 5 taels of silver, yet it was all of 10 acres. Therefore, the cost of the land was not significant. Labor costs and improvement costs are what ramp up the price, but with the sturdy support of Lady Xie, they didn't need to worry about that aspect. Only after partnering with Xie Ying did Wei Ruo discover that Lady Xie's maiden home belongs to a wealthy merchant family. Lady Xie's dowry was a whopping 128 taels of silver plus several pieces of land and lots of property located in prosperous areas, all of which earn a handsome amount annually. Although Lady Xie comes from a merchant family, she commands great respect in her husband's family. Right after Lady Xie married into the Xie family, they were going through a tough financial time. Lady Xie used her dowry to support the household, helping the Xie family through their difficult days. Therefore, now that the Xie family is prospering, no one in the family had any reservations about Lady Xie's merchant origins, and her husband had never contemplated taking a concubine. Of course, Wei Ruo couldn't let down the trust of the Xie mother and daughter. She meticulously arranged all aspects of cultivation, from seeding to maintenance and prevention of pests and diseases, sharing every bit other knowledge. Xie Ying was highly enthusiastic about the project. Recently, every time she saw Wei Ruo, she wanted to discuss the herb field with her. This zeal made Wei Ruo somewhat miss the aloof Xie Ying of the past. You used to ignore me in the past, but nowadays you seem to be glued to me. With the flourishing operation of the medicinal herb field, a lot of people became curious and some households even thought of following suit like the Xie family. After all, the land to the south is cheap, and the county government is promoting land improvement techniques. They could also jointly cultivate the Xie family. Who doesn't want more land and grain? Yun's family also harbored these thoughts. After all, this improvement technique was introduced by their Wei Ruo. It only made sense for them to benefit from it. Given the widespread deficiency of grains, if we could acquire more properties, it would alleviate this pressure. So, during the casual talk after dinner, Mrs. Yun shared this idea with Wei Ruo. Ruo, I heard that the Xie family purchased some farmland outside the city. Perhaps our family should do the same. Wei Ruo sipped her tea calmly, replying, that's fine. If mother wishes to purchase, she simply needs to register with the Dao County Government Office. What I mean is, I hope you could take responsibility for improving the productivity. You're most skilled at this, and even the officials have learned techniques from you, Mrs. Yun elaborated. Although I shouldn't refuse mother's proposal, I have a lot of homework assigned by my teacher recently. The little leisure time I do have is typically spent discussing future work with the county officials and Madam Qin. I really don't have any spare time, Wei Ruo responded. Before, it was Mrs. Yun who urged Wei Ruo to go to school and not worry about farming matters. Now the situation was reversed. She wanted Wei Ruo to attend to farming matters, but Wei Ruo was busy attending class. Then Wei Ruo sighed. Studying is really mentally taxing, and the content the professor talks about is both extensive and profound. For someone like me who started halfway, keeping up the pace is very difficult. Now, most of my mental energy is spent on this. I would love to help alleviate mother's worries, but I simply don't have the energy. Wei Ruo's earnest explanation seemed flawless and hard to refute. For a moment, Mrs. Yun didn't know how to counter Wei Ruo's words. While Mrs. Yun was still contemplating, Wei Yichen spoke up first. Mother, Ruo should prioritize her studies. If you want to buy and improve the wasteland to the south of the city, you can hire people to do it. If there are any problems, you can ask the government officials for guidance. With things said to this extent, Mrs. Yun could only nod and agree. Yichen is right. Ruo should indeed focus on her studies. Then Mrs. Yun changed the subject and turned to Wei Yichen. Yichen, how are things going with your master selection? This matter has been troubling the Wei family for more than half a year. A few years ago, Wei Yichen was studying in the county academy. But last year, his professor told him he had nothing left to teach him, suggesting that if he wanted to advance further before the imperial examination, he would need to find a better academy or a more esteemed teacher. Xingshan County is remote, to say the least, without any good academies close by. Prestigious academies are not accessible to just anyone. With only hereditary titles as their shining glory, the Wei family lacks both connections and funds. Therefore, it's extremely hard for them to get into a good academy. Compared to that, apprenticing under a great teacher might be relatively easier. If a discerning individual could recognize Wei Yichen's talent, the task would be more manageable. Having a celebrated teacher would also benefit Wei Yichen greatly during his examination in Beijing. With a furrowed brow, Wei Yichen apologized. I'm sorry. Mother, there hasn't been much progress yet. Yichen, if you really cannot apprentice under the teacher you desire, you should perhaps lower your standards a little. Mrs. Yun had no choice but to persuade. Time waits for no one. If this goes on, I'm afraid it will hinder your studies. Mother, this matter is not to be taken lightly. Once a teacher is selected, it's a lifelong commitment that cannot be revoked. I believe we should proceed more cautiously, Wei Yichen answered. Fair enough. You can make your own choices. I'm just a little worried, Mrs. Yun said. While sipping her tea, Wei Ruo, who was listening to their conversation, suddenly realized that her second brother had been staying in her small courtyard for years and had neither attended school nor selected a teacher. Her second brother mentioned that he also wanted to take the imperial examination. Should she start thinking about a solution for him? With the entire family preoccupied with her older brother's problems, Wei Ruo didn't need to intervene. But her second brother's issues fell solely on her shoulders. After leaving the Tsangyan garden, Wei Ruo asked Xiaomei upon returning to the Tingsong garden, Mimi, do you know which academy in Taizhou Prefecture is the best? Why are you asking about academies, miss? Academies are where men study. I haven't heard about an academy that allows women to attend. It isn't for me. I'm asking for my second brother. Then miss, wait a moment, I'll ask someone. Where would Xiaomei know this? It's not something she normally concerns herself with, but since miss asked, she would surely find the answer. Certainly, someone within the military prefecture would know. considering they have a young master currently studying and are slightly influenced by his scholarly pursuits. Soon enough, Xiaomei had found the answer for Wei Ruo. The three most famous academies in Taizhou Prefecture are the Fangyan Academy, the Tongjiang Academy, and the Anzhou Academy. However, these three academies have two issues. They are far away and admission is prohibitive. Xingshan County is a remote small county, far away from the bustling areas of Taizhou Prefecture. More dauntingly, all three academies have high admission standards, making it quite difficult for the average scholar to gain admission. Miss, these three academies are all good, but it is not about us choosing which one our young master should attend, but rather which one is willing to admit someone from our household, Xiaomei said. If the academies won't work out, there must be a way to find a teacher. Weighing things carefully, Wei Ruo had an idea. June went by in a flash, and before they knew it, it was already July. The past few days in Xingshan County were peaceful. The reinforcement troops for the court passed through the city, heading east, prompting speculations among the citizens about the intensifying conflict along the east coast. The land improvement in the southern part of the city was orderly. Because they own whatever they harvest, people worked hard, and many chose to sleep next to the land they were developing. The 7th day of the 7th lunar month was the Weavers' Festival, Qixi Festival. It was one of the few days in the year when young girls could go out without elder chaperones. Wei Ruo and Xiang agreed to celebrate the Weavers' Festival together. Before leaving, Xiaomei made many delicacies for Wei Ruo, packed them in an exquisite food box, ready for Wei Ruo and Xiang to enjoy later. Just as she was about to leave, Wei Qingwan suddenly appeared. Sister, I heard you're going to celebrate the Weavers' Festival with Miss Xie. I would like to go with you, may I? Wei Qingwan asked hesitantly. Wei Qingwan also wanted to join Wei Ruo. Therefore, she asked her when Wei Ruo was about to leave. No, Wei Ruo refused flatly. Why? Are you still upset with me? I know I did something wrong and I apologize. Please, sister, give me a chance to make it right, Wei Qingwan asked, biting her lip. Aren't you supposed to demonstrate your sincerity to change first when you ask me for an opportunity to change? Instead of asking others to take you out while also begging them for a chance to make amends. You want all the benefits, don't you? There were no outsiders present, so Wei Ruo didn't need to worry about her image and simply rolled her eyes in annoyance. But, no buts, keep your thoughts to yourself. If you need company, go find your close girlfriends. Hasn't the young miss from the Qin family invited you out? If not, go by yourself and don't bother me. I'm busy. After saying this, Wei Ruo sidestepped Wei Qingwan. Not wanting to waste any more time, she quickened her pace towards the door, leaving Wei Qingwan behind with a decisive and carefree image. Wei Ruo arrived at the Four Treasure House where she had arranged to meet Xiang. The meeting place had been chosen by Xiang. It was slightly unconventional for women to arrange to meet in a stationery shop, rather than a lipstick or jewelry store. Are you here to buy something? Wei Ruo inquired. Yes, I need to buy some paper. My brother will be returning soon. There are plenty of good things in the capital city, so I don't need to bring anything special for him. But this kind of paper is not even available in the capital city. I intend to buy it for him to broaden his horizons. With these words, Xie stepped confidently into the Four Treasure House. Shopkeeper, I want to buy 100 sheets. Xie took out a piece of silver and placed it boldly on the counter. The shopkeeper explained apologetically, I'm sorry, miss. As our notice outside indicates, each person can only purchase 50 sheets per day. If you wish to buy more, you can purchase one of our sets. These sets also contain paper, but there is no limit to the amount. What kind of rule is this? I have money, can't I just buy your paper? Xiang asked. Please calm down, miss. The issue is that our shop has a very limited daily supply of this paper. We fear that without a buying limit, some people might buy all the stock, leaving none for other customers, the shopkeeper explained patiently. Xiang reluctantly accepted this explanation, but she was still unhappy. How can I give my brother such a small gift? Isn't it too petty? Shopkeeper, I'll also take 50 sheets. Wei Ruo stepped forward and said to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper immediately prepared 50 rolls of paper for Wei Ruo. Receiving the paper, Wei Ruo handed it directly to Xiang. For me? Xiang asked. Yes. Then I won't stand on ceremony and I'll repay you later. Xiang didn't hold back and accepted the paper readily. Don't worry about repaying me. Consider this my gift to you for the Qixi festival. Okay. Xiang didn't say much more. Next, Xiang looked around at other items in the shop, planning to buy some brushes, inks, and ink stones to give to her brother along with the paper. Xiang noticed some identically sized and shaped wooden boxes on a shelf. Xiang asked, "Shopkeeper, what's inside these wooden boxes?" "These boxes contain our store products. They could be paper, ink stones, or a combination of a few items. Some are of better quality than others," the shopkeeper explained. "So each one is different?" Xiang looked puzzled. "Yes, each one is different, but they are all sold at the same price. Each wooden box costs 5 taels of silver," the shopkeeper answered. "Can I open them and see?" Xiang asked. "No, you can only find out what's inside after you purchase one. So if the items are different but the price is the same, doesn't that mean some people will lose out while others gain?" Xiang inquired. "Indeed, it's a matter of luck. One of the boxes contains a piece of calligraphy by Tibetan layman. Whoever buys that one will only need to pay 5 taels of silver," the shopkeeper continued to explain. "Again, with the Tibetan layman? I've heard that on your opening day you gave away a piece of the Tibetan layman's calligraphy. How do you have so many pieces by the Tibetan layman?" "I've heard from my mother that the Tibetan layman doesn't like to distribute his calligraphy and paintings. Please be assured, miss. The calligraphy from the Tibetan layman in our store is genuine. Our owner, Master Hayo, is an old friend of the Tibetan layman and has received numerous pieces of his work." The shopkeeper only found out a few days ago that his boss was a gentleman named Hayo, not the naive and honest farmer who lived in the courtyard behind. With this information, everything seemed more reasonable. Otherwise, he would really begin to question his own judgment about people. What if I want to directly purchase a piece of the Tibetan layman's calligraphy? How much would you charge? Xiang asked. Her brother loved calligraphy and paintings, and she figured he would be thrilled if she presented him with a piece of Tibetan layman's calligraphy. The calligraphy is not available for direct purchase. It all depends on luck, the shopkeeper explained. In addition, anyone who purchases this blind box will be recorded in our system. In the future, our owner, Master Hayo, will select one lucky customer at random to write a recommendation letter to the Tibetan layman. Xiang wasn't too interested in the recommendation letter, as her brother was studying at the academy in the capital city and didn't need to find another teacher. However, Xiang knew that many students in Xingshan County would want this recommendation letter if the relationship between the shop owner and the Tibetan layman was as good as the shopkeeper claimed. In that case, I'll take all the boxes on that shelf. Miss Xiang was quite lavish and took all the boxes without a second thought. The shopkeeper apologized with a smile. I'm sorry, miss. Each person can only buy a maximum of 2 blind boxes. Why? Even if I want to buy more, I'll pay for it. Why won't you let me buy more? Xiang asked. It's like this. If someone bought all the boxes, they would definitely receive the Tibetan layman's calligraphy and also the promised recommendation letter from Master Hayo. In this case, the fairness of this game would be lost, and it would turn into whoever arrives first, whoever has money, will definitely get the rewards. The shopkeeper had already given this explanation to several people these past few days. Xiang considered this and nodded. What you're saying makes sense. It really wouldn't be fun if that was the case. Yes. Thank you for your understanding, miss. In that case, I'll take 2, said Xiang. All right, you can pick any 2 you want from the shelf, the shopkeeper told her. Xiang went to the shelf and picked up one box to weigh it, then picked up another to examine it. Originally not too interested in the Tibetan layman's calligraphy, the blind box buying method stirred up her competitive spirit. If she can buy the box containing Tibetan layman's calligraphy with only 2 purchases, she would definitely have a good story to boast about to her brother later. After looking around, Xiang asked, Are these the only ones left? Are there any others? I want to see all of them. These are all we have left. We started this promotion at the beginning of the month, and these are the only boxes left after selling up until today, the shopkeeper answered. If I'd known, I would have come to pick earlier, Xiang muttered, then still picked the heaviest and lightest from the remaining blind boxes. As for the principle, Xiang didn't know, it was all metaphysics. Shopkeeper, I'll buy 1 too. Wei Ruo took out her silver, gave it to the shopkeeper, then picked up the nearest box. Seeing this, Xie Ying leaned into Wei Ruo's ear and whispered, "Each of us can buy 2. Take 1 more to stand a better chance. If you don't have enough silver, I'll cover you. Don't worry. Aren't we going to collaborate in herb farming? I will just cut from your earning." Wei Ruo felt Xie Ying's goodwill. She specifically whispered to her, probably out of fear she would be embarrassed to accept. "No need, it's fine. It's not that I don't have enough money, but solely because I don't want to buy 2. Wei Ruo explained. "Xiang, really?" Wei Ruo, "Really?" Xiang, "Well, okay then." Wei Ruo and Xiang paid for the blind boxes, and the shopkeeper took out his register to record their names. Wei Ruo wrote down her elder brother Wei Jini's name, while Xie Ying wrote her elder brother Xie Ju's name. After purchasing the items, Wei Ruo and Xie Ying headed west to the city, where there was a separate courtyard of the Xie family. The yard was beautifully landscaped, with pavilions, towers, artificial hills, and ponds. In Xingshan County, the Xie family's compound was definitely among the top-ranked. The two of them first took a carriage ride for a distance. Upon nearing their destination, Xie Ying suggested that they take a walk to the courtyard, as the scenery along the way was quite good. Wei Ruo agreed, and she happened to see some motherwort by the roadside that she planned to pick. Seeing Wei Ruo plucking while walking, Xie Ying asked what it was. "This is motherwort. It helps women a lot. Since they are not being picked here, presumably because they can't recognize it," Wei Ruo explained. Most ordinary people had limited knowledge of herbs, and often overlooked them as ordinary grass. "Motherwort? What is good for women?" Xie Ying asked further. "It is." Wei Ruo was a bit embarrassed, because they had 2 guards following them a few steps behind. She leaned into Xie Ying's ear and whispered softly, "It helps women with menstrual irregularities and menstrual pain." Xie Ying's face turned red instantly. How? How do you know about this?" "I'm going to grow herbs, so naturally, I need to know the uses and characteristics of each of them." "That makes sense. But how much do you know about that matter?" Xie Ying asked curiously. Xie Ying was the same age as Wei Ruo, both 13, and not far from the coming-of-age ceremony. Her mother had already mentioned some things to her, all vaguely, and she was still very confused. "I probably know everything. I've lived twice, plus studied medicine. It's hard not to know." "Is it very scary?" "No, you don't have to worry about it. As long as you take good care of your body, there won't be any problems. When the time comes, you just let me know, and I'll teach you how to make easy-to-use menstrual belts." Wei Ruo said. "You? How could you say such a thing?" Mentioning menstrual belts, even the usually carefree Xie Ying couldn't help but to feel a little embarrassed. "We are both girls. There's nothing wrong with discussing these matters. Moreover, it's a normal phenomenon that will happen sooner or later. It's better to clearly understand it than spoiling your health because of too little understanding. People often fear things because they don't understand enough. We need to understand rationally and objectively, rather than avoiding it blindly," Wei Ruo explained. Wei Ruo's remarks left Xie Ying stunned. "Strange, you're the same age as me, but why does it sound like you're giving a lecture sometimes?" Xie Ying looked at her curiously, her expression also mixed with a bit of admiration. She had rarely admired peers, and Wei Ruo was the first. The books have a house of gold. The more you read, the more you learn. Wei Ruo attributed the reason to reading. "What kind of books do you read?" "The books in my house, except for the military ones, are all very boring. Even the military books are boring to read. It's only interesting when grandfather told me about them, and now the stories from Mr. Wong are also quite good, on par with my grandfather's." As she spoke, Xie Ying also started to help Wei Ruo pick motherwort. They chatted, laughed, and had already picked a large bunch of motherwort. At this time, Xiaomei approached and whispered to Wei Ruo, "Miss, there's a shady figure lurking around in the woods over there. He's been following us for a long time. Doesn't look like a good person." The road to their villa adjoined a stream on one side and a mountain on the other, with shrubs and weeds flanking the 2 sides. Wei Ruo and her entourage were looking for motherwort among the weeds. The suspicious person that Xiaomei mentioned was in the nearby woods by the road. Xie Ying also looked in that direction, but the bushes blocked her view. She could vaguely see a figure moving, but couldn't see the person's face clearly. "This guy chooses to walk in the woods instead of the road. which is definitely unusual. Moreover, further down this road, there's only my family's villa. There's no reason for meandering people to wander here. Xiang was certain. If even Xiang said so, then this person was truly very suspicious. Mimi, are you confident? Wei Ruo asked. Yes. Miss, don't worry. I will subdue him as soon as he gets close. Xiaomei replied confidently. Okay, let's then pretend to be unsuspecting, Wei Ruo said. Therefore, Wei Ruo and Xiang pretended not to know and continued to pick motherwort, while Xiaomei found a good ambush location. Indeed, the shadowy person came down from the mountain and was about to pass through the wilderness. Xiaomei seized the opportunity, sprang up quickly, and grasped the man with a holding technique. The man immediately resisted, waved his fist back at Xiaomei. Xiaomei dodged and swept the man to the ground with a sweeping kick. The man's face was down. His face intimately contacted the weeds on the ground. As he was about to lift his head, Xiaomei kneeled on the man's back. Her hands grasped the man's hands from behind, subduing him completely. Mimi, give him a punch, ordered Wei Ruo. Xiaomei's fist then landed on the man's back. The man struggled to lift his head and cried out for mercy. Don't. It's me. Wait. Xiang ran up to stop Xiaomei. Ruo. He seems to be my elder brother. Your brother? Wei Ruo blinked in surprise. The man subdued by Xiaomei, Xieju, struggled to lift his head a little higher so that they could see his face. It's me. Little sister. It's me. It indeed is my brother. Xiang confirmed the mountain climber's identity. Xiaomei immediately released her grip. Xiang stepped forward to help Xieju up. A handsome face, open and bright eyes, but now, covered in a few blades of grass and mud marks, diminished and in a state of disarray. Brother, what are you doing here? Xiang exclaimed. Didn't mother tell you that I would be here in a few days? Xieju asked. She did tell me, but she didn't say it'd be today. Also, why didn't you go home first? Why were you following us? Xiang inquired. Xieju responded disheartedly. I did go home, but mother said you had left. I heard that there were not many people accompanying you, so I felt worried and decided to come over. Then why didn't you take the regular mountain path and instead choose to cross over from the mountain top? I knew you were planning to visit the separate quarters, so I came in advance. You hadn't arrived yet, and I happened to see a beautiful yellow flower on the mountain, so I thought I'd pick some for you. However, after picking and on my way back, little did he expect his sister's maid to be so skilled and give him a surprise hit. Wei Ruo noticed several lily-like yellow flowers lying on the ground in front of Xieju. These seemed to be the ones Xieju had just picked for his sister. Judging by their appearance, they looked like daisies. If they were in abundance, they could be plucked, have their stamen dried, and used for stir-fried dishes or soup. They would surely taste delicious. Xieju's gaze fell on Wei Ruo. Even though the one who physically struck him was her maid, the order had indeed come from Wei Ruo herself. Feeling Xieju's gaze, Wei Ruo explained, I'm sorry, Lord Xie. I didn't know you were Xie Ying's brother. I thought you were a rogue who posed a threat to Inger and me. So you must be the unique Lady Wei my sister often mentions in her letters. Although it was their first meeting, thanks to his sister, Xieju had long heard of Wei Ruo's name. Due to his sister's descriptions, Xieju had developed some curiosity for Lady Wei Ruo, who was different from typical ladies. Upon meeting her today, no distinct characteristics stood out except for the fact that she sure could handle a fight. Brother, today's situation was purely provoked by you. You can't blame anyone else, Xiang interjected, thinking her brother was about to vent his anger on Wei Ruo. What kind of person do you take me for? Do you think I would be so petty as to take offense over such a trifle with ladies? Xieju retorted. What do you mean by with ladies? It was your wrongdoing in the first place. Why bring the fact that we are ladies into it? Xiang countered, unhappy with his remarks. My mistake. I've misspoken. Please don't be angry, Xieju quickly apologized. That's more like it. Xiang accepted Xieju's apology. Turning around, she took Wei Ruo's arm and walked towards the estate, leaving Xieju alone, trailing behind. Little sister, aren't you going to wait for me? Dare not toy with the separation of men and women. I have a lady of beauty and grace here in my care that needs protecting. By the time Xie responded, she had already walked quite far with Wei Ruo. Xie sighed helplessly. It seemed his status in his sister's eyes had been further reduced. Xie and Wei Ruo were in the separate quarters courtyard, appreciating the beauty of the moon and making wishes to it. The moon was perfectly round, and the sky was filled with sparse clouds. After finishing the moon festival rituals, they sat in the courtyard, eating pastries Wei Ruo had brought, and enjoying the bright full moon. "These pastries of yours are quite delicious," Xie complimented. She then recalled the first time they met when she tasted dried sweet potatoes and potato chips made by Wei Ruo. Xie asked Wei Ruo, "You seem to be good at making snacks." "Not just snacks. My Mimi is handy and can make all sorts of tasty food. Bring more next time." "For my brother to taste as well," Xie suggested. "And no problem," Wei Ruo agreed immediately. "By the way, where's your brother? He's definitely waiting outside. As long as you're here, he wouldn't dare to rudely walk in. He's been rude once before. Any more would be intolerable even for me," his sister. Xie replied. "Then let someone take some of these pastries to him. This can serve as my way of apologizing for hitting him earlier," Wei Ruo suggests. "All right, getting beaten and ending up with these delicious treats does seem like quite a gain for him," Xie said in agreement, while passing the bag of Wei Ruo pastries to the maid. "You and your brother get along very well," Wei Ruo remarked. "Good relations between siblings often led to such teasing of each other. I have no choice. He is my brother. I wish I had a sister, but our mother didn't give me any sisters." Xie looked a bit downcast as she spoke. She quickly added, "Of course, I wouldn't want a sister like yours. I find her irritating." Wei Ruo chuckled. Xie studied Wei Ruo, then continued. "If I did have a sister like you, intelligent and thoughtful, I might consider it. I might consider it too because you're straightforward and open. You say what's on your mind without me having to guess," Wei Ruo admitted, not hiding her fondness for Xie. "Exactly. I have never been one to behave hypocritically. I'm candid about my feelings. If I like something, I admit it. If I dislike something, I state it outrightly. There's no point pretending," Xie declared proudly. After her short speech, Xie turned to ask Wei Ruo, "Apart from growing vegetables and flowers, what else do you enjoy doing?" "I enjoy making money. Lots and lots of silver," Wei Ruo replied. "What will you do with so much silver?" Xie inquired. "I don't know, but who doesn't like silver? The same goes for grain. Having more is always better. Just in case, I mean, if there's ever a famine, having enough grain ensures that we won't go hungry," Wei Ruo expounded. "Yes, my mother mentioned that this year's harvest in Xingshan County would likely be poor. Many households are already planning to buy grain from other places," Xie commented, with a touch of helplessness. "The price of grain will inevitably be high, beyond the reach of the general populace," Wei Ruo added. "Ordinary people look forward to a good harvest after a year of hard work to secure enough grain for the next year. Any surplus is sold for silver, which is then used to buy other things. If the grain was insufficient, one won't have additional silver to buy goods. Ruar, it's a good thing you opened up new lands in the southern part of the city. If the crops in that field can grow well, the situation will be much improved." Xie couldn't help but sigh. The newly reclaimed land in the south of the city won't be ready in time for this year's late rice harvest. We'll still need a lot more grain. You should tell your mother, when you go back, to send more grain to Xingshan County if possible," Wei Ruo advised. "All right, I'll mention it to my mother as soon as I return," Xie readily agreed. Wei Ruo noticed that Xie was still looking at her and asked, "Why are you still staring at me?" "I wonder, Wei Ruo, would you consider us good friends by now?" Xie asked. "Perhaps." "What do you mean, perhaps? There is no ambiguity, whether we are or not. Come on, here's your opportunity to become good friends with me. Will you accept or decline?" Xie asked with a serious expression and a domineering "If I refuse, will I be able to leave this courtyard today?" asked Wei Ruo. "Obviously not. The place is filled with my people, and my brother is on guard. You won't be able to leave without my approval." Xie probably forgot how her brother was suppressed by Xiaomei just a while ago. "Ah," Wei Ruo sighed mysteriously. "If that's the way things are destined to be, one shouldn't fight against the will of heaven. So, all right, I agree. You stinky Ruoruo, Just agree if you want to agree. Why make it seem like you're reluctant about it? Xiang punched Wei Rua's shoulder playfully, acting tough but not actually putting much strength into it. Hardly any more than if she were tickling her. How can you blame me? Didn't you set up this scenario, making it seem like you were forcing an innocent girl into prostitution? I have to play along, don't I? Wei Ruo said with a full-faced smile. Just you wait, you stinky Roro. You throw around such wild accusations. Let me show you what it truly means to force an innocent girl into prostitution. Xie Ying extended her claws, pretending to tickle Wei Ruo. Seeing the situation, Wei Ruo immediately ran. She was most afraid of being tickled. Her body was hyper-ticklish. Xie Ying chased after her, shouting, "Stinky Ruoro, don't you run away. Stand still and let me teach you a good lesson." Only a fool wouldn't run. The courtyard was big enough for them to run a circle, past the fake mountains, pavilions, small bridges, and finally, they stopped in front of a flower bed, panting heavily. In the end, they sat back to back on the grass, laughing hysterically. After laughing, they lay on the grass and started discussing the herb field and buying food grains. Wei Ruo had ideas. Xiang wanted to help, not for Wei Ruo, but for the people of Xingshan County. They stayed until midday, and when Xiang sent Wei Ruo off and returned to the courtyard, she saw Xieju. Watching Wei Ruo's carriage gradually disappearing down the mountainside, Xieju turned to Xiang and said with a smile, "Your classmate is quite adorable. Of course, she has to be extraordinary to be my classmate." Xiang replied proudly, Right. Otherwise, my sister wouldn't bother with her." Xieju said with a smile. He knew his sister very well. Raised as the darling of their parents and grandfather, she did whatever she pleased. She is not just my classmate now, but also my best friend. You must be polite to her from now on. Xiang added, When have I ever been impolite to her? As long as her grumpy maid does not act impolite towards me. Xieju said, You have the nerve to say that. Our grandfather trained you well in martial arts, but why couldn't you beat even Ruoruo's maid? Xiang looked at him contemptuously. I find it strange too. How can a maid have such good skills? Someday you must ask your good friend where her maid learned her martial arts skills from. Xieju said, No problem. Just remember next time you go to the capital city, bring me some tasty snacks and interesting things. I want to send them to Ruoruo. She has given me gifts and treats so many times. I need to find an opportunity to return the favor, and things from the capital city would be perfect. Xie Ying said, Sure, whatever you wish for, sister. Xieju agreed promptly. In fact, every time he came back from capital city, he brought his sister lots of snacks, even without her asking. By the way, brother, what is your purpose for coming back this time? Shouldn't you be busy studying? Why have you come to Xingshan County? Xiang asked. I can't tell you about this yet, in case you let it slip. Anyway, I've come here this time on serious business. Xieju's expression turned serious while saying this. Actually, he had received news of a big battle between Xingshan County and the Japanese pirates on the East Coast. Worried about his mother and sister, he came to check on them. If Xingshan County were under threat, he would be able to evacuate his family in time. Now, without any definite news, he definitely could not make a rash move. His family, the Xie family, was a respectable family in Xingshan. If they set a bad example by fleeing prematurely, they would be held accountable by the royal court. Knowing it was a serious matter, Xiang didn't ask any more questions. Just be careful, and don't make Mother and I worry about you. Rest assured. Let's go. I have a gift for you. Xiang excitedly pulled Xieju towards the carriage. She then brought out the 2 wooden boxes she bought from 4 Treasure House. She was barely able to see over top of the 2 stacked boxes. Seeing this, Xieju quickly took the boxes from her. What did you buy? Xieju asked. Why don't you open it and find out? I'm not entirely sure what's inside. Xiang said. You're not sure? Didn't you buy it? Xieju asked. You don't understand, do you? This thing is called a mystery box. Xiang said proudly, explaining the origin of the 2 boxes to Xieju. After hearing Xieying's explanation, Xieju also became curious. I've heard of the Tibetan layman. He was highly regarded by the emperor when he was in the Hanlin Academy, but after his retirement, he became a hermit. How did he become friends with a stationery salesman? Never mind that now. Just open the boxes and see what's inside. Inside were various types of stationery, brushes, ink sticks, paper, inkstones. The brushes and inkstones were nothing special and could be found anywhere. The materials Sieju used were even better than these. Only the paper was special. Sieju couldn't help but pick it up and study it closely. This paper is smooth, white, and durable. It's very special. He touched the paper with his fingertips and commented on it. How is it? Have you seen it before? Not in the capital city, right? Xiaoying asked with a proud smile. Indeed, I haven't. Sieju had to admit. Look, I've got an extra 100 sheets of this paper because I knew you'd like it. But it's odd. The store wouldn't let me buy more. Each person can only buy 50 sheets a day. Half of these 100 sheets were actually given to me by Ruoruo, said Xiaoying. Ha ha ha, thank you, Inger. My little sister always knows what I like best, laughed Sieju. It's a shame that we didn't manage to get any of Tibetan layman's brushwork. Xiaoying looked at the things in the 2 boxes, which were all ordinary stationery. I have my sister's thoughts and feelings. What use is a Tibetan layman's brushwork piece? As long as it's a gift from my sister, I absolutely love it, Sieju said. The next morning, Wei Ruo took the box she had bought from 4 Treasure House to Ingju Court. Seeing Wei Ruo carrying something heavy, Xiaobei immediately came to help. Wei Ruo passed the box to Xiaobei. This is for your young master. Miss, you're so thoughtful. Xiaobei cheerily carried the box into the octagonal pavilion. Wei Jini had already heard the conversation between Wei Ruo and Xiaobei, and glanced briefly at the box Wei Ruo had brought. Is it the mystery box from the 4 Treasure House? Second brother, have you heard about the mystery box? Asked Wei Ruo. I have heard a bit, replied Wei Jini. Xiaobei, who was standing nearby, chimed in. Miss, our madam bought several boxes for the eldest son. Even in our information-limited corner, we have heard of the news. I see. Wei Ruo didn't seem surprised at all. She had overheard Yun's conversation with Wei Yichin and knew of their interest in the Tibetan layman. Ruo, do you wish to draw the Tibetan layman's ink treasure? Wei Jini asked. The Tibetan layman's ink treasure isn't that important. The recommendation letter is what matters. With the letter, second brother can approach the Tibetan layman as a student, Wei Ruo answered. You want me to be a disciple of the Tibetan layman? Asked Wei Jini. Second brother, haven't you recently decided to take the imperial examination? Taking a master won't necessarily mean you need to learn something, but it would be of help, Wei Ruo replied. Don't you want a master? Wei Ruo asked. Wei Jini looked at Wei Ruo, seeing the expectation gleaming in her eyes along with her joyful and animated expression. We can consider it if appropriate, but no obligations. Ruo doesn't have to take it to heart. It's better not to raise hopes, Wei Jini answered. Then, second brother, let's open it. I'm curious about my luck, Wei Ruo curiously said. She really didn't know what was inside the randomly chosen mystery box. Once the boxes were assembled, there were no identifiers. Even Wei Ruo, the one behind the idea, didn't know which box contained the Tibetan layman's ink treasure. Under Wei Ruo's curious gaze, Wei Jini opened the box. It contained 4 treasures of the study from the 4 Treasure House, each representing one of the 4. Wei Ruo looked at it. Amazing. I'm really lucky. We made a profit, having paper already, and this inkstone is also one of the high-priced kinds. It's quite good. Xiaobei couldn't help but say, Miss, you're happy with just having a piece of paper. If you had the Tibetan layman's box, imagine how happy you would be. One must be content. In matters of luck, demanding too much might deplete it. Better to conserve it for future use, Wei Ruo said. You make valid points, Wei Jini said with a slight smile. These items are quite good too. Well, I have registered your name. Maybe they'll have their eyes on it, Wei Ruo said with a giggly tone. Don't put too much thought into it. Even if we get that letter, it doesn't guarantee a successful apprenticeship. It might just be the shopkeeper's exaggerations. Wei Jini didn't want Wei Ruo to put too much hope in this matter lest she be disappointed if their hopes fall through. Don't worry, I did some research. That shop is reliable. The Tibetan layman barely sells his works. Mostly, only his family and close friends possess his ink treasures, so the recommendation letter will likely be effective, Wei Ruo said. If that's the case, Then I shall anticipate it, Wei Jini replied. That's right. You should anticipate it, said Wei Ruo smiling. Wei Jini gave a faint smile, his eyes resting on Wei Ruo. She always seemed to consider his interests first, showing concerns and joy for him, lighting up his dull life with a little spark. Meanwhile, at another part of the military prefecture, someone else was also troubling over these boxes. In the chrysanthemum garden at the southwest corner of the military prefecture, Wei Yiqin was sorting through the stationery in 7 boxes. From the blind box sold by the 4 Treasure House, he had bought 7 boxes, not all under his name. He bought 2 boxes under his name. His mother and Wanwan each bought 2, and the last one was a gift from his schoolmate. Now, all 7 mystery boxes were open. None of them contained the Tibetan layman's ink treasure, but the contents were not bad either. Some were worth more than 5 taels, others less. Overall, it was fairly reasonable. While there was some disappointment for not getting Tibetan layman's ink treasure, it was bearable. What he wanted now was the recommendation letter from Master Hayo. Regrettably, regardless of how many boxes were bought, only one name could be registered. It was the same as other buyers. Wei Qingwan, along with her maid Sueha, came to the chrysanthemum garden to see Wei Yiqin. Seeing the boxes, she asked, "Big brother, did you find the Tibetan layman's ink treasure?" Wei Yiqin shook his head. No. Wei Qingwan comforted him quickly. "Big brother, don't be disheartened. The Tibetan layman's calligraphy and ink treasures are likely promotional tools of the shopkeeper. It might not even have been placed in. There's a possibility that no one would get it." Wei Yiqin had a different thought. "I think the shopkeeper had a plan. Last time, they used a genuine piece of Tibetan layman's work. They wouldn't produce a fake one this time." Wei Qingwan replied, "I wonder who would be lucky enough to get this artwork." Wei Yiqin said, "Rather than the ink treasure, I would prefer to study under the Tibetan layman himself directly. I have had this thought for a while now. However, with no connections, it was difficult before. Now with this recommendation letter, I surely must try. Big brother is so excellent. If the Tibetan layman sees you, he will surely like you and admire you, even willing to take you as his disciple," Wei Qingwan stated. Wei Yiqin gave a bitter smile. That may not necessarily be the case. There's always someone better. For now, I only have an understanding about a corner of Taizhou Prefecture. I have no clue what my standard is. In my heart, Big Brother will always be the best. I also read books. Although there are no comparisons with others, there are comparisons with books. I believe that even if you left Taizhou Prefecture, you wouldn't fall behind," Wei Qingwan said. Wei Yiqin smiled and didn't argue any further. In comparison to his family, he never took others seriously. "By the way, has Ruo arrived yet?" asked Wei Yiqin. "She should have. I saw her maid while passing by the Tingsong garden," Wei Qingwan answered, then asked in a lower voice, "Big brother, do you need anything from sister?" "Well, not exactly. After buying 7 boxes in bulk, I got a handful of brushes, ink sticks, paper, and inkstones. I'll get some for Ruo. She can use them for her studies." Wei Yiqin was speaking while preparing 2 sets of brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. He packed them in the emptied wooden boxes. "This set is for you. I will give the other one to Ruo," Wei Yiqin said to Wei Qingwan. Thank you, big brother," said Wei Qingwan as she thanked him. She kept her eyes fixated on the set in Wei Yiqin's hands, a peculiar discomfort welling up in her heart. Yiqin didn't notice these reactions. As he walked to Tingsong Garden with the item meant for Wei Ruo, he asked Xiaomei about Wei Ruo, finding out she was not in Tingsong Garden. So he left the wooden box with Xiaomei. On his way back, he passed by Yizhu Park and happened to see Wei Ruo come out with a smile on her radiant face while chatting with someone inside. "Brother, see you tomorrow. I'll come and bring you something delicious again. The pumpkins in my garden are ripe. I will have Mimi make pumpkin pancakes for you," she said. Wei Ruo turned her head and saw Wei Yiqin, who was curiously watching her. "Big brother," she said, her lively smile replaced by a more restrained expression. "What's making you so happy?" Wei Yiqin asked curiously. "I just had a delicious meal with my brother," Wei Ruo replied. "I heard you promised to make pumpkin pancakes for Jeannie. Will I get some too?" Wei Yiqin asked. "Pumpkin pancakes are a kind of common food that country folk like. I'm afraid it might not suit your taste, big brother. I would like to try it." All right, the next time I make some, I'll bring some to you, Wei Ruo said. Then I'm looking forward to Ruo's pumpkin pancakes, said Wei Yichen. All right. After chatting with Wei Yichen, Wei Ruo returned to Tingsong Garden and learned from Xiaomei that Wei Yichen had come to give her a set of writing materials. Wei Ruo sighed as she gazed at the writing materials in front of her. Wei Yichen wasn't precisely bad to her, which was the attitude the original host ad held as well. Hence, she had poured much love and hope into her big brother. However, whenever it came to choosing between the original host and Wei Qingwan, Wei Yichen always chose Wei Qingwan's side, which cultivated the original host's jealousy beyond control. Wei Ruo had to admit she was also like that. Once she cared, it was hard for her to stay calm. That was why this Wei Ruo did not want to get too involved with Wei Yichen. Abstaining from emotional attachment was the best way to protect herself. Madame Yun was very concerned about the mystery boxes of Four Treasure House. She was closely monitoring the situation these days, frequently sending her maid Suaping to gather information. Just like Wei Yichen, she didn't particularly care about calligraphy work of the Tibetan layman offered as a mystery prize. No matter how precious, it was just a piece of calligraphy, and her eldest son had won one last time. Madame Yun was more interested in whether Hayo, the young master, had a close bond with the Tibetan layman as claimed. She needed to verify whether the claim by Four Treasure House was true. She wouldn't rule out that they could be exaggerating the truth to attract customers. So, she sent people to make inquiries repeatedly. After much inquiry, she learned that both of the Tibetan layman's calligraphy pieces were authentic, and the layman didn't sell his works openly. Most of the people who got his calligraphy were his close friends. It could be seen that Four Treasure House wasn't exaggerating. Their owner, Hayo, was indeed a close friend of the Tibetan layman, and he could indeed write letters of recommendation. Due to this, Madame Yun personally sent someone to Four Treasure House trying to communicate with the shopkeeper there, hoping that he could help with the introduction. However, she was politely refused by the shopkeeper, who said their boss did not meet anyone. After being politely refused, Madame Yun was somewhat unwilling to give up and decided to pay a visit herself. By now, all the mystery boxes in Four Treasure House had been sold out, and a notice had been posted at the entrance. The notice stated that Hayo would contact one registered person the following morning and hand over the letter of recommendation. At this time, the number of customers in the store was not many. Occasionally some would come in and ask the shopkeeper about the mystery boxes, but they were all told that the mystery boxes were sold out, and the result would be announced soon. Madame Yun, accompanied by her servants, entered the shop where the shopkeeper, named Jia, greeted them with a smile. Anyone with a little insight would know that a woman accompanied by several servants was someone not to be trifled with. "Shopkeeper, I would like to meet your boss, Hayo." Madame Yun got straight to the point. With an apologetic and familiar tone, shopkeeper Jia replied, "I'm sorry, madam. Hayo does not see visitors. I am Wei from the military prefecture. I am here specifically to see Hayo." Madame Yun revealed her identity. In the not-so-large Xingshan County, the military prefecture was one of the best families. "I'm very sorry, Madame Wei." Madame Qian also asked the same question a few days ago. "But our boss really does not meet guests," shopkeeper Jia insisted. Even he, the shopkeeper, hadn't seen the boss, not even once. All information was passed through Boss Su. Hearing that Madame Qian had also visited, Madame Yun realized that many people had the same idea as her. Madame Yun frowned, thinking for a moment before she said, "Shopkeeper Jia, if Hayo could write an extra letter of recommendation for my son, I promise to reward your shop generously." All business owners wanted profits. As long as the price was right, the other party should agree. Shopkeeper Jia chuckled. "Madame Wei, I'm genuinely sorry. My boss has already instructed me that there will be only one letter of recommendation. If more are written, they would lose their value." Shopkeeper Jia was smiling, but he thought to himself, it wasn't like a pumpkin leaf where another crop could be grown after one was picked. A letter of recommendation would have to be recognized by the Tibetan layman. No matter how close their friendship, sending over a bunch of letters of recommendation would, at the very least, annoy the Tibetan layman, or even worse, they might end their relationship. Shopkeeper Jia continued, "Madame Wei, rest assured. There will be a result tomorrow. Once the result is out, our shop will send the letter to the house. If you do not receive the letter, it means you're not destined for it. Thank you for your trouble, Madam Yun. Seeing the situation, had to give up. The next morning, someone from Four Treasure House came to deliver a letter to the military prefecture. When the guard heard that it was a letter from Four Treasure House, he hurriedly invited the messenger into the house. However, shopkeeper Jiao politely declined, saying that he was only there to deliver the letter. He left the letter with the guard and was on his way. The guard quickly brought the letter to the back courtyard and handed it to the head maid. Zhang, the head maid, presented the letter to Madame Yun in her Tsangyan garden. Seeing the letter, Madame Yun was delighted and immediately called for Wei Yichen. Yichen, come quickly and look. For Treasure House sent a letter. Really? Wei Yichen asked, his face lighting up with joy. Stop guessing. Open it and see. This is good news. You should see it yourself. Madame Yun urged Wei Yichen to open the letter. All right. But as Wei Yichen opened the letter, the joy on his face gradually faded. What's wrong? Madame Yun was puzzled. What was going on with her son's expression? Mother, the person who got the recommendation letter is not me. Not you? If not you, then who? Madame Yun stood up and approached Wei Yichen. Her gaze fell on the letter. When she saw the name Wei Genie, her face turned pale. How could it be Genie? Madame Yun was taken aback. She could hardly believe what she saw. Even though this matter was supposed to be about luck, who could have thought that when the letter from the Four Treasure House arrived at the military prefecture, the recipient would be the second son who has always held little concurrence? Madame Yun did not even know that Wei Genie bought the blind boxes from the Four Treasure House. For a moment, Madame Yun found it hard to accept. Just a moment ago, she was under the impression that her son was lucky to obtain the recommendation letter, but then, she was told that it was a mistake. When the letter arrived at the Wei residence, she never thought of a second possibility. Wei Yichen looked at the name written on the letter. He also didn't know what to say. His heart was heavy as he shared his mother's dismay. After a while, Wei Yichen, who had calmed down a little, returned the letter to Madame Yun. Mother, give this letter to my second younger brother. But Yichen, Madame Yun hesitated. Mother, what should be given to the second brother should be given to him. I am also happy for him, said Wei Yichen. Madame Yun was deeply conflicted. But this is the opportunity you have always dreamed of. I know I do want this letter of recommendation very much. Perhaps with this letter, my long-standing wish to become a disciple of the Tibetan layman could be fulfilled. But if this opportunity is not meant for me, I should not wish for it anymore, Wei Yichen said. But Yichen, this is just a matter of luck. Even if it is luck, it only proves that second brother's luck is better than mine. His luck is his own. But Yichen, it's just a recommendation letter. Without enough ability, the Tibetan layman might not accept the recommended person as a disciple. When compared with Genie, who has never been to school before, you are more likely to be accepted by the scholar, as many teachers have recognized your abilities, Madame Yun said. Wei Yichen shook his head. Despite the fact second brother has never been to school, he also loves reading. Since his name was also left at the Four Treasure House, it shows that he also wants this opportunity. A gentleman does not take away others' interests, let alone from my brother. Mother, you should stop thinking otherwise. Just send the letter to second brother, Wei Yichen insisted. Looking at Wei Yichen's unwavering face, Madame Yun had no choice but to extinguish the thought that had just sprung up in her heart. I understand. Don't worry, I will think of other ways for you, Madame Yun promised her son with a firm tone. After talking with her oldest son, Madame Yun gave the letter to Cuiping to deliver it to Wei Genie in the bamboo compound. Then, she returned to her room, lay down on the couch, her demeanor betraying her exhaustion. The ups and downs, the fluctuation of emotions, left her feeling drained. In the bamboo compound, Xiaobei handed over the letter that Cuiping just delivered to Wei Genie, who was writing at the octagonal pavilion. After reading the content of the letter, Wei Genie calmly said, Ruoruo was right after all. Young master, so does that mean the recommendation letter Miss Ruo mentioned has been arranged? Xiaobei asked, his face full of surprise. Young master, what will you do? Will you really accept the nomination as his disciple? It's Ruoruo's sincerity, and it might also be an opportunity for me, Wei Genie said. But young master, that Tibetan layman is in Huzhou Prefecture, which is far away from here, Xiaobei said worriedly. Perhaps it's time for me to leave the Wei residence, Wei Genie murmured, his eyes shining with deep thoughts. Meanwhile, at Tingsong Garden, Wei Ruo received a pigeon post. Upon opening it, she found that it was a note from the Tibetan layman. The note was delivered by someone from the Four Treasure House and then attached to their usual homing pigeon by a milkmaid for final delivery. The opening of the note was a displeased reproach, to which Wei Ruo was already accustomed. In the note, the Tibetan layman scolded Wei Ruo's shameless action of using his works to attract customers and increase sales, and finally, he accused her of forcing a disciple on him. Despicable. Shameless. Wei Ruo thought to herself that she had no choice. If she knew more than one knowledgeable person, she would have considered them too. Although the first half was scolding, the tune changed in the second half of the note. Assuming that the person chosen was morally upright and academically competent, he begrudgingly accepted having a student and reminded Wei Ruo to take good care of herself and to visit him in Huzhou Prefecture when she had time. A tough exterior but a soft heart. Looking at those words that showed concern for her, Wei Ruo couldn't help but smile. The Tibetan layman, originally named Ruanzhang, was a distinguished scholar and painter whose work was highly appreciated by the emperor when he was an official in the capital. After decades in the officialdom, he spent 20 years in anonymity. It was not until he became an imperial scholar that he gained some recognition, but his outspokenness often led to offending people, forcing him to retire early. He and his wife retreated to the mountains, and he started calling himself the Tibetan layman. Ruanzhang went down the mountain to seek medical help. He came to the Imo Jiaja village, and upon the villagers' recommendation, found Wei Ruo who lived in the other yard. Wei Ruo treated Ruan's wife and saved her life. Ruanzhang said he had no money to pay for the medical fees, and before Wei Ruo could say anything, he gave her a basket full of his calligraphy and paintings as payment. Wei Ruo didn't know whether his calligraphy and paintings were valuable back then, so she just accepted them. As a result, Wei Ruo's small warehouse stored more than a dozen of the Tibetan layman's calligraphy and painting artworks. Whenever she had the opportunity, she would take out one piece to use for a promotion event to enhance the fame of her shop and increase sales. Therefore, Wei Ruo would go into the woods every once in a while to treat Ruan's wife. Gradually, she became familiar with the couple. Sometimes, Wei Ruo would also bring some delicious food or calligraphy materials to them. Ruanzhang disliked Wei Ruo's ugly handwriting and claimed that if Wei Ruo were a man, he would definitely accept her as his disciple. However, Ruan, who was stubborn in certain aspects, would never accept a woman as a disciple. This time, when Wei Ruo was thinking about finding a schoolmaster for Wei Jini, she thought of Ruan since he was knowledgeable and respectable and had many students when he was an imperial scholar in the capital. Being his disciple would be very beneficial for Wei Jini in the future. The reason why she made it so complicated and borrowed the name of the Four Treasure House to make Wei Jini a disciple was to avoid revealing too much about herself and causing unnecessary trouble. In addition to Wei Jini, whom Wei Ruo proposed to become a disciple because of their good relationship, had some of her own selfish motives. She was thinking if she could make the invisible character in the original book visible, wouldn't it mean she caused a significant change in the whole plot from a certain perspective? It had become a fact that she and Wei Qingwan did not get along, even though she still did not want to compete with her for affection or for the male lead. Since they were unavoidably enemies, she decided to do something else, stir up the whole situation. Diverting everything off course was a form of self-protection in some way. Of course, her actions also had some benefits for the Four Treasure House by creating a fictitious figure attendant Hayo, who supposedly had a strong connection with the Tibetan layman, which could lead people's imagination astray, causing them to doubt that behind the Four Treasure House was a person of some status and background. This would make people apprehensive. As long as they didn't encounter a person with very strong status and background who specifically came to investigate, they wouldn't be found out. But if they stumbled across someone with such strength who wanted to make trouble for the Four Treasure House, Wei Ruo wouldn't be able to handle them with the circumstances she was in now. That afternoon, Xiaobei came to Tingsong Garden to invite Wei Ruo to eat at Yingzhu Garden together in the evening. Missy, my young master would like to thank you for helping him win this opportunity to learn from the Tibetan layman. He specially had me prepare some fresh meat and seafood, and would like to invite Missy for a little celebration. Of course, it would be even better if Lady Xiaomei would be willing to help cook. Xiaobei grinned from ear to ear. No problem. I'll have Xiaomei go right now. Wei Ruo immediately agreed. As long as there were good ingredients, she and Xiaomei were both very eager. After Xiaobei left, Wei Ruo went to her private small storehouse. She had brought many jars from the Emojiaja, which contained soy sauce and also alcohol. Wei Ruo did not particularly enjoy drinking, but she had brewed quite a bit, partly as an experiment, since she liked to try anything that could make money. It was also a gift, a respectable offering to give someone. If there was a happy occasion, they could also take a small sip to add to the joy. Wei Ruo chose a jar of plum wine and took it to Ingzhu Garden. While Xiaobei and Xiaomei were busy in the kitchen, Wei Jini was sitting in the pavilion, not reading or writing as usual but airing out his books. Seeing Wei Ruo and the jar she was holding, Wei Jini said, "We haven't finished the soy sauce from last time." Wei Ruo replied, "Even though the jars look similar, this one is not soy sauce, it's wine." "Brother, look, I sealed the lid with putty. The soy sauces isn't sealed." Wei Jini asked, "You know how to make wine?" Wei Ruo, "I'm not particularly good at it. Actually, I make soy sauce better. I originally wanted to make vinegar, but I've been too busy. When winter comes and there's less farm work, I'll try making vinegar." Wei Jini responded, "You have a wide range of skills." Wei Ruo smiled and said, "I always want to learn more and make myself more capable. If no one is willing to love me, at least I should love myself and make myself have a good life." Wei Ruo didn't know if she was talking about herself from a previous life or this one, or perhaps both. Wei Jini's brow furrowed slightly as if he wanted to say something. After a short while, Xiaobei and Xiaomei returned from the kitchen with an assortment of delicious dishes: braised wild boar, rib and yam soup, green onion prawns, stir-fried octopus with snow vegetables, and stir-fried pumpkin tennels. Every corner of the table was filled. Wei Ruo poured wine into Wei Jini's cup, but he stopped her. "I can't hold my liquor," Wei Jini explained. "It's okay, brother. This wine is not strong. It's plum wine and it's mildly sweet, more like juice," Wei Ruo explained. Seeing the earnest look in Wei Ruo's eyes, Wei Jini withdrew his hand and allowed Wei Ruo to pour him wine. Wei Ruo had a sip first, then looked at Wei Jini. Under Wei Ruo's watchful eyes, Wei Jini took a small sip of the wine. Indeed, as Wei Ruo had described, the plum wine was mildly sweet, like savoring a ripe plum. Wei Jini couldn't help but take a few more sips. "See, brother, wasn't one right? This wine is not strong at all, right?" Wei Ruo said with a smile, then raised her glass to Wei Jini. "Here, brother, I toast to you. May your future path in learning be smooth and continuously move upwards." Wei Jini nodded slightly and drank the remaining plum wine in his cup. "Brother, once the recommendation letter got responded, when do you plan to go to Huzhou Prefecture?" After asking the question, she found that Wei Jini only stared blankly at her, without saying a word. "Brother?" Wei Ruo looked at Wei Jini uncertainly, and seeing that he still had not responded, she waved her hand in front of his face. "Ruo, don't move. I'll see a lot of hands." Wei Jini finally spoke, but the tone of his voice was completely different from his usual cool and calm demeanor. "Brother, are you okay?" Wei Ruo asked, instinctively placing the back of her hand on his forehead. "Ruo, I'm fine. I'm perfect," Wei Jini answered with a very innocent and cute expression. This expression, reaction, and word choice didn't match up with the Wei Jini she knew. "Are you drunk?" Wei Ruo asked. Wei Jini didn't answer Wei Ruo's question. He just looked at her blankly, his eyes unblinking. When he was clear-headed, he would never dare look at Wei Ruo like this. It wasn't proper for a person who understood politeness, even if the other person was his sister. But now, he gazed at her this way with an intensely focused expression, and his fair, overly handsome face had turned a little red, spreading all the way to behind his ears. Wei Ruo could now confirm that Wei Jini was indeed drunk. Earlier Wei Jini had said he didn't hold his liquor well. She thought this was just a common excuse, under the impression that someone with low alcohol tolerance wouldn't be unable to handle a small cup of plum wine. But now it seems she was wrong. When he said he didn't hold his liquor well, it meant he really couldn't. Looking at the dazed Wei Jini, Wei Ruo considered what to do. "Brother, eat some food and drink some soup to sober up." Wei Ruo served food to Wei Jini and filled his soup bowl with rib and yam soup. hoping that eating more could help to clear his head. Wei Jini obediently opened his mouth, waiting for Wei Ruo to feed him. Wei Ruo was stunned. Is this the same as her cold and aloof brother? Xiaobei also widened his eyes, and for a long time couldn't find his words. As the attendant who had taken care of the young master since he was a child, Xiaobei knew about Wei Jini's poor tolerance of liquor. But the last time this happened was when the young master had just turned 10. He drank a small cup of tea girl red, and then became obedient and somewhat talkative. But he was only 10 then, and not yet as cold and aloof as he is now, so such a situation was not that hard to accept. Since then, the young master never touched alcohol again, and Xiaobei never had the chance to see his young master's drunken antics again. Could you eat by yourself? Wei Ruo asked. Okay. Wei Jini obediently agreed, then picked up the bowl full of soup and drained it with a gulp. Then he handed the empty bowl over to Wei Ruo. Wei Ruo glanced at the empty bowl, and then at Wei Jini. She vaguely felt as if Wei Jini was seeking praise from her. Second brother, you're wonderful. You actually finished drinking everything? Very obedient. Wei Ruo tentatively complimented. Then Wei Jini, satisfied, put down the empty bowl. In that moment, Wei Ruo knew that her initial judgment was correct. Wei Jini had indeed brought the empty bowl to her for praises. As Wei Ruo was pondering on how to navigate this version of Wei Jini, he opened his mouth again. Roro, you are beautiful. Wei Jini stared at Wei Ruo with sincere eyes. There was even a hint of childlike quality in his demeanor. Wei Ruo didn't know whether to laugh or be speechless and muttered. If you were not this good-looking and sincere, I'd consider you as a stinky hooligan. The distance between a refined gentleman and a fool is just a cup of alcohol, albeit a weak one with an alcohol percentage less than 20. Ruo, can I perform a sword dance for you? Wei Jini suddenly asked. What? Wei Ruo was stupefied for a moment, not instantly reacting to what Wei Jini had said. Then Wei Jini stood up, walked out of the pavilion, and his intention became clear through his actions. He was going to perform a sword dance for her. Could he perform a sword dance? How would this man, elegant and refined, looking like a genteel scholar, look dancing with a sword? Would it be outrageous? Would he stumble? Or make a fool of himself? Several imagined scenarios quickly drifted through Wei Ruo's mind. Clumsy dancing, stumbles, slips, even self-spanking. Xiaobei looked anxious, contemplating whether to stop their young master. However, if the young master were empowered by liquor, his attempt to intervene might be futile. It could even lead to further complicated situations if they ended up clashing. After debating for a while and assessing several potential outcomes, Xiaobei finally decided to stand by and not intervene. When Wei Jini arrived next to a small cluster of bamboo, he lithely hooked up a bamboo branch lying on the ground with his foot and steadily caught it with his right hand. Wei Ruo looked surprised. Despite his inebriated state, Wei Jini's physical movements were remarkably deft. Then, using the bamboo stalk as a sword, he began to dance. The sword and his body moved harmoniously, displaying a magnificent display of martial arts. Each move was swift and fluid, and carried a unique blend of strength and gentleness. It was Wei Ruo's first time seeing Wei Jini perform a sword dance. Although she herself didn't possess any martial arts skills, she had seen Xiaomei and Su Zhengyong practicing martial arts, so she knew Wei Jini's sword was not a mere waving about. As a martial artist, Xiaomei whispered in Wei Ruo's ear, Miss, the young master's swordsmanship is superb. No wonder he has such a good physique. So, when he mentioned exercising, he wasn't bluffing me. He's actually been working out, Wei Ruo remarked. Next to them, Xiaobei held his forehead, perplexed. If this continued, their young master might reveal all his secrets to the young lady. Even though the young lady and they had gone through trials and tribulations together, it might not be that good if she knew certain things, should it? All Xiaobei could do was to fret internally, praying that their young master would sober up soon. After performing a series of swordplay, Wei Jini put down the bamboo stalk and returned to Wei Ruo's side, his deep eyes staring intently at Wei Ruo. Did I dance well? Wei Jini asked, hope gleaming in his eyes like a child eager for praise after accomplishing a task. Excellent, very good. You did it the best, Wei Ruo praised. Upon being satisfied, Wei Genie's face inevitably broke into a sunny, radiant smile. Usually, his smile was quiet and unnoticeable, always polite and mild. This kind of radiant smile was the first time Wei Ruo was seeing. Not just Wei Ruo, even Xiaobei, who had served him for over a decade, was seeing it for the first time. All right, we've finished the sword dance. How about we go to the room for a nap? Wei Ruo placated Wei Genie in a tone used when cooing to a small child. If this situation isn't going to get better anytime soon, might as well make him rest for a while in his room. Nope. Wei Genie refused outright. Okay then, Wei Ruo retracted her earlier thought about Wei Genie behaving well after getting drunk. So, what do you feel like doing now, Brother Wei? Wei Ruo asked. Wei Genie, eat. Wei Ruo. Such a leap in his train of thought. Wei Genie, Ruo's food is delicious. It's the best I've ever had. Oh, really, Brother Wei? Usually, I don't see you complimenting the dishes Mimi cooks. After getting drunk, you are finally being honest. Wei Ruo couldn't help but grumble. Ruo, let's go eat. Wei Genie said. Okay, let's go eat. There's food already prepared. We can't waste it. Wei Ruo led Wei Genie back to the dining table. Wei Genie sat back down at the table and started to eat. His demeanor and every movement very good-natured. He enjoyed every bite. Gone was his usual restraint and formality. His actions were carefree but not impolite. He felt more like a normal person. Wei Ruo asked Xiaomei and Xiaobei to join them for the meal. They had cooked a lot today, and it would be a waste not to eat. It's always better to have more people celebrating, even if today's host of the celebration was already drunk. After the meal, Wei Ruo looked at Wei Genie and asked, Brother Wei, how do you feel now? Delicious. Wei Genie replied. Great. He's still not sober. How about we go back to the room for a rest? We can leave it to Xiaomei and Xiaobei to clean up. Okay, Wei Genie agreed obediently. Then he turned around and obediently walked towards the room, pausing as he stepped over the threshold and looking back at Wei Ruo. Isn't Ruo going to sleep? Wei Genie asked. I am going back to Tingsong Garden for sleep. Wei Ruo quickly replied. Wei Genie pondered for a moment, then nodded in acceptance. Finally, he entered the room. Xiaobei quickly followed him in. Seeing that the young master actually took off his outer garment and obediently lay down, Xiaobei wiped the sweat off his forehead. When Wei Genie woke up, he looked around the room, slightly confused. What happened? He completely lost his memory after dining with Wei Ruo yesterday. He had no idea how he ended up in his room. Young master, you're awake? Have some ginseng tea to help clear your mind. Xiaobei handed him the ginseng tea. What happened? When did I return to the room? When did Miss leave? Wei Genie asked. Xiaobei looked troubled. Speak. Young master, you got drunk in the afternoon and made quite a fuss. Miss had a hard time finally coaxing you to sleep in your room. Xiaobei explained carefully. After Xiaobei finished answering, noticing his young master hadn't moved, said, Young master, don't worry. Apart from letting Miss know you have martial arts skills because of your sword dance, you haven't revealed anything else. I sword danced? You danced. Xiaobei answered softly. Wei Genie felt a sudden throbbing in his temples. What else did I say? Young master didn't say much more, just many things you don't normally say to Mississippi. You complimented Miss and Xiaomei on their looks, praised how good their cooking was, and Xiaobei chose his words as modestly as possible to cushion the blow for his young master. What else? Also, you were waiting for Miss to compliment you. Xiaobei bowed his head low, not daring to glance at his young master's expression. Wei Genie had another bout of headache. After the accident at the age of 10, he had stopped drinking. He disliked the feeling of losing control over himself and regretted his rash actions when drunk. He drank the plum wine yesterday, thinking that its sweetness would not result in intoxication. For several days, there was a tense atmosphere throughout Xingshan County. Several times, people had seen troops moving through the city, along with transports of supplies and equipment. Before long, rumors were flying that war might break out outside the city walls. Until now, there had only been minor skirmishes, but this time it looked like a full-scale war was imminent. With the looming danger, the city's inhabitants were fretful. If the city were to fall, none could escape the wrath of the Japanese pirates. However, all city gates were now strictly monitored. Even if the inhabitants wanted to flee, it was already too late. The Wei family was also enveloped in a cloud of anxiety. Whether the rumors were true or not, even the Wei family couldn't find out at this point. The government offices and the army had not made a public announcement yet. Meanwhile, Wei Mingting hadn't been home for 10 days, leaving the Wei family with no chance to ask him about the situation. Mrs. Yun was so worried she could hardly eat. She was concerned that her husband could be injured in battle against the ruthless Japanese pirates. While being anxious, she also had to continue managing the household in case the Wei family needed to evacuate immediately in the event of defeat. With Mrs. Yun bustling about to take care of the household matters while worrying for her husband, it's clear that she's worn out from it all. Noticing this, Wei Qingwan went to Tsangyan Garden every day to accompany Mrs. Yun and help her with some miscellaneous tasks. Having grown up in the Wei family, Wei Qingwan was well versed in matters of housekeeping, so she was able to effectively assist and advise Mrs. Yun. After a period of working together in Mrs. Yun's study, Mrs. Yun paused for a brief rest. Looking up to see Wei Qingwan busily helping with the home management and budgeting, Mrs. Yun felt deeply touched and couldn't help but express her thanks. "I'm so grateful for your help these past few days, Wanwan." "Mother, what are you saying?" "It's my blessing as a daughter to help you share the burden," Wei Qingwan replied. Wei Qingwan then put down her work, went behind Mrs. Yun, and gave her a shoulder massage. As she massaged, she sincerely said to Mrs. Yun, "Mother, you work too hard. You have to deal with all the assorted chores around the house, and now you're also worrying about father being on the front line. Please take good care of yourself. I don't care about our household's wealth. I just want my parents to be healthy and live a long life so that I can serve you both till old age." "Ah, I know you have a filial heart." Mrs. Yun patted Wei Qingwan's hand, looking reassured. Then she sighed and said, "With your help, I can at least lighten my load a bit. However, we are short-staffed. If something really happens and we need to flee to the capital city, we will need more people." Mrs. Yun's brows furrowed, feeling heavy-hearted. Her husband had entrusted this household to her. She must manage it well so that her husband would have no concerns. Witnessing Mrs. Yun's anxiety, Wei Qingwan said ever so gently, "Mother, since the household work has been so overwhelming recently, why not bring back Motherly? I don't wish to see you working so hard. If Motherly returns, she may help you somewhat." Motherly made a mistake. Punishing her for 3 months by sending her to the farmhouse was already a light punishment. Letting her come back prematurely will give the servants the wrong idea that the Wei family is lax in discipline, Mrs. Yun said with some helplessness. "Mother, you're right, but..." Wei Qingwan bit her lip, trying to say something but swallowing her words instead. Seeing this, Mrs. Yun said, "Wanwan, you can say whatever you need to. We mother and daughter don't need to hide anything from each other." Wei Qingwan then hesitated before continuing. "I just think that in these extraordinary times, there should be some extraordinary forms of punishment. We are in need of manpower, and Motherly is very adept at managing household matters. If she comes back, she will surely be able to alleviate your burdens. What you said also makes sense, but I can't easily change the 3-month punishment period," Mrs. Yun said, somewhat swayed by Wei Qingwan's argument. "Punishment doesn't necessarily mean going to the farmhouse. She can also be punished when she's back in the mansion, such as continuing to withhold her salary and making her do more arduous work," Wei Qingwan suggested. Mrs. Yun seriously contemplated Wei Qingwan's words. Indeed, right now, their household was understaffed. Keeping Motherly at the farmhouse wouldn't help matters, and bringing her home would be of greater benefit. "Wanwan, tell me truthfully, are you missing Motherly?" Mrs. Yun asked. Wei Qingwan bit her lip, her eyes glistening, and silently lowered her head. Mrs. Yun sighed. She naturally understood. Motherly had been in the household for a long time, brought Wei Qingwan up from a child. Of course, their bond would be deeper than that with others. What you just said does make sense. I am really short-handed right now. Let's have Motherly come home, but she will be penalized another 3 months of salary. Also, the chief maid will still be Mother Zhang, Mrs. Yun said. This was the additional punishment for Motherly. I'll follow whatever Mother decides, Wei Qingwan replied, her face lighting up with joy. In any case, Motherly would now be allowed to return home. Mrs. Yun noticed Wei Qingwan's happiness and said, I know you have a close bond with Motherly. Sending her to the farmhouse must have upset you. But remember, she is ultimately a servant in our household. If she's not duly punished for her overconfidence and lack of discipline, who knows how much she may trespass against us in the future. Even when she returns, don't pamper her too much. She needs to understand her place, Mrs. Yun continued. I understand, Mother. Please rest assured, I will admonish Motherly properly so that she won't make the same mistake again. Wei Qingwan quickly assured Mrs. Yun. After discussing with Wei Qingwan about Motherly, Mrs. Yun breathed a sigh of relief and asked, I wonder what Ruoruo has been busy with these past few days? Sister must still be busy studying these days. I'm not exactly sure about the specifics. Sister usually spends a lot of time in Ingju Garden, talking with our second brother while she's in the residence. I've tried to look for her a few times, but she wasn't around, so I'm not entirely sure. Wei Qingwan replied. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Yun couldn't help but frown. Ruoruo is already 13, Jeannie is almost 16. They should avoid being alone together. The fact that her daughter was closer to her half-brother than her own siblings somewhat displeased Mrs. Yun. Mother, there's no need to worry about sister. She's been very cautious these days. Plus, didn't our second brother receive that recommendation letter? Soon. Once the Huzhou Prefecture replies, our second brother will head to Huzhou Prefecture. Wei Qingwan said. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Yun didn't look pleased, but rather her expression became even more solemn. She only later found out that the box Wei Jeannie received was bought by Wei Ruo, and it was Wei Ruo who filled in the name. Although there was nothing wrong with that, Mrs. Yun didn't like the fact that her daughter was closer to her half-brother, yet distant from her own brother. When Mrs. Yun looked at Wei Qingwan, who was striving to alleviate her worries, she couldn't help but sigh yet again. Inside the Tingsong garden, Wei Ruo had heard all the rumors and speculations. Compared to the situation in the Wei residence, Wei Ruo was more worried about Su Zhengyong's situation. Usually, new recruits go through a period of training before they go to the battlefield. However, the current situation is urgent, and his abrupt enlistment is probably due to a lack of manpower. There's not likely to be much time for training and adaptation. She wondered if Brother Xiaoyong had handed over the crossbow mechanism and if it was accepted. If it was accepted, it should help Brother Xiaoyong's status in the military, boost our forces, and make Brother Xiaoyong's situation relatively safer. In the original story, Su Zhengyong didn't come to Xingshan County or participate in the war, so Wei Ruo couldn't foresee his outcome. A bit bored, Wei Ruo went to Ingju Garden to find Wei Jeannie. Upon entering, she saw Wei Jeannie playing chess with himself. Wei Ruo sat down next to him. She had no talent for chess, especially Go, which required a lot of thinking. She could only understand the basics, but had no idea how to actually play the game. Would you like to try? Wei Jeannie stopped and asked. No, it's too brain-draining. I'm not suited for this. Wei Ruo hastily waved her hands in refusal. Farming also requires brain work. Different crops need different methods of planting and care, yet you can remember them all distinctly. Specialization in different fields calls for different use of the brain. Anyway, I'm bad at playing chess. Wei Ruo rested her chin on her hand, contemplating the chessboard in front of her. Anyone with discerning eyes could tell that she wasn't really focusing on the game, but pondering about something else. Something on your mind? Wei Jeannie perceptively noticed the uneasy look on Wei Ruo's face today. Did second brother hear about the upcoming war? Wei Ruo asked. Yes, I heard. It was bound to happen sooner or later, Wei Jeannie answered calmly. Does second brother think we can win this war? Wei Ruo asked. There's an 80% chance we'll win. Wei Jeannie replied. Why 80%? Our father accounts for 30%. The nobleman who recently visited Xingshan County contributes 10%. The addition of troops from the court makes up 20%, and the good news from the military today adds another 20%, Wei Jeannie answered. Why does second brother think that the nobleman who recently came to Xingshan County can account for 10%? Wei Ruo asked curiously. The greatest contribution Chu Lan has made in this war is undoubtedly his request for the court to send additional troops to Xingshan County. But why does he individually account for 10%? He's no simple rich young master. He's intelligent, familiar with military strategies, and good at using people, Wei Jeannie replied. Wei Ruo looked at Wei Jeannie even more curiously. She was aware of what Wei Jini just said about Chu Lan because that was how Chu Lan was portrayed in the original story. However, she was surprised how accurate Wei Jini's evaluation was, considering he seldom left the mansion. Noticing Wei Ruo's gaze, Wei Jini calmly explained, "I like to read and hear about rumors. Even though I'm confined in this mansion, I have enough understanding of the outside world. Second brother, you're really impressive. If you were to take the imperial examination, your chances of success would be quite high," Wei Ruo said, increasingly confident in Wei Jini. Resting her chin on both her hands, her face was filled with admiration. Her eyes seemed to sparkle with little stars. Wei Jini smiled, then his right hand involuntarily reached out to Wei Ruo's head. Just when he was about to pat her head, he abruptly stopped. "Second brother, what are you trying to do?" "Nothing." Wei Jini quickly withdrew his hand, then came up with a lame excuse. "There was a dry leaf on your head. But even if we win this war, it doesn't guarantee that my friend will survive." Wei Ruo's worry didn't lessen. Winning the war doesn't mean that everyone on the winning side will live to return. "Is it the friend you mentioned last time?" Wei Jini asked. The previous time, Wei Ruo had also mentioned a friend. "Yes, it's him. He's joined the military. The golden sore medicine I was rushing to make last time was for him," Wei Ruo replied. "Joining the military, that means he's a man. And for Wei Ruo to worry about him this much, their relationship must be out of the ordinary." "Did your friend come to Xingshan County because of you?" Wei Jini asked. Wei Ruo only arrived in Xingshan County a few months ago, and since then, hardly interacted with outsiders. So this friend is likely someone Wei Ruo knew from her time in Huzhou Prefecture. "Sort of," Wei Ruo replied. Since the nanny and Uncle Su both came, Brother Xiaoyong would certainly have come along too. Lowering his head, Wei Jini rearranged his chess pieces. For 2 consecutive days, residents living in the eastern part of the city could hear a loud noise from the east, and could sometimes even see flames reaching towards the sky. The already thick cloud of dread hanging over Xingshan County grew even denser. Over the past few days, both the Qin residents and Xie residents had stopped their lessons. Both Wei Qingwan and Wei Ruo stayed at home and didn't go out anymore. Inside Tingsong Garden, Wei Ruo was looking over the accounts. The blind box had earned 4 treasure house a total of 122 taels of silver. Xiaomei hurried into the room. "Miss, Nursley. Nursley has been brought back to the residence. Isn't it supposed to be 3 months before she comes back?" Wei Ruo asked. "I heard that the second young miss pleaded on her behalf, and as a result, Nursley has been allowed to serve her punishment here in the residence. Her monthly wages have been docked for an additional 3 months as a penalty." Wei Ruo snorted softly. "What a schemer." "Miss, Nursley is currently at the door of our courtyard. She says she wants to kowtow and apologize to you," Xiaomei reported, her face showing an expression of annoyance. "She had come back? Sure, but why did she have to find trouble? Let's go see her. In fact, I've been feeling frustrated these past few days. I need a place to vent the worry I have for Brother Xiaozhong," Wei Ruo said. Upon reaching the entrance of the courtyard, Wei Ruo indeed saw the long, absent Li Momo, who looked darker and thinner than she had 2 months ago. She knelt on the ground, and upon seeing Wei Ruo, she bowed and apologized. This scene attracted several servants of the residence to pause and spectate at the entrance of Tingsong Garden. Xiaomei watched with furrowed brows, pulling Wei Ruo aside and voicing her worries softly. "Miss, what should we do? Li Momo is doing this deliberately, isn't she? With such a commotion and so many people watching, what's her aim? I know what she's trying to do. She wants to tarnish your ladyship's reputation." Wei Ruo was fully aware. When Wei Ruo first entered the residence, Li Momo was the one responsible for teaching manners to Wei Ruo. In a sense, she was also considered as Wei Ruo's half-teacher. And being the old servant from the Earl's residence, her kneeling and prostrating an apology in front of Wei Ruo created a rather unsightly situation. Based on how Wei Ruo and Li Momo had previously locked horns, and their conflicting bitterness, it was likely that Wei Ruo wouldn't appreciate Li Momo's apology, but would possibly ridicule her again instead. If that were to happen, Wei Ruo would engage herself in the ungrateful act of complicating the situation with the old Li Momo, leaving a bad impression on the other servants of the residence. "So, what should we do?" Xiaomei asked anxiously. Don't worry, leave it to me. Wei Ruo softly patted Xiaomei's hand. Then she approached Li Momo. Li Momo, this is rather inappropriate. Miss, if you don't forgive this old servant today, I will kneel here indefinitely. Li Momo said mournfully. Li Momo, what do you mean by this? When have I ever blamed you? Please get up. You are an old servant of the residence, and you had already suffered at the farm. There's no need for you to kneel like this. As Wei Ruo was about to help Li Momo up, Li Momo looked at her surprisingly. She never paid proper attention to the rules and regulations that Li Momo taught her, but to the contrary, behaved with self-righteousness. Even during their dispute, Wei Ruo had headlong opposed her. Based on her understanding of Wei Ruo, she didn't expect such a reaction from Wei Ruo. Miss, you don't blame me? Li Momo asked. Our dispute that day was because you did something wrong. Lives were at stake, and I was naturally anxious. Now that it's all over, and my second brother has fully recovered, you have already been punished too. Why would I still hold any grudge against you, unless… Li Momo, do you intend to continue wronging me and create more troubles? Wei Ruo said, a faint smile lingering at the corner of her mouth. No, no. This old servant has already repented and will not offend again. Li Momo hurriedly responded. As she said this, she attempted to knock her head again. Li Momo, what are you doing? I have already forgiven you. Why are you still knocking your head? This old servant feels guilty and fears that you don't genuinely forgive me. We can't do this. Li Momo, you are old, and if you ruin your health by falling down at my doorstep, what are we going to do? Xiaomei, quickly help Li Momo up. Yes, miss. Xiaomei advanced swiftly. Li Momo, get up. Xiaomei didn't give Li Momo time to react. She slipped her hands under Li Momo's arms and lifted her up abruptly. Before Li Momo could recover from her surprise, she heard Wei Ruo continuing her instructions. Then check her knees and see if she's injured. Upon hearing these words, Li Momo panicked, trying to stop them. No need. No need. I'm not injured. But how could her reaction speed match Xiaomei's? Xiaomei swiftly reached to Li Momo's knees. What her hand felt was not the hard bone of the knee, but something soft. Xiaomei understood immediately. She quickly reached under Li Momo's skirt and pulled out the knee pads that she had tied on her knees. When the knee pads appeared in front of everyone, they universally displayed a look of disbelief, then disdain. Wei Ruo casually said, Li Momo, you indeed pay great attention to your health, not forgetting to protect your knees even when you are here to apologize. Zhang Momo was on her way to look for Wei Ruo for some matters, and coincidentally arrived at the entrance of Tingsong Garden and witnessed this situation. Unable to hold back, she chuckled. Once Zhang Momo started laughing, the other servants who were watching the spectacle joined in. Hearing everyone's laughter, Li Momo couldn't contain her shame and anger. Snatching the knee pads from Xiaomei's hands, she turned around and ran. Xiaomei smiled and walked back to Wei Ruo's side. Miss, how did you know she was wearing knee pads? The paved blue stone slabs here are rough and uneven. If she really kneeled onto it, even someone young would find it unbearable, let alone someone of Li Momo's age. Since she isn't here to truly apologize to me, naturally she wouldn't bear such suffering. Wei Ruo explained. I see. Miss is indeed smart, and my Mimi is extremely quick-witted. That's why I am suitable to stay by Miss's side forever, Xiaomei said with a laugh. With their laughter echoing in the courtyard, the rest of the spectators disbanded. Li Momo ran back to Wangmei Garden in a panic. Seeing the discomposed Li Momo, Wei Qingwan was concerned and approached to inquire, Momo, what happened? Miss, what's going on? I was away for only 2 months in the countryside. How has her ladyship's personality changed so much during this time? Even now, Li Momo found it hard to believe. I don't know. I've never understood my sister. Instead, it's me who she often suppresses with rules and regulations. Wei Qingwan continued earlier, when you proposed to challenge my sister, I tried to stop you precisely for this reason. Li Momo's brows furrowed into the shape of a river, seemingly irritated. It seems that I have underestimated Wei Qingruo. Miss, don't worry. I was rash this time. Now that I'm back, there's plenty of time to slow down and confront her. Momo, isn't it wrong? Miss, don't worry. This is all my own doing. If anything happens later, I will take full responsibility and won't drag you into it. Li Momo reassured Wei Qingwan. How can this be? Momo, you do all these things for me. How can I not be involved? The punishment I received was all because of Wei Qingrua. I had a grudge with her in the first place. This time, you pleaded me and allowed me to return home a month early. I'm indebted to you. There's no reason to disobey you. Miss, please don't persuade me. Li Momo had made up her mind. 2 nights later, while everyone in Wei residence was having tea after dinner, Wei Mingtum, who had not returned home for 7 days, suddenly came back. Clad in armor, his robe untaken off, his face smeared with dirt, and his hair disheveled. Everyone in the house immediately stood up to greet him. Husband. Seeing her husband unharmed in front of her, Mrs. Yun was extremely excited, her face full of joy. Father. Wei Qin, Wei Qingwan, and the others all surrounded Wei Mingting, scrutinizing him closely. Great victory. We've driven those Japanese at sea to a dissolute flight. Now there is not a single ship of theirs visible at sea. Wei Mingting said gleefully. He was usually busy with public affairs, and when preparations for this large-scale battle began, he no longer returned home, putting his whole heart and soul into preparing for it day and night, sharing the same fortunes with his soldiers. Now that the war had been won, he returned home without delay to share this good news with his family and assure them he was safe. A great victory? Really? Mrs. Yun was thrilled. Everyone in the room showed an expression of immense joy. Wei Ruo was no exception. At this moment, the dark clouds that had been shrouding the military prefecture for days were finally dispersed, clearing the way for moonlight to shine through. Then, everyone joined Wei Mingting as he took his place at the table. The maids quickly brought out tea and snacks. After having a few short words with his children, Wei Mingting allowed them to leave for the day since it was already late, and he had just finished a grueling battle that lasted several days and needed to rest. Everyone gradually left. The next morning, Wei Qin, Wei Ruo, Wei Qingwan, and Wei Yilin arrived early and waited in Sangyan Garden. Normally, breakfast in their home was eaten separately, but today was different. Everyone wanted to know more about the battle. After a while, Suaping invited everyone to come inside. Once inside, they saw that Wei Mingting had already gotten up. He was dressed casually and looked refreshed. Wei Mingting asked everyone to sit down and have breakfast together. On the large round table in front of them, there was white porridge, fried dough sticks, pickles, and soup dumplings, all of which were common breakfast for the people in Taizhou Prefecture. After breakfast, the servants cleared the leftovers from the table. Everyone sat to the side, and Wei Mingting, knowing that the children had come early out of concern for him and also wanting to know what had transpired over the past few days, began to speak. We have to thank 2 people for this great victory. Wei Mingting, who was usually quiet, spoke more today. Who are you referring to? My husband. Mrs. Yun asked hurriedly. Everyone, too, was watching him with curiosity. One is a young man. The reinforcements sent by the court are closely related to him. It was he who arranged this ambush, which circled around Wangyuan Mountain and struck directly at the belly of the Japanese pirates' army, disrupting their formation. Everyone knew about this, so they were not surprised. And the second? Asked Mrs. Yun. The second is something none of us expected. Some days ago, the city was drafting soldiers, and a new recruit brought us an amazing weapon. This weapon is a crossbow, but not an ordinary one. It can hold 10 arrows at once and can be quickly reloaded once fired, making it highly efficient. Using this greatly increased our firepower. Before the battle began, we summoned all the craftsmen in the city to work day and night to produce a large number of these crossbows in time for the fight. This is a great fortune for my husband and the people of Xingshan County. Is that new recruit some sort of master craftsman? He was able to create such a powerful weapon, Mrs. Yun asked curiously. Eve already asked him, and it turns out that it wasn't him who created the weapon, but he got it from a wandering craftsman. Nevertheless, he deserves credit for it. Moreover, this man performed exceptionally in this battle, with unprecedented courage. After this matter is over, I intend to ask for a promotion for him to the general flag, equivalent to a platoon leader. He is truly a godsend to help my husband and the people of Xingshan County. Exclaimed Mrs. Yun. As she listened from the side, Wei Ruo knew that Wei Mingting was talking about brother Xiaozhong, and the smile on her face was even brighter. Xiaoyong was safe and had even earned military merits. That was great. Father, what about you? Wei Chen asked. If their father had won the battle, wouldn't he be promoted by the court as well? I'm not too sure about my situation. Wei Mingting knew in his heart that his fate depended on the seventh prince's attitude. The seventh prince and the master of the Lu family were both involved in this battle, and they were most aware of the situation. In the end, it would all depend on how the seventh prince reported it to the court. My daddy is so brave. Once this is reported to the court, they will surely promote daddy's position. Wei Yilin couldn't help saying, let's not think about that for now. Whether I get promoted or not is not something I can control. As long as we can win this war and bring the people of Xingshan County temporary peace, that is the most gratifying thing, said Wei Mingting. Wei Ruo didn't really listen to what Wei Mingting said afterward. Her mind focused solely on sharing this good news with her wet nurse and Uncle Su. This conversation lasted nearly an hour before Mrs. Yun finally let the children leave so that her husband could rest a little more. Coming out of the dining hall, Wei Ruo spotted Wei Mingting's guard, Jing Hu, and specifically asked him for the name of the soldier that Wei Mingting had praised today. And Jing Hu gave a clear answer, Su Zhengyong. Once she confirmed it was brother Xiaozhong, Wei Ruo went back to her Tingsong garden gleefully. Miss, why are you so happy? Seeing Wei Ruo's different stride, as if she was treading on clouds, Xiaomei knew something good must have happened. I'm going to write a letter to my wet nurse and tell her about Xiaoyong's news, said Wei Ruo as she walked toward the house. What's Xiaozhong been up to? Xiaomei hurriedly asked, her tone filled with excitement and curiosity. They hadn't heard any news about Xiaoyong since he joined the army. He has earned military merits. Really? Xiaomei was filled with joy, but after a moment, she hid her joy and huffed, that stinky boy. I knew he was capable, worthy of being my fellow disciple. She then asked, when can Xiaoyong come home for a visit? It should be in a few days. From what I understand, this battle has pushed back all the Japanese pirates in Xingshan County. We should have a period of peace for some time now. If that's the case, the barracks should arrange for the soldiers to go home for visits in batches, Wei Ruo replied. That's great. Miss, can I go find some supplements for Xiaoyong to take with him? Go ahead. I was thinking the same thing. You and I are on the same page. Xiaomei turned around and ran off to the small storeroom with a bounce in her step. After waiting for 2 days, Su Zhengyong finally came back. The wet nurse immediately sent a letter to Wei Ruo. Given that the two homes were close, the pigeon arrived at Wei Ruo's courtyard in no time. Upon receiving the letter, Wei Ruo and Xiaomei used an excuse they'd prepared in advance to go out. Now that nurse Xiang was on Wei Ruo's side. Even if Wei Ruo ran around after going out, she would turn a blind eye. When they neared the back courtyard of the Four Treasure House, they saw the wet nurse tearfully talking to Su Zhengyong. Hearing the sound of footsteps and seeing Wei Ruo arrive, the wet nurse quickly wiped away her tears. Ruoro, Su Zhengyong greeted with a radiant smile. Wei Ruo didn't reply. Instead, she gave him a careful once-over from head to toe. Stop worrying, Ruoro. I'm fine. I haven't been injured. I'm pretty tough. All the fights I had growing up weren't for nothing, nor was the martial arts training from our master. And the crossbow you gave me, it's incredibly powerful. Our crossbowmen rained down arrows on them. Before they could even get close, a good number of them had already perished. When the melee started, they were already weakened. Plus, I was so fierce, those short and stubby Japanese couldn't even touch a hair on my head. To prove to Wei Ruo that he was perfectly fine, Su Zhengyong demonstrated a few moves on the spot and even did a backflip. All right, stop flipping around, lest you get injured at home instead of on the battlefield while showing off. Xiaomei interrupted Su Zhengyong a little impatiently. Hee. Mimi, you'll have to call me senior brother in the future, right? Su Zhengyong didn't forget about this. In your dreams, you've just fought one battle. Don't you know you need to stay injury-free for at least 3 to 5 years to prove your worth? Xiaomei retorted promptly. 3 to 5 years? Isn't that too long? Su Zhengyong pouted. Too long? You think being a soldier is a 2-day affair? When you chose this path, you should have known that this is almost a lifelong commitment. Being safe for 3 to 5 years is probably even considered a lesser requirement. All right, I won't fuss with you about it. 3 to 5 years it is. Sooner or later, you will willingly call me senior brother. Su Zhengyong responded confidently. Then he began boastfully sharing his thoughts and experiences with Wei Ruo as if he were showing off a trophy. Ruo, I'm about to get promoted. Really? Of course it's true. The 7th prince promised it personally. Su Zhengyong said, then whispered, they don't let it be known that he is the 7th prince. I am telling you guys secretly, don't let it go further. On hearing this, both Wei Ruo and Xiaomei rolled their eyes. Brother Xiaoyong, don't share such secrets with us in the future. If it's not supposed to be known, then don't say it, Wei Ruo said. But you guys aren't outsiders. One of you is my sister, and the other my junior sister. I don't have anything I can't tell you. Su Zhengyong didn't take it seriously. No, it's not appropriate. The army is not like anywhere else. The rules that should be observed must be observed. Military orders are as unyielding as mountains. Even if it involves parents, siblings, it doesn't matter. Wei Ruo said with a stern expression. That's right. The young lady is correct. You better listen to her. The wet nurse echoed. All right. I'll be careful next time. Su Zhengyong repeatedly agreed. Even his mother had spoken up. If he didn't agree, his dad's fist might land on him. What position has the 7th prince promised you? Wei Ruo asked. Didn't you just tell me not to say, Ruo? The secret to keep is the identity of the 7th prince, not what he promised you, right? You've already said the most confidential part. What are you holding back the rest for? Oh, right. After thinking for a moment, Su Zhengyong conceded that she had a point and continued. He said he would promote me to deputy general. A general is equivalent to a company commander, and a deputy general is a deputy company commander. From what Wei Mingting had implied last time, he planned to promote Brother Xiaozhong to a general flag, platoon leader. Unexpectedly, Chu Lan directly promised Xiaoyong a higher position as deputy general. Usually, a solider would first be promoted to a small flag, squad leader, then to a general flag, platoon leader, and then to a deputy general. Su Zhengyong had just been promoted 3 ranks in one go. Although Su Zhengyong would still be far from Wei Mingting after his promotion, Su Zhengyong is just a new recruit. Being able to go directly from ordinary soldier to deputy general in such a short time is already quite impressive. Really? Are you going to be a deputy general? Xiaomei couldn't help but cheer. Hee, the prince promised me this. Whether it will come true, I still don't know. With the prince's promise, it will definitely happen. For the prince to want someone to be a deputy general, it's simply a matter of a spoken word. Besides, Brother Xiaoyong, you really have contributed a lot this time. Your promotion is well deserved. There will be no problem. Xiaomei said, her face full of joy. Mimi is right. Wei Ruo agreed. If it were only Wei Mingting intending to promote and reward Su Zhengyong, Wei Ruo wouldn't be so sure. But now that Chu Lan had made the promise, the odds of success were almost 100%. Even though she didn't like Chu Lan, she could confirm he was a man of his word. The wet nurse said to Su Zhengyong, aren't you going to thank the young lady fast? If she hadn't helped you make the crossbow, where would you have gotten your promotion? The wet nurse knew very well that her son's big promotion relied on the crossbow given by the young lady. If it were only for the brave performance on the battlefield, he would at most have been promoted to a small flag. How could he be promoted 3 ranks all at once? Yes, indeed. Su Zhengyong suddenly became serious, straightened his clothes, and bowed respectfully to Wei Ruo. Thank you, Ruo. He was quite serious at first, but unfortunately, his mischievous and teasing smile gave him away at the end. The crossbow I provided is one aspect, but Brother Xiaozhong has also won praise with his own strength. I heard that Brother Xiaozhong is very good at fighting. He can take on several men at once. When the 2 armies clashed up close, he was at the lead. Wei Ruo said, that's because of the good master the young lady found for him. It's all thanks to the young lady's foresight in finding a master to teach them early on. Otherwise, Xiaozhong wouldn't have his current ability. The wet nurse agreed. Exactly, what my mother said is right. Ruo is the best to me. She is so forward-thinking. Su Zhengyong laughed merrily. As he was laughing, Su Zhengyong suddenly remembered something. Oh, right, Ruo. I've used up the golden sore medicine you gave me. Do you have any more? Where did you get hurt? Wei Ruo asked. No, not at all. It's not me. Su Zhengyong hurriedly explained. It's not that I got hurt, but my comrades were injured. Medicine is scarce in the barracks. The medicine we do have is given to those who are seriously injured. My 2 comrades were not severely injured, so they didn't receive any medicine. So, I gave them your golden sore medicine. The wet nurse slapped Su Zhengyong. You stinker. Don't you know the young lady's medicine is very expensive? It's supposed to be saved for your sake. It's okay, wet nurse, I can afford it. It was valuable that it was used on comrades. I'll make more golden sore medicine for Brother Xiaozhong in the next few days. If this happens again, Brother Xiaoyong, just use it without holding back. Wei Ruo said. Wei Ruo continued speaking to Su Zhengyong. You don't have to worry about the medicine. If you need anything, just write a letter to me. I will prepare everything. Ruo, you've been so kind to me. Having you as a sister makes my life worthwhile. Su Zhengyong was deeply moved. Above all else, guarantee your safety, Wei Ruo reminded him once more. Brother Xiaoyong sometimes acts impulsively without considering the consequences, so she had to nag him a bit. Don't worry, Ruo. I have everything under control, Su Zhengyong reassured her with a smile. Oh right. Mimi brought quite a few things for you too, Wei Ruo said, pulling Xiaomei forward. Xiaomei looked a little shy, hesitated for a moment, then abruptly shoved the bundle she was carrying into Su Zhengyong's arms. What are you doing? Are you trying to hit me? Su Zhengyong asked. The force with which she tossed the bundle nearly matched the strength of a punch. I'm not hitting you. These are all good things to nourish your health, Xiaomei explained. Upon learning that the bundle was full of health supplements, Su Zhengyong could not help but grin. Mimi, you're so good to me. You could be my wife in future, even if you don't want to be my junior apprentice sister. What are you talking about? Xiaomei immediately raised her fist and went after Su Zhengyong, who scurried away, tightly clutching the bundle and not letting it go. Su Zhengyong, stop right there, Xiaomei yelled. Su Zhengyong ran faster, shouting in response, I won't stop. If I do, you'll beat me to death. I survived the battlefield only to be crippled by you at home. How do I explain this to my comrades when I go back? Wei Ruo and their maid could only shake their heads in resignation, accustomed to the playful banter between these two. They knew that, after all, no serious harm would come of it. Wei Ruo and Xiaomei stayed at Su family's house until dusk. It was getting late and they had to leave, said goodbye to the Su family, hopped onto the carriage and returned to military prefecture. After 2 days, good news arrived at Wei residence. Su Zhengyong's promotion to deputy general was finalized. Wei Ruo had Xiaomei deliver the packed medicine to him. She initially planned to prepare more, but time simply did not allow for further delay as Su Zhengyong might soon return to the barracks. Simultaneously, the Wei family received good news that Wei Mingting also received a promotion. He was promoted from deputy battalion commander to battalion commander. His honorary rank of 6th rank colonel was also upgraded to regular status. The military prefecture erupted in celebrating the happy news. Wei Mingting had held the position of deputy battalion commander for a long time without receiving a promotion. They had previously feared the possibility of his demotion or dismissal. Now, the dark clouds had lifted and everyone was jubilant. Quick, write a letter to the capital city to inform the Duke residents of this good news. Madame Yun instructed her eldest son Wei Yichen to write a letter to the loyal and righteous Duke residents in the capital city, reporting this joyous news. Even though the residents will probably hear the news before they do, it was the family's duty to keep them informed. She also ordered to prepare a celebration feast for her husband. Even though it was just a family meal and not a full-fledged party as instructed by Wei Mingting to avoid extravagance. Given the bad crop yield in Xingshan County and the cold weather earlier than usual, there were signs that this year would be challenging. Under such circumstances, it was not wise to waste extravagantly. By nightfall, the Wei family had gathered. Wei Jini, who rarely appeared at the dining hall, had surprisingly turned up today. Seeing Wei Jini, Madame Yun paused momentarily. Mother, Wei Jini greeted Madame Yun. And Mrs. Yun responded with a hum, not saying anything. Thinking more carefully about the unusual circumstances of the day, it was understandable that he was willing to come and join them for dinner. Her surprise was because he hadn't come to the dining hall to have dinner with everyone for such a long time, making her momentarily taken aback. Wei Yichen took the initiative to greet Wei Jini. "Second brother, are you doing well recently?" "Not bad." Wei Jini's answer was as lackluster as always, being consistent with his demeanor. "When will you be going to Huzhou Prefecture?" Wei Yichen inquired further. "That will still need some more time." Wei Jini replied. "If there's anything you need, just let your big brother know," Wei Yichen stated. Wei Jini gave a slight nod in response. Wei Qingwan's gaze landed on Wei Ruo. Today, Wei Ruo was dressed in a light green satin dress with a simple bun, making her appear lively and bright. With their father being promoted, the eldest legitimate daughter of the family has gained greater importance. Wei Qingwan understood fully that the more prestigious a family was, the more it values respect for elders and the social ranking of siblings. In the future, when it came to marriage negotiations, the eldest legitimate daughter would enjoy an advantage. Thinking of this, Wei Qingwan's expression became somewhat gloomier. Wei Ruo didn't pay attention to the expressions of the other people. As she stood in a corner of the dining hall, her mind was occupied with other matters. She had many concerns recently, apart from the sweet potatoes in the north of the city, the wasteland improvement in the south, and the herbal fields with the Xie family. She was also considering using the recently saved 500 taels of silver to buy food and coal from other places. While Wei Ruo was daydreaming, Wei Mingting, dressed casually, appeared in the dining hall. "Father." Wei Yichen stepped forward to greet. Wei Mingting hummed in response, his gaze then falling onto Wei Jini, who was behind Wei Yichen. "You've decided to venture outside today?" Wei Jini responded in his characteristically neutral tone. It seemed no matter who stood in front of him, he would react in the same way. "That's very good. You should get out more and shouldn't always stay cooped up in your courtyard." Wei Mingting expressed his relief. Then, Wei Mingting turned his attention to Wei Qingwan and Wei Ruo. "Father." Wei Qingwan obediently called out. Wei Ruo, who was lost in thought, responded much slower. It was only when she noticed Wei Mingting looking at her that she hurriedly called out, "Father." Wei Mingting answered, "Let's all take our seats." At Wei Mingting's command, everyone took their seat in order. Presently, in Xingshan County, the rules were somewhat relaxed. If this had been the loyal and righteous Duke residence in the capital city, considering the ages of the children in the household, the boys and girls would have been seated at different tables. The large round table was filled with various dishes. It was clear that there were many more seafood dishes. This was after the victory, and some fishermen managed to go out to sea and catch it. They took the initiative to deliver the seafood to the military prefecture to express their gratitude to Wei Mingting for defeating the Japanese pirates. Wei Mingting looked at the spread in front of him with joy, not only because of the good food in front of him, but also because it meant that the townspeople could go back to their fishing livelihood. For an agriculturally poor county like Xingshan, this was excellent news. At this moment, Wei Jini had Xiaobei bring in a pot. "Janny, what good things have you brought?" Wei Mingting curiously asked. "It's plum wine, brewed by our eldest sister herself. I'm just the one delivering it," Wei Jini explained. Everyone looked in surprise at Wei Ruo, who calmly kept her gaze on the dishes in front of her. The second brother had consulted her before proceeding with this. She had originally not planned on presenting this gesture to Wei Mingting, but the jar of wine had been opened previously, and if left for too long, it would lose its taste. The jar was nearly full, having been left untouched after the second brother's drunken episode. Only a couple of cups had been consumed, and since Wei Ruo wasn't particularly fond of alcohol, she wouldn't drink it on a normal day, so it would be a waste to let it sit. The second brother said that father loved wine, but wasn't addicted to it. Letting him taste it would be putting it to good use. And since the second brother had already consulted her, she didn't want to contradict him, so she remained silent. "Ruo can make wine?" Wei Mingting's gaze landed on Wei Ruo. "Yes, it was a casual attempt," Wei Ruo casually answered. "Well, your father must taste it properly," Wei Mingting declared. Happiness elevates the spirit. The weight of the Japanese pirates' issue temporarily lifted, and Wei Mingting's longing for wine emerged. Upon hearing this, Mother Yun promptly poured Wei Mingting a cup, then filled a cup for everyone present except for the young Wei Yilin. Toasting is a refined activity, so on this celebratory occasion, Mother Yun allowed their older children to drink. Wei Mingting tasted it first, and then a look of surprise appeared on his face. Ruo, did you really make this wine? Wei Ruo responded indifferently. The wine is truly excellent. It's clear, sweet, and light, with a strong aroma of wine and fruit, Wei Mingting commented. Upon hearing Wei Mingting's praise, Mother Yun and Wei Yichen also took a sip. Both showed expressions of surprise. Ruo made a good wine. It's purer and sweeter than what's sold at the taverns in town, Wei Yichen said. The purity and sweetness probably came from the distillation method Wei Ruo used, resulting in a pure and clear wine, transparent like water. In this era, many wines, especially those brewed in small workshops, were somewhat crude, resulting in a more cloudy product. Mother Yun also couldn't help but praised. Ruo is really skillful. This is the first time I've tasted a wine that is so warming yet mellow. Listening to everyone praising Wei Ruo, Wei Qingwan looked down at the cup of wine in front of her, and then tentatively took a sip. She didn't drink much, and didn't have much opportunity to drink, so she didn't know as much about wine as her parents and brothers. But Wei Qingwan could tell that the wine was indeed good. The clear, sweet, and refreshing taste could be discerned. Suddenly, she felt a bitter taste in her heart. She looked up at Wei Ruo with a smile on her face, and praised along with everyone else, "Sister is really amazing. It seems that nothing can stump you. Compared to you, I am really useless." How could Wanwan be useless? Wanwan is good at her own things, Mother Yun reassured quickly. Exactly. Making wine is not a work for a distinguished young lady. Isn't that the job for sweaty brewmasters in those small workshops outside? Wei Yilin added hurriedly. Yilin, what are you talking about? Wei Mingting looked serious. Wei Yilin was afraid of Wei Mingting. As soon as Wei Mingting looked serious, he immediately lowered his head, not daring to make a sound. Usually when Wei Mingting was not at home, he would sometimes make similar disparaging remarks about Wei Ruo. No one in the family got angry, so he took it for granted. If these were unintentional words, then let them slide. But if you deliberately disrespect your eldest sister, you can skip today's meal and go stand in the yard, Wei Mingting said coldly. Hearing this, Mother Yun quickly pleaded for her youngest son. Yilin must have misspoke unintentionally. Husband, don't be angry. Wei Yilin lowered his head very low and nodded lightly. Seeing this, Wei Mingting did not pursue the matter further. Wei Yichen explained to Wei Yilin, Yilin, brewing is not as crude as you think. Good brewing recipes are usually family secrets passed down from generation to generation. Plus, there's an official winery in the palace, where the brewmasters hold official positions. I see. Wei Yilin responded softly. Actually, he knew all that his big brother said. He just spoke like that because he didn't want Sister Wanwan to feel inferior to Wei Qingruo. As for the remaining Wei genie, he pretended to take a sip, but in reality not a drop entered his mouth. Wei Ruo noticed this. After what happened last time, he wouldn't dare to touch any alcohol, even this mild fruit wine. The meal ended, and the jar of wine was finished, most of which was consumed by Wei Mingting. The rest of them just took a few sips. As for Wei Mingting's tolerance, this fruit wine wouldn't make him drunk, not even 7 or 8 jars would. He loved wine, but he abstained when he had official duties. Today, they were celebrating a great victory at home. It was a rare opportunity to drink in these past few years. Having a jar of good wine made him ecstatic. When the banquet ended, Wei Mingting unexpectedly asked Wei Ruo for more wine. Ruo, if you make more wine in the future, let your father taste it, all right? Wei Ruo couldn't refuse, so she said, all right, I'll remember to make some for father next time. She didn't know when the next batch of wine would be ready, and the wine just brewed couldn't be drunk immediately, it had to be left for a long time. So Wei Mingting might not get to taste her next batch of wine until who knows when. As for the few jars still stored in her warehouse, Wei Mingting only asked for the next batch, not those already brewed. So naturally, she didn't need to bring them out. Wei Mingting said, good, your father will be looking forward to Ruo's next fine wine. After the banquet, everyone left the dining hall one after another. As soon as Wei Ruo stepped out of the door, Wei Qingwan walked towards her. Wei Qingwan took the initiative to talk to Wei Ruo and handed her a sachet that she had embroidered herself. Sister, I embroidered this sachet for you. I'm not as capable as my sister. I can only do some embroidery work. I hope sister will not dislike it. Wei Ruo turned her head to look at Wei Qingwan but did not take it. Seeing that Wei Ruo didn't react, Wei Qingwan explained, "Sister, I've kept in mind what you taught me on Qixi Festival, but at the moment, I can't think of a better way to express my sincerity to sister. So I embroidered a sachet to show my intentions." Wei Ruo examined Wei Qingwan intently. Wei Qingwan, perhaps feeling guilty or uncomfortable, lowered her head to avoid direct eye contact with Wei Ruo. "All right, then I'll accept it." Wei Ruo suddenly reached out to take the sachet. Immediately after, Wei Ruo saw Wei Yichen coming out of the dining hall and passed the sachet to him. "Ruo, what is this?" Wei Yichen looked at Wei Ruo in confusion. "Elder brother has given me Tingsong Garden, and I've wanted to send him an embroidered silk pouch for a while now. But alas, my hands are clumsy, and I don't know how to embroider. Just by chance, Sister Qingwan gave me one. So I will present that to my brother in a gesture of turning flowers into a Buddha offering," said Wei Ruo. Wei Ruo grinned widely, then turned on her heel and walked away. She didn't care whether it was okay to re-gift things given to her. Either way, she's a country lass. Surely they'll understand that she doesn't know every custom, right? In any case, she dared not accept anything from Wei Qingwan. Who knew if this was just a trap? Although for the time being she couldn't fathom what schemes Wei Qingwan could spin around a simple silk pouch, if she didn't give her an inch, her plans would remain futile. After all, how could something as frivolous as a silk pouch make up for the grudge of slandering and wronging her? By the time Wei Yichen figured out what he was holding in his hand and tried to call out to Wei Ruo, she had already left. "Wanwan, was this the pouch you were planning to give Ruoro?" Wei Yichen asked Wei Qingwan. "Yes, perhaps she did not like it because I didn't make it well enough," whispered Qingwan. "Ruoruo is just like that, brusque in her actions but not ill-intentioned. She has been at the residence for some time now, so don't think too much of it, Wanwan," said Wei Yichen, dismissing the slight incident. "Both his sisters are good girls with different temperaments, two pearls of the Wei family." "Yes, I understand," replied Qingwan, her low-dropped face wearing an awful expression. "I will keep the pouch." "Thank you, Wanwan." Although he didn't necessarily need an embroidered silk pouch, it represented the good intentions of his two sisters, which he cherished. Capital City, the loyal and righteous Duke residence. News of Wei Mingting's promotion quickly reached the capital. The news came directly from the capital, ahead of the letter sent from Xingshan County. The news plunged the loyal and righteous Duke residence into a sea of joy. "Good job, third son. This is a celebration, a great celebration. It is a joyous occasion for the entire Duke residence." The old Duke was delighted and his face beamed with a joy not seen in a long time. It had been 3 whole years and finally, his third son had received another promotion. The worry that had been gnawing at him could finally be put to rest. Both Wei Minghong and Wei Mingyong couldn't contain their smiles. "Father, this is truly a joyous occasion. Now we do not have to worry about our little brother being demoted," Wei Mingyong said with a smile. "Father, given this great occasion, shouldn't we make a trip to Xingshan County to personally congratulate him?" Wei Minghong suggested. The old Duke objected. "There's no need for a personal visit. Even though you're only doing routine tasks at the moment, you still hold an official position. Can you afford to run around so recklessly? Are you trying to give others something to hold over you?" The old Duke continued. "If you two as his elder brothers truly care for your younger brother, show your sincerity. You should prepare some congratulatory gifts for him. Xingshan County is rather impoverished, and I heard that this year's yield is not looking good. The situation even before the fall harvest suggests a potential food shortage. You two as his elder brothers should consider his plight." Seeing their plan to visit Xingshan County thwarted and their father urging them to dip into their wealth, the expressions on Wei Minghong and Wei Mingyong's faces became awkward. After some hesitation, Wei Mingyong was the first to speak. "Father is right. I will go back and arrange a suitable gift. We cannot let our little brother's promotion go uncelebrated." Once Wei Mingyong had spoken, Wei Minghong couldn't be left out. Despite his reluctance, he said, "Father, rest assured. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have arranged this matter in due course." Despite their reluctance, the brothers didn't dare to gloss over their father's suggestion. They returned home and prepared some items which were then taken to the old Duke. After the old duke had sorted through them, they were sent off to Xingshan County. At the end of July, Wei Ruo received a response from Imo Jiajia. The village leader wrote on behalf of the villagers promising that they would store enough grain for the next year, and then sell any surplus to Wei Ruo at the local market rate after the harvest. Their village had been planting the rice seeds that Wei Ruo had given them and using the farming knowledge she had taught them, which had considerably increased their rice yield for several consecutive years, far surpassing the surrounding villages. This also significantly improved the living conditions of Imo Jiajia, which was originally a poor village. They could now feed themselves and also sell the surplus grains for money. The villagers remembered this favor, so regardless of how the price of grain changed in the future, they would sell it to Wei Ruo at the usual price. The coal had also been taken care of. They had already ordered a batch from Huzhou Prefecture, which would arrive soon. Both the current situation and the memory of the original host told Wei Ruo that this year wouldn't be easy. The looming challenges for Xingshan County were food shortage and cold. Wei Ruo knew she had to plan for these issues early. "Miss, are we really spending so much silver on grain and coal? That would be almost all of the liquid assets you have." Xiaomei voiced her worries. Wei Ruo had already spent most of her savings on the purchase of Shaoyang Mountain. Now she was about to spend another 500 taels of silver on grains and coal, which would almost deplete her savings. Running water doesn't rot, and money begets money. Silver itself is just a cold lump of metal. It only becomes meaningful when I can use it to get what I want, Wei Ruo said. "As long as you have a plan, Mississippi. If anything comes up, don't bear it alone. Nanny, Uncle Sue, and I can help share the burden," Xiaomei said. "Don't worry, my dear Maisie. Your miss has always been savvy when it comes to making money," Wei Ruo replied with a smile, then touched her stomach. "Although working my brain so much makes me hungry." All right, I got it. I'll make you some snacks. The seafood we bought last time has all been dried. How about I roast some dried squid for you?" "Sounds great. Make some extra and send it to second brother as well." "All right, I'll get right to it." Xiaomei took out the dried squid they had dried a while ago and went over to Ingzhu Garden next door to roast it on their kitchen stove. After roasting, she divided it into 2 portions. She left one portion at Ingzhu Garden for Xiaobei to deliver to Wei Jini and brought the second portion back for Wei Ruo. Wei Ruo happily noshed on a piece of the crispy roasted squid and busied herself in her room for the whole afternoon. On the other hand, Wei Jini, who had received the roasted squid from Wei Ruo, savored it delicately. Xiaobei remarked from the side, "Young master, Miss Ruo really cares about you. Always thinking of you when she has something nice." Although Wei Jini did not respond, she agreed with Xiaobei's view in her heart. She really liked this brother, and if one day she learned the truth, she didn't know if she would be heartbroken. Xiaobei couldn't resist asking again, "Young master, are we really going to Huzhou Prefecture? If we go there, we won't see the young lady again." "Yes, we have to go." Wei Jini had made up her mind. There were some things that were inconvenient to do in Wei residence. Only by going out could he get the freedom to act. Seeing Wei Jini's changes, Xiaobei was happy but also worried. The young master had always been avoiding people all these years. Now he had changed his mind. He didn't know if this was a good or bad thing. A few days later, they received a return letter from Huzhou Prefecture. The recommendation letter from Hayo was very effective, and the Tibetan layman planned to meet Wei Jini in person. So, Wei Jini prepared to set off for Huzhou Prefecture. Wei Mingting personally ordered Yunshe to prepare Wei Jini's luggage, carriage, and horses to ensure a smooth journey for Wei Jini. Yunshe did not dare to neglect his order, but she felt a bit lost. Her second son, who had always been insignificant in the residence, got the chance to become a disciple of the Tibetan layman, while her elder son, who had been praised by the teacher's classmates, had to stay in Xingshan County, desperately seeking the next opportunity. When Wei Jini left, Wei Ruo did not see him off. She just prepared a box of farewell gifts for Wei Jini and gave it to Xiaobei the day before. After Wei Jini left, Wei Ruo sat in the yard, propping her chin with one hand and sighed unconsciously. "I suddenly feel that my decision is not very wise. There's no one to talk to at home. With the departure, it feels even more desolate." Xiaomei said, "Miss, I have no way to influence this. You made this decision. If you feel bored, then I must suffer a bit and accompany you more to talk." Good Mei Mei, don't be jealous of my brother. You are the most important. You are the person who talks to me the most. I can bear to lose anyone, but not you, Wei Ruo explained hastily. Xiaomei was made to giggle by Wei Ruo. All right. Miss, are you hungry again and want me to make you something delicious? No. It's all from my heart. No tactics, Wei Ruo said with a chuckle. Time flashed to the 8th month of the lunar calendar, and the weather turned cool. On the first day of the 8th month, it was overcast, and the mood of the people was also like the weather. The reason was nothing more than the poor growth of this year's rice. The rice ears had fewer grains and were not full. Many of them were empty, and it was foreseeable that the grain situation would be poor this year. At the same time, the sweet potatoes on Shaoyang Mountain were also harvested. Compared with the sorrow of other farming estates workers, Shaoyang Mountain was filled with joy of the harvest. The hired farmhands turned the earth, dug up sweet potatoes, and then carried them down the mountain in loads. The long-term and short-term farmhands in the nearby estates craned their necks to watch. In fact, they were curious when Shaoyang Mountain began to grow sweet potatoes. Later, they sold some vine leaves, and everyone knew vaguely that this was a new crop that could be eaten. But if they only sold some leaves, planting a whole mountain seemed not worthwhile. Today, when they saw the farmhands on the mountain carrying loads of sweet potatoes down, they realized that the main part of these plants to be eaten was the tubers in the ground. They were not sure if these red pieces were tasty or not. The majority of the first batch of sweet potatoes that were dug up were sent to the warehouse, and only a small part was sent to the market for sale. Looking at this year's situation, it was more important to store grain than silver. Of course, Wei Ruo still needed to sell some sweet potatoes to obtain some liquid capital, but this was not in a rush. She needed to wait until all the sweet potatoes were dug up, evaluate the total output, and then decide how much to sell. For now, only a small amount was sold, more like a promotional campaign for this new type of crop, paving the way for future large-scale sales. At the market, a charcoal fire rack was set up next to the small stall selling sweet potatoes, and the sweet potatoes were roasted on it. Soon, the baked sweet potatoes exuded a tempting food smell and attracted many people to stop and ask. Having tasted the sweet potato leaves and dried sweet potatoes before, everyone had some understanding of this crop and knew it was edible with a nice flavor. The price of roasted sweet potatoes was neither expensive nor cheap, 5 coins each. But this year, everyone could foresee that the grain would be in short supply, and the price of grain in the rice shops was already rising. Considering this, the price of sweet potatoes was reasonable. After the first customer bought a roasted potato, tasted it, and said it was delicious, the subsequent sales were fast, and the sweet potatoes were quickly sold out. Many people wanted to buy more, but the stall selling baked sweet potatoes had already closed down. Those who wanted more could only come back another day. In Tingsong Garden, Wei Ruo was in a very good mood. Xiaomei was also happy. Every time a crop was harvested, the young lady's mood was exceedingly good. If crops matured every day, the young lady would probably be as happy every day. What Xiaomei did not know was that Wei Ruo was not only happy about the abundant harvest of sweet potatoes on Shaoyang Mountain, but also because the sweet potatoes she herself had planted in the yard had matured too. Though quantitatively they couldn't be compared with those on Shaoyang Mountain, these were sweet potatoes that Wei Ruo had planted herself, and she could gain experience points from them. There were initially only 100 experience points required to upgrade to the 3rd level of the space. With this harvest, she directly gained 200 experience points, which successfully upgraded the space to the 3rd level. Not only did the available space for cultivation in the space increase, but she could also unlock a new kind of space plant, Shiitake mycelium. After the space was upgraded, Wei Ruo immediately planted Shiitake mycelium in the space's land. The land in the space could support any plants and didn't require her to make additional adjustments to the soil and environment. Even though the environmental factors required for growing mushrooms differed greatly from common plants, in the land of the space, all could be realized. Besides, Wei Ruo planned to cultivate mushrooms in the outside world, which would be a lot more complicated, requiring appropriate cultivation materials and environment. At the moment, there are several advantages to growing mushrooms in Xingshan County. First, their growth cycle is very short. Under suitable temperature and humidity, they can mature in a week. Second, They do not need to be planted in the ground and do not occupy land resources. In Xingshan County, land resources are extremely limited. Even with the addition of the wasteland in the south of the city, the per capita cultivated land area is still not abundant. Lastly, and what pleased Wei Ruo most, was that there were many hills in Xingshan County, many of which had caves. When she visited the Xie residence, she had discovered many natural caves in the nearby hills. If the humidity and temperature inside the caves were suitable, they could become natural mushroom cultivation rooms. Mimi, contact the nanny. I have something I need her to help me buy, Wei Ruo said enthusiastically. Firstly, Wei Ruo needs to prepare all the necessary materials, which are sawdust, wood shavings, rice bran, or wheat bran. These are the main components of the mushroom cultivation bundle. Among them, sawdust and wood shavings form the major part, each constituting about 40%. Both of these can be purchased at a low price from the carpenters in town. The remaining rice bran and wheat bran are also not difficult to obtain, and their prices are not expensive. The initial purchase doesn't have to be in large quantity. Wait until the practice has proven successful and feasible before considering expansion. The purchasing tasks should be given to the nanny, while Wei Ruo herself needs to investigate the caves in Xingshan County to see if there are any suitable for her requirements in terms of temperature and humidity. Wei Ruo put her plan into action once she had it set. For this trip, Wei Ruo still brought Zhang's nanny along. Being with Wei Ruo, Zhang's nanny has not only increased her status, but also received many good things from Wei Ruo, especially food, benefiting greatly as a result. Wei Ruo didn't involve Zhang's nanny in the other things she was doing, but she would have Zhang's nanny help with cover, facilitating her access to the military prefecture. Zhang's nanny is quite generous, not saying much about taking advantage from Wei Ruo. She was naturally afraid of trouble. As long as Wei Ruo didn't create any problems, she would be too lazy to reveal Wei Ruo's secrets to Madame Yun. The mountains in the west area are desolate and precipitous. If the mountains to the north of the city still have the potential to be cultivated into terraced fields, then these mountains to the west are out of the question. They are barren, precipitous, and full of stones. Only suitable as firewood hills, and only nearby firewood gatherers and huntsmen would visit. The carriage couldn't go up the mountain, so it had to stop on the nearby path. Seeing that Wei Ruo was planning to head up the mountain, Zhang's nanny anxiously advised, "Miss, I suggest you not climb this mountain. There's nothing valuable on it. It's really not worth it." "It's okay. I'll just take a stroll. This mountain is rugged. Who knows, there may be a lot of valuable medicinal herbs. This trip won't be wasted," assured Wei Ruo. The nearby villagers didn't recognize medicinal herbs, so Wei Ruo thought that her chances of finding medicinal herbs on these rugged mountains were quite high. Of course, her main goal was to personally see the number, size of the caves on these mountains, and whether the temperature and humidity inside really made them natural incubators for mushroom cultivation. Seeing this, Zhang's nanny didn't continue to dissuade her. She just wasn't willing to climb the mountain herself. "Then, miss, I will wait for you down here with the carriage. This mountain is too dangerous and I can't handle it with my old legs." "Yes, it's okay. You just wait for me down there. If you're tired, you can take a nap in the carriage." Wei Ruo didn't plan to take Zhang's nanny with her up the mountain anyway, otherwise she wouldn't know how to explain when she found the caves. Wei Ruo and Xiaomei went up the mountain together, an activity they had done many times before. For Xiaomei, as long as her young miss didn't secretly climb the mountain alone, she was grateful. What she was most afraid of was her young miss sneaking into the deep mountain forest alone. This always worried her to death. Just as the two were about to climb the mountain, a group of people approached from another trail. Wei Ruo recognized them from a distance and confirmed who they were as they approached. It was the Xie siblings. Xiering also recognized Wei Ruo and accelerated her pace, jogging towards Wei Ruo. "Ruoro, slow down. Be careful not to fall," Wei Ruo cautioned. Xieju, who was following close behind Xiering, echoed the same. "Yingying, did you hear? Miss Wei also said you should be careful. The path here is full of weeds, dead branches, and broken stones. It would be dangerous if you fell." "I'm fine. You guys don't need to worry about me." Xiang didn't think she would fall. She was agile. Next, Xiang asked Wei Ruo, "What brings you here?" "I'm here to collect herbs from the nearby mountain." Wei Ruo replied, choosing not to mention her mushroom cultivation plan to the Xie siblings yet. Hearing this, Xie Ying's eyes lit up. The herbal remedy you gave me last time. I gave it to my mom, and she said it worked. As long as it's helpful, Wei Ruo said with a smile. So, I'll come and pick the herbs with you this time. Once I find it, you can tell me how to use it. Having had a successful experience the last time, Xiering was fully energized this time. Hearing this, Xieju was confused and asked, "Little sister, what kind of medicine did you give to our mother? Is mother sick? Why does she need medicine? This is a women's issue. It's none of your business." Xiang pulled Wei Ruo aside to prevent Xieju from hearing their conversation. Xieju was exasperated. "Little sister, our mother is my mother too. Can I not be concerned about her health?" "No." Xiang refused. Seeing that Xiang couldn't be persuaded, Xieju turned to Wei Ruo. "Miss Wei, please tell me, is there anything wrong with my mother's health?" "Your mother is fine, Mr. Xie, please rest assured," answered Wei Ruo. Xiang said with a triumphant look at Xieju. "Brother, you might as well give up. Ruoruo and I are on the same boat." Xieju sighed helplessly. "All right then." Xiang, holding Wei Ruo's hand, started to walk up the mountain, chatting idly along the way. Wei Ruo asked Xiang, "What brought you here, by the way? Don't you remember, we have a second house nearby. Brother and I just dropped by after visiting there and decided to stroll around the neighborhood." Xiering is restless by nature, and she always feels bored staying at home. Now that she had Xieju with her, she would seize every opportunity to let him bring her out. After a short walk, Wei Ruo found some Paris polyphylla, also known as polygonata. Wei Ruo carefully picked them up like treasures. "What's this?" Xiang curiously inquired. "This is called Paris polyphylla, also known as polygonatum. It's good for treating snake bites. It's easy to recognize. Usually a stalk has 7 leaves, but some have 6. It's actually quite hard to find. I didn't expect to be so lucky today to find it on the mountain," explained Wei Ruo. Xiang diligently took note while Xieju listened with interest. Xiering then spotted the same plant nearby and quickly called for Wei Ruo to identify it. "Yes, this is Paris polyphylla." Upon receiving Wei Ruo's confirmation, Xiering carefully began to dig it up. Once she successfully dug up the whole plant, she proudly showed it off to Xieju. "Brother, see how well I dug it up." "Yes, my sister's plant is the most beautiful." Xieju gave his unprincipled compliment. Anything his sister did was naturally the best. There was no doubt about it. Even if it was just simply digging up a plant, it must be more beautiful than what others have dug up. "What's this, Ruoro? Isn't this just some dried-up wild grass? Why are you picking it?" Xiang asked. "This one is called Sephora japonica. It's just the right season to pick it," Wei Ruo explained. "Sephora japonica? What's it used for?" Sephora japonica is remarkably effective in treating scrofula, a disease with a high mortality rate, hence it's quite valuable. However, it is overlooked by many due to its similarity to common weeds. It gets its name because its flowers resemble dried grass in summer, Wei Ruo explained. "I didn't expect such a common-looking plant to be so useful." Xiang bent down to help Wei Ruo pick it. Moreover, Sephora japonica can be used to make herbal tea. It makes a tasty drink when boiled with lotus leaves and philosophes extract, Wei Ruo added. Ruo, you know how to make herbal tea too?" Xiang asked. "Making herbal tea is quite simple. You just put the ingredients in water and boil them together. There's not much technique required. I can also make herbal jelly and turtle jelly. Those are a bit complicated, but they're great for cooling down in the summer," Wei Ruo said. "Ruo, you're like a treasure. I want to take you home and hide you away." Xiaomei, standing nearby, couldn't help but interject. "Miss Xie, kidnapping is illegal. If you're thinking about taking our young miss home, I'll report you to the authorities." Xiang pouted. "Do you think I could kidnap your young miss with you around? Why don't I give you some silver and you tie her up for me?" Xiaomei immediately asked Wei Ruo for advice. Miss Xie offered me silver. If she offers a lot, can I consider it?" Wei Ruo nodded. "You can consider it. If the offer is substantial, I might even cooperate and let you tie me up, then share the spoils with you." Xiaomei agreed. Yeah. After we get the silver, I can go to the Xie residence to rescue our young miss." Xiang was taken aback. How dare you two plot to steal my silver right in front of me? As she spoke, she raised her hand, pretending to throw the freshly picked Sephora japonica at Wei Ruo. But after a glance, she couldn't bear to do it. Instead, she changed direction and threw it forcefully into Wei Ruo's medicine basket. Xieju, standing 5 steps away, couldn't help but laugh as he watched the interactions of the 3 girls. Miss Wei was indeed a lively and attractive character, no doubt capable of taming his headstrong sister. After a while, Wei Ruo spotted a cave. Wei Ruo curiously headed towards the cave. Xieju hurriedly intercepted. Miss Wei, don't go there. It's dangerous. Dangerous? Wei Ruo looked back at Xieju with puzzled eyes. The caves around Xingshan County are large and deep. The internal structures are complicated. I'm afraid of the possible presence of wild beasts or snakes, rats, insects, ants, etc. Xieju explained. Thank you for your kind intentions, Sir Xie, but I'm still keen to take a look. Rest assured, my maid is extremely capable. We also have experience dealing with snakes, rats, insects, and ants, so we have the strength to handle any issues. Wei Ruo replied. Convinced by the resolve in Wei Ruo's words, and for safety's sake, Xieju decided to accompany them into the cave. I'll stay behind you. In case of danger, I can help, said Xieju. Then I'm going too. Xiang swiftly stepped forward. Xieju quickly grabbed her arm. Ying, why are you going? Why can't I go if you all are? I'm very capable too, Xie claimed. Although she had no martial arts training, her skills in horse riding and archery were not to be underestimated, making her more capable compared to the average lady. But there might be snakes, rats, insects, ants in the cave, aren't you scared? Xieju asked. If Ruo isn't scared, why should I be? Xie retorted fearlessly. If Ying wants to go, I have an insect repellent ointment here. Wei Ruo promptly took out a ceramic container from the bag she brought with her. Upon opening the container, there was a light yellow wax-like substance inside. Wei Ruo lightly rubbed the ointment on her fingertip, then applied it to Xieying's wrists and behind her ears. Xieying sniffed her wrist. It smells wonderful, like a delicate fruit scent, sweet and very pleasant. Yes, I prepared this scent deliberately. I recently learned perfumery and applied it in this ointment. The original ointment had an undesirable medicinal smell. Wei Ruo explained. You're applying what you've learned, Ruo. You're amazing. Xiang couldn't help but praise Wei Ruo again. Xieju behind sight was also amazed. The young Miss Wei was really interesting, like an inexhaustible treasure, continuously surprising people. Xieju looked at Wei Ruo. His eyes filled with admiration and approval, and unconsciously a smile appeared on his face. Xiang asked Wei Ruo, Ruo, can you put some of this ointment on my brother as well? I don't want him to be bitten by ants either. Wei Ruo handed the entire box to Xiang. Here, you can have it. If you give it to me, what about you? Xiang asked. I still have some. I made several boxes at once. Wei Ruo answered. All right then. Xiang didn't hold back. She took Wei Ruo's ointment and turned around to hand it to Xieju. Just smear a little bit. Use it sparingly. After you're done, you have to give it back. Yes, I know. Xieju answered with a smile. After everyone applied the insect repellent ointment, they entered the cave together. Xieju took the lead, protecting the 3 girls behind. The cave was somewhat narrow and the route complex. After a while, Wei Ruo suggested, let's get out. This isn't the cave I'm looking for. The path is narrow and diverges further in. It's dangerous to continue. Although Xieju and Xiang didn't know the reason, listening to Wei Ruo's reasoning, they decided to leave without lingering. They turned their direction and exited the cave. After exiting, Xieju asked Wei Ruo, what kind of cave are you looking for, Miss Wei? When I was a child, I used to play around here a lot and am familiar with the surroundings. Perhaps I can help. Looking at Xieju's earnest face, Wei Ruo pondered for a while, then shared her thoughts. I want to find a spacious cave that is temperate, warm in winter and cool in summer. A large space that's warm in winter and cool in summer. Xieju thought earnestly. Along this trail, halfway up the mountain, there seems to be a cave that fits your requirements. Do you remember the way, Sir Xie? Wei Ruo hurriedly asked. Yes, I remember. I'll lead the way. Xieju replied. Thank you, Sir Xie. Wei Ruo expressed her gratitude. There's no need to be so formal with me. Xie looked at Wei Ruo, his smile gentle. After the pleasantries, Xie took the lead, guiding Wei Ruo, Xiaomei, and his sister towards the mountainside. After bypassing a few large rocks, they reached the broad entrance of a cave. Still, Xie led the way, with the three girls following behind him. This time, the cave was quite spacious from the entrance onwards, with enough room for everyone to walk inside standing straight. Even the tallest Xie didn't need to bend over. After taking around 7 or 8 steps, the interior space became even large. It was a vast, irregular, unbroken space with no branches or forks. One glance was all it took to take in the whole cave. The cave wasn't deep, and its entrance was both wide and high, allowing the outside light to shine in, making it possible for those inside to clearly see the entire cave. The cave was mainly surrounded by rock walls, with some areas being earth walls covered with vines, indicating that the cave was very stable and unlikely to collapse under normal circumstances. Wei Ruo could even see water flowing down the right stone wall, suggesting the cave's humidity level was not low. As for the temperature, it was quite comfortable inside the cave at this time. Wei Ruo walked around along the stone wall, inspecting the entire cave. In some comers, she found some wild mushrooms, slim and grayish-white in color, which were of an inedible variety. However, this indirectly evidenced that the cave's environment was suitable for the growth of mushrooms. What do you think, Sister Wei? Does it meet what you had in mind? Xie asked after Wei Ruo completed her round. Wei Ruo nodded. Yes, this place perfectly matches the cave I have been searching for. Xie revealed a smile. That's good. Considerately, he didn't further question Wei Ruo as to why she was looking for such a cave. If Wei Ruo had chosen not to reveal her motives at the beginning of the day, then it was not appropriate for him to press too much. If Sister Wei wanted to share, she would do so naturally. Having more or less finished inspecting the cave, Wei Ruo said to the Xie siblings, "All right, I'm done. This cave is pretty good, but we can discuss what to do with it next time. Let's go out for now. Shall we continue to gather herbs?" asked Xie. "If you are willing, we can continue to move further up the mountain to get some more herbs," Wei Ruo suggested. "Let's go. I want to personally pick some useful herbs and take them back to boost my mother's health," said Xie. She had money, but that was given by her mother. Using the money given by her mother to buy herbs for her mother didn't mean she had any skill. If she picked the herbs herself, the meaning would be different. Seeing his enthusiastic sister, Xie turned to Wei Ruo and reluctantly said, "My sister is not yet satisfied. I'm afraid we'll have to trouble you, Sister Wei, to continue leading us to find some herbs." "All right," agreed Wei Ruo. Exiting the cave, the group headed deeper into the forest. The deeper they went into the mountains, the higher the chance of finding valuable medicinal herbs became. It wasn't until dusk that the 4 of them descended from the mountain. Upon returning, Xiaomei and Xie each carried a bamboo basket, both filled to the brim. Wei Ruo had wrapped a bundle in cloth, and Xie, having no cloth, used her brother's robe to wrap the rest of the herbs. Most of these herbs were not very valuable. Even collectively, they were probably less valuable than Xieju's cloud brocade robe. But what could he do? His sister wanted to use it. How could Xieju refuse? Once they had reached the foot of the mountain, Xiang wanted to give most of the herbs to Wei Ruo, keeping only a few to prepare a herbal tea for her mother. Wei Ruo refused. "What you picked is naturally yours." Xiang said, "No need. I just want some Sephora japonica to make a herbal tea for my mother." Wei Ruo insisted, "What you picked is yours." But Xiang argued, "But without you telling and teaching me, I wouldn't know them at all, let alone take them home." Wei Ruo responded, "Teaching and picking are separate. The knowledge you gain is yours. The fruits of your labor also belong to you." After thinking for a while, Xiang agreed. "Okay then." Xiang turned back to Xieju and said, "Brother, make sure you take good care of these herbs. Don't lose any of them. We can't afford to lose even a single one." And Xieju, smiling, repeatedly assured, all right, I got it. I will take good care of them." With a slight laugh, Wei Ruo then asked, "Do you have any paper and pen?" "What do you need paper and pen for?" Xieju asked. "The herbs we gathered today can be used to make a nourishing soup with mild medicinal properties. which is very suitable for women to consume. I will write it down. Once you get back home, you can process the herbs according to my instructions and then cook them in the right proportions, Wei Ruo replied. Xiang had mentioned that she wanted to gather herbs to nourish her mother's health. Now that they have gathered the herbs, Wei Ruo naturally felt obliged to provide the prescription as well so that Xia Ying could fulfill her wish. Ruo, you will also give me the prescription? Xiang asked. Yes, although herbal tea is simple, it doesn't have much nourishing effect. Additionally, as the weather has started to cool down, herbal tea is not suitable for frequent consumption, said Wei Ruo. Xiang was overjoyed and went up to hug Wei Ruo. Ruo, you're so nice. Xia Ju didn't have any paper and pen on him, so he quickly sent a servant who had been trailing them from a distance since they left to fetch some from his residence. Whenever he and his sister left the house, the servants would undoubtedly follow them. While they were on the mountains earlier, these servants were also around, maintaining a certain distance to ensure that the siblings and Wei Ruo could play freely. When the Xia family's servant returned with the paper and pen, Wei Ruo found a relatively flat rock and wrote down the prescription. Xia Ju, who had been watching on the sidelines, couldn't help laughing at Wei Ruo's sloppy calligraphy. It wasn't that he was mocking her, he just found it somewhat endearing. It seemed that not everything was Sister Wei's forte. He was then mercilessly pinched in the arm by his sister. Xiang glared at Xia Ju, warning him with her eyes not to ridicule her best friend's handwriting, even though it was indeed ugly. Only then did Xia Ju suppress his laughter. Wei Ruo wrote very meticulously, comprehensively detailing the processing methods for each of the herbs they had gathered today. After she finished, she handed the prescription to Xiang, and after that, said goodbye to the two. Having parted ways with the Xia siblings, Wei Ruo and Xiao Mei took the same route back to their waiting carriage by the roadside. Seeing Wei Ruo returning so late, Nanny Zhang said somewhat helplessly, Miss, you just about scared me to death. If you had not returned any later, I would have gone back to fetch help. I can cover for you. But you mustn't get yourself into any trouble. Otherwise, I won't be able to handle the repercussions. I understand. Next time I will try to come back earlier, Wei Ruo replied. She too knew that she had returned a bit late today. But there was no helping it under the circumstances. Xia Ying was not willing to leave, and she couldn't really force her to leave. Nanny Zhang sighed, well, as long as you're safe. Wei Ruo and Xiao Mei mounted the carriage. On the way back, Wei Ruo began to contemplate her next arrangements. She had found the suitable cave. For now, it was enough. If the experiments proved successful, Wei Ruo thought of considering to scale up later. Wei Ruo will have to negotiate with the village chief of the nearby village to use this cave for mushroom cultivation. Although the mountain is barren and anyone can cut wood and collect herbs from it, a long-term lease agreement for the cave would require the agreement of the villagers. She'll assess how to proceed after investigating all the details. Xia Ju and Xia Ying returned to the Xia family's separate property first. Xia Ju had the collected herbs taken care of. Those that needed to be dried were dried, and those that needed cleaning were cleaned. Brother, don't mess up these herbs, Xia Ying warned. Don't worry, sister. I'll take good care of them since you collected them yourself, Xia Ju said with a smile. And give me back that ointment from earlier. Don't think about hoarding it. Xia Ying stretched out her palm, demanding the ointment from Xia Ju. This time, Xia Ju did not readily give it to her, but began to plead with Xia Ying. Ying, leave the ointment to me. Brother, what do you want it for? Xia Ying asked curiously. Nothing much. I just like its scent and want to keep it for the fragrance. Besides, when it's hot at night, I'm often bothered by mosquitoes while reading. Applying this ointment might help me avoid this annoyance. You can have it if you need it. Xia Ying was always generous to her own family. As long as Xia Ju had a legitimate reason, she would not be stingy towards him. Then Xia Ying added, but don't forget, you need to return a gift to Roro. Last time, I asked you to bring something nice from the capital. You haven't done that yet, leaving me without a gift to give. Xia Ju cried in justice, sister. You're wronging me. I haven't stepped out of Exumshan County since last time, let alone going to the capital. How could I bring something back for you? Then what are you doing lazing around Xingshan County all this time? Haven't you finished what you need to be busy with? Xia Ying asked. Some of it is done, but there are still some things that need to be dealt with, Xia Ju replied. The war has temporarily ceased and he should indeed return. but due to affairs related to the seventh prince, his grandfather has ordered him to stay in Xingshan County for a few more days. How about this? I'll be going to Taizhou Prefecture in a couple of days. The seventh prince is currently in the government city. I need to take care of some matters there. I'll spare some time to buy some interesting things for you and Miss Wei of the Wei family, said Xieju after pondering for a while. All right, but you need to make good choices. My gift isn't important, but she's given me gifts several times, and my return gift needs to be appropriate so as not to bring disgrace, Xiang instructed. Rest assured, I won't let you lose face, Xieju assured laughingly. The siblings joked and laughed for a while, then left the separate property with their harvest from the day and returned to their main Xie family estate. Upon receiving Wei Ruo's instructions, the wet nurse immediately took action. She instructed her husband to purchase what Wei Ruo needed, while she represented Wei Ruo to discuss matters with the village near West Mountain. The negotiation process was surprisingly smooth. As soon as the wet nurse mentioned hiring people from the village and offering a monthly wage of 150 coins, the village chief immediately agreed. To respect the village chief, the wet nurse, according to Wei Ruo's intentions, gave him the right to nominate suitable and capable young people from the village. At first, the village chief tried to refuse, but after hearing that if they succeeded and needed to expand in the future, requiring more people to be hired, he readily agreed. Because selecting just one or two people would be difficult for the village chief. But if there could be job opportunities for a dozen or 20 people, he would have an easier time arranging that and would not worry about the villagers complaining about his arrangements. For their little poor mountain village located west of Xingshan County, this was good news. They had no special skills and only had few acres of thin farmland. Even if they had good weather, their harvest was not enough for their livelihood, let alone in recent years. Having a job to do and earning 200 coins per month would be enough to fill a family's belly. After the materials were collected, they were prepared according to Wei Ruo's given proportions. They prepared many cylindrical culture media, like dry pieces of wood. Then, they carried them into the cave, and the subsequent work was assigned to the hired villagers, Li Erniu and Hindong. The job was not complicated. They were mainly responsible for overseeing that no wild animals or people would enter the cave and cause destruction. They also had to observe the growth of the mushrooms and report regularly. 7 days later, the first batch of shiitake mushrooms grew. The wet nurse personally ran over and after setting a standard for picking, she let Li Erniu and Hindong, who were in charge, pick all the mushrooms that met the standard size criteria. Then, she sent people from her shop to transport them down the mountain. Then, the wet nurse sent some mushrooms to the Wei residence for Wei Ruo. Seeing the first batch of externally cultivated shiitake mushrooms, Wei Ruo was overjoyed. Having a harvest after a mere 7 days, shiitake mushrooms certainly have a much shorter growth cycle compared to other crops. Miss, how should we deal with these mushrooms? Xiaomei asked. Take them to the market for sale immediately, Wei Ruo instructed. Then tell Uncle Su to look for more caves like the one we found in the same area, to increase our planting scale. Miss, shiitake mushrooms aren't a staple, and they won't keep for long. If we plant too many and can't sell them, we'll be stuck with them, Xiaomei worried. Don't worry, once we expand the scale, I don't plan to sell them all. The mushrooms we can't sell, we'll dry into dried shiitake or make them into shiitake sauce. These methods can greatly prolong the shelf life of the mushrooms. Wei Ruo already had countermeasures. Dried shiitake and shiitake sauce? I've never tasted those before. Looking forward to it. Xiaomei was intrigued. When they are ready, you'll be the first one to taste them. It doesn't matter who tastes them first. As long as the miss can grow more crops and earn more silver, that will be great. As Wei Ruo and Xiaomei were happily discussing about shiitake mushrooms, someone from the front yard came by to notify them that Miss Xie had sent a gift and was waiting for Wei Ruo to personally sign for it. Before they left, they specifically mentioned that Miss Xie sent quite a few items, suggesting Wei Ruo bring more people to help with the pickup. Xiang has been clamoring to give Wei Ruo a return gift for quite some time now, so Wei Ruo wasn't very surprised when she heard about this. However, she wondered what gift Xiang had prepared for her. When Wei Ruo arrived in the front yard, there were already many people standing there. Even Yunshi and Wei Qingwan were there. Miss Wei, a kindly-looking elderly man, came forward, saying with a beaming smile, 1 a.m. The butler of the Xia residence. I have been ordered to deliver a return gift to you by our young master and his sister. Wei Ruo looked at the horse cart loaded with goods behind the Xia residence's butler and asked, "Is this all?" "Yes." The butler gave an affirmative answer, then held out the gift list with both hands. "This is the gift list. Please take a look, Miss Wei." Looking at the densely written characters on the gift list, Wei Ruo didn't know how to respond for a moment. Weren't Xie Ju and Xie Ying, the brother and sister, a bit too generous? A full cart, even when the military prefecture sent New Year's gifts to the manor in the capital city, it wasn't that much, was it? Madame Yun stepped forward, glanced at the gift list in Wei Ruo's hand, and her face immediately changed. Just the Yun brocade alone was quite intimidating. Currently, only Madame Yun in the military prefecture had any left, and that was from old garments made in the past. As the decline of the loyal and righteous duke's residence became apparent, there hadn't been any Yun brocade in the house for many years, so no new clothes had been made from such materials. There were also many ornamental pieces and medicinal materials, none of which were commonly seen cheap items. Madame Yun hurriedly said to the butler of the Xia residence, "Butler Xia, isn't the gift from Master Xia and Miss Xia a bit too valuable?" The butler smiled. "Not at all, not at all. Miss Wei has been very kind to our young master, Miss Xia, and the madam. These gifts are nothing." The remedy that Wei Ruo gave to Xie Ying, which Xie Ying prepared for herself, not only moved Xie Ying's mother greatly as she personally picked and boiled herbs, but also turned out to be very effective. Although Madame Xia had no serious ailments, as a woman, she had some symptoms of physical weakness and blood deficiency. After taking the medicine, Madame Xia's problem of night sweats, nightmares, and restlessness had improved significantly, and her spirits had improved as well. Just for this alone, drawing on this reciprocal gift from the Xie family was hardly considered too generous. Wei Qingwan didn't see what was included in the gift list, but from Madame Yun's reaction, she guessed it must be very valuable. An entire cart of valuable gifts, and the Xie family simply gave them away. And Wei Ruo had this opportunity simply because she and Xie Ying had become classmates and had gradually gotten to know each other. If it had been her who had been given the chance to study at the Xie family, then what about now? Wei Ruo also felt that this return gift was a bit too valuable. But since the Xie family had already brought the gift to her doorstep, it wouldn't be unreasonable to send it back. "Could the butler please tell your young master and your young lady for me that I have received their gifts, and I am very pleased with them? I would like to invite them for tea and pastries next time," Wei Ruo said. "Of course, I will relay Miss Wei's words without omission to the young master and the young lady," said the butler, smiling. Then Wei Ruo instructed Xiaomei, "Xiaomei, move everything into my courtyard." "Yes, miss." Xiaomei came forward to start moving. "Sister, shall I let Sueya help you move too?" Wei Qingwan approached and asked softly. "No need. Your maid isn't as strong as Xiaomei. These boxes are quite heavy. It's not good if they get too tired." Wei Ruo resolutely refused. Wei Qingwan intended to counter, but seeing Xiaomei, a girl, lift up the large wooden box, she could only swallow the words of her rebuttal. Seeing this, Madame Yun instructed guard Jinghu to help. Jinghu was strong and powerful, and one of him was able to do the work of two people. Jinghu and Xiaomei moved swiftly. In a few trips, they relocated all the items on the cart back to Tingsong Garden. When the items on the cart were all empty, the butler from Xie residence bid the Wei family farewell and drove the empty cart back to the Xie residence. As Wei Ruo was walking back, she said to Madame Yun, who she had passed by, "Mother, I have some things to do. I'll be going back to Tingsong Garden first." Madame Yun looked at Wei Ruo, wanting to say something, but chose not to say anything at last. She simply nodded and said, "All right, go ahead." After Wei Ruo left, Madame Yun saw Wei Qingwan, her head bowed and her expression not very good. "What's wrong, Wan?" Madame Yun approached and asked concernedly. Wei Qingwan bit her lip and shook her head. "If you have anything on your mind, just tell Mom. Don't keep it bottled up. If something goes wrong, Mom will be very upset." "Did something happen to make you unhappy?" Madame Yun asked. "Mother, I'm really fine. I'm very happy for sister getting along so well with Miss Xie. I can't be unhappy," Wei Qingwan answered. "Yes, Mother knows you are definitely happy too. Ruo behaved quite well these days. She is not only very tactful in dealing with matters, but also made friends with her peers. Madame Yun said, "Yes, sister is really amazing. I was just thinking about accompanying mother to the government city to attend the magistrate's wife's garden party in a few days, and I was a little preoccupied." Wei Qingwan explained. Wei Mingting won this battle. Not only was he promoted, but also the reputation of the military prefecture was enhanced. The magistrate's wife has been holding a garden party for the past few years, but the Wei family, who lived far away in Xingshan County, was never invited. After receiving the invitation from the government city, Madame Yun began to prepare. She planned to take both her daughters with her. Wei Ruo was quite busy and didn't spend much time with her during the day, so she hadn't told Wei Ruo about it yet. But Wei Qingwan often came to Tsangyun Garden to help her manage household affairs. She told Wei Qingwan early to prepare her mentally. "Wanwan, are you worried about not performing well at that time?" asked Madame Yun. Wei Qingwan nodded gently. "Yeah, I haven't met the ladies and missies in the government city yet. I'm afraid I might not be familiar with all the etiquette, and it would be embarrassing." "Wanwan, don't think too much. With your knowledge and cultivation, there will definitely be no problem," Madame Yun reassured. Wei Qingwan bowed her head and didn't reply. "You remind me, though. I should be preparing some more presentable clothes for you to wear at the party," Madame Yun said. Hearing Madame Yun's words, Wei Qingwan's heart lit up. With that in mind, Yunshi turned and walked into the house. Before leaving, she reminded Wei Qingwan to go back and rest early and not overwork herself. When Madame Yun arrived at Tingsong Garden, Wei Ruo was in the courtyard organizing the items that the Xie family had sent. Xiaomei was carrying a few pieces of yun brocade into the house, and Wei Ruo was checking the list and categorizing the items for storage in her storeroom. Some valuable items would be placed in her space later. As for those medicinal materials, they're rare to find in the town of Xingshan County. With these in her possession, she could formulate more medicines. Once she had arranged everything, Wei Ruo planned to make good use of these medicines, keeping some for herself and preparing others for Su Zhongyong. Looking at Wei Ruo, Madame Yun hesitated for a while before saying, "Ruo, the magistrate's wife has sent an invitation to us, inviting us to attend the garden party next month." "Oh," Wei Ruo, her head not lifted, her eyes still focused on the box in front of her. "Mother is thinking of making some attractive dresses for you to wear to the party," said Madame Yun. Wei Ruo's hand movement paused for a moment. Madame Yun said "you both," which is to include Wei Qingwan as well. Wei Ruo laughed inwardly, then lifted her head, pretending not to understand the underlying implication of Madame Yun's words, and smilingly said, "Mother wants to make clothes for me? Since I returned home, this is the first time you will be making clothes for me. What kind of outfit are you planning to do? Winter is approaching. The clothes should be somewhat thick, shouldn't they?" Wei Ruo asked several questions in a row. Madame Yun, looking into her clear and bright eyes, found herself a bit tongue-tied with the prepared words. Wei Ruo continued, "When I returned home, although those clothes were new, they were likely designed based on Sister Qingwan's measurements. I assume Mother didn't know my size, so you could only use Qingwan's. This time when making clothes, it's crucial to let the tailor measure me well." Upon hearing these words, Madame Yun felt slightly ashamed. She indeed didn't know the size of her own daughter who had been living so far away in Huzhou Prefecture, hence couldn't decide on the clothes. So, she had the unused new clothes, originally intended for Wanwan, sent to Tingsong Garden for Ruoruo. But after seeing Ruoruo wearing those clothes gracefully and elegantly, there looked to be no ill-fitting parts. She thought there wasn't a problem. Usually, clothes were made twice a year. But this year there was a war during the mid-year, and she had to worry about her husband on the front line and manage the home affairs. She didn't think about it, and no new clothes were arranged. As a result, it happened that no clothes had been made based on her measurements since Ruoruo returned home. Madame Yun said with an apologetic tone, "That is indeed the case. It will certainly be measured properly." Then she looked at the yun brocade in front of Wei Ruo again, her expression somewhat hesitant. But after pondering for a while, she decided to speak out, "Ruoruo, these two pieces of yun brocade are of fine quality. Why not make your new clothes from them? This fabric is valuable and has a good pattern. It would seem more presentable for both of you to wear clothes made out of it when you go to Government City. Once we have fine fabrics in the house, I will make it up to you." Mother means, If Miss Xie hadn't coincidentally gifted me this yun brocade, we wouldn't have the means to attend the garden party in Government City next month? Wei Ruo asked. I doesn't mean that. It's just that since we do have it, it naturally makes things better, Madame Yun said. If we are using the yun brocade to make clothes, it will only be for me, Wei Ruo said. Madame Yun frowned. Ruoruo, you and Qingwan are sisters. Qingwan has always cared about you a lot, always thinking of you. You should show your grace as the elder sister. We got so many gifts from the Xie family, and I'm not asking much from you. Just these 2 pieces of different patterned yun brocade. 1 piece made into a dress for both of you. Besides, this is just borrowing from you. Once we have good fabric, I'll surely return it to you. Wei Ruo's smile didn't fade from her face as she explained slowly. Mother doesn't know. The reason why Miss Xie chose to gift me these 2 pieces of yun brocade is because she saw that the quality of the clothes I usually wear is inferior compared to her own, and those were not a perfect fit. She purposefully sent this, wishing that I could wear clothes made from the fabric she gifted. Isn't that so? Upon hearing this, Madame Yun felt a tightness in her heart. Wei Ruo continued. 1 piece of yun brocade, although ample for a single outfit, wouldn't suffice for 2. And these 2 different styles of fabric were handpicked by Ying for me. Surely she wants to see me wearing both. With Wei Ruo's statement, Madame Yun couldn't impose Wei Qingwan to share the yun brocade for the clothes. In addition to Wei Ruo's previous remark that she has not had any clothes custom-made for her upon returning home, it made Madame Yun feel guilty, and she completely abandoned the idea of having a new set of clothes made for Wei Qingwan too from the yun brocade. However, Madame Yun thought, if Ruoruo has new clothes made of yun brocade and Wanwan doesn't, Wanwan will inevitably feel hurt. Therefore, she glanced at the items in front of Wei Ruo, pondered for a moment, then said, if the yun brocade is not okay, Ruoruo, you can pick out some stuff that you don't need for Wanwan to soothe her. That way, you two will have different appearances when you go to Government City, and she won't feel bitter about it. The corners of Wei Ruo's mouth still held a faint smile. Mother doesn't know. Now that I am friends with Miss Xie, I must, of course, respect the gifts she gave me. I will certainly give her a return gift. Otherwise, if I just keep accepting her gifts without reciprocating, it's not just my reputation at stake, but that of the entire military prefecture. Does Mother really want to hear people saying that the Wei family doesn't know manners and only benefits off others? Even if outsiders don't criticize, if I always accept benefits from the Xie family without showing appreciation or reciprocating, sooner or later, I'll be looked down upon by the Xie family and they wouldn't want to be friends with me. Isn't that so, Mother? Madame Yun was speechless. Wei Ruo continued. If giving a gift, quite some silver is naturally required, not less than what Miss Xie bestowed upon me. But I only receive so much as monthly allowance, which is inadequate for reciprocating gifts to the Xie family. The gifts I received, those which I won't use and those that are common and unlikely to be recognized, I will choose among them in the future. Those suitable for resale will be sold for silver, and then I can give a return gift to Miss Xie. Xiaomei came back in after shifting the items once, and discovered that her young lady was currently stretching the truth. The young lady wouldn't possibly sell the gifts she received from others. She must be planning to get the money in another way. Madame Yun said, but this method of selling other people's gifts for silver isn't good. If people found out, they would laugh. Wei Ruo. So where does Mother think I should get the silver from? Madame Yun was once again left speechless. Wei Ruo said, I hope Mother can understand my difficulties. I returned to the family not long ago. I neither have a foundation nor savings. When dealing with a great family's young lady, I must send some items, and should also have some savings suitable for myself. Madame Yun felt uncomfortable upon hearing these words from Wei Ruo. It hasn't been many months since Ruoruo returned home, and these matters were indeed difficult for her. Achieving what she has so far was already very impressive. The daughter is in a difficult situation, and the military prefecture is also currently lacking silver, making it impossible to spare much silver to let her daughter buy things to gift to people like Miss Xie did so generously. I understand. This matter shall be as if I never mentioned it. You can handle these gifts yourself, Madame Yun said. Having said that, she thought of something else, pondered for a while, and then continued. Speaking of which, Ruoruo, being the eldest daughter of the family, your monthly allowance should be increased. Is that appropriate? If my allowance is increased, what about Sister Qingwan? Wei Ruo asked. As the eldest daughter, you should usually receive more monthly allowance than your younger brothers and sisters. This is the rule in every household. Qingwen is a sensible girl and won't object to it, said Madame Yun. Madame Yun firmly believed that Wei Qingwan would not quibble over such matters. Exactly. My dear sister Qingwan is too kind to fuss over such things, Wei Ruo said with a smile. Madame Yun nodded. I'll leave you to it. I will return to Tsangyun Garden. All right. Wei Ruo smiled and escorted Madame Yun out. After Madame Yun left, Xiaomei couldn't resist laughing. Miss, I've noticed your bluffs are increasingly impressive. Wei Ruo sighed. What choice do I have? I was forced to adapt. Since I became the mistress of the military prefecture, I've had to think carefully about what to say in order to reason with others. It's not the same as before. If I admit outright that one don't like Wei Qingwan and I don't want to share my things with her, I would certainly be berated for lacking sisterly love, or for lacking the grace of an elder sister. But if I raise the matter in terms of propriety and face, I can persuade others. I've had to invent a lot of things, saying they were said by Ying, but I think she would support me in this. Otherwise, she wouldn't have deliberately arranged for the butler to deliver the gift to me personally. The claims about Xiang noticing that her clothes fit poorly and felt low quality were purely inventions of Wei Ruo. She did this to distract Madame Yun and prevent her from asking for things again. But miss, what if the madam had still insisted on taking your things for Miss Qingwan? Xiaomei asked. Then I would have burned my possessions. No one can force me to give things to people I don't like. Wei Ruo answered. Xiaomei burst into laughter and then asked, Miss, do we still need to prepare a returning gift for the Xie family? Not for the time being. Their gift was valuable, but what I reciprocated isn't ordinary either, so they didn't end up at a loss. Besides, this was already a returning gift on their part. There's no end to it if we go back and forth. It's more important to acknowledge their sentiment, appreciate the good in them, and treat each other sincerely. It doesn't have to be precise in terms of gain and loss, replied Wei Ruo. Yes, you are right, Mississippi. After leaving Tingsong Garden, Madame Yun instructed for an increase in Wei Ruo's monthly allowance and invited tailors from Brocade Clothing Workshop to measure Wei Ruo for new clothes. The news quickly spread to Wangmei Garden. Wei Qingwan's face turned pale. Not only did her mother refrain from asking Wei Ruo for the Yun brocade to make her new clothes, but she also increased Wei Ruo's monthly allowance. What on earth was going on? If Wei Ruo had refused to give her the Yun brocade for her new outfit, her mother should have reprimanded Wei Ruo for her lack of understanding. But why was she rewarded instead of being punished? Nanny, what's going on? Why did mother suddenly increase sister's monthly stipend? Is it because she's getting along well with Miss Xie? Wei Qingwan asked Nanny Li. Nanny Li didn't know the answer either. Ever since that incident, Madame had distanced herself and often sought Nanny Zhang for important tasks. I've definitely underestimated Wei Qingruo. She does have some capabilities, Nanny Li said through gritted teeth. Apologizing intentionally in front of Wei Qingruo's courtyard door did not have the expected effect. Wei Qingruo also refused the purse Nanny Li purposely made for her. This Wei Qingruo was more troublesome than she expected. Nanny, what am I to do now? Will mother send me back to the He family? Nanny, I don't want to go back there. The He family is a mere merchant family with a low status that isn't welcomed by others. Regardless of their wealth, there are many things that money cannot buy. Wei Qingwan asked worriedly. Looking at Wei Qingwan in this way, Nanny Li felt both distressed and worried. She knew her and her daughter's fates were tied to Wei Qingwan. If Wei Qingwan were to be sent to the He family, her daughter would also have to go there. They wouldn't see each other for the rest of their lives. Miss, don't worry for now. All of these are not a big deal. Even if Miss Wei manages to win Madame's favor, it doesn't mean that Madame has diminished her affection for you. Nanny Li comforted Wei Qingwan. Nanny, worrying is all I can do now, Wei Qingwan murmured. Miss, don't worry. Things will get better. You can broaden your horizons and make some new friends in Government City during the upcoming garden tour next month. You can find families much more distinguished than the Xie family there. Nanny Li's words did not console Wei Qingwan as she knew that the prominent families in Government City wouldn't take notice of her so easily. Even if they did take a liking to her, she doubted they would treat her like the Xie family did Wei Qingruo. Such favoritism from the Xie family was rare. She couldn't understand what they found in Wei Qingrua. Around the Mid-Autumn Festival on the 15th of the 8th lunar month, during the days of rest, both Wei Ruo and Wei Qingwan had a break from their classes. Wei Ruo stayed at home and worked on the expansion of the mushroom business, which had grown 3 times its original size. This resulted in greater material procurement and bookkeeping. Moreover, the process of preparing dried mushrooms and mushroom sauce also needed to be arranged. Mushrooms do not last long after being picked, so the processing needed to be done promptly. Therefore, she had to organize the subsequent work before a large number of mushrooms were harvested. Xiaomei was helping Wei Ruo chop mushrooms in the courtyard, which they would cook in the small kitchen next door. Wei Jini and Xiaobei were not at home, but before leaving, Wei Jini mentioned that they leave the door open. This meant that Wei Ruo could use the small kitchen next door whenever needed. When it was almost lunchtime, the servant responsible for Wei Yilin couldn't find him and went to Wangmei Garden for inquiries. Yilin? Upon hearing the voice, Wei Qingwan walked to the door, interrupting the conversation between the servant and the maid. Yilin didn't come here today. Is something wrong? Isn't he in his own courtyard? It's nothing serious, but it's almost time for lunch and young Master Yilin isn't in Yu Garden. Since he's not here, I'll go look elsewhere, the servant explained to Wei Qingwan, then hastily left to continue his search for Wei Yilin. Wei Qingwan sensed that something was wrong. Sueha, let's go find him too. The servant inquired about Wei Yilin's whereabouts at Chrysanthemum Garden as well, but he wasn't there either. Upon hearing that Wei Yilin had disappeared, Wei Yiqin immediately put down his book and set out to search for him alongside Wei Yilin's servant. The entire Wei residence was searched, even Tingsong Garden and Ingzhu Garden, where Wei Yilin would hardly go. However, Wei Yilin was nowhere to be found. It was now clear that Wei Yilin was not in the residence. Wei Yiqin and Wei Qingwan hurriedly reported the matter to Madame Yun. Madame Yun immediately mobilized everyone in the residence to search. In Tingsong Garden, after Wei Ruo had sent away the people who came to inquire about Wei Yilin, she lazily fell back into bed. It was a rare break. Why not have a nap? Napping is such a happy thing to do. Miss, should you also go out to help search? The servants from Wangmei Garden have already dashed out to join the search. They are quite busy. Xiaomei asked anxiously, frowning. With so many people already out looking, my absence won't make much difference. Moreover, I don't like the brat Wei Yilin and he doesn't like me either. I'm pretty sure he doesn't want to be found by me, his older sister in name. Wei Ruo stretched out lazily. Miss, I'm just worried that if young master really has had an accident, when Madame Yun asks about it and finds out that you, the eldest miss, were unconcernedly napping at home, you will be scolded. Xiaomei lowered her head and murmured. At her words, Wei Ruo opened her eyes, becoming significantly more alert. What Xiaomei said was true. It wasn't just about suffering Madame Yun's punishment. If someone else gossiped it, the accusations of the eldest sister's indifference might become more intense. After all, her little brother was missing, and she did not seem to care. After a moment, Wei Ruo rolled over, propping up her upper body. Get the clothes, Xiaomei. I am destined to work hard. There is simply no time for rest. Reluctantly, Wei Ruo got up and dressed, then went out with Xiaomei. The servants from the residence who were out searching spread out in a carpet pattern. Everyone went out on foot, except for Wei Qingwan, who took a carriage. As a result, the carriage which Wei Ruo regularly took was available. Although she walked out of the door, Wei Ruo did not have a specific direction, so she randomly decided to go to the south of the city. Even if she didn't find anyone, at least she could take a look at the situation there. After leaving the residence and reaching the south of the city, Wei Ruo got off the carriage and wandered around. Xiaomei was helpless. Her lady was actually making an inspection of the land reclamation in the south of the city under the guise of searching for someone. Wei Ruo walked around and observed. Most of the people reclaiming the wasteland were poor folks without land. What she saw along the way were nothing but skinny elders or thin children. They were all waiting for crops to grow on this piece of land. Their eyes were filled with light when they looked at the newly reclaimed fields. There was a little boy, thin and yellow-skinned, dressed in thin, shabby clothes, nestled in the arms of his grandfather. When Wei Ruo passed by, his eyes were full of curiosity as he stared at her. Then his grandfather hastily hugged him a little tighter and whispered, "Behave yourself, that's the daughter of an official." Obviously, the grandfather was afraid his grandchild might offend Wei Ruo, and their difference in status was evident from Wei Ruo's clothing. The little boy was immediately frightened and quickly withdrew his gaze, daring not to look directly at Wei Ruo anymore. Wei Ruo stopped, turned around and asked Xiaomei, "Mimi, I'm a bit hungry. Do you have any food?" Xiaomei knew very well that her mistress was not hungry herself, but wanted to give some food to these elders and children. "Yes, there's some in the carriage. I'll go and get it," Xiaomei said. Bring more. No, bring all the food from the carriage," Wei Ruo ordered. "Okay, I'll bring all of it, leaving a portion for Miss, and distribute the rest to the old people and children nearby. Okay? They all look pitiful," Xiaomei offered. She completed her young mistress's previously unspoken suggestion, saving her from the embarrassment of making the request herself. "Yes, go on." "All right." Xiaomei turned around and ran back to their carriage parked on the official road. As Xiaomei took out a bag of dried sweet potatoes from the carriage, she noticed a large number of people from the military prefecture. Xiaomei was surprised, so she grabbed an acquaintance, Nurse Zhang, to find out what was happening. "Nurse Zhang, what's going on? Weren't we searching for the young master? Why is everyone here in the south of the city?" Nurse Zhang, looking quite anxious, replied, "Madam Xiaomei, you and young mistress are indeed prescient. Young master likely sneaked to the south of the city. This morning, 2 servants from our residence drove a cart of straw to the south of the city. The young master probably hid in the cart then. The guards who were searching found the young master's ornament on the cart. Did her young mistress unexpectedly come to the right place?" Xiaomei was at a loss for words for a moment and didn't know what to say. Then Nurse Zhang said, "We don't know how our young master is doing now, but I heard that there are remnants of the Japanese pirates in the nearby mountains. It's very dangerous for the young master, a small child." "What? There are remnants of the Japanese pirates nearby? How come? Weren't the Japanese pirates defeated the last time?" Xiaomei started to feel anxious. "Yes, most of them were killed, but a few remnants of the Japanese pirates escaped. They've been hiding around Wangyue Mountain. I heard they've been quite tenacious, surviving on grass roots and tree bark, occasionally stealing food from the people who were reclaiming land in the south of the city. They were spotted by people while stealing food. The government office was just reported this morning, and no officials have been sent to handle this yet," Nurse Zhang explained. Upon reflecting on the fact that Wei Ruo was currently strolling outside, Xiaomei felt worried. She immediately abandoned Wei Ruo's task and ran back to the place where they split up earlier. While waiting for Xiaomei to return, Wei Ruo hadn't been idle. She walked down the ridge of the newly reclaimed field while observing it. The near field has changed a lot. The original weeds have been removed, and the land has been divided into plots, neat and with clear borders. Most of the areas have been reclaimed well, and would probably be ready for planting later this month. Wei Ruo continued to walk towards the mountains, intending to check the progress of the medicinal field she and the Xie family were jointly running. As she neared the mountains, the terrain became complicated, and there were fewer people. In the distance, she could see a handful of people reclaiming the wasteland. As for these places, only those families in the county town with some wealth were buying them for cultivating. However, the number of households that bought these places for reclamation was less, so they were sparsely distributed. One could only spot a few people from a long distance away. Wei Ruo continued walking and maneuvered around a large piece of rock. In front of her, 2 short-statured men appeared. Both men had their heads covered with headscarves, dressed like ordinary commoners. A boy stood between the 2 men. He had a face that Wei Ruo recognized. Wei Yilin, the object of the whole residence's search, this little rascal, simply showed up unexpectedly in front of her. The moment Wei Ruo spotted the 3 men, the 2 men and Wei Yilin also saw Wei Ruo. Wei Ruo quickly regained her composure, casting her indifferent gaze elsewhere, pretending not to recognize Wei Yilin. She acted as a passerby who hadn't recognized Wei Yilin nor the 2 men with him as kidnappers, and nonchalantly walked away. The 2 men watched Wei Ruo warily, but seeing her demeanor unaltered, and assuming she hadn't recognized them, they gradually relaxed. As long as they weren't discovered, they would stick to the principle of avoiding trouble, and not unnecessarily harm passers-by. Wei Ruan naturally turned around and started walking back. Meanwhile, in her mind, she was praying, "Don't make a sound, Yilin. Don't call my name. Pretend you don't see me. If you stay silent, I can return with help to rescue you. If you call out, we're done for." Wei Yilin, who had never sincerely called Wei Ruo older sister, saw her clearly notice him and then turned to leave. He yelled out, "Older sister." Wei Ruo froze, feeling a chill running down her spine. Internally cursing Wei Yilin for his recklessness, she started running. But she hadn't run far when one of the men caught her. "Don't be rough. I'll come willingly." Wei Ruo, fearing their brutality, quickly begged for mercy. The area was deserted and barren. The chances of her cries for help being heard were slim. If no one could come to save her in time, her resistance could trigger their violent treatment, and she might even be killed on the spot. Hoping to survive and avoid physical harm as much as possible, Wei Ruo surrendered willingly. Then the two men began communicating in a language Wei Yilin couldn't understand. Wei Ruo had a rough idea that the two men were speaking Japanese. Upon first sight of them, she had guessed their identities as Japanese pirates. Although they had used headscarves to hide their distinctive hairstyles, their physique and appearance greatly differed from the emaciated locals who were cultivating the land on the city outskirts. After a brief discussion, the two Japanese men led Wei Ruo and Wei Yilin up the mountain. The pirates found a cave, which was deep enough to barely accommodate two adults, and then threw Wei Ruo and Wei Yilin in like mere objects. Once locked in the cave, Wei Ruo looked at Wei Yilin and laughed. "Well, now we can die together. It's all because of your cold-heartedness. You saw me in danger, but you turned and walked away," Wei Yilin retorted without a hint of remorse, even feeling slightly satisfied. Wei Ruo just laughed upon hearing this. "Why are you laughing?" Wei Yilin asked in discontent. In such a dire situation, how could she still laugh? "I thought you were just a bit silly, but now I realize you're a complete fool." "Who are you calling a fool? Aren't you the fool? How was I supposed to rescue you single-handedly from two skilled Japanese fighters? Do I look like an immortal to you? If I pretended not to recognize you, they wouldn't have thought that I knew they were kidnappers. They'd let me go, and I could have gone to find help. Do you think I stood a better chance of saving you alone, or bringing the Wei family guards and the government officers?" Wei Yilin fell silent, dumbfounded by Wei Ruo's argument. He'd initially believed that Wei Ruo had cold-heartedly abandoned him, convinced that his sister Wanwan wouldn't have done so. However, he hadn't considered Wei Ruo's approach to the situation. Upon reflection, Wei Ruo's strategy was indeed more practical. Neither Wei Ruo nor sister Wanwan had the ability to save him from the ruthless Japanese pirates. In such a situation, it would have been more effective to summon help. Understanding his rashness, Wei Yilin, however, refused to admit his mistake to Wei Ruo. "Even so, how would we know if you'd have really gone to get help? Now, we're both captured, and if I die, you can accompany me. That would be a fitting vengeance for my Wanwan." "Ha, if you want to die, Wei Yilin, be my guest." "I won't be joining you," Wei Ruo sneered. "Keep bragging. These men are not from Xingshan County. They're Japanese pirates who kill without blinking. You think you can survive them? I don't believe it," Wei Yilin taunted back. Wei Ruo smirked, choosing not to converse further with Wei Yilin. She leaned against the stone wall of the cave and took a short rest. She had a rough understanding of the situation. The two pirates were likely survivors of a war. To survive, they imposed upon themselves the danger of crossing the Wangyue mountain and hid on the city outskirts, waiting for an opportunity to escape. Regarding Wei Yilin, he must have been off his rocker to end up in the city outskirts, consequently getting captured by the disguised pirates and used as a hostage as a precaution against discovery. Her current goal was to buy time, to create an opportunity to survive. If something were to give them away, they'd undoubtedly choose the manageable Wei Yilin as the hostage, not her. Moreover, these pirates were ruthlessly brutal. As a 13-year-old girl, who knew what atrocities they could commit against her, a swift death would be a mercy. Hearing a pirate coming in, Wei Ruo opened her eyes. She immediately spoke, "Honorable warriors of Great Japan, I have a solution to redeem your honor." Earlier, Wei Ruo had picked up on some Chinese words from the pirates' conversation and surmised that they had learned some Chinese after spending some time in the East Coast area. Wei Ruo's proposal left Wei Yilin bewildered. He looked at her with contempt. Could she really aid the pirates in redeeming their honor? The pirate in front of them, however, stopped and asked Wei Ruo in heavily accented Chinese, "You? What mean? You lost the war. Although some of you narrowly escaped death and weren't captured, according to your Japanese customs, you should commit suicide to apologize to your emperor for your failure," Wei Ruo calmly expressed. "You know us?" The pirate appeared extremely surprised. Wei Yilin was also shocked, looking at Wei Ruo with disbelief. "How did Wei Qingruo know so much?" "I know a little," Wei Ruo replied. "I just said I could help you redeem your honor. You understand what that idiom means, right? It means you can return without facing punishment and even be commended for your accomplishments." The Japanese pirates regarded Wei Ruo with a surprised look, appearing to seriously consider the feasibility of her proposition. After some thinking, the pirate continued in his broken Chinese asking, "What can you offer?" "I am an expert in agriculture. I have many farming techniques at my command, capable of altering soil properties and increasing food production." Wei Ruo knew about the conditions in Japan. It was an island nation with extremely scarce land resources, where agriculture was not very developed and arable land was severely limited. She also knew some Japanese customs and knew how to hit their pain points. "Can you grow more food?" "Yes, I can grow more food, whether it's barren land, coastal saline alkali land, or steep mountain terrain. Once successful, it can feed more people in your country." Wei Ruo knew she was predominantly exaggerating. The improvements that could be made to the land were limited, and some places didn't warrant renovation due to high costs of renovation or subsequent maintenance. "How do I know you are not lying?" the pirate asked. "The method of improving the land in the southern city area that you have seen was devised by me. You have been lingering on the East Coast for a long time. You should know that this place was a wasteland before. If I could improve it here, I can also help you improve it in Japan." Wei Ruo responded. "Wei Qingruo, what are you doing? Why are you talking to these two Japanese pirates? Are you going to help them grow food so they can eat and drink well to fight us? They are pirates, robbers, ruthless murderers." Wei Yilin cursed. Wei Ruo gave Wei Yilin a glance. Did he think she was not aware of what he was saying? She also hated these pirates, but they had to first look at their current situation, didn't they? Vengeance is a dish best served cold. She needed to save her life first before she could think of a way to deal with these people. If she didn't have her life, everything else was gibberish. Now, the Wei family was searching for her throughout the city. With Mimi nearby, she had a chance to escape. What she needed to do was to protect herself as much as possible before they found her. Ignoring Wei Yilin, Wei Ruo turned to the pirate with a smile. "Don't mind him. This kid. He's not clear-headed. He says he is the son of Colonel Wei. He calls you sister. You are also the daughter of Colonel Wei." While the pirate was not fluent in Chinese, he was very clear-headed. "Yes, I am the daughter of Colonel Wei. But I am in your hands now. I want to have, so I am willing to provide my value, to achieve a win-win situation for both of us. This has nothing to do with who I am." Wei Ruo persuaded. After hearing Wei Ruo's words, the pirate did not immediately respond. Instead, he withdrew to the outside of the cave to discuss with the other pirate. While the two pirates were whispering and discussing something, Wei Yilin asked Wei Ruo, "Wei Qingruo, what do you want to do?" "What? Survival. Can't you see? What you're doing is very shameful." "Wei Yilin, can you distinguish between disgracing and foolishness? You're betraying your country, betraying countless frontier soldiers. You're ungrateful." Wei Yilin thought for a while before using the word ungrateful to scold Wei Ruo. "Who did I betray? Who did I kill? It's you, who runs around and gets me involved in your misfortune. You're the one who's going to get me killed. You." Wei Yilin was once again at a loss for words. "If you have something to say, just keep scolding. I'll take it as a lullaby." Wei Ruo replied calmly. Having someone else's voice muttering could alleviate the tense atmosphere. After a while, that pirate returned. "If you can do what you say, we will not hurt you." "No problem." Wei Ruo agreed gladly. "However, we will not let your brother go, and we might kill him." The pirate added. Letting Wei Yilin go would expose their location. They kept Wei Yilin as a hostage. If anything went wrong, they might need to kill him for their safety. He and I don't get along well. He just wants me dead. Look, if he really cared for me, he would not have called me his sister and given me away. To truly love someone is to hope that they live well instead of dragging them down. Do as you please, responded Wei Ruo. Wei Yilin, who was at her side, couldn't believe his eyes. He wanted to object, but realized that he had no words to refute. That's good. Pirate naturally did not want Wei Ruo to present extra conditions. Since we have already reached a consensus, then you should also treat me a little better. Don't torment and disable me before I get to Japan with you. Wei Ruo continued. You would like, how? The pirate asked. You can loosen me a little, so I'll be more comfortable, and my hands won't suffer long-term blood circulation problems. Rest assured, this cave has no other exits. With you guarding at the entrance, I can't escape. I also don't have any martial arts skills. I can't beat you, said Wei Ruo. The pirate hesitated a bit, looked at Wei Ruo for a while, and then recalled the scene of how they captured her earlier. If she had any martial arts skills, she wouldn't have been caught so easily. He eventually agreed. The pirate untied Wei Ruo. After doing all this, the two pirates returned outside the cave. These two seemed to be plotting something. Although she couldn't understand their words, Wei Ruo guessed they probably were discussing how to escape from the pursuit of the soldiers of Xingshan County and successfully return to Japan. Freed now, Wei Ruo lounged back against the stone wall. Her posture relaxed comparatively. Wei Yichin across from her was in an uncomfortable position, with his hands tied behind his back, irregularly slanting and twisted on the ground. Not only was his posture uncomfortable, but his mind was also extremely uncomfortable. He had heard the words spoken by the pirate. They had stated they would not let him go and could kill him if a situation arose. He didn't want to die. He wanted to live. Although he spoke with great righteousness when arguing with Wei Ruo just now, when the fear of death hit him, he began to envy Wei Ruo again. At least the pirates said they would not kill her. Wei Yilin was endlessly annoyed, but faced with Wei Ruo, he did not want to admit that his choices were not as smart as hers. Wei Ruo did not care about the look Wei Yilin gave her and had no interest in knowing what he was thinking. It was Wei Ruo's habit to bring small snacks with her when she went out. So earlier when she told Xiaomei to return to the carriage to get food, it was indeed an excuse. She wanted to distribute those foods to the poor. Leaning back and enjoying her sweet potato, Wei Ruo looked relaxed and satisfying, causing Wei Yilin to gape in disbelief. He had snuck into the ox cart going south from the mansion in the morning, only to be captured by two Japanese pirates. It was already afternoon, and he hadn't had a drop of water or a morsel of food. Gurgle. His stomach embarrassingly grumbled. Wei Yilin was frustrated, agitated, and annoyed. Wei Ruo pretended not to hear and continued to eat her meal. Wei Yilin had never experienced such hardship in all his life, and the more he thought about it, the more miserable he felt. Wei Qingruo. Wei Yilin called out. What do you want? You. Wei Yilin looked at Wei Ruo, wanting to say something but was unable to articulate his thoughts. You want to eat, but you're too bashful to ask? Is that it? Huh? Wei Ruo finished on behalf of Wei Yilin. Absolutely not. Wei Yilin promptly denied. It doesn't matter if you've thought about it or not. I would never give my carefully prepared food to someone who secretly wishes for my death. You. Wei Yilin was once again infuriated by Wei Ruo. Wei Ruo responded with a gentle smile, leisurely savoring her sweet, dried sweet potatoes. Fine, don't give it to me. Who cares? Wei Yilin retorted. An hour later. Gurgle. Wei Yilin's stomach was now crying out with even more intensity. Never having gone hungry before, this was his first time experiencing such prolonged hunger. It significantly curbed his typically haughty demeanor. Looking at Wei Ruo's calm and collected demeanor, Wei Yilin started to realize that there might be some truth to her words. At least, like Wei Ruo, he could lead a slightly more tolerable life before being rescued. Wei Qingruo, if they were to kill me, you wouldn't really abandon me, would you? Wei Yilin asked. At the first sight of you today, I would have saved you. But after you called me sister with no sincerity, knowing full well you've never genuinely said it before, I couldn't care less about your well-being. Wei Ruo didn't hesitate to reveal her true thoughts. Wei Yilan's face fell as a wave of shame washed over him. He glanced at Wei Ruo, wanting to say something but swallowed his words back down. After all, if he apologized to Wei Ruo, it would be a blow to his pride. Furthermore, it would be a betrayal to Sister Wanwan. He had promised Sister Wanwan that he would only recognize her as his sister. A man of integrity must be true to his words. Can you at least give me something to eat? I'm hungry. Although he couldn't bring himself to apologize, his stomach was truly empty. Grudgingly, he asked Wei Ruo for food. No. Wei Ruo refused without a second thought. While putting on a show for Wei Yilan, she kept an eye on the entrance of the cave. When she confirmed that no one outside was looking, she carefully took out a small bottle from her clothes and poured the powder inside onto the remaining dried sweet potatoes in her bag. She mixed the bag around so that the powder was evenly distributed. Wei Yilan didn't see what Wei Ruo did. He thought she was just savoring her food while watching him go hungry. After a while, Wei Ruo shouted towards the cave entrance, "Hey, good fellows outside. I have some food in here. Do you want some?" "Wei Qingruo, what are you doing? You didn't give the food to me, and now you want to feed those bloodthirsty Japanese pirates? Are you even human?" Wei Yilan accused. "Wei Qingruo, did you hear me? It's fine if you don't give the food to me, but you can't give it to them. They're ruthless." Wei Ruo ignored him, her eyes continuously fixed on the entrance. As expected, one of the Japanese pirates came in. Wei Ruo actively handed over a bag of dried sweet potatoes. "These are dried sweet potatoes. They're really delicious." She even held a piece in her own hand and took a couple bites to demonstrate. The pirate hesitated for a moment, then hastily took the bag of dried sweet potatoes from Wei Ruo. They were hungry, very hungry. For the past few days, they hadn't had any decent food. He ran out to the entrance with Wei Ruo's bag, sharing the hard-earned food with the other pirate. Inside the cave, Wei Yilan continued to curse at Wei Ruo. "Wei Qingruo, do you think you can face the countless soldiers? Do you think you can face the suffering people of Xingshan County? Wei Qingruo, you're heartless. You're a traitor. How could our family have someone like you? I will never acknowledge you as my sister in this life." Wei Ruo didn't have the mood to deal with Wei Yilan. All her attention was outside the cave, and her ears were alert for any sounds. After a while, Wei Ruo finally heard the thud of a heavy object falling to the ground. Wei Ruo, unbound by ropes, tiptoed over to the cave entrance. Outside the cave, the two Japanese pirates who had eaten the hallucinogen-laced dried sweet potatoes had already collapsed on the ground. Wei Ruo clenched her fists, her heart skipping a beat. All the previous steps, from submission, negotiation, delay, to requesting untie, and voluntarily offering the dried sweet potatoes, were all for this moment. Fighting with Wei Yilan and acting nonchalant were part of her pretense. This was also her first time in such a situation, and her fear and anxiety were not in the least bit diminished. It wasn't until this moment that she allowed her fear to show, but she still couldn't completely relax. She had unfinished business. She must kill these two men. She only had hallucinogenic powder, not poison. If she didn't finish them off, these two would wake up after a while. Wei Ruo squatted down and took the knife from one of the pirates. Her hand trembled slightly as she gripped the knife. She knew how to use a knife to save lives, but using it to kill. The memory of her only previous killing flashed across her mind, causing a tremor in her heart. She was afraid to kill. Wei Ruo told herself, "Wei Ruo, today you must kill these two men. They are Japanese pirates, brutal thieves who robbed our people of their lives and property. Their hands are stained with innocent blood and lives. Moreover, if you don't kill them and your imprisonment gets exposed, you only have one outcome, death. Whether or not you were actually violated by them, if you were kidnapped or captured, outsiders will assume you were disgraced, and then there's no way out for you." Then the second one. Blood flowed, soaking the clothes of the two pirates. Normally, Wei Ruo isn't scared of blood. But at this moment, looking at the blood, she keenly felt the reality of her action. She had just killed. She was scared, but she had no regrets. "Wei Qingruo, you killed them." Suddenly, the cave entrance echoed with Wei Yilan's shocked voice. He managed to muster up some strength and, wriggling like a worm, He reached the entrance of the cave. Then he witnessed the scene of Wei Ruo killing 2 Japanese pirates. His eyes were full of shock, and his face was filled with disbelief. While Wei Yilin was digesting all this, Wei Ruo poured the drug from the bottle onto a handkerchief, briskly moved forward, and covered Wei Yilin's mouth and nose with it. He stared wide-eyed at Wei Ruo, disbelief rising within him as he lost consciousness. After he passed out, Wei Ruo untied him. Keeping him bound for too long might have hampered blood circulation, potentially damaging his limbs. Then Wei Ruo turned her head and cautiously checked the pulses of the 2 Japanese pirates, confirming that they were indeed dead. She then cleaned up the scene, taking away the leftover dried sweet potatoes and bags on the ground. Finally, she staggered and escaped from the scene. She avoided the crowd searching for Wei Yilin. She couldn't let anyone see her in such a disarrayed state. Miss. Hearing Xiaomei calling her, Wei Ruo's heart was filled with relief. Seeing no one else by Xiaomei's side, Wei Ruo quickly ran to her. Mimi, I'm here. Miss. Seeing Wei Ruo looking so panicked, Xiaomei was deeply worried. Miss, what happened to you? I'm fine. Take me back to the carriage. I need to clean myself up quickly. Then, I'll tell you where Wei Yilin is, and you can send someone to find him. Xiaomei didn't understand why Wei Ruo wanted to do this, but her many years of knowing Wei Ruo made her realize that she needed to act quickly and follow Wei Ruo's instructions in this urgent situation. With the help of Xiaomei, Wei Ruo successfully avoided the others and returned to the carriage. While Wei Ruo was resetting herself, Xiaomei followed the address given by Wei Ruo to locate Wei Yilin. On the way, she ran into Lady Zhang and specially called her over. Lady Zhang looked worried. What if something happened to the young master? Don't worry, Lady Zhang, let's keep searching. Maybe we'll find him. Xiaomei reassured her while following the direction Wei Ruo had given. Lady Zhang, look over there. Does it look like someone has fallen down over there? Xiaomei asked, pointing to a spot halfway up the mountain. Wait a minute, my eyesight isn't too good. I can't see clearly. Don't squint. Let's just go for a closer look. Without uttering another word, Xiaomei grabbed Lady Zhang and headed up the hill. As they approached, Lady Zhang was scared out of her wits. Dead bodies. Dead bodies. Lady Zhang, who rarely encountered such scenes in her secluded life in the grand mansion, was immediately pale with fright. Lady Zhang, the young master is there. Xiaomei pointed to Wei Yilin beside the corpses. Ah, the young master? Is he okay? Lady Zhang was simultaneously eager and apprehensive. Xiaomei went up to Wei Yilin and picked him up. The young master is fine. He just passed out. She then instructed Lady Zhang to call for help. Lady Zhang, quickly go and let the others know. I'll stay here and watch. After hesitating for a moment, Lady Zhang finally reacted. All right, I'm going. Lady Zhang staggered down the mountain, calling out for help as she went. While Lady Zhang was away, Xiaomei warily looked around again to ensure there was no evidence of her young miss's presence. Yilin. Wei Yilin was awakened by the noise. He opened his eyes and saw Lady Yun. Wei Yilin was held by Lady Yun, and in front of him were Wei Qingwan, who was sobbing with red eyes, and Wei Yiqin with a worried expression on his face. The crowd that had come to the South City to find Wei Yilin was also present. Almost everyone from the military prefecture was there, except for Wei Ruo. After freezing for a moment, Wei Yilin suddenly burst into tears. Mother! Lady Yun held Wei Yilin in her arms, distressed. Wei Qingwan also crowded in. Yilin, I'm so glad you're okay. Sister. Hearing Wei Qingwan's voice, Wei Yilin cried even harder. After crying for a bit, Wei Yilin glanced around and asked, Mother, where's Wei Qingruo? Where is she? Yilin, do you want to see your eldest sister? Wei Qingwan asked, surprised and confused. Why would Yilin want to see Wei Qingruo at such a time? Yes, where is she? Wei Yilin pursued. Yilin, what's wrong? Why do you suddenly want to see your big sister? Lady Yun was also puzzled. I saw her. Wei Yilin remembered the last thing he saw. His mind was a mess. How was it possible that Wei Qingruo, who was begging for mercy from the Japanese pirates a moment ago, would kill the 2 Japanese pirates the next moment? Mother, where are the 2 Japanese pirates? Where are they? Wei Yilin asked anxiously. Yin, Don't worry. It's okay. Those 2 Japanese pirates are dead. Lady Yun quickly tried to calm him down. Who killed them? Did you see? Wei Yilin asked again. He wanted to confirm whether what he had seen was true. We don't know yet. When we found you, they were already dead, Lady Yun replied. They didn't have an answer to this question. It seemed someone found them first, killed the 2 Japanese pirates, and then saved her son. But they didn't know why that person didn't show up. It was Wei Qingrua. It must have been her. She killed the Japanese pirates. Wei Yilin became more convinced that what he had seen was real. Yin, what are you talking about? If your big sister had been the one to rescue you, there's no reason for her to have left without telling us. Wei Qingwan was quick to say. No, it wasn't like that. She was with me when. Before Wei Yin could finish, Wei Ruo appeared. Are you looking for me, Yilin? Wei Ruo pushed through the crowd and entered Wei Yilin's line of sight. The complexion on Wei Ruo was bright. The only sign of distress on her was a bit of dirt on her clothes. But walking in the fields of the South City and getting dirt on oneself wasn't abnormal. Wei Yilin stared wide-eyed at Wei Ruo, his expression complex. Wei Qingwan noticed that Wei Yilin was staring hard at Wei Ruo. She clenched her fists and was quick to say, Yilin, you must be mistaken. Your sister just got here. There's no way she killed the 2 Japanese pirates. Unbeknownst to her, the answer Wei Ruo wanted was exactly that. It's impossible. I clearly saw it. Wei Yilin shook his head. The image was far too real in his mind. Yilin, you were frightened today and fainted. You must be hallucinating, Lady Yun speculated. 1. As he heard Lady Yun and Wei Qingwan persuading him, Wei Yilin was no longer so sure. Does it mean he was really hallucinating? Were his recent memories about Wei Ruo all fake? Wei Yilin stubbornly asked Wei Ruo, where's your dried sweet potato? Didn't you feed the dried sweet potatoes to those 2 Japanese pirates? I asked Xiaomei to give my dried sweet potatoes to the people who were opening up wasteland nearby. If you want to eat, I will find some when we get back to the mansion, Wei Ruo replied. No way. I saw it clearly. Didn't you use the dried sweet potatoes to drug the 2 pirates and kill them? Wei Yilin interrogated again. Before Wei Ruo could speak, Wei Qingwan beat her to it. Little brother, your sister just arrived here. All the dried sweet potatoes were given to the locals. You must have dreamt all this. Although we haven't found the person who saved you, rest assured that we will continue to ask around. I believe we will find answers soon. Wei Yilin looked at Wei Qingwan. Why would his most trusted sister Wanwan also say it was fake? Could it really be fake? Wei Yilin fell silent. All right, Yilin, you must have been scared today too. Go home first, and we will discuss what happened today later, said Wei Qin. Standing around here wasn't solving anything. The most important thing was that everyone was safe. Then Wei Qin arranged for everyone to return to the mansion. Not long after they returned to the military prefecture, Wei Mingting came back. Given his military obligations, he couldn't come and go as he pleased. Besides, Mrs. Yun didn't send him any message at first. By the time he found out about the situation, the Wei family had already found Wei Yilin. Bring Yilin to me, ordered Wei Mingting. My lord, Yilin has been shocked and is currently resting. Mrs. Yun explained. Resting? What rest does he need? His mischiefs got him into this trouble. It's all his own fault. Wei Mingting responded seriously, his gaze stern. But lord, Yilin is only 7 years old. 7 years old is old enough to be a man. Seeing her husband's firm attitude, Mrs. Yun no longer tried to dissuade him and let the servant go to Yu Garden to bring Wei Yilin over. Knowing his father was looking for him, Wei Yilin became anxious on his way. When he entered the room and saw his father's serious face, Wei Yilin panicked completely. Dad, I know I was wrong. Wei Yilin apologized in fear. Go and squat in the courtyard, Wei Mingting ordered without a shred of sympathy. Dad, don't make me repeat myself. Wei Yilin trembled, then quickly turned around and moved to the courtyard, assuming the horse stance position as required by Wei Mingting. Wei Mingting then came out, had someone bring an incense burner, lit incense in it, and placed it under Wei Yilin's crotch. Then he had someone bring a bowl of water and place it on top of Wei Yilin's head. Seeing this, Mrs. Yun couldn't stand it again. My lord, isn't this a bit too harsh for Yilin? He is only 7 years old. Harsh? If he wasn't so lucky to be saved today, he would probably be dead in the hands of the Japanese pirates now. For someone who was willing to risk his life, what's so unbearable about some suffering? Mrs. Yun was dumbfounded. Indeed, compared to losing his life, suffering a bit now was indeed lighter. At first, Wei Yilin was able to hold on, but after a quarter of the incense burned, his legs began to shake uncontrollably, and the bowl on his head was swaying heavily. When a third of the incense burned, he stumbled and fell to the ground. The bowl on his head dropped. "Get up and continue. Light the incense again," Wei Mingting said expressionlessly. Wei Yilin was in agony, his legs trembling, but he had to do as Wei Mingting asked. This time, he couldn't last long. He fell down shortly after the incense was lit. But Wei Mingting was still relentless, still demanding Wei Yilin to continue without a change in his expression. Mrs. Yun's heart ached, so she chose to turn around and leave, pretending not to know. After an unknown period, Wei Yilin couldn't stand up anymore. Only then did Wei Mingting allow him to leave. After Wei Ruo returned to the Wei family, she went back to her room. Xiaomei made calming tea for Wei Ruo. Although her mistress had seen a lot of death and blood, it was her first time killing someone, and Xiaomei was worried that she might not sleep well at night. In the first half of the night, Wei Ruo was indeed restless, dreaming about the bloody scenes of killing. It was not until the latter half of the night that she had a somewhat sound sleep. After a night's rest, Wei Ruo got up early the next morning. Hearing that Wei Mingting was in the mansion, she prepared to see her father. "What are you planning to do, miss?" Xiaomei asked. "To exact revenge on Wei Yilin," Wei Ruo replied. Wei Ruo strode out of the Tingsong garden and headed for Cangyun Garden. As she entered the courtyard, she saw Wei Mingting standing there with Wei Qingwan and Wei Yilin in front of him. Wei Yilin was trembling, showing that he had been severely punished yesterday. Today, Wei Mingting seemed to be planning to continue the punishment, but Wei Qingwan, who had learned about the situation, specifically came to plead with Wei Mingting on Wei Yilin's behalf. Wei Ruo happened to walk in on a tender moment between sister and brother. Upon seeing Wei Ruo enter, the conversation was interrupted, and Wei Mingting looked at Wei Ruo and asked, "Why are you up so early today, Ruo? I have something to discuss with father. Would it be convenient now?" Wei Ruo replied without hesitation. "Just say whatever you have to say," said Wei Mingting. "It is about my younger brother, Yilin. I believe the way you are currently punishing him is inappropriate," said Wei Ruo. Hearing this, Wei Yilin looked up at Wei Ruo in surprise. It was certainly expected that Sister Wanwan would plead for him, but why would Wei Qingruo also plead for him? "Ruo, do you also think, like Wanwan, that your father shouldn't continue punishing Yilin today?" Wei Mingting asked. Just before this, Wei Qingwan had been speaking to Wei Mingting about the same matter. Given that Yilin was still a child and yesterday's punishment had rendered him unable to walk today, she hoped that Wei Mingting would postpone today's punishment on account of Yilin's young age. "Father, I don't mean this. I think that disciplining Yilin shouldn't just be for a day or two. You are usually busy with public affairs and spend limited time at home only disciplining for a day or two whenever you are home, and then stop right after you return to the military camp, is not effective in my opinion," Wei Ruo analyzed. Upon hearing this, Wei Yilin was dumbfounded. This woman wasn't here to plead for him. She was here to make things worse for him. But when Wei Mingting heard Wei Ruo's words, he thought they made a lot of sense, so he continued to ask, "Then Ruo, what do you think is a better way?" "I think, first of all, we should separate Yilin and Sister Qingwan," Wei Ruo replied. The faces of Wei Qingwan and Wei Yilin turned pale simultaneously. If it were any other day, Wei Yilin would have been openly hostile towards Wei Ruo at this point. But today, he dared only to glare at Wei Ruo in disbelief. Wei Qingwan lowered her head, bit her lip, and asked in a grieved tone, "Sister, do you think I have led Yilin astray?" She looked like she was on the verge of tears, which made her pitiful, but Wei Ruo only gave her a faint smile and patiently explained, "Sister Qingwan, you needn't think like that. Qingwan, as the eldest daughter of a noble family, your nature is wonderful, gentle, endearing, kind, considerate, and understanding. But just because you are kind-hearted doesn't necessarily mean you are the right person to instruct your brother. Yilin is stubborn, and teaching him properly requires strict discipline. not endless coddling and indulgence. Then, turning to Wei Mingting, Wei Ruo continued, Father, you are often occupied with official business and Mother is too busy with household affairs to spare time. So the one who spends the most time with Yilin is Qingwan. But Father, as you can see, Yilin's character doesn't reflect well on this. It's not that Qingwan is doing a poor job. She simply isn't fit to instruct Yilin. Wei Qingwan's hand, concealed in her sleeve, clenched into a fist and her face visibly paled. No longer able to contain himself, Wei Yilin blurted out, Sister Wanwan has done nothing wrong. She is not failing in her duties. Silent. Wei Mingting interrupted Wei Yilin with a cold rebuke. It was not his place to talk at this moment. Wei Yilin's tantrums and his reliance on Wei Qingwan only proved Wei Mingting's eldest daughter's concerns to be valid. Being descendants of a military general, how could we have a son who was arrogant and unruly, without high aspirations, excessively reliant on his sisters, and who could neither excel in academics nor martial arts? Wei Qingwan's heart shivered. With her fingers gripping her skirt, she longed to speak up, but lacked the courage to do so. Instead, she clenched her lips tightly. After silencing Wei Yilin, Wei Mingting scrutinized his eldest daughter. After a moment, he looked at Wei Ruo. Continue, he said. It's my belief that we should find a martial arts teacher for Yilin, someone who can strictly instruct him. Being a son of the Wei family, if he can't succeed via academics, then he should take up the route of martial arts, like Father. He mustn't squander his time ending up incompetent with both academics and martial arts, Wei Ruo said pointedly and logically. After considering her words, Wei Mingting nodded. Ruo, your words are reasonable. I have failed to pay attention to some things. You, however, are clear-sighted. From today, Yilin is forbidden to enter Wangmei Garden. He is not allowed to run about the Wei residence in his free time. Wanwan too should not secretly visit Yilin in Yu Garden. As for finding a martial arts teacher, I will look into it as soon as possible. Wei Mingting had made his decision. Yilin, already unstable on his trembling legs, stumbled and fell. Wei Qingwan rushed over to support him, looking at him with concern. Wei Yilin, feeling wronged, buried his face in Wei Qingwan's embrace and wept. Sister, I don't want to be separated from you. I don't want to learn martial arts, sister. Don't be afraid, little brother. Father is doing this for your own good. Wei Qingwan comforted him immediately, her expression a mix of sympathy and worry. Wei Mingting stood aside, silent. Originally, he hadn't noticed this issue, but now, after his eldest daughter had spoken, and seeing his second daughter's overindulgence and affection toward their little brother, he furrowed his brows. His strict expectations of his youngest son at home never seemed to work. As Yilin grew older, he became increasingly disobedient. Perhaps this was the root cause. Wanwan, return to Wangmei Garden first, Wei Mingting said, wearing a serious expression. Wei Qingwan's body stiffened, and she felt a sensation of blood rushing back in her veins. She forced herself to steady her body and slowly straightened. Yes, daughter will not take your leave. Wei Qingwan stepped away from Tsangyun Garden slowly. At the entrance, she looked back several times. It felt that she was leaving more than just the Tsangyun Garden behind, but her home. Seeing the three people within the courtyard, Wei Qingwan felt like an outsider for the first time. Wei Mingting's reason for having Wei Qingwan leave was just because he thought Qingwan was too soft-hearted. The moment her little brother suffered a little hardship, she would be there to comfort him softly, which wouldn't help with his instruction. So after sending Wei Qingwan away, Wei Mingting sent Wei Yilin to chop firewood as a way to expose him to the hardships of ordinary people's daily life. Yilin was still shaky from the punishment he suffered the day before, but his hands were fine, not affecting him from chopping firewood. Ruo, you may watch over Yilin for a while in my stead. I need to talk to your mother, Wei Mingting said to Wei Ruo. All right, Wei Ruo agreed. Then from an angle unseen by Wei Mingting, Wei Ruo shot a playful smile at Wei Yilin. Wei Yilin still had tears staining his cheeks. His red, swollen eyes stared at Wei Ruo. He didn't know what to say. Afterwards, Wei Mingting returned to his chambers to discuss with Yun about finding a martial arts teacher for Wei Yilin. Why do you suddenly want to send Yilin to study martial arts? Yun asked. It was Ruo who reminded me. Yilin has been spoiled due to his current temperament. He doesn't take his studies seriously and acts presumptuously. Today, he went out of the residence on his own without respect for his elders. Who knows what outrageous feats he might commit tomorrow? We must discipline him strictly now, or he could bring disaster to the Wei residence. Studying martial arts is indeed an excellent method of discipline. You're right, my husband. This is also my responsibility. I failed to discipline the child. Yun lowers her head in shame. It is not entirely your fault. After we arrived in Xingshan County, you have been overloaded with all the affairs of the residence. Now I think about it, Wanwan, after all, is a bit too weak. As the saying goes, a doting mother will spoil her son. She, as the sister playing the role of a mother, overly indulges him with the same effect. I will talk to Wanwan about this later, so she can correct this flaw. As for Yilin, she should be stricter, Yun quickly said. There is no need. I have already ordered them not to have much private contact for the time being. If necessary, let Ruo take her place. Compared to Wanwan's gentleness, Ruo's nature is better suited to instructing Yilin, said Wei Mingting. Upon hearing this, Yun was taken aback. She never expected her husband to directly prohibit Wanwan from having private interactions with Yilin. After all, the person closest to Yilin was Wanwan, even closer than herself, his mother. Won't this hurt both Yilin and Wanwan? Yun was a bit worried. In Yilin's case, he needs to suffer a bit in order to realize what can be done and what cannot. If we still consider his feelings, how can we teach him well? As for Wanwan, she is sensible. I have explained the cause and effect to her, so she definitely understands why and won't overthink it, said Wei Mingting. Yes, my husband, you're right. With that, Yun had no more objections. Wei Mingting couldn't help but sigh. In the past, when we talked about letting Wanwan be the eldest daughter of the family, it was solely because we were worrying that Ruo couldn't follow the rules and couldn't handle the responsibility. It was only at father's request that we let Ruo be the eldest. However, looking at it now, father was indeed foresight. Ruo is indeed more suitable to be the eldest. She is decisive and calm in handling matters, and knows how to manage the overall situation. Madame Yun had not expected her husband to validate their eldest daughter's abilities so wholly. But indeed, Ruo's recent accomplishments did bring luster to the Wei residence. Her behavior was impeccable both within and outside their home, exuding the demeanor of an elder sister, a performance far exceeding her earliest expectations. Madame Yun agreed, saying, "You're right, my lord. Ruo is indeed better suited to be the eldest daughter. But our Wanwan isn't bad either. She's gentle, considerate, obedient, and sensible. Every time I see her, my heart fills with joy in acknowledging their eldest daughter. She also took special care to appreciate their second daughter's excellence." Wei Mingting couldn't deny this. His daughters both excelled in their ways. The matter of finding a martial arts master for Yilin is settled. You should strictly enforce the rules I laid down today, even when I am not at home. You mustn't be soft-hearted. Wei Mingting further cautioned his wife, who was prone to being lenient with their children. Knowing that his wife had a soft heart, he took special care to admonish her. "Rest assured, my lord, I will definitely fulfill your expectations," Madame Yun promised. Although she loved her young son and didn't want him to suffer, she would definitely adhere to the arrangements made by her husband. While Wei Mingting and Madame Yun were in discussion, Wei Ruo was supervising Wei Yilin's wood chopping in the yard. The 7-year-old's small arms strained hard against the hefty axe, visibly struggling. With each swing, the axe barely made a dent in the wood, far from splitting the logs. Worn out after merely a few swings, he wanted to stop, but Wei Ruo's voice rang out. "If you don't chop 5 bundles of wood today, you'll continue tomorrow, starting anew with 5 bundles. If you don't finish tomorrow, then the day after, and so on until you can chop 5 bundles in a single day." Wei Qingruo, this is really unfair. Wei Yilin couldn't hold back anymore. His round eyes glared at Wei Ruo, fuming with anger. "Unfair? Really?" Wei Ruo asked lazily, a smug smile on her face. "I know you're getting back at me for betraying you yesterday, right? I thought about it last night. Everything was too real to be just a dream. It must have actually happened," Wei Yilin asserted with confidence. Wei Ruo simply answered with silence and a grin. Wei Yilin carried on, "Wei Qingruo, I admit my actions yesterday were wrong. Even if I recall yesterday's events, I won't tell anyone, because I realize it would reflect badly on you if others knew you were kidnapped. Even if I don't like you, you're a woman of our Wei family. I won't ruin your reputation. Wei Yilin puffed out his cheeks with an angry yet serious expression on his face. Wei Ruo remained silent. What if he remembered? As long as she didn't confirm it, nobody would believe what he said. She didn't care whether he remembered or not. Also, I think it was quite impressive that you killed those 2 Japanese pirates. So, you shouldn't retaliate this way. Go to father and ask him to rescind his orders. I can learn martial arts, but don't separate me from Sister Wanwan, and especially don't let you be in charge. I don't like you. What if I don't agree? Wei Ruo asked with a smile. Wei Qingruo, I've already said so much. What else do you want? I don't want anything. As the eldest sister, it's my responsibility to teach my younger brother, so I must supervise you, even if you may not like it. Wei Ruo was cautious with her words, ensuring no eavesdropper could accuse her of wrongdoing. Don't pretend. You're not sincere about teaching me at all. You're just intentionally targeting me. Furthermore, I don't acknowledge you as my elder sister. My only elder sister is Sister Wanwan. Stop talking and continue chopping the wood. Laziness is not acceptable. Wei Ruo was completely at ease. Wei Qingruo. Wei Yilin was incredibly frustrated with Wei Ruo's indifference. You must address me as elder sister. If you can't, I'll have a serious talk with father. Wei Ruo was calm and collected. Wei Yilin was so exasperated with Wei Ruo that he was at a loss for words. His gaze returned to the wood in front of him. He lifted the axe high and brought it down heavily, as if treating the logs before him as Wei Ruo, channeling all his resentment and discontent into each swing. By the time Wei Mingting emerged, Wei Yilin had already chopped almost half a bundle of wood. Wei Mingting knew he had set an unachievable task for his son. He did this intentionally, hoping it would temper his son and make him truly realize his mistakes. Seeing that under Wei Ruo's supervision, Wei Yilin had adopted a steadfast approach to chopping wood. No longer showing the earlier signs of weakness and delicacy, Wei Mingting was even more convinced that his eldest daughter was the right choice to tutor the youngest. Ruo, you should go back today. On the days when I'm not at home, I will need you to take care of Yilin. If he doesn't obey, you have my permission to enforce our family values. Wei Mingting instructed. Wei Yilin was seething inside. Looking at his father's stern face, he felt both anger and injustice. I understand, father. Wei Ruo replied. Then Wei Ruo left the Tsangyun garden. Before leaving, Wei Ruo looked back at Wei Yilin, who was glaring at her with bellicose eyes. By mid-August of the lunar calendar, it was time to harvest the rice grains in Xingshan County. Instead of joy over the harvest, the people of Xingshan County felt more worry and tension. This was because of a poor harvest. The grain that was collected was barely enough to feed many households for the upcoming year. The Wei family was in a similar situation. Looking at the account books delivered by the manager of the farm, Madame Yun was filled with worry. The manager said that currently, the best growth on the farm was from the seedlings Wei Ruo had taken to the farm to be replanted. The other rice that was being harvested was approximately 1/3 the yield of last year, and 1/5 of what it was 5 years ago. Even though the replanted rice hadn't matured yet, judging by the number of grain-filled stalks, there was much more than the other rice crops. However, the seedlings Wei Ruo took only covered a small part. The Wei family's grain yield was still much less than previous years. Apart from Wei Mingting's official salary, the farm was a significant source of income for the Wei family. The poor harvest meant that the Wei family did not have much income, making the financial budget for the next year a problem. Wei Qingwan came to the Tsangyun garden to help Madame Yun with household affairs after finishing her lessons at the magistrate's office. Seeing Madame Yun worry about the grain, she comforted her saying, "Mother, don't worry. Everything will straighten out in the end. Didn't father win the war, get promoted, and receive a reward for meritorious service from the court?" Madame Yun shook her head. It's true he got a reward, but most of the court rewards are for honor and cannot be easily converted into silver coins. Moreover, Wei Mingting just temporarily repelled the Japanese pirates off the coast of Xingshan County without completely defeating all the pirates plaguing the southeast coastlines. Therefore, the rewards were not that plentiful. She sighed. If I'd known earlier that the rice variety Ruoruo provided was so useful, we should have planted all fields with it. We wouldn't be in such a predicament right now. Upon Mrs. Yun's praise of Wei Ruo, Wei Qingwan's fists clenched involuntarily. Now it seems that both her father and mother think her sister is better than she is. Taking Mrs. Yun's words, Wei Qingwan said casually, "Yes, it would have been better if my sister had told us sooner." At these words, Mrs. Yun's expression faltered slightly. She didn't know about her eldest daughter's superior rice seeds, but her eldest daughter should have known. However, this thought only lingered in Mrs. Yun's mind for a moment. She quickly remembered that when they had brought their eldest daughter home, they had already begun planting the early rice seedlings. We can't blame Ruoruo for this. I remember when she came back, we had already started planting the seedlings in the field. If she had suggested changing the rice variety then, I probably wouldn't have believed her right away, Mrs. Yun said. She remembered this clearly. At first, when her daughter wanted to improve the land in the southern city, she had opposed it, not really believing her eldest daughter could accomplish it. Right, I almost forgot. My sister only came back then. I must have misremembered. Wei Qingwan readily concurred, her face hurriedly agreeing. Just when Mrs. Yun was worried about the grain supply, the goods from loyal and righteous Duke residents in the capital city arrived. They were gifts from her grandfather Duke and her husband's two older brothers, sent to celebrate Wei Mingting's promotion. Among the gifts were several wagon loads of rice grains. They arrived today because they were delayed by the slower land route after passing Hangzhou Prefecture, despite the initial faster water route. Upon seeing wagon after wagon of goods, Mrs. Yun was overjoyed. Although Mrs. Yun knew that the grandfather Duke and her two brothers-in-law were so enthusiastic mainly due to her husband's promotion, he was now the only one in the loyal and righteous Duke's residence with an official position, almost supporting the entire family. Yet, she could not deny that this grain supply had alleviated her immediate concerns. In addition to the grains, the loyal and righteous Duke residents sent also some fabrics and jewelry, which were gifts from the grandfather Duke and Madame Duke. Madam, these were given by the old Duke and Madam to Miss. The one who brought the gifts specifically explained. Good, Mrs. Yun agreed. Her gaze went to Wei Qingwan, and her eyes revealed concern. Wei Qingwan was rather pale, but she still managed to force a smile, even though it made Mrs. Yun just want to take care of her even more. Before Mrs. Yun could bring up the matter, Wei Qingwan preempted her. Mother, I am fine. My sister just returned to the residence, so it's normal for my grandparents to be mainly concerned about her. Hearing her daughter's sensible words made Mrs. Yun feel even more depressed. Mrs. Yun glanced at the fabrics and jewelry in front of her, hesitated for a while, and then said, Wan, when we have more money in the residence, I will buy some more for you. In her heart, Mrs. Yun really wanted to give some to Wei Qingwan, but the rational part of her recognized that these fabrics and jewelry were not like those bronze decorations. These items had to be worn and shown in public. In the future, they would have to return to Capital City, and if her grandparents-in-law discovered that she had privately passed on these gifts that they had specifically asked to be given to her eldest daughter to Wei Qingwan, they would certainly be displeased. However much Mrs. Yun wanted to take care of Wei Qingwan, she did not dare to offend her in-laws. Upon hearing Mrs. Yun's words, Wei Qingwan was taken aback and stared at Mrs. Yun in a daze. What's the matter, Wan? Mrs. Yun asked, puzzled. Nothing, mother. I am fine. Wei Qingwan quickly recovered herself and emphasized that she was fine. Well, as long as you're fine, Mrs. Yun didn't think much more of it. She knew her daughter. Naturally, it would be inevitable that she would feel a bit upset by her grandparents' attitudes, but she was sure that Wei Qingwan would not harbor any malice. After a pause, Mrs. Yun said again, I have a set of pearls for you that I originally wanted to give you when you come of age. Since you will be going to the government city, wear it then. Mrs. Yun considered this not only because of today's event, but also because of the Yun brocade. She didn't want Wan to feel too aggrieved, and she didn't want Wan's attire to be inferior to her eldest sister when they went to the government city. No need, mother. I won't need them. I still have some jewelry. You should keep yours. Wei Qingwan hurriedly declined. You do need them. You're my daughter, and everything that is mine will eventually be yours and Ruoruo's, Mrs. Yun reassured. Then, thank you, mother. With a shy and grateful expression, Wei Qingwan didn't decline any further. Silly girl, why are you thanking your mother? Come on, let's go to my room. Mrs. Yun held Wei Qingwan's hand and led her towards her own room, intending to give her the set of pearl jewelry right away. The items that the loyal and righteous Duke residents specifically sent for Wei Ruo were delivered to Tingsong Garden. The box wasn't large this time, but the contents were far more valuable than the copper ornaments sent earlier. Miss, there's a set of gold jewelry, and some jade jewelry. They all look very valuable. Xiaomei exclaimed with delight. Wei Ruo was also surprised. She hadn't expected that the loyal and righteous Duke would actually send her such valuable jewelry. Although the fabrics weren't as expensive as Yun brocade, the entire box of satin fabrics was not cheap either. Indeed, a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. No matter how much the loyal and righteous Duke residence has declined, they still have some assets, Wei Ruo muttered to herself. What puzzled Wei Ruo was why the old Duke and Madame would give her such valuable things, which had never happened in the original work. After some thought, the difference between the present and the original work lay in the achievements she made in the southern city, which brought benefits to the Wei family. So, the two old people didn't regard her, a granddaughter they had never met, with complete affection. Their actions were largely based on considerations of family interests, but that was good too. They had paid in cash, which was a form of reward Wei Ruo particularly liked. For several days in a row, the laborers on Shaoyang Mountain were busy harvesting sweet potatoes, and several warehouses that had been purchased in advance were filled to the brim. The production of dried sweet potatoes and sweet potato slices was also put on the agenda. As per Wei Ruo's instructions, the wet nurse carefully selected women from poor families to learn how to produce dried sweet potatoes and sweet potato slices, and then handed over the bulk of the dried sweet potato production to them. Each woman was paid 5 coins for a day's work and a large sweet potato in addition. This income was not high, but for the women of the village who had difficulty getting enough food, it was a very good job. At least it kept them from going hungry, and the work intensity was not high, so it was something they could handle. Meanwhile, next to the 4 treasure house, a grain shop named Sue's Grain Shop opened with much excitement. The shop mainly sold grains, rice, and sweet potatoes, and also fresh mushrooms and dried mushrooms on the side. Dried sweet potatoes and sweet potato slices were also sold, at the same price as in the candied fruit store.